Really? Dude, motherfuckers, if you guys can't keep this bank open, how the fuck do you know my account number? Give me my $250,000. Come on, I don't want the 100 million. You want to remember that you whenever you joined
I've been a business person my entire adult life, and like most others, small to medium-sized businesses, I couldn't come near affording an HR person. But there's an answer. With Bambi.com, you get a dedicated HR person to help you with all of your HR issues, and that starts at $99 per month. That's it. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. I want to credit. It's spelled BAM, B-E-E, BAM, B-E-E, Bambi.com. During Staples, features they pay.
no kind of thing, you know.
25% on costume decor and up to 40% on brand.
I'll send you that for free.
This report is sponsored by Cadillac of Beverly Hills. Cadillac of Beverly Hills. The free no-charge maintenance package with every XT4, XT5, and XT6 is held over till Saturday at Cadillac of Beverly Hills. There is only one. CadillacBeverlyHills.com. Very good project. The cultural icon unveils one of the motivational quotes collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice shares a special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith in your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to Ice-T's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Hi, I'm Tyler at Blindster.com. Since 2010, Blindster has sold millions of custom blinds, shades, and shutters for satisfied customers across the country. With 20,000 five-star reviews and an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau. Custom blinds at low prices and free shipping. Blindster.com. Live from the Hague bedroom, another eventful night for the curious Ron Steve has been struggling with his huge and like Michelle Dyke. He's the ladies, Michelle throws an elbow. He's waiting for the crowd. You could get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspires a sleep apnea treatment that gives you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. With no mask or no home. John. Learn more at InspiredSleep.com. Inspiring is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review inspired sleep information at InspiredSleep.com. Have you heard there's a new way here to deal with joint pain that doesn't require drugs or surgery or downtime? Genetics has arrived with real, lasting, all-natural relief using the latest advances in regenerative medicine. They've got clinics in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo with more on the way. Genetics is the nation's leader in these amazing things. It's a highly concentrated healing process from your own body and put them in your The goal is to restore and repair damaged joint tissue the natural way. Patients are raving about this all over the country. Pro athletes have been doing this for years, but now it's available to everyone. Naturally and pain-free by this summer. Living life the way you used to. Walking, running, playing sports. If you've got pain from arthritis or injury, granting steroids and surgery are your only option. And learn more about these remarkable treatments using regenerative medicine. Now, Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo call for a free consultation. 213-997-PAIN. 213-997-PAIN. Non-surgical joint pain relief has arrived. 213-997-PAIN. Pray.com's meditative prayer podcast is the best way to bring God's perfect peace and love. This meditation helps you focus on God, fighting anxiety, close your eyes.
Okay. You found the cup. I know.
Listen to medicine. Go to the website and heard of it. You see, you start seeing reactions from everybody in the elected office. Where's Karen's dad? Where is she? Everybody will forget the story. There are obviously plenty of countries and plenty of cities that there are not many places in the world like this. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. recording live everywhere on the iHeart Radio every morning. It's the Suck It Up, Ted. Suck It Up. Well, sorry, he's drinking a green concoction out of a big, that looks like at least a 32-ounce concoction. And, oh, juice it up. I am so sorry, Ted. I am so sorry. I only saw it on exclamation point on the side of the
Oh, on the side of the cup?
yeah, and then you were sucking on the straw, and I just thought it. I really did think it said suck it up,
No?
but it said lift it up, which I guess that's a free ad now for juice it up.
Look at that. This is the green thingy on there that's like kale and spinach and all kinds of stuff with a hint of pineapple. So cool.
Alright, it looks revolting.
What the fuck is that?
I would say something better. I was talking to Lucy by the way, for someone in the
Oh, you're welcome.
right last minute.
You're welcome. Say goodbye. Live everyone on the iHeartRadio app. Oh, we love you. And if you don't have a without having cataract surgery, you should be back tomorrow. I'm Wayne Resnick. I'm filling in with the handle on the news. And here we go. People getting back to their homes in Belinda after a 60-hour standoff
Finally,
with the guy barricaded themselves in the house. Belinda is not a city, right? It's like a census-designated place. So if you're wondering where it is, to the north, and then I think it's Belinda. And then I think it's City of Industry is right under Belinda. Yeah, something like that out there in Gabriel Valley. And what happened is, this all started Friday. There were reports of somebody firing shots at pedestrians in the area. And a woman actually had to go to the hospital, although it wasn't a gunshot wound. So the deputies returned and they get fired upon. They returned fire. There's a good fight in the house. At one point, they cut parts of the roof out of the house so they could put cameras in there to see what was going on. And at that point, what was going on is the guy was dead by his own hand. And so they have that all figured out, and people imagine having to be taken out of your house, evacuated from your house to the police station for 2 days. I bet they're half those people are happy to get back to their homes.
Alright, these people were just happy to be able to get out of their homes, but then were very upset that people were coming to their homes. So a lot of people in the mountain communities, in the San Bernardino Mountains, are saying that they barely have had a chance to get out of their homes, get out of their homes, have their roads open to them, and visitors were then allowed on the highway. Two things are happening though. If you look at a community like Big Bear, the businesses there are freaking out because all of a sudden they haven't been able to be open for a while because of all the snow. So of course they want the visitors back in the area. For the people who live in these areas, they're saying, whoa, you gotta give us time to get back on our feet from not being able to go out for all this time. So what are you doing? Give us a break, let us get back on board, and then reopen to visitors. And you know that there are going to be dingers that want to go up there and see just how bad the snow was. And it's those people that are making it tough for the people who live there. You know, it's a delicate balance between the businesses. The businesses who need people to be able to come back up there and the residents who probably would enjoy a little more time. Yeah. To get back on there. So we're going to talk more at 7:20 about the businesses specifically and the challenges Big Bear has going on now. You like the rain? You better, because more is coming. Another atmospheric river is going to dump rain all over SoCal. If you are in the coastal areas of the valleys, 1 to 3 inches, they're saying. If you're up in the mountains or the foothill communities, 3 to 6 inches of rain. You can see by the time the way the storm passes through. It's going to start tomorrow sometime and go, I guess, tomorrow into Wednesday. Yeah, it looks like the heaviest rain in there for this thing will come Tuesday night. And I'm not saying it's that late Tuesday night, or it's that means Tuesday dry time, but sometime Tuesday. Temperatures in the mid-60s. was trying to assure everybody that just because we had a second bank collapse, that everybody still will have access to their money. So the government is taking these big steps we saw starting to happen yesterday to stop a potential banking crisis after these two banks collapsed. And specifically, there was one with offices in Beverly Hills, El Segundo, Newport Beach, and Ontario that was closed by the New York Department of Financial Services to protect depositors. And so the FDIC now is going to step in and run the day-to-day operations of Signature Bank. But as the president was saying, you know, if you're a depositor, you will be made whole. You're SOL. You took the risk. He said that's the way capitalism works. He also talked about, and I wondered from just a does he even have the power perspective? He said that the people who run these things would be fired. Who has the authority to do that? No, when a bank is taken over by the government, then the people who work there are generally out. This is sort of the equivalent of a bankruptcy for a business. Right. And you're being put into a kind of a receivership. And I've been watching like the futures this morning. Not much reaction when I started the show at 5, but now I'm starting to see some reaction. So the Dow futures are down 240. Nasdaq futures are down 43. Earlier they were up like 50 something. That's not really. It's nothing big. No, we don't. I mean, they're worried about, you know, contagion. Yeah, sure. All of a sudden, everybody tries to pull all their money out of everything, and the whole thing collapses. But it looks like that couldn't happen. Right. Based on the metrics here, it couldn't be something that happened. The one thing that because he was talking about, like, right, the people in the bank are fired, and they're terrible, and there was one people who left out. This motherfucker, which was interesting. But when we talk about this, I'm going to get into today to how this happened. Because it's a mix of bad management and things that were actually smart that they did, that were the right things to do that didn't work out for them for reasons completely out of their control. And then I'll talk about the group of people that the president's not pointing the finger at them. All right, so we talked about, that was Silicon Valley Bank, and this Signature Bank is the one that you were mentioning that had branches here in Southern California. So how about this? Now, this is a bad look for Silicon Valley Bank. Even though I'm telling that story right now. Even though it was not, you know, they didn't do it on purpose to look like dirt. However, it makes them kind of look like dirt. And that is getting their bonus right before the government has to come in and take over the bank. Not necessarily, no. And because the bonus thing, this habit was to pay out their bonuses on the second Friday of March. So these were scheduled. It was going to happen anyway. And it was bad that, I know what you're saying, and it's not wrong, that they should have known they were in some trouble and stopped the bonuses that had been previously scheduled. But also, Silicon Valley Bank was one of the highest paying publicly traded banks. They paid their people very well, but they gave them very attractive bonuses. Up to $140,000 bonuses for managing directors of that bank. And the fact that they got them all, and then immediately the Fed had to come in and say, your bank's falling apart. All right, let's get some news from Jennifer Jones-Lee that will continue to handle on the news. It's KFI AM 640 live everywhere. We got our radio app. Here she is, Jennifer Jones-Lee, live from the KFI newsroom. Everything, everywhere, all at once, as we were talking about, is taking top prize at the Oscars. The sci-fi film also went away with 6 other trophies, including Best Actress, Best Supporting Actress, and Best Supporting Actor. Brendan Fraser won for the Oscar for Best Actor in a leading role. And we sort of felt nothing back. I see Gregory backstage to be down the award. I think the most important thing is inclusivity and more women. We basically just more women anywhere, anytime, all at once. Courtesy won the Best Supporting Actress Oscar with a hit in the media room. We've been slamming those reporters who covered the show virtually. By the way, the virtual people don't get they don't get the food, they don't get water, they're at home, their kids are screaming for the
It's also mentioned within the parents, Tony Curtis and Janet Lee, both of whom were nominated for Oscars but never won. At the Dolby Theater in Hollywood, Steve Gregory, Coca News.
News is brought to you by Steve James Accident Attorney. Two more people have been arrested in Riverside County in connection with the fatal shooting of a man in Los Angeles near Marietta. The man was killed late last month. One guy who was arrested about a week later during a traffic stop in Moreno Valley. OC Animal Care is not sitting around. There are a few dozen cats from a lawful boarding place ready for adoption.
The 46 cats and kittens were found to be crammed into a single apartment. OC Animal Care says after multiple conversations about poor living conditions last week, the owner agreed to hand them over to the shelter. The vet team first evaluated the cats and the majority were found to be in good health. The first 35 have been released for adoption. The cats are described as shy at first, but warm up quickly and have friendly, gentle personalities. OCAC says last year more than 200 cats and kittens were removed during multiple hoarding cases. In Orange County, 4 in-car-based fighting.
And North Korea's cable news agency says the country has launched 2 missiles from submarine in the Sea of Japan. North Korea's military says the missiles traveled more than 900 miles and hit their targets precisely. The launch yesterday happened 3 days after North Korea shot at least 6 short-range missiles into the Yellow Sea. SoCal weather from KFI, as Wayne was talking about, we're going to have more rain coming in this week, and it looks like it could happen later today, definitely tomorrow into Wednesday. Highs are just going to be in the 60s. This report is brought to you by American Vision Window. Let's get into a drive with DJFI in the sky. We've got a pass on the 710.
Southbound Western Boulevard in Southgate, there is 2 white rollers traffic stops actually Florence Avenue. Something there. Another tough drive is getting out of a high desert on path. It's awful. These 2, a lot of traffic and some leftover construction work. 15 south of the Oakdale and the 138. It was supposed to be picked up at 5 a.m. Traffic still at a standstill at this area starting around Main Street after before Main Street. Highway 138 kind of slow approaching the 15 as well. And Corona crashed on the right shoulder for 91 south in Finley, and it looked down in Bellflower 91 freeway westbound. The Lakewood Boulevard crashed there in the right side, or actually a call direction. Some delays. KFI is back up to the faster. I will still try. A light storage system gives you so much delicious water straight from every tap in the house. The chill works out for chlorine and contaminants while retaining healthy minerals, and there's no filter to change ever. It's a maintenance free. New customer gets a free Aqua-Pure antibacterial filter that's worth $825. This ends March 31st. Call 800-803-2696. Visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Water, taste and feel the difference. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blinds.com. Want to stay big on custom forward blinds, shutters, cellular shades, and more? Shop Blinds for today and save up to 50% over comparable blinds from brick-and-mortar stores. Get custom blinds at low prices and free shipping at Blinds.com. Now, losing air conditioning on a hot summer day can be a $20 nightmare, and no one wants that crap. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with a rejuvenation. Well, it's critical adjustment, so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system. We'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the wrong way. Rejuvenation. That's $129. Shell air conditioning and plumbing. You will use CPR.com. We'll keep it cool for party stay. Now, on number 34771. And your car can pick up tomorrow. I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Navaj Nasal Care, and I love Navaj. I told you about how your nose is the body's territory. This Navaj is powered special about allergies, viruses, mucus, and breathe better. But what do other people say about Navaj? They're close. My doctor wanted me to insane and improve allergies, but I've never been able to successfully use an Navaj. Navaj uses suction power the story about the Irish without touching upon its traces of energy.
busted out, and the results are
By now,
multiple
still being
million over 100,000 online reviews in the world. All natural solutions trusted by over 2 million people and stay healthy without drugs. The box is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite-Aid, and Honestly, Navarre, and ACP. For $88 precision haircut, or visit ServiceChampion.com for official rules and more information about contests of this station. Go to AFIAM640.com/rules. Download the free radio app for all your music, radio, and podcast. AFIAM640 everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. It's just a Filipino show. Didn't talk today, but he's cataract surgery. He'll be back tomorrow. It's amazing. It really just is amazing to me that you can have eye surgery and come back the next day. Well, yeah, I know, but I'm telling you, I don't want to tell her. I hate anybody opening my eyes. But you can do that. You know, my mom had it, and then at dinner with friends later that night. It's not a massive thing. It's way better than the entire world looking like Vaseline in your eyes. So, all right, we're getting back to Handle on the News. Citizen Jones and President former President Donald Trump, former lawyer Michael Cohen is scheduled to testify before a grand jury in Manhattan. They are looking into the hush money payment to Stormy Daniels and whether or not only the payment of the money, because there's nothing illegal about paying somebody to keep their mouth shut at all, but whether or not business records were falsified to conceal the payment of the hush money, which is a no. And Michael Cohen, he must have known. No, maybe not. Here's the thing. So the crux of the matter is, they're saying that they gave the money to Stormy Daniels and then they tracked it. They put it on the books as reimbursement to Michael Cohen for legal services. So if anybody said, how come this cost much, how many gave Michael Cohen $130,000? And they didn't want to say, you passed it along to Stormy Daniels, keep them out there. So they did it as, the legal services. And that's where the crime is, the crime is. Does Michael Cohen know how they put it on the book? Not necessarily. Don't know. He may not know. Donald Trump may not know. That's where it gets at. So, of course, we're not in the grand jury, we're in the plaintiffs are being asked, but it's going to boil down to, and they have evidence that either Donald Trump said, I want your money by booking it incorrectly, because otherwise, I don't see how you can charge me. That's the only way you can charge me with something. And they're making a big deal about how in the Michael Cohen indictment, they said Michael Cohen was acting at the direction of person one, and we all know person one is Donald Trump. But acting at the direction of very broad and vague. Was he acting at the direction of Donald Trump in that he lost those guys something to it? Donald Trump is what I'm saying. Unless Donald Trump said, put it on the book, or somebody said to him, we're going to put this payment on the book falsely. And he said, that sounds great. Unless you have that, I don't know what they would have on the other one. And also, I'm talking about this earlier. I was a member of that. I couldn't help but have my mind. Michael Cohen is the guy who had it with former President Trump. And so I think I would be taking his testimony
with a grain of salt.
And you got making
represented by
You know, or you don't know, he may go in there and say, I don't know anything. Yeah, or you say, why is this important? Why did you spend that time not talking about it?
Then you got making state over Miami. This is the worst market ever.
With a possibility
A 5-7 is never going to happen, dog. Don't even try.
that is the number one thing, massive historical thing, not remembering what a seismic event it will be. Now, if it happens, that's why it's important. You had President Clinton went after former President Trump for Israel and the federal attack on the Capitol. Tends to get seen at the Gridiron Club dinner in Washington, D.C. on Saturday. And the speech had a lot to do with the 2024 election. So one thing that he was focusing on was he said Donald Trump was wrong. That was his word that he used on the January 6th election. And that his reckless words endangered my family and everyone at the outset that day. And he said, I know history will hold Donald Trump accountable. Now, all this also comes, though, as we assume that my country's going to run for president. You kind of got to take that into consideration, too. The little party. Also, no offense, if Mike Pence runs for president, then Mike Pence, in my opinion, is a delusional human being. Mike Pence will never be the president of the United States. So why would you think he's on 5-7 what everybody else knows? Somebody's got to.
I just went with my gut, kid.
Look at what people have to do forever painted. Yeah, absolutely. Why do you think that? But also, they kind of get good. Look like terracotta. Okay? They like the energy department. So, it's not going to happen. And one thing that Donald Trump did, for better or for worse, in world politics, he raised the bar for the amount of personality. Oh, God, that he will accept or want from the president. Ukraine is reporting a record day in the war with Russia in that they killed the most Russian soldiers in one day of any day since the invasion. Saturday, 1,090 Russian troops killed. It's weird to me to be keeping track of and talking about the casualties you've inflicted on your enemies in terms of breaking records. It's a little feel to it. It is a little much. But that's what they're reporting. North Korea is reporting that they launched missiles from its submarine over the weekend, and this is after we had those. These ones, they say, were the strategic missiles that were precise. That they hit their strategic target precisely. And this is after you had ROTHSCHILD, the joint drills between South Korea and the American troops, but then we had those other short-range ballistic missiles that were found simultaneously. North Korea again is just
how quick I am.
don't forget, this happens every time.
I'm at all the pictures of it.
Oh, there's a day, 11 days of joint drills. Freedom Shield 23.
There's so sick.
And it's presenting South Korea, the United States, training and drilling happens everywhere. Important, like before that starts, he's over here like, me, don't forget me. So I don't know what to make of it because it's happening, but it has not escalated. What I mean by that is it's been limited to occasional launches of missiles in and around other world events that would make the guy want to say it doesn't necessarily move into an actual attack on anybody. It's like a tank. It's a baby gun. Yes. And you know, and parents I think know. You know, at some point, you like, it's like, oh, there it goes again. Yeah. You roll your eyes. Yes. All right, let's get a news update from Ben. Oh, man. Try again.
still didn't work. Why long
Why you pick me just feel the failure? God damn it, that's a dumbass. That is a dumbass. Extra 12.5, dog. It's the 14.3. No, because no other dog.
Where I like the dog ever to a crew that was waiting in their throat. And the United States suffered a big loss at home right on their own turf in the World Baseball Classic. US defeated Mexico 11-5. I was glad to go ahead with the Kansas Sour started. Last month, we possibly had just in the 60s. This report is brought to you by Churches. From the Southern California Toyota dealers that better let's go places like the 15. Right before we're California, the fast divide. About a mile south. Also, a big Mexican valley. I-5 southbound Lakeshore Boulevard stall into the left lane. This was a flat tire. Slow, stop and go all the way back to the trying to get you to the home pass. It's going to take you some time to get southbound 15 there between Oak Hill Road. Highway 138, they were supposed to have the two right lanes. Stuff for the road was clear. 11-5 lane looks like a strong lane. Iowa, followed back from the street. I have bought a shot. I'm sure their side. I will full price. I will not get work this year. Do you think it's going to be more next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, you'll have to get more out of your home. You probably find $4,000 living next year. I believe that. So that's for you. Property values like the 20 over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into their home equity. You need $75,000 or more. HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need to equity for you. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, or whatever your situation is, HMS Capital will have the best solution to help you. So appraisal, credit report fees for bonds. I've had 2 mortgages on HMS Capital. Clearly I'm a fan. I know they're the best for what they do. Call 833-255-5698. 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com. Iowa. Welcome to the great state of Flake. This recording is sponsored by 1-800-NO-COP Criminal Defense. I'm Attorney Gary Capanosi, founder of 1-800-NO-COP, reminding you that exercise your right is just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-COP. Because no one would create us. We're a favorite for the thing. 1-800-NO-COP. Hi everyone, I'm Joe. Here to tell you your afternoon just got a lot smarter. At the latest Weekday 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekday. Abby Rain comes through, covering more stories from more places more often with the Southland's most sought after news team, the most local in Southern California. 205, join us weekday from 3 to 7. Another reason why HLA is always very own. Are you ready for this? Again, with half of workers battling cancer due to hyper conditions from their employers. It's time for those in employment to take stock. Together, Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center and Services Group are urging companies worldwide to take a stand and fight to help create a more open, supportive, and recovering forward culture at work. Half of us deal with cancer during our lifetime, but we all have a role to play. Join the 25 dogs at working at and follow hashtag working on social media. Okay, now do the phone and the other person kisses the phone and it vibrates. It picks up the audio and it says, so can you put a little piece of steak in those lips? How's your steak, bro? I'll just stick it in the eyelid. Where are we? Live 7 p.m. on ViralRabbi and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Food wins. Food wins. Everywhere on iHeartRadio app. It's the Bill Handel Show. Good morning, Bill. Off having cataract surgery today. When that's just getting in. Christopher Jones Lee is here. We're going to finish up. Handle on the news for you right now. At least they have a sense of humor.
That was so tight when Mike was telling us about the first ever one.
Brand one. This is over 85% 3D printed. Now, they tried to launch it last week, and at the last minute, there was a problem with a methane level, and the sensors went off, and they had to scrub it. So they tried again over the weekend, and they had to abort it again, and this time it had something to do with a problem with the stage separation automation. Less than a second before launch. That's amazing to me that they are able to gear up to launch a rocket and with less than a second left stop it if they need to. But anyway, they weren't able to do it for a second time. And the sense of humor part comes because the guy who was doing it, and the launch director, they afforded it, and then he goes, thanks for playing. Which was pretty funny. I mean, you have to. You have to know there was a possibility that it was going to be a no-go. Oh, they already had the same day. They had an earlier no-go. They had to hold it because there was wind that they couldn't ride. And then they were ready to go, and there was a boat. They got too close to the launch site, and they had to hold it. And then they finally got all the way down to that last second, and they had to call it off. You can really happen in that case. Yes, and really nobody would do it. This is unnecessary. We talked about this during Makeup Talk. There's a company called GoodGrab that focuses on creating unique and interactive experiences in marketing. And I know that it's interactive. Oh my god. This is the most unnecessary thing I've ever reported on. It's on my business. Ellie is getting a credit. It's a freaking bunny cafe. March 25th through April 29th.
We really could.
Everyone, to attend the event, you have to be 5 years or older. I think every 5-year-old who doesn't know is the smartest kid in the world. Customers can walk into the cafe without a reservation, but if you want to go for an hour, it's $25. 2 hours, it's $44. You cannot walk in. Oh, sorry, you cannot walk in without a reservation. And with those tickets that I was telling you about, you get a free picture, you get funny food, and food's a little funny. Bunny cafe featuring stickers and more. Really, I paid $25 and just passed out.
And you got
it. Why do you have a fear of bunnies?
Let's do a bunch of them, and then just fucking, you got a bunch.
I don't like it. Those freaks are red. The way that there's something.
George, you I like that.
It's an irrational animal.
This is a little strange thing.
No, there's nothing. There was one time when my son went after a bunny, and I just remember, here is how scared I am. There's some little bitty bunny that my son has gone after, and it's sort of treed to be in a corner, if you will, of the house. And I looked at it, and I was like, I'm at it. Then I told my dad, I've got a bunny out there. I was probably at 9 or 10 or something. I just was scared me, and I thought, thank you, cat, for taking care of it. I have nothing to fear. I just want to point out for the psychology colleges downstairs, students and majors that Jennifer Jones Lee saying that she doesn't like rabbits because they strike her as irrational. That is a perfect demonstration of the psychological principle of protection. Okay, it's that kind of
Worst championship ever.
It's that time of year again. This is something that has been happening every year and will happen every year when we remind you that urologists like to use March Madness to generate a basketball. It all started back in 2008, and it was the Oregon Urology Institute decided, somebody figured out, hey, we got March Madness, we have this whole thing, and I think, and this part is true, I think, that there was reporting going on at that time about how a lot of guys were calling in sick during March Madness. And so at the Oregon Urology Institute, they're like, okay, we have March Madness, we have people wanting to take off work anyway, let's give them a legit reason. And they're sitting on and they started saying, hey, this is the perfect time to get a vasectomy because if you recover with the frozen peas on your pot, you can watch March Madness, and now they call them a Baz Madness. Those are Baz Jeffers. And this is happening. It happens all over the country. Urology practices put out ads, and try to do a tie-in between March Madness and getting hey, you know what? Why not? Great idea.
Okay, so what?
March Madness, right, with his one Road Valley urology staff, with Nick Madness. He's first. And he does it in the spirit. So here's the other thing. When you go in, what? To get it done. There's pizza, sure, and we have the TVs or two and this part's a little, there's a quote from a guy named Dr. Patrick Duvall, and he's just talking about how we do it. It's fun. They always put a little dependent clause in the sentence because Dr. Patrick Duvall, who performs as many as 20 procedures a day, 20 snip a day. Yeah, I know that it's not a big deal as a procedure. I know that. I still would like to think that it's not an assembly. Right. You know what he does with his this is absolutely true. Number one, they play music. They have a playlist with songs like "Do You Really Want to Hurt Me" and "ACDC Big Ball." Oh, this is 100% true. They also, when you're done, they send you away with a care package. A whistle, a reference whistle, and a case of a beer, which is a real beer called Bad Pepper. Because the brewery, the guy who owns the brewery that makes that beer had a vasectomy and thought it was so great, and he named one of their beers after Bad Pepper. You know, I think that it's telling that it's telling about us as a society. When the NCAA goes after the clinic in Virginia for trying to register the term vasectomy and mayhem, because they thought that there would be a likelihood of confusion. I'm pretty sure I would know the difference between a vasectomy and well, just because they tried doesn't mean it's documented anywhere. You're right, there is no confusion. However, the NCAA is leaving money on the table by not having an official vasectomy sponsor for the tournament. All right. Let's get the movie Saturday. And then we're going to have Jason Mason's show at 83rd. We can KFI 8640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app.
Opinion without the breakdown.
Play at time. Los Angeles, I'm Sam. I'm Jennifer Jones Lee, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A regional bank with several locations in Southern California has failed. KFI's Blake Shirley reports live from outside Signature Bank's location in Beverly Hills, where it says regulators have seized the bank.
Officials say clients of Signature Bank will be able to access their money with more than 110 billion U.S. history. The New York-based bank has locations in both the L.A. area and Orange County. The future follows the recent failure of California-based Silicon Valley Bank, which collapsed and people rushed to withdraw their money because they were concerned about the bank's health. Officials say that bank's customers will also be able to access their money. Reporting live in Beverly Hills, Blake Soley, KFI News.
America should have confidence that the banking system is safe.
President Biden says his administration is taking quick action in response to those bank failures.
All customers who have deposits in these banks, rest assured they'll be protected. They will have access to their money as of today. That includes small businesses across the country that bank there and need to make payroll, pay their bills, and stay open for business.
And he says taxpayers will not bear the losses. He says the management of banks taken over by the FDIC will be fired, and investors in the failed banks will not be protected. News is brought to you by American Vision Windows. Well, it's a wrap on Hollywood's biggest night.
Everything Everywhere All at Once was the big winner of the 95th Academy Awards with Best Picture, Best Director, and Best Original Screenplay, Best Actress for Michelle Yeoh, and Best Supporting Actor and Best Supporting Actress respectively for Steve Lee, filmmaker Sarah Polley. RRR's Not To won Best Original Song, the first from an Indian film. Mike Long, KFI News. After leaving Curtis Bell's nothing back, I'm Steve Gregory backstage at the Academy Award.
I think the most important thing is inclusivity and more women. We basically just for women anywhere, anytime, all at once. Curtis, who won the Best Supporting Actress Oscar, was a hit in the media reviews and planning those reporters who covered the show virtually. By the way, the virtual people don't get they don't get the food, they don't get water. They're at home, their kids are screaming. Curtis also mentioned her being a parent. Tony Curtis and Janet Lee, both of whom were nominated for Oscars, just never won. At the Dolby Theater in Hollywood, Steve Gregory took up on News. A 3-year-old girl in Texas has been fatally shot by her 4-year-old sister.
It just seems like another tragic story of, again, a child being access to a firearm and hurting someone else, and this time it was a fatal shot. Appears to be to her sibling.
Sheriff Edwin Ballard says the girls have been left unsupervised in the bedroom of their apartment yesterday when the younger child got a hold of a loaded semi-automatic pistol. Investigators say there were at least 5 adults in the apartment at the time, including the girl's mom and stepfather. NTSB says Jennifer Homendy says she has left and she has confidence in the U.S. aviation system, despite at least 6 close calls between airplanes since December.
We are still the safest aviation system in the world. There are clearly risks that we need to evaluate, and this is why the NTSB is investigating several incidents, so it doesn't become something more catastrophic.
She says the aviation industry is going through a difficult and transitional time, and that the agency is reviewing criteria for reporting accidents and incidents. Border agents in El Paso, Texas, has had to sign off a large group of migrants who tried to rush the border crossing to Mexico. The migrants trying to cross the Paso del Norte Bridge yesterday were met by traffic barriers, wire, and agents in riot gear, which meant deputies just crossed onto Texas, and he saw Homeland Security agents rush the area.
Everybody was coming toward, was running up the bridge. You see a lot of police officers and a lot of Homeland Security cars going up the bridge. I guess, to what appeared to be to block the path.
Border agents say there were similar attempted crossings yesterday at 2 entry points. The South Korea's conservative government has proposed increasing the work week to 69 hours. Now, the legal cap on weekly work hours is currently 62. The opposition Democratic Party says the new plan risks increasing unemployment because it could allow employers to lay off workers and ask folks to stay to work longer hours. Take a look at your KFI Financial Report brought to you by Jacoby and Myers. The Dow is up 45, S&P is down 8, NASDAQ is down 2, and the average price of a gallon of unleaded gas in California is $4.92. Just wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Just as premium since 1972. So got weather from KFI. Again, we've got a partly gray start to the day. Showers possible. Looks like we're definitely going to have showers for everybody by tomorrow. Tomorrow night, the rain should be heavy at times, and then it should taper off by Wednesday. The highs, though, for the next few days are just going to be in the 60s. Right now, it is 55 in Newport Beach, 56 in Irvine, 54 right here in Burbank. Let's take a look at your drive. We'll be KFI in the sky, and this time we are headed to the 101 in Tarzana.
And there's a problem on the 101 at the top of the 101 southbound at Atlanta Avenue. They sort of fire in the grass there, and fire crews are working on it. So we're slow as we could from the next actual as you head southbound or eastbound there on the 101. Then you have the Cajon Pass. Not a lot of fun today. It's outside of the 16, I-16 from Oakville down to 138. You did have the two right lanes closed as well as the transition south to the 138. There's a posting picked up at 5, but it looks like it may still be running in lanes there. If you see what's going on, give us a call, give us a tip. Pound 250 on your cell phone, keyword KFI traffic. Traffic is down from Main Street to this area. Southgate, back there on the 710 southbound before Firestone Boulevard, the two right lanes. Block is closed from Washington Boulevard, but some good news that earlier solid down the southbound side of the 5 has been cleared, which is recovering there on the Delray Interstate. KFI in the sky helps get there faster. Oh, real quick, right? This hour of the Bill Handle Show brought to you by Jacoby and Meyer. If you don't hear of an accident, choose the law firm with your choose Jacoby and Meyer. Unfiltered chlorinated tap water just doesn't cut it. I mean, it's safe, but then again, it's tap water, which means it doesn't taste very good, a lot of chemicals in it. A light source system gives you filtered and delicious water quick from every single tap in your house. It filters water from outside the house. As it goes in, all the water is filtered. And a light source system is maintenance free. There's no filter system ever. Once it's installed, you forget about it and just enjoy the water. The bottom line, you're bathing, you're cooking, you're washing clothes, you're washing your dishes, you what is effectively bottled water. And of course, you're drinking. And boy, what a quick cup of coffee. And I've had this system for 10 years. New customers get a free AquaPure antibacterial filter at $825 worth. This offer is March 31st. Call 800-803-2696. 800-803-2696. LightSourceWater.com. LightSourceWater.com. Taste and feel the difference. The Shell Technology Stimulating Material starts now with limited quantity deals on select performance PCs powered by 12 pins and outdoor processors. They are select Foxtail laptops with built-in security features and select Latitude laptops with enhanced privacy, collaboration, and connectivity. They are select essential accessories plus free shipping and special financing with no business credit. Call the Shell Technology for 508-77-ASK-SHELL. That's 877-ASK-SHELL. Over the years, I've found thousands of lines across the open road and now from I'll break down what the work matters and reveal personal ways to show them This is Jacob and Mike. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24 to talk to us. More stimulating song. Good morning, Mr. Bill Handle Show. He's off today having cataract surgery. No record sitting in a moment. We're going to talk to Jason Lucas, maybe some news about the Oscars. A couple of things we're watching for you. Another atmospheric river is expected to move through Southern California this week starting tomorrow and dump a few inches of rain more in the higher elevation. President Biden in Southern California in San Diego to talk about Australia buying some attack submarines from us. And then he's going to go to Monterey Park tomorrow to talk about gun violence. Now, the Oscars were last night. Everything, everywhere, all at once. Correct. The awards here to give us the lowdown. ABC News Entertainment correspondent and our big friend Jason Nathanson. Good morning. Hey, good morning. Good to talk to you. Let's start with this. If you could only talk about the Oscars with a single headline style solution, what would it be? Everything, everywhere, all at once wins everything. That's a really federal board using that. I've been up for, I think, 18 hours straight before doing that. I can't, I'm losing it. But I mean, that's the big story. I mean,
talk about, or humble us mixed up, or some kind of chaotic moment. It was just a normal award show in which what the movies that everybody thought was going to win ended up winning. And sometimes that's okay. That's fine. And the speeches, I think, were very nice. Equally fun, especially his enthusiasm all award season and how excited he was, especially when he was, the supporting actor for Everything Ever All at Once. He was formerly in Indiana Jones and Goonies and Data, and he's just been going through. It hasn't been easy for him. He hasn't been getting the roles. It's been decades of him trying to get work. And finally, he gets the role. And a lot of the actors and actresses who won, same thing with Jamie Curtis, or it was Michelle Yeoh or Brendan Fraser. A lot of people who were pigeonholed and put in a box early on in their careers, and now they finally won, when given the chance to do something good, and they really appreciate it. Was this year more than previous years about the personal journeys of the nominees than really the movies that they make themselves, or is that just a perception I have? It might just be a perception. I don't think you can take anything away from Everything Everywhere All at Once, and how special that movie was, and how different it was. The first sci-fi movie to ever win Best Picture at the Oscars. But it's not even really just a sci-fi movie. It's weird and emotional and funny, and it has kind of all the feels. But it's also it's something special and unique and different. And this is, I think, a direct result of the changes the Academy made. Remember when our Time Show came out 5, 6, 7 years ago, talking about the makeup of the Academy and the voters being white males who were over 70 years old, basically. It was like 90% of the voting. And the Academy pledged to change that number and just say certified, and they did. They added thousands of new members. And we started to see the changes pretty quickly in wins for movies like Parasite, which I don't think would have been in there in the conversation 10 years ago, and now Everything Everywhere All at Once, which also I don't think 10 years ago would have been in the conversation. 10 years ago, Steven Spielberg's The Fabelmans would have taken everything. That's not the case now because you have different people telling different stories, different voters voting on those awards. Is it that you have a more diverse academy, or because they can only vote on what they're supposed to? Is this more a function of a little more diversity in what the lot going on in terms of what's going to make this day, and what is actually going to make money, what's going to make our money back, and what are the stories that people want to see? And there's so many outlets for content that more stuff just gets made. And so they go, okay, we're going to make this, and we'll find it a home at some point. Whether it's Netflix streaming, or one of the other streaming services, or it's in theaters. We don't know, what's going to go to theaters or not. But there's a lot more room for different stories to be told. There's been a push over the past few years to get different voices tell those stories. And then, at the same time, coming together, you have an academy who is made up, the makeup is just different denominating for Best Picture now. They do the same stuff. 10 seconds. Jimmy Kimmel, how do you do? You're solid to God. There you go, Jason Nations, ABC News Entertainment correspondent. When we come back from the news update from Jen, how the differences in Big Bear are dealing with the whiteout of tourism because of the weather. It's KFI 8640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app and Jen live from the KFI newsroom. Here we go again. How the program is clear with heavy rain and wind, and then it's flat tomorrow. Nor'easter is brewing, and it looks like it's going to hit New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut, bringing the potential for high winds and heavy snow. And 3 out of 4 Americans who moved in 2022 apparently have some regret. New survey from a real estate brokerage firm called Home Bay found the biggest regret was the tie between wishing they had moved to a better place and missing their old home. Still got weather from KFI. Again, we've got some great clouds coming in into the showers today, but the bulk of the atmospheric river is going to hit Southern California tomorrow. This report is brought to you by the California DMV.
let's take a look at the driver. We can buy you 5 cents.
You are headed westbound. Looks like it's going to be westbound 10 at Gary Avenue. A crash there. No injuries, but still a big delays out of my clear in westbound 10. But 15 to that show, we missed a lot better. 60 westbound, a little slow forward. 15 short. On the southbound side of the 7, we've been talking about it all morning. We've got a 710 southbound before Firestone Boulevard crashing to 2 right lanes. So go back to Washington Boulevard. Hopefully I'll have that cleared for you shortly. Southbound side of 605, nothing in lanes, but it's pretty ugly anywhere from 60 on down to 5. And problems in Tarzana. You put a fire burning off the side of the roadway on the 101 southbound right there. Tampa, fire street, picking up these warning with flow out of the hill. Stay at fire sky up bridge faster. I'm really cold truck. I've been a small business person my entire adult life. And over the years, but there's an answer at Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems by writing HR policies, harassment training, work environment discrimination, my problems, people complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in verify under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's verify under the radio drop-down, and critically, spell BAM, B-A-M, B-A-M, that's Bambi without the DMV. Yes, this one's 5% on classroom storage, 40% on brand like postage, Supermate, and illnesses, in-store only, out of M41. Walk your body block. Don't you think our users stop your phone on a table? Only our users of service staffing. Always found when a trusted person to show up on my mother's doorstep. Rules live here, found their service staffing, honest, and they see us. If the technician doesn't pass the mother's doorstep test, they'll never make it to your house. After that, we look clean and professional. And has to be kind like your heart. And it has to treat people with stuff. It has the background check and drug test. When they do show up, they'll be wearing a clean uniform and a company ID. So we're covered in the home and cleaning up after they leave. You're going to love to make those stepping techniques. Because I find that guarantee that if I was to send that to my mother's doorstep, I would never send that to you. Our number is 833-777-7777. I find us online at servicestaffing.com. I realize the complexities of the human body and its ability to heal itself. That's what the surgeon, Dr. John Herzog, talking about regenerative medicine. It's a very well thought out process, and they use it in all the professional fields around the world. Regenerative medicine uses healing within from your own body, like your blood or bone marrow, highly concentrated and delivered right to the baby's heart. Putting it in the spot where it can't normally get to, you can facilitate healing. And keep getting on that nation's leader in this exciting field of medicine. Lasting pain relief with no drugs, no downtime, and no changes. People are very happy to have an opportunity to get better without going through the entirety of a medical procedure. The old ways of dealing with joint pain are no longer the only way. Learn more about regenerative options that will help you get your life back. Call PC Genetics now for a free consultation. Call PC Genetics 213-997. That's 213-997. 213-997.
Meditative Spirit Podcast is the best way to bring God's perfect peace into your life. This meditative prayer helps you focus on God, fighting battles, sleep better, and relax.
Close your eyes.
Listen to meditative prayer on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You're going to monitor how much electricity you consume. So restrict the electricity for your house. Try and get to the point where it is natural gas, gasoline, electricity is so expensive that we're just going to have to live in a reduced state because it's live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI or on demand anytime on our radio app.
AFI AM 600.
recorded live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Good morning, it's the Bill Handel Show. You'll talk today concerning cataract surgery. And let's get in. Your channel will be along at 9 o'clock. And before we get into this discussion of how big their businesses are dealing with the aftermath of the weather and the fact that basically their tourism was wiped out, there's a couple of stories that we're watching for you. Treasury Secretary Jen Yellen says no bailout for Silicon Valley Bank. Meanwhile, another bank has failed. It's called Signature Bank. It actually has branches here in Southern California, taken over by regulators in New York State. The FDIC and the Treasury is assuring depositors at both of those banks that they will get all of their money, even if it's in excess of the $250,000 FDIC insurance limit that normally applies. All right, speaking of money, businesses up in the Big Bear Lake area have been struggling. All of this weather, as you might imagine, has killed their business. I mean, first of all, even locals, it's very difficult for them to go out and shop because many of them are snowed in or the roads are impassable. In some cases, even if somebody can go out and shop, the business cannot serve them because the business has been shut down. I know one of the big problems they're having up there is keeping snow off their roof. And they got to constantly double the roofs with snow, and you have doors up there that you just get into. Because they're blocked in these massive snowdrifts that you can't get over. And then, of course, the fact that there's been no tourism going on for a couple of weeks or so. And they're really taking a hit, and a lot of them are hanging on there. And we're hoping things get better. They are making some progress. Now, yeah, Big Bear Mountain Resort is perhaps the epicenter of tourist activity up there. And it's a big complex. There's Bear Mountain, there's Snow Summit, there's Snow Valley. There's almost 700 acres, I guess, of the area that you can ski on up there. And the ski season's usually mid-November. Mid-November and go through the end of March. Maybe you get into April. It depends on, obviously, if it stays colder or if it's warmer. And in spring, when it starts to warm up, number one, starts to want to do things elsewhere. They don't want to be up in the mountains in the snow anymore. And also this, these places don't shut down in the summer because they're not only ski resorts. They switch over. And in the summer, you can go up there, and there's golf, and there's lots of good things here. What do you do if you have massive hills, but they're not covered in snow, so you can't ski down them or snowboard down them, but you have a massive hill? What do? You ride your mountain bike down it. Downhill mountain biking is kind of a big business, and it's perfect for a ski resort to do in the summer. Because if you've ever ridden a downhill mountain bike, they're heavy. They're very heavy. To come down a mountain and get lost. And all the climbers. So it's really fun to ride down, and boy, does it suck to go back up unless you're at a ski resort in the summer, because you know what they have there. That's right. You don't want to carry your bike back up the mountain, so they're perfectly set up for the mountain bikers. But the problem is there's some costs involved in switching over. They can't go seamlessly from having skiers one day and mountain bikers the next day. So all of that with the weather here has combined to make things tough. But it looks like they're doing a decent job getting roads cleared. At least they're doing the best they can. I don't think anybody really believes that they're slacking or that they don't care. I know people are angry, and some people think that this might be legitimate, that they could have been more prepared in advance. But now, I think everybody agrees they're doing the best that they can, and hopefully all of these businesses will be back at full strength as soon as possible, and there will be that pent-up demand. So that's a good thing that they can count on. Now, the weather affecting people in a different way up north in Monterey County, where a lemon failed over the weekend, flooded an entire town, thousands of people evacuated. If you peruse the news, you see photos of people riding their bikes on the street, except they're in water up to their elbows. This was specifically the Parabo River levee. Spectacular. Maybe it turns out this is not the first time that it has failed. That levee was built in 1949. And it flooded 4, 5, 6 times.
It's not even
In 1995, there was a flooding event of that levee. 2 people actually died.
No one's ever
From drowning, and they estimated that the money value of $75 to $100 million. 97, again, 1998, President Clinton was president, and he actually had to issue a disaster declaration for that area. And fast forward 2017, they had what they call a year-cutting event where people get evacuated. Back in January, it happened again. People living in Cairo were evacuated for a week. And here's the thing. They could fix it. They can absolutely fix this levee and make it better and make it able to withstand more water, but they haven't. Why? And I'm going to say this, and you're going to say, oh, you're crazy, or you've got an agenda. But the reason they didn't fix it is because Colorado is full of poor people. With poor people with not a lot of property, and the property that they have is not worth that much comparatively speaking to other communities. Now, I don't have an agenda. I'm reporting a fact to you. And you don't have to believe it. Because people from the Army Corps of Engineers are speaking out about this very phenomenon. And I didn't realize this. When they are deciding what projects to undertake, they do a cost-benefit analysis. If you're going to spend, I'm just throwing out these numbers, $100 million to build a levee or to improve a levee, the first thing you do is you try to estimate how much property damage you'll do per day. And if it's going to cost you $100 million to potentially prevent $40 million in property damage, let's say, you don't do that project. And that is what has been happening with that particular levee over the years. Because it is a poor community and the property is not worth as much, they have not chosen to spend the money to do it. This is getting everybody's attention, and it does so happen that because of the Infrastructure Act and some money from the state, they now have money, and they say they are going to put it towards getting this levee into better shape. But up until now, it wasn't working. And that community was, and they weren't really told because they don't come and knock on your door and tell you, but was told through an act that you're not working enough. Spending money to keep your community safe. Let's get some news from Jennifer Jones-Lee, and then when we come back, you won't believe how much it was going to cost a family to go bowling. And it's not just bowling. It's everything now. What is going on with this dynamic pricing model infecting every aspect of our lives? This is the Bill Handle Show. It's KFI 640 live everywhere. On the iHeartRadio app, this Jennifer Jones-Lee live from the KFI News. A bank of offices in Beverly Hills, Ashwaubenon, Newport Beach, and Ontario has been closed by the New York Department of Financial Services to protect depositors. The department has appointed the FDIC to run the day-to-day operations of signature banks. They say all depositors will be made whole. The Federal Reserve says clients at Silicon Valley Bank will also get access to their money, not just the $250,000 insured by the FDIC. ABC's Andrew Ginsburg says the bank was closed Friday when depositors started withdrawing their money, creating a run on the bank. Senator Bernie Sanders blamed Silicon Valley Bank's collapse as a successful Republican effort in recent years to relax regulations on small and medium-sized banks. British officials worked throughout the weekend to find a buyer for the UK subsidiary at Silicon Valley Bank. They say the UK Treasury and the bank have been going to have facilitated the sale of Silicon Valley Bank UK to HSBC. A restaurant in Burbank has received a $23,600 bill for their gas in Gateway. Lancer Family Restaurant says
Prior to natural gas prices skyrocketing, the gas bill would have been significantly lower. Senator Weisfeld said yesterday that he has to raise prices again. He says his restaurant is losing money because of SoCal gas and other utility bills. SoCal gas says the price of natural gas went up more than 300% in January of last year. Earlier, the storms have caused major flooding along California's central coast.
Authorities in Monterey County now expanding evacuation orders after the Salinas River began to overflow, flooding towns along its banks. Video shows the rescue by helicopter of the man stranded after floodwaters washed away his car. Hours earlier, a levee breach on the nearby Pajaro River forced residents to flee.
ABC's Leanne Alley says more than 3,000 people in Monterey County had to leave their homes. Dozens of people had to be rescued. President Biden is expected to announce new steps to protect more than 16 million acres of land and water in Alaska from future oil and gas leasing. And with large drilling in nearly 3 million acres of the future food, both lost the oil regulation. And there is drilling in more than 13 million acres of land in Alaska, known as the National Petroleum Reserve. ABC's Michael says Biden's also expected to approve a new drilling project on the northern slope of Alaska. And the Oscars are Best Picture is going to Everything Everywhere All at Once. The film also took away 6 other statues, including Best Actress, Best Supporting Actress, and Best Supporting Actor. The film had 11 nominations in The Whale, about a 600-pound man making a tremendous relationship with his daughter. He beat out Austin Butler, who starred in the biopic Elvis. Still got weather from KFI. We've got a great day ahead. That's because we've got another atmospheric river. It's hitting Northern California right now, and it's headed our way. Tomorrow it will be heavy. So it's like we could have heavy rain tomorrow afternoon into the next day. High for the next few days are just going to be in the 60s. Right now it is 54 in San Juan Capistrano, 56 in Irvine. If you're looking to drive or do put a fire in the sky, we're checking out the sky.
And drive, keep our tracks on the right shoulder. You're going to be on the brakes and get away from the 91. Keeping up the 91 is that problems there. That's up the 91 at Harvard Boulevard. A couple of weeks, that's when you look in on the right shoulder. That's just a slow from the side as a result of that problem. Tarzan, the last on the 101 south out of Canton Avenue, crews are working to put out a fire on the side of the building, on the side of the freeway, building the building on fire, as well as some grass, a whole lot of activity there on the southbound side of the 101. It's good to get out of Woodland Hill. Southbound side of the 405, not horrible. You're going to get the brakes right around Sterling Way, making your way through the over the pass, on the open up once you get past on Best Boulevard. KFI on the shop. Get you there faster. I'm your full truck. How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need for the equity you built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, or whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital will have the best solution to help you. No appraisals, credit reports, or fraud. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they are simply the best for what they do. Call 833-255-5698. 833-255-5698. Visit HMSCapital.com. And you they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of a reliable, hard-working partner. So they keep 38,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit Uline.com. Also, see that news live from the heated bedroom. Another essential night for a secure exhaust. Units and trailers everywhere, partnering with its success. His wife Michelle is as tense as a fiddle string, trying to contain her rage. Michelle's rolling Steve over, and he goes, and the mask is off. Oh my, the roaring. Michelle throws her elbows. Now it's up. She's leaving for the couch, taking her place to say he's a 100-pound lamb. Basking that off for her. With all of these struggles, he should keep after the previous
remote. It's right, a button. As you sleep inside, you keep your breathing normally and sleeping peacefully. There's no mask and no hose. None. Learn more at InspiredSleep.com. That's InspiredSleep.com.
Sleep apnea innovation. Inspired is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review your sleep safety information at InspiredSleep.com. Hi everyone, I'm Cynthia Lansing, the Cortez, here to tell you your afternoons just got a lot smarter. Seriously, your 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekday. Really heavy rain comes through. Covering more stories from more places more often with the Southland's most sought-after news team, the most local news in Southern California. TRILLIONAIRE 5 News, join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why TRILLIONAIRE is LA's very own.
From Tucson, Arizona, where golf is live all through the world. The battle for the most prize money in golf history. It's Risk Golf on LCW. Are you ready for this? Please check them. Live Saturday and Sunday for CW Network. Saturday and Sunday morning starting at 8 ATL5. The CW. American Vision Windows. SoCal choice for energy efficient windows and doors. AmericanVisionWindows.com. All right. Morning live anywhere on our radio. Bill Buxton is having cataract surgery on both eyes at the same time. So keep your fingers crossed. When let's next fit in, Terry and Simon coming aboard at 9 o'clock. It's Monday, so I assume they're going to get into Mixtape Monday with some music news for you later in the show, in their show. And right now, we're watching these stories for you here at KFI. Oscar night is over. Big night for Everything Everywhere All at Once. Winning 7 of the 11 awards that was nominated for, including Best Picture. And in Rancho Santa Margarita, they got a weird time streak going on. Over the weekend, the OC Sheriff's Department says 7 restaurants were burglarized all in the same night. And they have not made any arrests as of yet. We will watch that situation because I gotta believe there were some cameras somewhere. And now let's talk about Alex Jones. This is all we want. He's a 42-year-old advertiser in Petaluma, California. This is all he wanted. He wanted to go on a Thursday afternoon with his wife and his kid, 5-year-old kid, and another family and go bowling. That's all. So he went online to make a reservation. He wanted to reserve 2 lanes for 2 hours at 3 p.m. on a Thursday afternoon. And he goes, punches in what he wants, and the website says $418.90, please. Well, this struck him as being way too much money for bowling. It struck me as being way too much money for bowling. Now, he didn't just grin. He actually emailed the company, this national company called Bolero. Wherever you live in this country, if there is a bowling alley there, there's a high likelihood that it is operated by Bolero. So he emailed Bolero and he said, dude, what is up with this? $418 to go bowling on a Thursday afternoon. And he got an email back that said that because of the convenience of advanced booking, the pricing for a reservation is different than the walk-in rate or any current advertised special. Now, after he heard back, he went on again and checked the price. Again, obviously he can't check the price for the original pay that he wanted. It was many weeks later. But he looked it up. Now it's a Thursday in February, this last month, and the same thing. 2 lanes, 2 hours, 3 p.m., Thursday afternoon, $408.77. What is it? Well, this is called demand pricing, or dynamic pricing. And it's something we've been familiar with for a long time. You know there's certain times of year when an airplane ticket is going to cost more because everybody wants to fly. You know that if there's a high demand for rental cars, that a rental car is going to cost you.
We know this. If Taylor Swift does a concert, we know those tickets are going to be way more expensive than if I do a concert. But what's happening now is dynamic pricing is creeping into every bowling alley. Bowling alley. It's already in the movie theater. And I'm not talking about pay more for a better seat. They have literally dynamic pricing where if you want to go see a big new release on a Saturday night, you will pay more than if you want to see it on a Tuesday in the early afternoon. Golf courses, your time could be double, depending on when it is that you want to go golfing. How about fitness classes? There's this company called ClassPass. It's an exercise class subscription service. They're using dynamic pricing, and there's this woman in Philly named Melissa Levinson. She signs up for ClassPass, and then she quit. And she quit because she could never figure out how much the classes were going to be. And it was just too much hassle never to know. Was that yoga class going to be $5 or $80? Dynamic pricing takes algorithms and other data and just adjust prices for things in real time. How much demand is there? How much competition is there? What's the weather like? What time of day is it? Even if let's say you're browsing from an old PC computer running Windows, whatever the oldest Windows you can run anymore is. And somebody else is looking at the same thing from an iPhone Pro. Very likely they're going to be shown different prices because some things you can understand in terms of economics. If there's more demand, we understand the price might go up. If there's more competition, we understand the price might go down. If it's a golf course and the weather's beautiful, that basically leads back to more demand. If there's another thing, dynamic pricing also considers your ability to pay. Basically, it'll raise the price for you if it thinks you can afford to pay more and worth pay more. That's why the guy browsing from an iPhone may get a higher price than the guy browsing from a flip phone. I know you can't browse on a flip phone. I'm just trying to demonstrate the concept. There's a restaurant chain in Las Vegas, a small one, it's called Rachel Kitchen. They're doing dynamic pricing for takeout orders. And the founder of this restaurant chain says they might start using dynamic pricing for in-restaurant dining. Imagine that you go in on Tuesday and your omelet is $10, and you go in on Wednesday and your omelet is $12. But you go in on Thursday and your omelet is $8. Man, oh man. It helps businesses greatly. And it only helps you if you happen to log out and get a lower than usual price because of the algorithm. Alright, let's get a news update from Jennifer Jones, please. And then let's talk about the suitcase that patrol with a new law proposed in California that would limit and exclude what police canines can do to you. It's a KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Here's Jennifer Jones live from KFI News. San Bernardino County officials are reopening all the mountain roads to drivers. All routes are open now except for State Route 18. That one is closed. A Downey police officer been hurt in a head-on collision between a patrol car and an SUV in a car. Happened early this morning at Lakewood Boulevard in Columbia Way. The other driver was also taken to the hospital, as was the officer. And the Baker's lights are back on. They're not supposed to be. They went back on last night, a week after they officially went dark on the San Francisco landmark. And on top of behind the display says the lights are glitching out. And now they just don't turn off. Here's how weather from KFI. We've got a gray day ahead. There's a slight chance of showers and highs in the 60s. This report is brought to you by JSX Airlines. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Shopping Center, let's go places like the 60s. Here's you. 63 ways eastbound right before Ramona Avenue. Crashing through right lane traffic stops. That's from Jerry Avenue on that east side. 16 on the west side of the 62 rolling Heights area. Issues there have stairway drivers.
stalled vehicle, actually stalled large vehicle, a truck there in the middle lane, got stopped from the 57. Trying to get two cars down. It's still working a little quieter off the side of the roadway, 101 south side of Tampa, and a whole lot of activity, traffic stopping to go back into Taylor Avenue. We're work on that. KFI in the south, let's get to their factors. I'm a little bold. If you own a small business and you got through COVID and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest getrefunds.com. You answer a few questions, 6 under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP and nonprofits, even if you had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a 6-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies for getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com. Enjoy private jet first. That airline prices will fly. Say that's on. Just the rate. The week is perfect. Hell yeah. Check in 20 minutes before your flight and take my flight to private terminal on 32 jets. Check this out. Fly and set the other real.com and book your flight today. This report is sponsored by the California DMV. Did you know that many DMV tasks, like renewing your registration or starting your Real ID application, can be done online anytime of day? Check them off your to-do list without a trip to the DMV. Get started today at dmv.ca.gov/online. Losing air conditioning in a hot summer day can be a burden on my list, and no one now back that. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with a illumination. It's critical testing, so you'll stay cool, keep like everything, and increase the life of your system. Hopefully the outdoor coils are right, not to use wet. Just for $129. Get air conditioning and plumbing. RealRabbi.com. We'll keep you cool for your life. 1047-781. There's an accident could happen at any position. If you're ever car, motorcycle, trucking accident, or even a dog fight, there's only one firm to call. Quick Change Accident Attorneys, 800-500-5200. For the last 15 years, Quick Change has helped tens of thousands of injured accident victims get medical treatment needed. They've almost won $1 billion for their clients with $188 million settled in 2022. You see, being hurt after an accident has a major impact on a person's life. The last thing you need is to take it on a loan. Quick Change have been awarded Best Attorneys in America, and personal injury is all they do. Quick Change is sweet to you, but tough on the insurance companies to hold them accountable. Their purpose to help you when you need a help. So if you're hurt in an accident, call for a free consultation 24/7. 800-500-5200. 800-500-5200. Quick Change. Get ready to celebrate your favorite podcasts at our iHeart Podcast Awards. Tune in. It's the best podcast. Take home awards in categories like comedy, crime, pop culture, and more. Watch on iHeartRadio, YouTube channel, and Facebook page. And listen on iHeartRadio tomorrow night at 9. Are you looking for some non-dairy deliciousness? Discover the rich, creamy taste of Planet Oat Oat Milk. It's delicious in coffee, smoothies, cereal, or by the glass. Planet Oat Milk tastes every bit as marvelous as the delicious moments it inspires. Take it out in your local grocery store today. And now, a few words from your dog.
Hundreds of animals to donate or join our team and walk with us. Go to KFIAM640.com/wiggle. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We still handle shows. Still having cataract surgery today. You should be back tomorrow with my TRILLIONAIRE. Looking forward to Gary and Shannon coming up at 9 o'clock. It's all of this Smart Watch, what's happening, and it's Monday, so you're going to get Music Week with Take Monday. Then later tonight, on Later with Mo Kelly at 8 o'clock, weekend sports recap with Jackie Ray.
all good stuff. Some of the stories that we're following for you here at AFI, new atmospheric rivers coming through Southern California. It's supposed to start tomorrow. The heaviest rain overnight Tuesday into Wednesday when it should clear out. And if you're in the valleys or the coastal areas, 1 to 3 inches of rain. Mountains, Goodwill communities, 3 to 6 inches of rain. All by itself, that wouldn't necessarily be too much of a problem, but we're kind of all full up here with the rainwater, thank you very much. And Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says there will be no bailout for Silicon Valley banks. The big bank that just had the second largest bank failure in U.S. history. Then a second bank has failed. Signature Bank, which had some branches in Southern California, was taken over by New York regulators. FDIC saying that you have deposits at those banks, you will get your money back. I'll have more about whether that's true or not. And it's don't get panicky. It's not a panicky thing, but it's not 100% true either. We'll talk about that at 8 o'clock. Now, in California, another bill designed to change policing and to make it more equitable. And it's Assembly Bill 742. And it's sponsored by Ask Paula up in San Jose. Of course, Southern California, the Riverside. And it will basically forbid police canines from biting people. Specifically, when they send the dog in to suppress the guy. And, you know, the dog is trained up to bite on the guy. And this is a highly effective way of subduing the suspect. I mean, if you only want to look at does it work, the answer is, well, you know what? It does work pretty well. Riverside County, 2021 stats. K-9 unit interacted with 699 suspects. 693 of them gave us that according to Sheriff's Cadbury. So it certainly works, and it works because for reasons that we may never fully understand, people are more afraid of a big dog that's barking and biting than they are of human police officers with sticks and tasers and guns. That's the way it is. I think it's because a cop, I guess a cop swinging a gun at you is one thing. I would see my pants immediately if a cop pointed a gun. That would be the scariest thing that's ever happened. But I guess for some people, it's even scarier to have a dog biting your arm and growling. There's just something visceral about it. And that's why it is so effective. And that's why police officers usually not that way. They don't have to go in there and put themselves in danger because of the suspect. And so might even be less effective anyway. So what's the problem? I just told you all the good things about using police to get suspects to away. Basically, it seems to work with a high degree of success. What are the problems? Well, one of the problems is, and I'm sure that you can see this coming around the curve, police dogs have a history and are associated in the minds of many people as being part of racist crowd control measures used to go after protesters, particularly historically civil rights protesters. And also that data shows that police dogs are put on people of color at a higher rate than on white people. So there's this question of equity and social justice, and just like fire hoses and all kinds of other symbols of a racially oppressive police force, police dogs are part of that. And so the idea would be, and I'll do my best to explain it fairly for the people that are pursuing this idea, that if you can strip out an oppressive police action, particularly amongst people of color who are most affected by those things. And so to endorse this idea. I guess I would say it's better in the big picture for police agencies to stop having police dogs fighting people. This is something that is debatable. It is definitely not agreeable, and may or may not be the best reason to make a change in police, but it's certainly on the table. Now, the other reason is something that, number one, happens, although it doesn't happen very often, but number two, that I don't think anybody would disagree is the problem, and that is that once in a while the police dog bites the wrong person. It happens. There was a case some years ago where it's up in Sacramento, and they're chasing a guy, and he goes into some family's backyard, totally innocent family. He goes in their backyard and gets up on a tree, and he's hiding in the tree. And they let the dog out. Or whatever, they let the dog out. And police dogs, here's the thing. One thing you can't train a police dog is to know the difference between the bad guy and somebody who's just an innocent bystander. So what happened is, the dog ran into the backyard and bit the first person that he saw. And it wasn't the guy in the tree. It was some guy who did not need to be bitten by a police dog. And there was a hue and a cry after this, where people were actually saying, hey, you gotta win it when you release police dogs. And at that point in time, the Sacramento Police Department said, well, you're going to compromise officer safety if you make us give a warning. So we're going to release a police dog on private property. Because that's all they wanted is, if you're going to send a dog into somebody's backyard or house,
there's the heavy shirt. Look at that. That's a nice little pick. That's some Bobby Newcomb, Tommy Frazier action, dog. That was fucking vintage Nebraska option football, dude. That was Eric Child's for Heisman. That's how that comes.
They wanted help looking for somebody. They didn't suspect anybody in the house of anything. And one person said, yeah, you can bring the dog into the backyard to the garage. And while they were doing that, apparently one of the cops let their dog just go into the house. And there was some guy in the house sitting at a computer doing nothing. And the dog hit him. So he had his neurological. So that's the other thing, I guess, that would support a bill. Okay, you cannot use your canine.
Heisman Trophy winner, third round pick. Oh my god.
Explosive detection and drug detection. Those would be the remaining things you could do with the canine if you still have.
Really? I'm one of the most dynamic and legendary fucking people ever seen. I'm like Bobby Newcomb, I'm Tommy Frazier. I'm like the fucking love child who was born unto them in Lincoln, Nebraska, circa mid-1900s. It's like if my parents weren't like in Chile, and they were Bobby and Tommy, and I wasn't born in the mid-80s and the Midwest, I was born in the mid-90s in the Midwest, Look how sick this move was.
New Boston, uncontrollably lacking 24-hour news grid, excepting regional bank operations, so Calvin State slowly reports lacking outside Signature Bank location in Beverly Hills, where it says regulators have taken over.
With more than $110 billion in assets, Signature Bank collapses the third biggest bank failure in U.S. history. The bank has locations in the LA area and at least one in Orange County. The closure of New York-based Signature Bank follows the recent failure of California-based Silicon Valley Bank, which collapsed because customers fearful of the bank's health rushed to withdraw their money. Officials say both bank customers will be able to access their money, not just the $250,000 insured by the FDIC. Reporting live in Beverly Hills, Blake Foley, KFI.
President Biden has tried to assure people that the banking system in the states will fight the failure of their two banks in less than a week. He says his administration has taken quick action to protect customers and says they will have access to their money.
Second, the management of these banks will be fired. If the bank is taken over by FDIC, the people running the bank should not work there anymore.
He says investors will not be protected and that the bank losses will not be covered by taxpayers. News is brought to you by Sunlight.
Governor Newsom has proclaimed a state of emergency to support storm response and relief efforts in 6 more counties. He had already proclaimed a state of emergency in 34 counties throughout the state, including LA and San Bernardino. A young boy who fell on the Santa Ana riverbed in Santa Ana has been rescued by a bystander who happened to see him floating in the water. York County Fire Authority says the boy's dad tried to save him yesterday, but couldn't. The boy was swept out about a half-mile down the river when the other man jumped in. All 3 were out of the water when rescuers arrived. More than 130 citations have been issued in a statewide operation to crack down on underage drinking. Officials say the operation called Shoulder Tap is a program that is under direct supervision. It stands outside, somebody stands outside a liquor store and asks customers to buy them alcohol. If the adult agrees, they're cited. Saturday's operation involved 44 local police and sheriff's departments across California. The Department of Alcohol and Beverage Control, Erica Herta, says the program reduces DUIs and increases public safety. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once has won 6 Oscars at the 95th Academy Awards. Michelle Yeoh won for Best Actress for her role in the movie, and Jamie Lee Curtis got Best Supporting Actress. Brendan Fraser won Best Actor for his performances in The Whale. The World War I film All Quiet on the Western Front took away 4 Oscars, including Best International Feature Film and Cinematography.
There was a film effort to showcase women at this year's Oscars. Steve Gregory got named to the Academy Award. Not only were women prominently seen as hosts during the pre-show on the red carpet, but many female Oscar winners were asked to backstage about their views on women in the film industry.
You deserve to be heard. You deserve to be seen. You deserve to have the equal opportunities so you can have a seat at the table. That's all you ask people. Give us that opportunity. Let us do real work.
That's Michelle Yeoh, who won Best Actress for her role in Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. I could go be here in Hollywood.
And former Trump lawyer Michael Cohen is expected to testify this morning before a grand jury in New York about hush money paid to porn actress Stormy Daniels, who claims to have an affair with the former president. ABC News says the grand jury has been hearing evidence of former President Trump's role in the payment.
Cohen paid Daniels $130,000 on the closing days of the 2016 presidential campaign. The Trump organization then reimbursed Cohen, and prosecutors have been investigating whether Trump falsified business records by logging the expense as a legal matter.
Cohen went to prison for campaign finance violations related to the payment. Taking a look at your KFI Financial Report, sponsored by Jacoby and Myers, the Dow is up 194, S&P is up 17, NASDAQ is up 72, and the average price of the gallon of unleaded gas in California is $4.92. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Purchased for you since 1972. SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a great day ahead because another atmospheric river is in Northern California right now and it's pushing our way. Should be here later tonight, by tomorrow for sure. Heavy rain expected tomorrow night into Wednesday. Warm storm though. Highs are just going to be in the 60s. Right now it's 53 in North Olinda, 54 in Laguna Hills, 56 in Downey and in Mission Hills. Okay, we're going to drive with BKFI in the sky and 71. 71,
we're some trouble there on the southbound side of Rice People 8th Avenue. We've got a stall in the left lane. Oh, fuck. That's how the particularly back in the 10 and 57 interstates on that southbound 71. Meanwhile, it's still an ugly drive. Some of you get the whole patch and cops and find yourself outside of Interstate 15. You hit the brakes right around Main Street and area. Earlier road work may still be wrapping up there right near the 138. So that's the cause, at least the early cause of the delays to the common path. Further south on the 15, we've got issues if you're headed through Ontario. This is where you're on Foothill Boulevard. Looks like we've got a crash, no injuries, but that involves a couple of motorcycles. So a lot going on there. And if you are looking to get through the Oxnard area, 101 freeway northbound until down north, it crashed in the white lane car versus a big rig. A whole lot of slowing with stops from U.S. Road. AFI in the sky. Take a bit faster. I'm Will Coltrane. This hour of the Bill Hamble Show is brought to you by WBC Kitchen and Bath Center. Find the largest selection of in-stock appliances in Southern California at WBCappliances.com. WBCappliances.com. A light source system gives you filtered and delicious water straight from every tap in the house. It filters out the chlorine and contaminants while retaining healthy minerals, and there's no filter system ever. It's maintenance free. New customers get a
free pure antibacterial filter for $825. This ends March 31st. Call 800-803-2696. Visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source Water, taste and feel the difference.
What would you do if the secret cabal of the most powerful folks in the United States told you, hey, let's plant a tree? Back in the 1930s, American Rabbi all that secret tree in the U.S. Exactly. I'm Ben Bowler.
And I'm Smedley Buckner. Join us for this sordid tale of ambition, treason, and what happens when evil tycoons have too much time on their hands.
Listen to Let's Start a Tree on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you find your favorite show.
And here's how America's largest injury firm, Morgan Morgan, reported general.
More stimulating thoughts.
And I like it very efficient.
KFI 840 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is the Bill Handel Show. I'm not Bill Handel. He's getting cataract surgery today. He's sitting back tomorrow. Wayne Resnick's sitting in. We have Jerry and Shannon coming up an hour from now with Swamp Rock and Mixed Monday, all the music you could ever want. And later tonight on Later with Mo Kelly, he's going to have Jackie Ray on for a weekend sports recap. It's all good listening here on KFI. Now, before we get into the latest banking crisis, here's some other stories we're watching for you at KFI. President Biden in SoCal, San Diego today, big announcement. Australia is going to buy some nuclear-powered attack submarines that no make. Because they're trying to modernize their fleet. I think what they're using now is that belt thing from 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. They want to upgrade. And then Biden's going to come up to Monterey Park tomorrow, talk about guns, violence, interesting crime-free in Rancho Santa Margarita over the weekend. According to the Orange County Sheriff's Department, 7 different restaurants were burglarized all in one night. Don't have any arrests yet. Don't know if maybe they had a suspect in mind. Keep an eye on that for you. And maybe the biggest news of the day, even bigger than everything everywhere all at once, winning all those awards at the Oscars, is the fact that we've got 2 bank failures happening in rapid succession. Silicon Valley Bank, which was taken over by authorities in the second biggest bank failure in the history of the United States. And then you have Signature Bank, was taken over by the New York State regulators, although they did have branches here in Southern California. And that is the 3rd biggest bank failure in the history of the United States. So that's not good. Now, number one, got to go back to 2008 when the beginning of that whole economic crisis, Washington Mutual. Here's what happened. Washington Mutual, I'm going to give you inflation adjusted numbers here. Okay, because I think it's fairer to the recent thing. Washington Mutual in 2008 sales, and at the time, it was $307 billion in assets adjusted for inflation, $386 billion. Silicon Valley Bank, number 2, $209 billion. Signature Bank, $118 billion. These are pretty big bank failures, but on the other end, we're talking less than Silicon Valley Bank. I think was the 16th biggest bank in the country, but it represents less than 1% of the banking assets. So if you're looking at the entire swimming pool of banking, this is not catastrophic, but it's certainly not good either. Now, what happened with Silicon Valley Bank? We had President Biden live speaking early this morning, right at the start of the show. And he seemed to really point the fingers at the people who were running the bank. He made a big deal of saying that they've been hired and that there was going to be accountability. And I'm not saying he's wrong, but I'm saying that it's certainly not the whole story. So one thing that happens is something that happens to all of us, and it's called the pandemic. And what happens specifically in banking, and to this bank in particular, is you had a situation where economic activity was suppressed during the pandemic, and people actually had money. They were getting help from the government if they needed it, or they weren't spending as much. And what happened is, with Silicon Valley Bank, is people put a lot of money in. They started depositing money. And they actually couldn't lend it all out. That's the normal model. You take the money, you know this from It's a Wonderful Life, right? Your money's not here, it's in Fred's house. You take somebody's money, you lend it out, and you make money from the loan, you maybe pay a little interest to the guy who deposited it. So they had all these things, something that seems like a good, fair, safe idea. They put it in U.S. Treasury Secretary, super safe investment. But then, only inflation. Not their fault. And then came the rapid increase in the interest rate by the Fed. Not their fault, not the bank's fault. So guess what happens? When interest rates go up, generally speaking, bond prices go down. All of a sudden, their holdings in super safe treasury securities and bonds were worth way less through no fault of their own. But what happened then is, and they had to, announce it, and they sold some of those bonds, and they took a $1.8 billion hit. And then, when that became known, some venture capital firms said, hey, you companies that we gave money to, tech companies, for example, and we gave you money, we think you better get your money out of that bank right now. Because we're investors in your company, and God forbid we should lose any money. So that led to a run on the bank, and boom, now we're in a situation where the Fed has taken over the bank. And that President Biden is talking about people who deposited money in their banks to then get all their money back. And people who invested, and I think he was talking about these venture capital firms who invested in companies that now are going to be in big financial trouble because they can't get all their money, that they're out of luck because that's capitalism, and you made a risk, you took a risk, you made a gamble, and you lost, and that's how it works. So that's what's going on, and that's how we got here. And one last thing quickly, they're saying everyone will get their money back, even if it's over the $250,000 insurance amount. Probably, but not necessarily. Over $250,000, you're going to get a receiver's certificate for the uninsured amount of your deposit. Some of which they said they're going to pay back next week. They'll pay back the rest as they liquidate the bank's assets. But if they can't get enough from liquidating the assets to pay everybody back in full, some people won't get all their money back. That's just what happens. Let's get some news from Jennifer Jones, please. And then let's talk about the lie detector. Why it's bogus, and now they're saying there's a new improved lie detector that actually works, but does it really? This is KFI 86.3 live everywhere on iHeartRadio app. Jennifer Jones leads live on KFI News. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is planning to make surveillance footage from the January 6th Capitol riot widely available. He says he'll slowly roll out the security video to every individual news agency, saying the goal is transparency. Today marks 3 years since Breonna Taylor was shot and killed by police who carried out a no-knock warrant at her apartment in Louisville, Kentucky. And the oldest woman in South Africa has died at the age of 128 years old. Johanna Mozabuko died on March 3rd, but before her death, she was believed to be the oldest living person in the world. She was set to turn 129 in just under 2 months. So got weather from KFI. A gray day ahead. There's a slight chance of showers in the forecast. Highs today, though, will just be in the 60s. This report is brought to you by the Catalina Island Company. From Southern California, Toyota dealers, traffic center, let's go places like the 15. Not going anywhere too quickly either. Right for Cucamonga, the 15 south on Light Court, Whitfield Boulevard, crash there, the center's by with some motorcycle down. And press stop and go back to Summit Avenue. That's already after you jump to the Cajon Pass, which is
a very long, slow slog this morning. Southbound side of the 15 at 1:30. That off-ramp shut down until, well, it looks like 5 a.m. Friday. So that's when that's going to be reopened. It's delayed from Main Street in Texas area. We did have a crash in Mid-City, LA, 10 freeway westbound of Crenshaw. It's out of lane. Traffic looks pretty bad out of downtown LA, making your way on out to Robertson. Expect delays there. And it's all complete 60 westbound past Fairway, still a bit slow as you approach the Rolling Heights area. High in the sky, hope to get you there faster. I'm Will Fulbright.
Escape the Catalina Island this winter for adventure, wellness, and everything in between. Relax on the beach, explore the hiking trails, or spend the day on the water. When you arrive midweek and book 2 nights, your third night is complimentary. Plan today at visitCatalinaIsland.com.
This report is sponsored by Amtrak. Spring break travel can't plan itself. So get going with your next adventure aboard Amtrak. You can save up to 20% when you book in advance at Amtrak.com. 7-day advance purchase required. Restrictions and exclusions apply.
We're Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists. Enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
During Staples, you should believe that you should stay big or do save. Save 25% on classroom decor and up to 40% on brands like Post-it, Papermate, and Owners. In-store only, offer M4 while supplies last. Help your favorite teachers stock their classroom at Staples.
What I would tell people is that you don't have to be a pain anymore. Meet Dr. Justin Garzone, medical director at QC Genetics, the nation's leader in using advanced regenerative medicine to get people lasting relief from chronic joint pain. What's exciting is that I get to see patients with our treatment actually get better. Have you discovered regenerative medicine? It's an all-natural way to use the power of your own body to restore and repair damaged tissue. We're using things that are already in your body, and we're simply concentrating them and then put it in an area of your body that you're having the pain so that your body can start the regenerative process, the healing process. For pain in your knees, hips, back, shoulders, don't assume the old treatments are the only treatment. Avoid drugs and surgery and get lasting relief. Call QC Genetics now for a free consultation. Call QC Genetics 213-997. That's 213-997. 213-997.
At Ralph, shopping with pickup and delivery is as clean as shopping in store. Same low prices, deals, and rewards on the same high-quality items. One small trip for groceries, one big win for busy families everywhere. Start your cart today at Ralph.com. Ralph, fresh for everyone. It's the kind of product you'd like to be doing.
Fresh fruit makes for a delicious food treat. 18-ounce containers of simple fruit or canned blueberries for $4.99 per cost. Ralph, fresh for everyone.
Pray.com's meditative spirit contract is the best way to bring God's perfect peace into your life. This meditative prayer helps you focus on God, fight anxiety, think better, and more.
Close your eyes.
Listen to meditative prayer on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Really true. When the pandemic started 3 years ago, she said, "Spend your potential." No, that's how these people get their money.
Hopefully and confident, and then there's that. You're 30 billion, yeah, everybody in the world, college.
What's happening?
John and Karen, so she's going to be the labor secretary of the United States of America.
Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Good morning, it's the Bill Handel Show. He is off. He is having cataract surgery. Wayne Resnick sitting in before Gary Shannon took over at 9 o'clock. And we are watching some stories for you here at KFI. I would say the biggest news right now is this atmospheric river is going to start dumping rain on us again tomorrow. Bad overnight, as bad as it's going to get overnight, and then get out of here hopefully Wednesday. 1 to 3 inches in the coastal areas of the valley, 3 to 6 inches in the mountains of the Federal community. So prepare yourself for that. And traffic might stink tomorrow around Southern California. President Biden's going to be in Monterey Park talking about gun violence. And here we go again. So, police science has been the bugaboo of innocent people for quite some time. Because there are a lot of things that pass for science that are used in policing that aren't as scientific as we may have been led to believe. And I want to make one thing clear here. This is not anti-police, because police themselves are often the biggest victims, if you will, when the science that they've been given to use fails them. And I'm bringing this up now because for a long time, we've all understood that lie detectors don't work. They're not reliable. They're not accurate. The thing where you sit down and they put the rubber stumps around your chest and the thing on your finger and all of that, it's no good. Because it only measures if you're nervous. It doesn't measure the difference between lying and telling the truth. It measures the difference between being relaxed or being nervous. And I'm not aware, maybe with the exception of like a bachelorette party, where anybody's taking a lie detector test for fun, and therefore is relaxed when they're taking it. And now they're trying to rehabilitate the lie detector by using a new technology that they say is actually accurate and actually works, and we'll get into that in a second. But where did these things come from? And it's kind of a true story, because it comes from a place you might not expect. UC Berkeley. All the way back in the 20s, where there was a string of tests from College Hall. College Hall was one of the dorms there at the time that was filled with young ladies, and most of these young ladies came from wealthy families, and so they had some nice things. And somebody was going around stealing stuff, and it started with small stuff like underwear or books, and things that you could maybe think you could misplace it. So they didn't really want to call the cops at first, but then it got worse, and eventually very expensive things were getting stolen, like a diamond ring that was worth $400 at the time. That would be about $6,500 today. So they had to call the police, and it just so happened that the police chief in Berkeley at the time was a guy named August Vollmer, who is, to his credit, I suppose, the first police chief in the country to look at crime and think that maybe science could help fight crime. So he hired fingerprint people and handwriting analyst people, and he put together this thing called a morgue book. And it had pictures of corpses, and it had pictures of car wrecks, and it had pictures of weapons, and it was almost like an encyclopedia that he thought future investigators could use by referring to this thing. He also put in kind of the first rudimentary radio system around Berkeley. It was a signaling system, so cops could call each other for backup, and he's also the first police chief to give his officers vehicles. Started with bikes, there was motorcycles, eventually they got cars. He also started hiring cops out of the university, people with college education, to be cops. And one of those guys was a guy named John Larson, and to make a long story there short, he invented the first lie detector machine. They called it the cardio-pneumo-psychograph. Now we call it a polygraph. And they used it in this case to try to figure out who was stealing all of it. And it worked. But I don't think it worked because the lie detector machine worked. I think it worked because they started grilling people, hooking them up to a machine, and the person who was guilty just couldn't take it. And keep that. Now, almost right away, there was a reason to think that these lie detector tests were such a good idea, even for police, because there was a terrible, terrible murder that happened in San Francisco. And they hooked the guy up to a lie detector and passed. And then he was acquitted. And here's the thing. everybody knew at the time, half everybody didn't know, and you know historically, everybody knows he did it. He did it. And he got away with it because the lie detector didn't work. We normally think of it not working in that it makes you look guilty when you're not guilty, but it can also work the other way. So fast forward to now, and what's happening is there's people who claim they have a new technology that can scan your eyeball using a functional MRI machine, and that by detecting the different movement patterns of your eyeball, that they can tell if you're lying or not, and they can see you're lying or not. And critics are saying there's no evidence that it works any better than the old-fashioned lie detector machine. But, you know, part of the problem is, and I think police are a victim of it, I don't know that there's so much the perpetrators of it. There's a victim of hucksters. Because it's big business. If you can get police agencies to decide they want a piece of equipment, you can make a ton of money. And there's an incentive there to push something that doesn't necessarily do exactly what you say it does. And I'm hoping this new eye scan thing doesn't have to go through the same cycle, where for years and years it's treated with reverence, and people's confessions are used against them because of it, and people maybe even get convicted because of it, until finally later we find out what we should have. It's actually no good. People, highly trained police officers are way better at this than these machines. One last thing, just because I think it's funny, the Baltimore Police Department for a time, this was when everybody believed lie detector machines worked. This is what they did. They've got a Xerox machine, regular old Xerox machine. And they filled it with paper, and the paper had been pre-printed to say either true or false. And they would load whatever paper they wanted into the Xerox machine, and then they would hook somebody up to it, and ask them questions, and then just hit the print button, and a piece of paper would come out, and it would say true or false, so that they could manipulate people, try to get them to confess. And that was not in the 20s or the 30s or the 40s. That was in all of our lifetimes that they were doing that. All right, let's get some news from Jennifer Jones-Lee, and then it will be time to finally get to the bottom of these laws outlawing drag, and particularly the one in Tennessee that has been signed. Does it violate the Constitution? Probably, but maybe not. It's actually not as bad a law as you think. Please don't get mad at me yet. KFI 8640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Here's Jennifer Jones-Lee live from the KFI Newsroom. Everything, everywhere, all at once is taking the top prize at the Oscars. The sci-fi film also took away 6 other trophies, including for Best Actress, Best Supporting Actress, and Best Supporting Actor. Brendan Fraser won the Oscar for Best Actor in a leading role. His film The Whale also won for makeup and hairstyling. All flying on the Western Front for Best Music and Production Design. It was a night for comebacks. I'm Steve Gregory backstage at the 95th Annual Academy Award. Never forget where you came from, because if you forget that, all humility goes out the window. That's Pete Swan, who won the Best Supporting Actor Oscar for Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. Swan was a child actor who starred in the Goonies and Indiana Jones, then no one would hire him. Here's Brendan Fraser, Best Actor winner for his role in The Whale.
You put one foot in front of the other, goes my way. At least me. I can do it. I can do it.
After starring in a string of movies in the 80s and 90s, he left acting for personal reasons. At the Dolby Theater in Hollywood, Steve Gregory, KFI News. I didn't know drivers crossed the track into a group of women walking in Pico Rivera. The 3 women were on Woods Road yesterday, approaching Rose Hills Road, and they were hit. The driver kept going. One woman died at the scene, and another was taken to the hospital with serious injuries. State highways running through isolated, snowed-in communities in the San Bernardino Mountains have reopened. Caltrans asked non-residents to be aware the community is still recovering.
It says to be respectful, slow down, and not to park on the roadways blocking essential personnel. South Bend says to bring change as weather conditions can change rapidly open Saturday. A man in Texas has filed a lawsuit against three women claiming they illegally helped his ex-wife with her abortion. Marcus Silver says the women helped his then-wife obtain pills to terminate her pregnancy last year.
The lawsuit also will target the manufacturer of medication. Silver is demanding $1 million. Abortion rights groups call it an intimidation tactic.
ABC's Jim Ryan says in Texas, a woman who gets an abortion cannot be held liable. Silver's ex-wife is not named in the lawsuit filed last week. The couple divorced in February.
There is no need to go to Mexico. Don't go stay here.
The Texas Department of Public Safety has issued a warning to people in the state to avoid traveling to Mexico during spring break. Officials say drug cartel violence and other criminal activities represent a significant safety threat to anyone who crosses the border. Brownsville police officer Martin Sandoval says also the drinking age in Mexico is 18 and Americans who get drunk there and come back to the U.S. can be arrested.
Who cross the bridge back into the U.S. You are in violation of the law.
The State Department rates spots like Cancun or Cabo San Lucas as risk level 2 out of 4. That's the same rating given to Germany, the UK, and Italy. SoCal weather from KFI looks like we've got a great day ahead. Our storm, this atmospheric river, is in Northern California right now. They'll spend the day there, roll our way overnight into tomorrow. We could see some heavy rain coming in Tuesday night into Wednesday, but then it should taper off. It looks like all for the first part of this week is just going to be in the 60s. Right now it is 56 degrees in Mission Hills. Let's get a look at your drive with BKFI in the sky, and this time we're checking out your crash on the 5.
Wonderful crash on the 5 in Anaheim. Southbound side of the 5 is Euclid Street. Crash there on the right shoulder. A couple of vehicles involved. It's close from the 91, and then once you get past that, if you continue southbound side of the 5 at Broadway, looks like several vehicles involved in a wreck there with delays getting away from the 22. Been telling you about some slowdowns coming out of the Cajon Pass. Go to stay southbound side for before Main Street in Hesperia. You're going to hit the brakes all the way down to the pass. There's construction going on at Highway 138 on the southbound side of the 15. And once you get past that, looks like we have a little hitch in your get along 16 southbound baseline road. Couple of vehicles. Well, one of them, a motorcycle. Motorcycle landed in the center divider from somewhere. So a lot going on there. No word on injuries, but certainly a lot of activity. And if you are hoping to get to Pomona, 71 southbound right before 8, follow the right shoulder. It's slow basically all the way back in the 10, 50, 17, 20. KFI in the sky. Let's get you there faster. I will go from it. How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need with the equity you built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, or whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital may have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I think 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they're simply the best for what they do. Call 833-255-5698. 833-255-5698. Simple print and marketing services help small business print big. Now get $15 off signs, banners, and posters when you spend $65 or more. Offer ends 4/15. Visit Staples.com/print here for details. This is your time to try Staples, where prints are perfect, guaranteed. Hey, always Team Sharp, are you running out of hot water? Water Heaters Only has been specializing in the repair and replacement of water heaters since 1968. That's over 54 years as the original water heater specialist. So visit waterheatersonly.com for 0 interest financing. Terms and conditions apply. Request quick service or call to speak with a live operator 24 hours a day. Don't wait. Don't overpay. Visit waterheatersonly.com today. That's waterheatersonly.com.
Water damage, fire damage, HaveYourGas.com.
Fires in your ear, on your brain. Follow us now. AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Tennessee still handles still on today, having cataract surgery and legends sitting in. Gary and Shannon are going to take over in a little bit here from 9 to 1 right here on KFI, where we're following some stories for you. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says no bailout for Silicon Valley Bank, even as a second bank has failed called Signature Bank, which had some branches here in Southern California. Silicon Valley Bank taken over by the Fed, Signature Bank taken over by New York regulators, and FDIC and Treasury saying you will get your money if you had money in those banks. They're going to take care of you, so don't you worry about it. And of course, everybody knows this now. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once won 7 out of the 11 nominations at last night's Oscars, including Best Picture. People have been entertained by people wearing the clothes of the opposite gender for hundreds of years, maybe thousands of years. I'm thinking specifically of 36 years' time when it was quite common for an actor to play a character of the quote opposite gender. But even going back to Roman times and Greek times, it was very common as a form of entertainment, and it was primarily a man. By the way, in this whole discussion, I am going to use binary terms because it's the only way to talk about what's going on without tripping over yourself a million times. It would be a man dressing up as a woman primarily, although there were some instances where women would play the role of men to the delight of audiences from all walks of life. Super rich people would laugh. Poor people would come and appreciate it. And at the same time, apparently people have been bothered by someone wearing the clothes of the gender because, yes, right now the news cycle is full of stories about laws prohibiting drag performances, going into restrooms dressed differently than your birth gender or your quote assigned gender. And in the case of Tennessee, the first state to actually pass and have signs that the law, and it restricts drag. Now, here's the thing. Number one, there have been people in society who have been afraid and scared by this for a long time. In the 19th century, they passed what they called the masquerade law. And it was literally illegal to walk down the street. If you were a man and you would walk down the street dressed as a woman or the other way around, this was a crime. And usually what happens is those laws get repealed. From time to time, jurisdictions revisit their criminal codes, and they often repeal outdated laws. You know, those games that you play about funny laws that are still on the books, like it's illegal to peel an orange in a hotel room in Montana. Well, there are a lot of laws like that, and there were a ton of these laws on the books all over the place, and they were pretty much entirely repealed over time, and now they're back. So here's the thing about the Tennessee law. The Tennessee law is both, how do I want to say this? It is limited and careful as to the law, meaning I think it probably is constitutional, but it's also 100% pandering with no actual use. It will never be used. I guess I should say this. I don't want to say it will never be used. No one, unless they purposefully want to, will ever be convicted of this law. For the same reasons that it is constitutional. Here's what happened. So Tennessee, like some other states, got all pieces of the wordplay, got all ribbed out about drag. And they wrote this law. And the first law that they wrote basically said it's illegal to be in drag in public. And they were going to try to pass that law. Now, that's a law that is so unconstitutional I can't even believe it. And apparently, at least some people in Tennessee's legislature have some brains. And they said, whoa, we can't pass this law because it'll be struck down immediately. It's ridiculous. This is a ridiculous law. So some people who have some understanding of the law as it exists now and the First Amendment said, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to tailor this law so it comports to First Amendment ruling. So here's what the law in Tennessee makes a crime. Things that were already a crime. Things that are in fact a crime everywhere in this country. Because what's illegal under the law in Tennessee now are performances that are obscene. It doesn't outlaw any old drag performance. It doesn't. It outlaws drag performances that are obscene. And obscene has a specific legal definition, and it's basically stuff that's supposed to get you horny, but it's so disgusting that an average person would be disgusted, and also there's nothing redeeming about it in terms of social commentary or artistic expression or anything else. So it's supposed to get somebody horny, and it's totally disgusting, and there's not anything about it that's worthy. That's obscenity. It's not protected by the First Amendment. So they wrote the law to say, if you have a cabaret performance, and the law covers topless dancers, exotic dancers, and male or female impersonators, and that's where the going after drag comes. And if they are doing a performance in public, or if they're doing a performance in a private space where a child could see, and it's obscene, then it's a crime. But it's a crime anyway to do an obscene performance. It doesn't matter if you're in drag or not. Obscenity is illegal anyway. So it has the effect of saying to the people of Tennessee who are all bummed out about drag, saying, look what we're doing. But in reality, the only person who ever can be convicted under this law is a person who says, I'm going to try to be as sexually or bodily fluidly disgusting as possible for no other reason, for no point. I'm not making any point. I'm just going to do it. You basically have to try to be obscene. Nobody stumbles into obscenity by accident. That's not how it works. The bar is very, very, very high for something to be legally obscene. And it's the same high bar in this Tennessee law. So in a way, it's a whole bunch of nothing except for this thing. Why pass it if you know you're never going to get anything? Because it creates a pretext to intimidate people, and for law enforcement if they're so inclined to go after people, whether or not it ultimately leads to a conviction. And we have a lot of laws like this, and they're called exclusionary laws. They're laws that are passed not to be enforced all the way through to a conviction, but to intimidate people and then for police to harass people. That's what this law is. Hey, let's get some news from Jennifer Jonesley, and then we're going to finish up with, the actors were pretty, smooth, and, what's the word I'm going to use? Boring. Oh, well, boring. I was trying to be nice, that's why I tripped up, and I didn't want to say boring. Controversy-free, except for a couple of things that did happen. And we'll talk about them. It's KFI 640 Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Here's Jennifer Jonesley live from KFI News. LA Unified School District teachers are planning to join thousands of other district employees in a 3-day strike. The strike can happen within the next couple of weeks. Authorities in Long Beach are looking for the owner of the dog rescued after swimming out to sea. A lifeguard rescued the small dog late Sunday afternoon and handed it off to a crew that was in a waiting boat.
And the U.S. suffered a big loss on home turf in the World Baseball Classic. USA was defeated by Mexico 11-5 at State Field in Phoenix. Here's how weather from KFI. We've got a great day ahead. Temperatures just in the 60s, slight chance of showers. This report is brought to you by Amtrak. In Southern California, Toyota dealers shopping center lets go places like the 405.
You're going to find some slowing getting out of the valley. Southbound side of the 405 at Truman Way. It's a creepy crawl all the way down to the Sepulveda Pass, which does open up those once you get past Sunset Boulevard. Not a bad ride there. Now, our usual delays are easily slow here on the 10 freeway, heading westbound out of downtown, starting at about Western Avenue. It's slow through the Mid-City area all the way on over towards Santa Monica. Looks like you get a break right around 20th Street. Just spotting a little problem stuff outside the 405 axis, and not sure what's in lane, but if you do something else, please give us a tip. Let us know. Pound 260 on your cell phone, keyword KFI traffic. KFI in the sky. Get you there faster. I'm Will Coltrane.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. No question that termites can be destructive, but many people underestimate exactly how much damage these little buggers can do to a home. Termites cause more property damage every year than thunderstorms, blizzards, earthquakes, and floods combined. And termite damage can not even be covered by your home insurance, which means you're often left to pay the bill. So, a phone call to Pacific Coast Termite makes sense. Call them at 800 Pacific, and even if you don't think you have termites, still call Pacific Coast Termite for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. With Pacific Coast Termite, there's no fencing, no double bagging your food, no pet sitting, no container. 2% off termite treatment and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800 Pacific. 800 Pacific. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com. 800 Pacific.
Friendly ways. On Amtrak, you can give your family and your wallet a spring break. That's because now more searching is 2 to 12 right for 50% off. So not only will you get a sweet ticket, you'll save money too. Book now at Amtrak.com. Restrictions apply. This report is sponsored by Executive Pacific University's Leanne School of Accounting.
Advance your career and earn a master's in accounting at Executive Pacific University's Leanne School of Accounting. With scholarships available and 100% job placement after graduation. There's never been a better time to advance your accounting career. Visit atu.edu today. The podcast Let's Start Explore wonders, what if the secrets of all of the nation's most powerful people tried to overthrow the president? Explore how it almost happened to FDR in the 1930s in this documented retelling of one of American history's weirdest scenes.
And for you, Major General Levi Butler, nothing from evidence needs to be seen. Why? Is it something bad?
Listen to Let's Start Explore on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You know, some estimate that the S&P will get 20% last year, and that this year's outlook is even weaker. In fact, a majority of economists are forecasting a recession in 2023.
So that's why we hear time and time again how important it is to diversify your portfolio, or else you risk taking massive losses.
Gold and precious metals can offer a hedge against inflation and stock market volatility. And Legacy Precious Metals is the company we trust.
With Legacy Precious Metals, you can protect your retirement account by rolling into a gold-backed IRA, or have metals shipped directly to your door.
Visit Legacy online and get your free investor's guide at buylegacygold.com.
Or give Legacy Precious Metals a call. Here's the number, 866-691-2173. That's 866-691-2173.
Don't leave your retirement to chance. Call Legacy Precious Metals today and download your free investor's guide at buylegacygold.com. Oh, the times are waiting on St. Patty's Day. Yep, and I request for you to my left shelf. And now the top 5 reasons for Toronto. Number 5.
St. Patrick's Day Freezing. Get a 3+ Rainbow Keychain March 17th.
Number 4.
Rain Gun Gift Giveaway. Get a Country Town so when you earn 500 points, you get Friday. You can win up to $1,500 in free play when Cross Winter Rewards Card. Friday, 1 to 8 p.m.
And the number 2.
It's not luck. We work hard for you. That's why Valentine's readers voted up the best casino in the Southland.
And the number 1 reason.
Eat, drink, and be iceberg. Discounts on draft beer and Irish whiskey at Olive Garden on St. Patty's Day.
November
you could not forecast what we are today. In terms of the crap that is out there and that is entitled to a show.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on ViralRabbi. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. It's the Bill Handel Show finishing up. Bill back tomorrow. He's having cataract surgery today. When Lesnick's sitting in, we'll turn it over to Gary and Shannon in a few minutes. And later on tonight, on the show later with Mo Kelly, 8 o'clock hour, Jackie Ray will join Mo for Weekend Sports Recap. Some of the stories we're watching for you. President Biden is in SoCal. He starts in San Diego today. Big announcement. I hope I'm not stealing the thunder here. Australia's going to buy a bunch of nuclear-powered attack submarines from us. Because their submarines are old and busted up. And after making that big announcement, he'll come to Monterey Park, President will tomorrow, talk about gun violence. And the rain is coming in again tomorrow. Another atmospheric river's going to dump 1 to 3 inches in the valleys, in the coastal areas, and maybe 3 to 6 inches in the mountains and the Skid community. Starting tomorrow, bad overnight, leaving hopefully Wednesday. Please don't overstay. You're welcome, Mr. Atmospheric River. All right, let's talk about the Oscars. Please don't snort. The ceremony was one of the most uneventful ceremonies that I can remember in Oscar history. Jennifer Jones, you beat me to the punch a few minutes ago by just coming right out and saying it was boring. And I'm gonna put you on the spot, but then I'll put myself on the same spot. So, did you watch any of it? Hi, I had it on in the background, but I admit it was in the other room. You may if you watch after me, or you don't. No, did you watch any of it? I watched about 30 seconds of it. And that was enough. Yeah, because they were presenting an award, I don't remember which award. And it was the 2 presenters were standing there, and they were standing a way that people don't normally stand. You would never actually stand that way. And they were speaking in very controlled tones and introducing the nominees and on the stage. And I looked at the whole thing, and it kind of looked like a painting, not a live thing. Oh, yeah. And I realized, oh, this whole thing is contrived and not interesting. It's not interesting to watch. It is interesting depending who wins. Yeah, but to watch the exercise of awarding the award is not interesting. This is why people are saying it was boring, because it only was the thing it is, which is people get up, read nominees, make a little statement, maybe it's funny, maybe it's serious, read the nominees, announce the winner gets up, thanks people, maybe gets emotional. That's all it ever is. At its core, the reason the Oscars have been interesting to watch is if there's a really rich-snorting opening number. Jimmy Kimmel fake parachuting in is not that interesting. Or if there's scandals, or if there's a mistake, or if there's a streaker, like the year the guy ran naked across the stage when David Niven was on the stage. Now that's boring. You know, so no, I saw it, and I instantly knew there was no reason to watch it. Yeah. To talk about it, to say who you want to win, and that stuff, and then the next day to talk about who won and everything, that's different. But to actually watch for multiple hours of the process of it is not for me. They're gonna have to really carve it up if they want me to watch it again. And you know what's so funny is I felt like they did try and, jazz it up a little bit because they put a lot of musical numbers into it. But then that was they were boring musical numbers in the sense of, I think if you wanted a musical number in an award show, you want something Grammy-fied. You know, you wanted just boom, 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 slam or whatever. And this was not that.
Yeah.
So, here's the one area, though, where there's some controversy. Well, there's two. One of them is Jamie Curtis saying, basically, that why we shouldn't have gender categories. Yeah, it's the thing, though, and I don't know if she knows this. Not necessarily. Some award shows have done away with the gender category, and it has not necessarily led to more inclusivity. The Brit Award got rid of their gender category. They merged the male and female artist category. And when this year, everybody was mad because no women were nominated. So it doesn't matter. Separate women's category, you know, they have women nominated. Yeah, they nominated whoever they wanted, if you want to say, regardless of gender, and it was all men. So it won't necessarily get you what you want, simply by collapsing the categories together. And then the other thing is, and I don't know, did you notice when they did that in memoriam that there were people missing? I did, but only later, because so I went and I kind of Monday morning quarterbacked it. So it was after everybody was all saying, oh my gosh, did you see that these people weren't in it? Right. And I think it's interesting. Also, never did left out. That guy had a long, long career. And there's no reason, there's no scandal about it. No! Tony Chirico, Polly Walnut, right? Not there. This young lady who died so tragically young, Harvey Dean, was in Triangle of Sadness, which was nominated for Best Picture, that film. Not in there. Anne Hayes, not in there. Yeah, that's a big one, too. Joaquin Littlefeather, not in there. Wow! Even though they made a huge deal of throwing a big thing to honor her, right before she died. Right? And then didn't even include her in the thing. So that's about the only controversy that happened at the Oscars, and now maybe they'll come out and say why those people weren't here. All right, Jen, well, I'm glad you and I are on the same page. Absolutely. It's fine. I'll see you tomorrow. Gary and Shannon are coming up right now. This is KFI 8640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio.
No answers to surprise here. Where did we are, lumberjacks? I think it'll grind it out anyway. You know what? Two.
Los Angeles on time.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Maybe not too big to fail. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A regional bank with several locations in Southern California has failed. KFI's Blake Crowley reports live from outside Signature Bank's location in Beverly Hills, where he says regulators have seized the bank.
Officials say clients of Signature Bank will be able to access their money with more than $110 billion in assets. Signature Bank is the third largest bank failure in U.S. history. The New York-based bank has locations in the area and Orange County. The seizure follows the recent failure of California-based Silicon Valley Bank, which collapsed when people rushed to withdraw their money because they were concerned about the bank's financial health. Officials say that bank's customers will also be able to access their money. Reporting live in Beverly Hills, Blake Crowley, KFI News.
Americans can have curfew. The banking system is safe.
President Biden says his administration has taken quick action in response to the bank's failures.
All customers who have deposits in these banks can rest assured they'll be protected and they'll have access to their money as of today. That includes small businesses across the country that bank there and need to make payroll, pay their bills, and stay open for business.
And he says taxpayers will not bear the losses. He says the management of banks taken over by the FDIC will be fired, and investors in the failed banks will not be protected. On Hollywood's biggest night.
Everything Everywhere All at Once was the big winner of the 95th Academy Awards with Best Picture, Best Director, Best Original Screenplay, Best Actress for Michelle Yeoh, and Best Supporting Actor and Best Supporting Actress respectively for Ki Huy Kwan and Jamie Lee Curtis. Brendan Fraser won Best Actor for The Whale. Best Adapted Screenplay with The Women Talking by Canadian filmmaker Sarah Polley. RRR's Natu Natu won Best Original Song, the first from an Indian film. Mark Ross, KFI News.
Jamie Lee Curtis held nothing back. I'm Steve Gregory backstage at the Academy Awards.
I think the most important thing is inclusivity.
and more women. And basically, more women anywhere, anytime, all at once. Further, she won the Best Supporting Actress Oscar with a hit in the media room, and joining those reporters, she covered the show virtually. By the way, the virtual people don't get. They don't get the food. They don't get water. They're at home, their kids are screaming. Curtis also mentioned her famous parents, Tony Curtis and Janet Leigh, both of whom were nominated for Oscars but never won. At the Dolby Theater in Hollywood, Steve Schreiber, Telephone News. People in the central part of the state are evacuating as another atmospheric river is expected tonight. BBC Rob Marciano says evacuees from Washington are spread across at least 4 shelters throughout the county. All the streets there are closed, and actually still hear the river coming through this area. The only way in and out of the neighborhood here is by high-water military-grade vehicles or by boat. Marciano says there's no telling when people will be able to return to their homes. About 15 million people are still under flood watches in California and Nevada. And in Dallas, polls show people are split on the state of the COVID-19 pandemic. 51% of people surveyed say it's not quite over. 49% say it is. 62% say they believe the situation with the virus in the U.S. is getting better. Just a quarter of those polls say they worry about catching the virus. And a 3-year-old girl in Texas has been fatally shot by her 4-year-old sister.
It just seems like another tragic story of, again, a child getting access to a firearm and hurting someone else, and this time it was a fatal shot appears to be to her sibling.
Harris County Sheriff Edwin Gonzalez says the girls had been left unsupervised in a bedroom of their apartment yesterday when the younger child got a hold of a loaded semi-automatic pistol. Investigators were at least 5 adults in the apartment at the time, including the girl's mother and stepfather. Taking a look at your KFI Financial Report, sponsored by Jacoby and Myers. The Dow is up 283, S&P is up 39, NASDAQ is up 181, and the average price of a gallon of unleaded gas in California is $4.92. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Texas for you, 69372. SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a gray day ahead with a slight chance of a shower. The atmospheric rivers in the northern part of the state right now is headed our way. Will be heavy at times rain for tomorrow into Wednesday. Then it should taper off. The high Monday through Wednesday just in the 60s. Right now it is 54 in Laguna Hills, 58 in Mission Hills, 57 in Johnny. Let's get a look at your drive with KFI in the sky. This time we've got a crash on the 10 in Redlands.
The West Bank Flag, then right past California Street, left wave walk stop from the 210 freeway on that head west. Now, if you're trying to get through the Willowbrook area, actually more towards Hawthorne there, the 105 west, the 105 westbound at Western Avenue. Crash blocks the far right lane. It looks like they just need to push it off to the right shoulder, but the damage is done. Traffic very slow from before the 110 freeway. It looks like it's slow from about Avalon Boulevard on that westbound 105. Northbound side of the 405, you're going to have lots of slowing getting away from Lancaster all the way on up to the Culver City southbound side, getting out of the valley. You've got some delays too for Truman Lake on down to Sunset Boulevard. And we've got problems in Montebello for the 60 eastbound right before Paramount Boulevard. It's a car fight on the right lane. No one's hurt, but big full flaming car there on the right shoulder, traffic stop from Simply Avenue. KFI in the south. Let's get to there faster. I'm Will Boltrock. This hour is brought to you by your Southern California Toyota dealers. Let's go places. I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Navaj Nasal Care, and I love Navaj. I told you about how your nose is divided air filter. The Navaj is powered sensor will help flush out allergies, viruses, yeast, and germs, and that Navaj will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navaj? So I clearly quote, Navaj is the best thing I've bought. I love it. My nose feels so clear now and I can breathe. I've been struggling with a stuffy nose for weeks. I bought Navaj and it's amazing. For this one, I use Navaj every night, could not imagine life without it. I have 5 cats, and before I found Navaj, I was a clogged mess. Now I do so much better. Unquote. Those are two of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navaj. The all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navaj is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navaj, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life. Democrats just want to win the next election, and they're trying to do it with ceaseless money printing. They do not care if the value of your retirement is sacrificed. Hi, CDK Banner is critical to protect your retirement right now with a gold IRA from Birch Gold Group.
To learn more, get a free info kit on gold IRAs by texting the word shelter to 989898. There's nothing to buy and no obligation at all. Text the word shelter to 989898 to get a free info kit on gold.
What's for dinner? Burgers?
No thanks.
Avoiding foods to the fear of diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools? It may not be just stomach issues. It could be UTI, or extrapancreatic insufficiency. UTI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't really connect digestive enzymes to break down food. But UTI can be managed. Use the symptom checker on identifyuti.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyuti.com. Sponsored by
424 Jacob. More stimulating thoughts.
And I have to be a station.
I declare. Now my cousins have reached the level. All right, then. Who's fighting them? Gary Hoffman. Janet. Janet Barrett. Gary and Shannon. Let's begin this new chapter together. And let's start the work right now. You know when your body tells your brain, yeah, you've made a mess.
Well, there's something about watching baseball all weekend that makes you eat like an 8-year-old.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with it.
Still do it all day.
I don't think there's reason for a culinary delight, a culinary tour de force.
Sure, there's great restaurants there. There's a couple steakhouses.
No, the steakhouses are great there, but you couldn't get in anywhere. I mean, everywhere was, you're going to be waiting for about 3 hours.
Yeah, unbelievable. Hey, Jerry is down KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And Coupe went under. It's not crazy, right? It's not.
Well, it's a crazy 3 days for both of these to happen as soon as they did back to back.
The government announced late last night it's going to guarantee all the deposits at Silicon Valley Bank. Regulators actually shut it down on Friday. They also revealed that they had shut down 50% of New York and then extended some of the same deposit protection to customers. The Fed Reserve announced it's going to create a separate lending facility to try to protect those other banks from any ripple effects, try to prevent bank runs, like George Bailey back in It's a Wonderful Life. These 3 days of just the craziest stuff that went on in an already battered tech sector that's seen so many layoffs over the course of the last year or so.
Financial experts thought, no big deal. You know, after all, Silicon Valley Bank's customer base mirrors its team, right? The customers are venture capitalists, startups, other firms across the tech sector. This isn't George Bailey and a bunch of George Baileys going to get their money. But like you said, they have laid off thousands of workers in recent months. Few ill effects on the national economy, but it became clearer that this failure may cause bigger problems. More than 90% of SVB's deposits exceeded the $250,000 limit for federal insurance on bank accounts. So customers had already started moving their money to other banks, and then once they shut down, many companies worried they may not be able to pay their workers, and there was the prospect of losing very large amounts of cash when it comes to the depositors.
So one of those tech companies is a place called Self Engine. Stephen Call was one of the founders of it, and he was asked, why do you put all of your money into one bank like this? Yeah, it sounds irresponsible to put all our money in a single bank, right? However, this is happening for a couple of reasons. The first one is that this part of the agreement with the Silicon Valley Bank. When you borrow from the bank, they say, hey, that's fine, but you need to put all of your assets in that bank. And the second part, and this is something, it's odd to think about it now, but this, years ago, Silicon Valley Bank is the gold standard. We are expecting Silicon Valley Bank to be around with other than the business open. We're going to quite fast. Obviously, our strategy has changed dramatically in the last few days. But this is why we have all our so it's not technically a bailout. A bailout would mean that there would be a Silicon Valley Bank on the other end of this. And the way the government has explained this is It's dead. It's dead. We're just trying to make sure that those people and those businesses that had money there will be able to get their money. President Biden is on his way out to California today, but he made a speech at the White House before this. In fact, before the market opened in the state, the deposits were built. All customers who had deposits in these banks, rest assured, they'll be protected, and they'll have access to the money as of today. That includes small businesses across the country that bank there. They need to make payroll, pay their bills, and sales and submissions. He goes on. We'll really quantify, so play more for you the steps that he's talking about the government will go through.
So what's next? Hopefully the actions over the weekend will calm the financial markets. Congress is expected to soon begin debate on maybe new banking regulations, maybe changes to the FDIC insurance regime, other laws improved or aimed at improving, I should say, the stability of the banking system. We will see what is to come.
This is a strange, last night, as I was sitting here for reading through some of this stuff, it reminded me of the smaller regional banks that we, maybe people do business with, they can find better rates or fees or whatever. There are reasons that they use smaller banks. The assumption is that banks are banks. I mean, that there's the bank banks, that they're going to be trustworthy, that it's going to be there forever. It almost feels like the earthquake that hit. You assume that the ground that you're on, that concrete slab that is the foundation for your home, is secure until the earthquake hits, and then you start pooing your pants. That is what a lot of people are concerned about. They're starting to put cotton here, thinking about the banking industry, whether or not it's going to stay together.
Big night in Hollywood last night. Steve Gregory was there. We'll join us for an Oscars recap coming up in the show. Also, a breezy FBI sting in Vegas. The details of this one are delicious. Corner, and it was an awkward place to be. But when we come back, we will get reaction to the president's budget. Of course, he's trying to tax the rich and all of the other details we will get in. When we return.
Gary Shannon Wilson, Jennifer Jones Lee is live in the KFI 24-hour news.
Here we go again. California's 11th atmospheric river this winter is here, hitting the northern part of the state today with heavy rain and wind, and SoCal will get hit starting tomorrow. There's a nor'easter brewing and forecast to impact New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut, bringing the potential for high winds and heavy snow. And 3 out of 4 Americans who moved in 2022 apparently have some regrets. A new survey from the real estate brokerage HomeBay found the biggest regret was the tie between wishing they had moved to a bigger place and missing their old home. We'll get a look at your drive at DCFI in the sky in just a moment.
So let's talk about an upsetting issue. Okay, you pay your homeowner's insurance premiums every month, like clockwork. You're an adult, that's what adults do. But then you need that homeowner's insurance. Something happens, water damage, maybe a pipe breaks in the wall or the ceiling above you, floor damage, there's wall damage, it's a mess. You open a claim with a homeowner's insurance company, and you find that insurance company is going to try to pay you so little, you probably won't even be able to repair the damage. So this is when you call Abner Gas, because Abner Gas is a public insurance adjuster, which means he is on your side. So while you can try to negotiate with the insurance company yourself, you're going to find it's not that easy. Abner will come along. He will negotiate on your behalf to make sure that you get the best possible outcome, not the insurance company. His team, they've been dealing with insurance companies for years. It is all they do. In fact, they've also rated 5 stars on Yelp, Google, Better Business Bureau. No one messes around with Abner Gas. And his team, so give Abner a call. His direct line, by the way, 818-917-5256. That's 818-917-5256. Or visit AbnerGas.com, ABNERGAT.com, AbnerGas.com, or call them directly, 818-917-5256. SoCal weather from KFI. It's a great day ahead with a slight chance of a shower highs in the 60s. This report is brought to you by Jackson Stewart. Let's go look at your drive with DKFI in the sky. Find out where it's slow on the Cajon Pass. Real quick, southbound travel street 2 right along Highway 395. That's where you're going to hit the brakes if you're around down some construction from early this morning down near Highway 138. So you'll find lots of brake lights heading southbound there. Further to the south is Redmond. 10 freeway westbound past California Street crash in the left lane and delay starting at about 6th Street as you head westbound.
problems for the 215 were found at Central, especially as a couple of cars got peeled up, both of them in the center divide, causing towing on both speeds. 215 northbound, anyway, it looks like from Alessandro as well as the westbound side of the 60 in that area. So hopefully we don't have that clear for you shortly. And if you are headed on the west side, the southbound side of the 405, you can get the brakes right around Sherman Way, making your way on down to get to the path. KFI in the sky, let's get you there faster. I'm Will Goldfront. This report is sponsored by Slingshirt.com. Hi, I'm Tyler at Slingshirt.com. Want to stay big on custom forward blinds, shutters, cellular shades, and more? Shop Blindster today and save up to 50% over comparable blinds from brick-and-mortar stores. Get custom blinds at low prices and free shipping at Blindster.com. Simple print and marketing service help small business print theirs. Now get $15 off signs, banners, and posters when you spend $75 or more. Offer ends 4/15. Visit Staples.com/print for details. This is good time to try Staples, where print the perfect guarantee.
Be 100% certain that Jackson U.S. factory returns for life. Switch today to 50% off tax credit. 50% off is a limited time offer for new clients following with participating locations. Max value $200. Visit JacksonView.com/50%. What's for dinner? Burgers? Avoiding foods due to fear of diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or weak or loose stools? It may not be just stomach issues. It could be UTI, or extracentric pancreatic insufficiency. UTI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't really connect digestive enzymes to break down food. But UTI can be managed. Use the symptom center on identifyutis.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyutis.com. Sponsored by us.
Democrats just want to win the next election, and they're trying to do it with toothless money printing. They do not care if the value of your retirement is sacrificed. Hi, CDK Banner is critical to protect your retirement right now with a gold IRA from First Gold Group. To learn more, get a free info kit on gold IRAs by texting the word shelter to 989898. There's nothing to buy and no obligation at all. Text the word shelter to 989898 to get a free info kit from Gold.
Have you heard there's a new way here to deal with joint pain that doesn't require
Real, lasting, all-natural relief using the latest advances in regenerative medicine.
They've got clinics in Glendale, Orange, and Viejo with more on the way.
Kinetics Physicians leader in these amazing treatments take a highly concentrated healing property from your own body and put them in your achy joints. The goal is to restore and repair damaged joint tissue the natural way.
Patients are raving about this all over the country. Pro athletes have been doing this for years, but now it's available to anyone.
Imagine being pain-free by this summer, living life the way you used to, walking, running, playing sports.
If you've got pain from arthritis or injury, don't think steroids and surgery are your only option.
Call and learn more about these remarkable treatments using regenerative medicine.
QC Kinetics, now in Glendale, Orange, and Viejo. Call for a free consultation. 213-997-PAIN, 213-997-PAIN.
Non-surgical
That is the best way to bring God's perfect peace into your life. This meditative prayer helps you focus on God, fight anxiety, sleep better, and well.
Close your eyes.
Listen to meditative prayer on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Wow, the government is really funky here. You know, we put in the call to ask for resources, and they're very accessible, and they're listening. Where do you think all this rubbish and gobbledygook? Well, you know, we have to make sure everything is in order and arranged and lined up, and we have to go now. John and Ken, people need help now. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. On demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Yeah, we ate a lot of things that were just like sticky. And I really do feel your age. When you're like, what?
We ended up back in the hotel bar. But yeah, but it was great because it's much easier, calmer, like family.
Would it feel you to put a little sunscreen on your face?
I did have sunscreen on my face and I wore a hat.
Well, I can tell that your forehead got some sun.
Really?
Yeah.
You have my hat.
Office Michael.
It's like right here. There's like a slice of bread.
But the Salinas River is rising in Monterey County. There's some evacuation orders in the area around, Freckles. This is the river's probably cresting right about now at Highway 68. Again, the Salinas River, Highway 68. That could cause pretty significant flooding. There's some farmland near there. About 5,000 people in Monterey County under evacuation risk. They really got the brunt of the first atmospheric river that we saw. They will get more sort of Monterey down to San Luis Obispo, where most of the rainfall is expected.
The White House says the new budget by President Biden would reduce the deficit in the long term by $3 trillion. For all of the details and how it would do so, we turn to Ann Lynn, ABC News reporter in Washington, D.C. as we speak. And what are the good details of this?
About $6.8 billion. And, it lays the groundwork for the oncoming budget battle on Capitol Hill. So what exactly is in this budget? Well, there's obviously a lot, but some of its most common asks include a minimum 25% tax on billionaires. Just to kind of give you a better idea, right now billionaires can have about 8% of income tax rates because most of the money doesn't come from wages. And then it also says there should be an increase in the corporate tax rate to 28% from 21%. We also want to scrap some of the tax cuts for the wealthy to raise the top rate to 39.6% from 37%. And says, to be clear, it's only going to impact those making more than $400,000. Now, the rest of it is a lot. It includes restoring tax credit enhancements, throwing up more money to Medicare Trust Fund, which just basically ensures that this Medicare program can be paid for the next 25 years. It also makes college more affordable. Universal preschool is in there. And then it also includes a record military funding to the Department of Defense. It's about a 3.2% increase in funding from last budget. But this also comes amid the war in Ukraine. It comes amid China's risk to get involved with Russia about that war, and I think that's part one. And so certainly this is going to be asking for a lot more money in terms of money to Ukraine, to EU allies, and of course the ways to troops as well.
But is this going to go anywhere? And Republicans in the House have already said, I think somebody called it unserious. Is this the beginning of the negotiation, or is this...
Yeah, exactly. This is just some very start. This is the very first step where the president lays out what he wants, and then we'll hear from what the Republicans lay out, because they have not released their own official budget. And of course, generally, GOP lawmakers do not want to raise taxes on American taxpayers. They do want to cut back on issues like funding climate change and money to the IRS. There's a number of things they would rather cut back on. And we even heard David John Kennedy of Louisiana on Sunday, and he took shots at Biden's proposal saying the only way to get the president's budget is for with surrender. So certainly they will be cutting a lot, they will be adding what they want, and it will not be the whole copy.
Kennedy also went after Social Security eligibility, saying that the retirement age should be raised.
Yes, he certainly did. So that's been floated around, and I'm sure you've heard in the past as well, there was a preview plan, there was that Florida thing over topic with sunsetting Social Security and Medicare programs every 5 years. But of course, in the last few weeks, he has changed that language after getting a lot of criticism from both sides of the aisle. So now he says this should be included with the budget he wants for the future, is that all federal legislation, except those two programs, and the raising funding should be something every 5 years for more consideration.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I was just going to say, in terms of the Social Security and retirement age, I mean, it makes sense to lift it just when you look at life expectancy alone. 62 is not what 62 was 20, 30 years ago.
Exactly, and so this is going to be an ongoing conversation, but I will say this comes at the same time as the conversation about the debt ceiling is going on, and we've already heard from Republican leaders saying they don't want to have any changes to Social Security and Medicare. They're saying that those types of negotiations are off the table. So it doesn't appear that raising the age will be something that comes solidified in the future, and especially with Democrats, they're going to be pushing back on that as well.
budget is proof that Biden's no longer in charge of the White House. That it's socialists in charge. And you look at this budget.
Well, I mean, that's the issue that both parties are going to have is that you're trying to cater to weird ends of your party just today.
Yeah.
You look at what Kevin McCarthy said to do to become Speaker of the House.
He doesn't even have any pants anymore. He wants this. He had to give up all his pants.
It wasn't actually a short order.
I didn't bring shorts. That was stupid. It's got there sweating like a encased meat.
Look at Arizona United States.
Well, first of all, my legs are not ready for prime time.
Oh,
They are not ready to be seen by the general pop. My legs are like translucent and weird.
people don't have their summer skin.
Yes.
And I heard the woman next to me yesterday. She's sitting there in shorts and she puts her legs straight out
Yeah.
into the sun. And she goes, I need the blue to go away.
Totally. And I thought about that and I thought, what a great opportunity to get this party started on these legs. But I to expose people to the blue. Even though they were strangers, I still didn't think it was right. I didn't want to be a leg terrorist. I guess I could have, taken, I could have gotten ready. I could have used the bronzer or the Jergens lotion that's a zero day in spray tan. Yeah, but when I get a spray tan, that's a 0 to 120 for me. Because I'm so pale, I look like
Rachel Dolezal.
yeah, exactly. It just looks so unnatural. You need to spray tan, yeah, you don't ask for it to bronze, and you ask them for clear. I know it makes no sense. Interesting. Anybody who goes, you go and ask for clear. I don't like getting naked. It's always cold there. Oh, right? Yeah. You got to take off all your clothes and stand there like a starfish. Like a starfish.
Like you're going through the scanner at the airport.
Yeah, it's position 1, and then you get position 2. And I don't want to expose her to my body either.
That's very considerate. Tell me the latest on what's going on up in Northern California. Just bad, heavy rain.
What's wrong with you? No more burritos for you. You're done. Darren Hamilton, you accidentally isn't okay if I'm listening. The New York Department of Financial Services has closed the bank with offices in SoCal to protect depositors. ABC's Gary Alvin says Signature Bank, its second bank, closed in less than a week. The bank had a number of wealthy depositors, including former President Donald Trump, whose daughter Ivanka was a member of the board of directors from 2011 to 2013. Signature was also named in a 2016 lawsuit involving an alleged Manhattan Ponzi scheme. The FDIC says Signature's depositors will have access to all of their money. The Oscar for Best Picture went to Everything Everywhere all at once. The film also took away 6 other statues, including the film had 11 nominations. Brendan Fraser won Best Actor for his role in The Whale, about a 600-pound man looking to mend his relationship with his daughter, who beat out Austin Butler, who starred in the biopic Elvis. A man in Chino Hills has been arrested for stealing a backpack that had GPS-enabled headphones inside, leading deputies right to his location. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department says the video shows the man breaking into a car yesterday and stealing the backpack. Deputies were able to use the GPS tracking to pinpoint the man's location into custody. OC Animal Care is not sitting around. There are a few dozen cats from a awful coordinators ready for adoption.
Reported OC Animal Care says after multiple conversations about 4 living conditions last week, the owner agreed to hand them over to the shelter. The vet team first evaluated the cats and the majority were found to be in good health. The first 35 have been released for adoption. The cats are described as shy at first, but warm up quickly and have friendly, gentle personalities. OCAC says after more than 200 cats, Corbin Carson firefighters.
Hey, you can sit next to your kids on the flight. The Department of Transportation says you shouldn't have to. The Department of Transportation has asked Congress to ban the practice of making parents pay to sit next to their kids on those flights. The move follows President Biden's call to get rid of some seats, and after officials conducted a review last year of airline seating policies. ABC's M. Wayne says a letter to the Transportation Secretary, Pete Buttigieg, asked House Speaker McCarthy to bar airlines from charging their so-called family seating fees if adjacent seats are available during bookings. Your so-called letter from KFI looks like we got A great day ahead. This is just getting us ready for tomorrow when the rain is coming in. It is our 11th atmospheric river coming into the area this year so far. Heavy rains expected Tuesday night into Wednesday, then the rain should taper off. Highs will gusty in the 60s. Then at 57 in Newport East and in Northern Limbaugh. Let's get a look at your drive with UKFI in the sky. We've got a crash on the 215.
Riverside, northbound side of 216 at Central Avenue, crash there on the right shoulder, traffic still high and jammed up back from Alejandro Boulevard. Right around the corner in Redlands, and freeway west line past California Street, crash in the left lane there. Slow back from so pretty slow northbound side of the 405, starting at about Century Boulevard, making your way on up to the 10. 10 itself kind of cranky still out of Western Avenue, as you're headed westbound there from downtown LA towards Santa Monica. It does get a little better once you get past the St. Robertson there. Not a bad drive. Southbound side of the 405, that's still pretty slow from Victory Boulevard. But we want to get a little problem with the southbound side of the 405 right around Sherman Way. There's a pothole on the northbound side, but the southbound side also slow as you get away from there on down on West Boulevard. KFI in the sky, let's get there faster. And we'll full drive.
Hey, it's Jennifer, doing us this March to Make March Matter for Children's Hospital, Los Angeles. Make March Matter makes amazing things happen for sick kids. It's a month-long event that takes place right in your neighborhood. So every time you stop, dine, or attend an event at a participating partner, they'll donate funds to support Children's Hospital Los Angeles. It feels so good to give, and saving lives is everyone's business. For more information, visit MakeMarchMatter.org. That's MakeMarchMatter.org.
On iTunes Daily Game Podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice shares his special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to IC's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Call Pacific Coast Termites for a free home inspection. Call 800-PACIFIC. Visit PacificCoastTermites.com. Pacific Coast Termites. Friendly ways. Call Service Champions for an $88 prescription gear tune-up or visit ServiceChampions.com. Live again 640.
On iHeart Radio Station. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. Coming up in the next hour, an FBI agent's wild Vegas weekend kind of brought down a sting operation that targeted NCAA basketball teams.
Speaking of which, 68 million Americans are planning on betting on the tournament. 68 million. That's one of every 5 people. It's a lot. It seems like a whole lot of people. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up about 93 points right now, just over 32,000. It's been an up and down day, but because of what we saw over the weekend with the non-bailout of Silicon Valley Bank, the other one that has been shut down, Signature Bank of New York, the deposit protections have been guaranteed by the government, and Joe Biden said in the White House today that taxpayer money is not going to be used to back up the deposits, but in fact that they'll use money that's paid into the FDIC by the banks themselves. Then the banks are going to turn around and charge you for that.
I had to Google over the weekend where the Pajaro, am I saying it correctly?
Nope.
Pajaro River is located. I had never heard of said river in California. And this weekend, it flooded an entire town, trapped a lot of people, a levee failed. And unfortunately, everyone saw this coming. Officials have known for decades that this river levee was vulnerable. Never prioritized repairs because they believe it didn't make sense to financially. It's a low-income area, so screw them. Screw those poor people. Terrible.
Yeah, and it's not just the Pajaro River there. It's spread now to Elkhorn as well. I mean, in terms of the levee breach and the way that the water is going through, It is a significantly flat, I guess you could say, area, and most of the land that's going to be inundated is going to be farmland, which a lot of people think that's not a big deal, but that will destroy a crop. I mean, that will absolutely destroy whatever it is that they had planned to plant there if they haven't already. The 200 people had to be rescued from these floodwaters. Highway 1 has been closed through Watsonville because of all of this, and the Monterey County officials are warning that Monterey itself could basically be an island. They believe that the Salinas River, with its 28 feet at the Salinas Bridge, would be well over flood stage. The Highway 68 near Freckles, again, some of these towns, I've lived here for the vast majority of my life, and I've not heard of Freckles before. There was another one, it's just that standoff that took place over the weekend, where the guy ended up dead after 2 days. I'd never heard of him before Linda. But now, I don't know what that is. I mean, I know now because I looked it up. But anyway, the Salinas River, they're saying, continues to flow in Monterey Bay. It could flood Blanco Road, west of Salinas, Highway 1. The last time that happened was 1995, and it basically cut off Monterey and became sort of the Monterey Peninsula Island, is what they called it. So different areas around the state that are being affected by this. Lake Tahoe, as an example, 52 feet of snow, and continuing to come down. We will see more rain today. Jones has been telling me that this version of the atmospheric river will come to Southern California very late tonight. Probably tomorrow is the most likely time, and then be raining basically tomorrow through Wednesday.
This Colorado River has flooded repeatedly. I mean, 95, 97, 2017. It's kind of inevitable, so to speak. But they said that this was the worst. And the pictures out of this are just devastating. Flying kids and everything. It's just horrific. One man told a reporter for the LA Times his grandmother was stuck on the other side of this river in a flooded home. The police would not let him cross. They took down her address, promised to check on her. Businesses told that their business is gone. That whatever he had, not there anymore. And it's just, and when you're dealing with people that are mostly migrants, that's devastating.
Floods are hard, man. If it gets into your house,
Andreas Garcia, 39. This is the third time he's been evacuated from the flooding river. He was at the evacuation site in January in 1995. He says it was actually worse in 95 than it is now, but that the water is still rising. We just don't know how bad the devastation is going to get.
I mentioned Friday, as all of this is starting, that they're going to start releasing water from Oroville Dam over the spillway to try to prevent flooding downstream. So the Department of Water Resources actually said they had to increase the release rate from 8,000 cubic feet per second to 8,500. It's not a lot, but they said they wanted to protect the downstream community potential from flooding. Basically, the total release to the Feather River is about 15,000 cubic feet. That includes the stuff that's going through the power system as well, but that number can change because we're going to continue to see more and more rain come down in that area, and they basically are just making sure that they have enough room so that it doesn't go over the actual, so the emergency spillway.
Do you know what today is?
International Women's Day.
No, we did that already.
Oh, we did?
Right.
Oh, I'm afraid of it.
Why do you hate them so much?
The day?
The women.
Oh, those. I don't. Not so much.
It's National Napping Day.
Are you kidding me?
No. I told you it was coming. I told you, I believe on March 7th or 8th, that the 13th is National Napping Day.
That is a good, that should be celebrated.
Well, you said that you wanted to get ready for National Napping Day, that you didn't want the day to get hit and not be practiced at napping. So you've been putting in your logging your hours?
I didn't, actually. I mean, a little bit maybe on Saturday, but I just laid there and I didn't fall asleep. It was time to do swimming out of the sun for a few moments, but I did not fall asleep. Are you worried about that?
I just don't know why you would take a nap when you were away for the weekend at spring training. Yeah, but I'm like excited, running around, like adventuring.
I need 20 minutes maybe, and then I got up and we got shut down from every restaurant in Scottsdale.
National Napkin Day was created in 1999 by a Boston University professor and his wife, William and Camille. They created the holiday to spread awareness on the importance of getting enough food and its benefits. How are you doing with daylight saving time? You all right?
It was never an issue. It was not an issue.
You start yelling when you talk about it.
It's because I get so annoyed at people who can't, like, say that their life is upended for
I know. One of my friends was like, yeah, I have a really hard time with daylight saving time. I'm like, what are you talking about? It's a really hard time. It's an hour.
It's the thing. Somebody wrote a headline about it. Seasonal affective disorder, which I get.
But put in your head and start believing it. You're fine. Everyone's fine. We're all fine. And if you're not, take a nap later.
Or take your clock back. I don't care. Just stop complaining about it.
Well, we've got the details of what happened with Michael Irvin, and full disclosure, we already knew the details. The details freaked us before they became public. And I still don't believe you can lose your job over this. I have a hard time with it. Part of it's because of the things I said.
Well, I don't think he'll say what he's accused of saying.
Probably not.
Probably not. I don't know. Gary's down. We'll continue in just a moment. Jennifer Jones will leave live and KFI 24-hour news.
Denver Medina County officials are reopening all mountain roads to drivers. All the routes are open now except for Street Route 18. That one's going to stay closed at the Narrows. A police officer in Downey was hurt in a head-on collision between the patrol SUV and a car. The crash happened early this morning at Lakewood Boulevard and Columbia Way. The officer was taken to the hospital. The other driver was also hurt. And the Baker's lights are back on. But they're not supposed to be. They went back on last night, a week after they officially went dark on the San Francisco landmark. And on top of it, behind the display says the lights are glitching out. Now they can't turn them off. Here's how weather from KFI. We've got a gray day ahead. Highs are going to be in the 60s. There's a slight chance of a shower, but a better chance. We see the atmosphere further head our way tomorrow. Heavy rain expected Tuesday into Wednesday. This report is brought to you by Amtrak. Let's take a look at your drive.
This is the Greenwood area, west on before Crenshaw Boulevard. Carpooling is taking on a motorcycle involved in this wreck, and looking at your drive on the 105 west on Gibby. Heading to Greenwood from as far back as the 710. Happy overall road for you to come away from Bellflower Boulevard and unrelated. Slowly sticking around ahead for you as you make way forward almost to 405. 91 west is also to the 105 west. Happy for your overall as well to the LA County area, the 605 to the 710 and 213 for the 110. Okay, if I'm the that helps get to the bouncer, I'm the caller team. This report is sponsored by Santa Monica Buick GMC. Santa Monica Buick GMC. The free no-charge maintenance package with every new vehicle has been held over till Saturday at Santa Monica Buick GMC. Home of Denali'sville, USA. Santa Monica Buick GMC.com. If you're looking to sell your home, you call Seller's Advantage, and they'll make you a cash offer with no need for repair. With Seller's Advantage, there are no agents. It's just closing days, and they buy it cash. And they offer a $10,000 day to help them move it. Check out their reviews online and call for no obligation offer. 888-321-IVIZ, 888-321-IVIZ, 888-321-2747, and visit SellersAdvantage.com. Don't worry, don't Gary number 0961658. Using air conditioning on a hot summer day can be a bloody old nightmare, and no one wants that. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with a rejuvenation. One of 6 critical adjustments so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system. We'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way. Rejuvenation, just for $129. Gale Air Conditioning and Plumbing. You'll look for Gale.com. This is cool, but it's already selling. Number 1047. If you want on Amtrak, you can give your family and your wallet a spring break. That's because now more kids ages 2 to 12 right for 50% off. So not only will you get a sweet vacay, you'll save money too. Book now at Amtrak.com. Restrictions apply. Looking to invest in real estate as a way to diversify, hedge against inflation, and receive consistent quarterly tax distributions? With First National Realty Partners, you'll get access to commercial real estate investments that are reserved only for elite private institutions. You'll enjoy all the benefits of fully passive real estate ownership, like tax rights Hey, the potential for upside is active. First National Realty Partners has thousands of investors who collect rent from national brand tenants like Walmart, Target, Whole Foods, Publix, and many more. Call 888-301-9010. That's 888-301-9010. Or go to fnrtradio.com. That's fnrtradio.com. Choose your fully packaged commercial real estate investment deal. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Tax distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRT's strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit fnrtradio.com. Hey, T-Sharp, if you're planning on going solar, listen up. The states have changed the way new solar systems get reimbursed for the power they produce. And not in your favor. Fortunately, the grandfathering series have locked in the current rate. Time is running out. Deadline is April 14th. So how do you do that? You start by calling Sunlight. Even if you're not ready to install the system, it's okay. Sunlight will help you get your solar documents filed. There is no time to wait. Go to sunlight.com, sunlight.com. CSLB 100 Get ready to celebrate your favorite podcast in our iHeart Podcast Tour. Tune in to the best podcast. Take home awards in categories like comedy, crime, pop culture, and more. Watch on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel and Facebook page. And listen on iHeartRadio tomorrow night at 9. Considering an EV for yourself or your business? Consider the benefits of subscription. And Scott Future, CEO of Autonomy, where an EV subscription is like a lease but way more flexible. It's a jet-free way to get month-to-month access to a new EV. You can even pay with your credit card. Learn more at Autonomy.com. Marsha, you're on KFI.
Hey, Hugo, I'm in Rain Springs.
And how much snow have you got?
6 feet of snow. You know what we're really in need of?
Yeah. Food. Well, I thought it was in yeah, line. On demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
What was the movie Women talking about?
Did not. That's not on my thing.
Oh, that's right. You hate women. I was at the airport and I just glanced up at the television screen that was on the Oscars, but the sound wasn't on. But Women Talking was up for Best Picture, and I don't think I ever heard about it. But we'll get all the details coming up with Steve Gregory after Jensen.
Real-life events that occurred in the Manitoba colony of remote and isolated Mennonite community.
Oh, Jesus, Mary and Joseph. That sounds like a life there.
Yeah.
Is there ever like a light movie?
The girls places that they do and race them.
Wow! Wow! Yeah, that's not going to be something that I'm into. How tranquilizing. The race? Okay, moving on.
Individual banks are taking on the short today when it comes to those that are publicly traded. We've been seeing some of them go down as much as 75-80%. In trading, this is all in response to two failing banks that were taken over by regulators in just the span of 3 days. Silicon Valley Bank and then Signature Bank was closed down by New York regulators yesterday. And the government says these extraordinary steps are an attempt to stop a potential banking crisis, if nothing else. President Biden also gave formal approval today to a huge oil drilling project in Alaska known as Willow. The president's expected to announce some other restrictions, though, on offshore oil leasing in the Arctic and around Alaska's North Slope in an apparent effort to try to temper the criticism over the Willow decision. One administration official put it, try to form a firewall to limit future oil leases.
Coming up at 11 o'clock when we dive into Washington, Mike Pence over the weekend gave a speech, Saturday night in fact, and he hit hard, maybe the hardest he has against former President Trump. Tell you about what he had to say.
Last week, Michael Irvin, former Dallas Cowboy, now an analyst for NFL Network, and he shows up on ESPN. Flashback at these charges that have been filed against him, the lawsuit that was filed. A woman who worked at a Marriott in Phoenix, of all places, claimed that he had done something, and we didn't know exactly what it was. And then he sued Marriott for $100 million in an attempt to force them to prove that they had the goods. So the hotel chain apparently gave his attorney access to the video, but wasn't allowed to record it or anything. Now Marriott says that when he came out and described it last week, that the lawyer wasn't very truthful about all of this. Well, Michael Irvin said this in that news conference.
Who I struggle with, you try to be an ambassador of me, so understand that God blessed me and given me a platform. Try to touch people, try to raise people, try to lift people up. And I don't know, I under a lot of things, but I've always tried to be good with people.
Okay. So here is the details of what went on in that lobby Super Bowl week that got Michael Irvin sent home and pretty much banished from the channels. We kind of heard what he had said through various channels, and it was all accurate. So Marriott claims that he was visibly intoxicated, you had known that, and that he approaches the girl who works at the Marriott, a desk attendant, shakes her hand, says she's attractive, asks her if she watches football, says something to the effect of Google me. She says she's not a fan, kind of like, you know who I am, kind of a thing. He reaches out, he touches her arm during the conversation. She's visibly uncomfortable, she steps back. He asks her whether she knew anything about having a, I don't know if they can say this. Can you say this? I don't know.
When you say it once.
Okay. That.
Me?
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay, it's a warning. A warning now. It's pretty. Now,
she's sorry she brought bad memories. She pulls her hand away, tries to back away. He continues to move toward her. Colleague was uncomfortable. Two other employees realized when she returned to work, and she reported the incident the next day to her manager.
The manager told her to take the complaint to loss prevention. What? Or is that just the catch-all phrase for security at the hotel? That doesn't make any sense.
No.
But the filing claimed that after she left the interaction, that Michael Irvin turned to another employee saying out loud, "Too bad, I want to hit that," and then slapped himself in the face 3 times and exclaimed, "Keep it together, Mike."
So the correspondence I had over the weekend with some friends in the league was, "I can't believe he did that. It's just what we thought. That's crazy. He needs to keep his alcohol intake in check." And I found myself kind of not excusing his behavior, but I don't think you should lose your job for saying something way out of line. Yes, it's inappropriate. Yes, it's way out of line. But it is just words. I don't know. I mean, and also part of me is, that's from where I stand in my shoes. If somebody said that to me, I'd be like, it would not go well for them. You know what I mean? Like, I'd be able to take care of myself. I don't think I'd feel violated. I just feel like, really, come on, then you get the hell out of here.
You wouldn't necessarily condone that person losing their job.
No, I would not. No.
The problem is that the NFL gets to decide. Well, the NFL network gets to decide.
Sure. And he is a face of that channel. And do they want that brand on their brand, especially when the league is already on thin ice when it comes to relationships with women?
I was stunned when I saw Marriott's response because it was so dead close to what we had heard.
Right.
The language was completely different. If the words he used were different, there might be some amount of like, well, what really happened? It sounds like this. I mean,
it's exactly
what happened. Is what my conclusion is. Now, can he continue to can he be the good guy in all of this? Can he continue to say that the Lord has put me in the right place?
And I don't know, I under a lot of things, but I've always tried to be good with people.
I think he needs to go away for a little bit. And I think that's what the NFL Network was trying to do after this happened. They said, you're going home, you're going back to Dallas or what have you, and he didn't. He stayed. And he was the one who came out and publicized this. He's the one that went on the defense tour the next day on Radio Row and he did all those interviews. If he just let this lie and went away for a while, it would have blown over. But he's the one who's made the mountain out of the molehill here.
Yeah. Interesting, because I compare it also, when I was reading through this, I compared it to the Jeffrey Toobin thing. So Jeffrey Toobin...
Is that when he took his penis out on the Zoom call?
Jerking little Toobin...
Oh, he was manipulating it.
Right.
And I didn't even remember that part.
And he was out. I mean, CNN didn't want to touch him with they didn't want to touch him with yours. And they didn't for several months. But he came back. Now, was he...
People forget, especially this day and age when it seems like there's accusations against so many people, you kind of forget what people did. And in the grand scheme of things, what Michael Irvin did is minuscule.
Well, how many times does that happen? I mean, I think it happens a lot more regular. You would know because you're a woman. I would assume that you'd be on the receiving end of a comment much more so than I would in that vein. So I'm curious about how often it does happen. And did she recognize the guy? I mean, he said,
He did not recognize him.
But
no,
he's
not a football fan. If he's 58 years old, and Michael Irvin hasn't been a big deal for a long time, unless you're a consumer of the NFL Network.
Yeah.
Who's going to recognize Michael Irvin if you're a desk attendant at a Marriott in Phoenix?
In the middle of the night.
In the middle of the night. And I'm assuming she's probably in her 20s, doesn't watch football. Some guy comes up to you acting like he's, a big deal.
You don't want to fight.
I think he's a great personality. I don't look to Michael Irvin to be the moral authority.
Yeah.
I look at him like that guy did a lot of blow, and he's got a lot of energy, and he's a great person.
Right. You don't go to them for babysitters for Joel Osteen.
No, but they do have Daniel Jeremiah, which is the next best thing, next to Joel Osteen. But that's not what I go to Michael Irvin for.
Steve Gregory was at the Oscars last night. We'll talk with him when we come back to Gary's channel. Don't push it, Google. Just tell her what to play.
Okay, Google, put KFI AF Victoria.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the Anchor Radio app.
To keep their money. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A regional bank with several locations in Southern California has failed. KFI's Blake Trolley reports live from outside Signature Bank's location in Beverly Hills, where he says regulators have seized the bank.
With more than $110 billion in assets, Signature Bank collapses the third biggest bank failure in U.S. history. All the bank's former customers have automatically become members of a newly created bank run by the FDIC. Signature Bank had locations in the LA area and at least one location in Orange County. The failure of the New York-based bank yesterday follows the recent failure of the California-based Silicon Valley Bank, which collapsed because customers fearful of the bank's financial health rushed to withdraw their money. Officials say both bank customers will be able to access their money, not just the $250,000 insured by the FDIC. Reporting live in Beverly Hills, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
President Biden has tried to reassure people that the banking system is safe despite the failure of those two banks. He says his administration has taken quick action to protect customers and says they will have access to their money.
Second, the management of these banks will be fired. If the bank is taken over by FDIC, the people running the bank should not work there anymore.
He says investors will not be protected and that the bank losses will not be covered by taxpayers. Another storm is expected to bring more rain to Southern California. 1 to 3 inches of rain is forecast for coastal areas and valleys starting tomorrow. Mountain and foothill areas could see 3 to 6 inches of rain. Gusty winds are expected through the LA metro area. A woman's been killed by a hit-and-run crash in Pico Rivera.
3 women were walking on the curb of Brooks Road approaching Rose Hills Road trying to find their Uber.
The 3 ladies were coming from an event that has taken place at the Pico Rivera Sports Arena.
LA County Sheriff Captain Jody Cusack says 2 of the women were hit last night.
When the fire department responded, they ultimately pronounced one of the females on scene deceased.
The second woman was taken to a hospital. A description of the vehicle has not been confirmed. Deputies are asking anyone with info to call police in Pico Rivera. Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Everything, everywhere, all at once becomes 7 Oscars at the 95th Academy Awards. Michelle Yeoh won for Best Actress for her role in a movie, and Jamie Lee Curtis got Best Supporting Actress. Brendan Fraser won Best Actor for his performance in The Whale. The World War I film All Quiet on the Western Front took away 4 Oscars. including Best International Feature Film and Cinematography.
Jamie Lee Curtis held nothing back. I'm Keith Gregory backstage at the Academy Award.
I think the most important thing is inclusivity and more women. We basically just more women anywhere, anytime, all at once.
Curtis, who won the Best Supporting Actress Oscar, was a hit in the media room. He's been slamming those reporters who covered the show virtually.
By the way, the virtual people don't get they don't get the food, they don't get water, they're at home, their kids are screaming.
Curtis also mentioned her famous parents, Tony Curtis and Janet Leigh, both of whom were nominated for Oscars but never won. At the Dolby Theater in Hollywood, Keith Gregory, KFI News.
This KFI Financial Report is sponsored by Jacoby and Myers. The Dow is down 41, S&P is down 1, NASDAQ is up 63, and the average price of a gallon of unleaded gas in California is $4.92. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers for the shower, but it looks like the bulk of this atmospheric river is in Northern California right now. It'll spread our way overnight into tomorrow. The heaviest rain we should see could be tomorrow night into Laguna Niguel, 56 in Brea, 57 in Downey and in Mission Hills. Let's see why it's slow on 405.
What a busy one for you as you make your way to the Stanford and the Valley. Looks like it's problem showing up for you southbound side around Burbank Boulevard. At least a stall or maybe a crash as the two-way lane block. The 405 southbound right now, as you come through the Van Nuys area, still going from before Victory Boulevard. And delays do stick around ahead for you on the way to West LA towards Sunset. You've even seen some happy delays beyond that towards the 10. North outside of 405 looking great right now, actually. Through the long view shows a section of a little bit of a slowdown from the 710. And you make that towards Alameda. For the northbound through the south end, no problems on the 405, at least for the moment. For the northbound, though, getting into Inglewood from before Century Boulevard, past the La Cienega Boulevard, that will be still going to return back to West LA towards Santa Monica Boulevard. Now, an update on something slowing you down. Time to fixing yourself on keywords. KFI traffic, northbound 110 south LA, still going from before. Manchester going to be a rough go for the drive past the 10 to the 101 in the southbound side. Although 110 not looking all that much better for your stretches from before the 5. As you make that a Lincoln Heights and Lincoln Park back to south LA toward about, let's say, Manchester. Okay, to find the side up get there faster, I'm Nick Collier, please.
What's for dinner? Burgers?
After last week, no thanks.
Avoiding foods due to fear of diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stool? It may not be just stomach issues. It could be EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency. EPI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't release enough digestive enzymes to break down food. But EPI can be managed. Use the symptom center on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by Abby. Have you heard there is a new way here to deal with joint pain that does not require drugs or surgery or downtime?
Juicy Kinetics has arrived, and this is real, lasting, all-natural relief using the latest advances when it comes to regenerative medicine.
They've got clinics in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo with more on the way.
Yeah, Juicy Kinetics is the nation's leader in these amazing treatments. They take highly concentrated healing properties from your own body, and they put them in those achy joints.
The goal is to restore and repair damaged joint tissue the natural way. Patients are raving about this all over the country.
Pro athletes have been doing this for years, but now it's available to all of us. Imagine being pain-free by summertime, living life the way you used to it, walking and running, playing sports.
If you've got pain from arthritis or injury, don't think steroids and surgery are your only options.
Learn more about these remarkable treatments using regenerative medicine.
QC Kinetics in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo. Call for a free consultation. 213-997-PAIN.
213-997-PAIN. QC Kinetics. Non-surgical joint pain relief has arrived. 213-997-PAIN. In this week's Marketers Report, Patricia Fayella, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on building trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped audio companies. iHeart needed its marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. More stimulating talk.
And iHeart radio station.
Jerry KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. in history. Yeah. Assuring all the depositors that they would still be able to access all their money quickly, even as yet another bank had to shut down also. There were concerns that the Santa Clara Bank was going to fail and spread. Regulators had worked all weekend to try to find a buyer, which was the second largest bank failure in history. Those efforts appeared to have failed. So, to find out how fast the financial bleeding was occurring, regulators announced that Signature Bank had also failed and was being seized yesterday. More than $110 billion in assets. Signature Bank now becomes the third largest bank failure in history.
Dodgers spring training is here. Listen to every play from Arizona and HD on the free iHeartRadio app. You are in AM 570 LA Sports. This afternoon, Dodgers take on the Cleveland Guardians. First pitch at 1:05. Your home of Dodger baseball, AM 570 LA Sports. You and I were both out of spring training over the weekend. We'll talk about it coming up in the next hour.
So I guess you call it metaphysical multiverse, something, everything, everywhere, all at once. Somebody wrote, wrapped its hot dog fingers around Hollywood's top 5. Seven Academy Awards. And for the first time since, wow.
Keith Gregory is every year and covered it with Jacob as well. You both look very nice.
Well, thank you. It's the only one, I think, 1 or 2 times a year that I wear a suit.
Yeah.
Is it yours or is it mine? So it is. And it's Jacob's training. That was the inaugural run.
What?
Jacob's training suit.
Jacob, we need more pictures.
It's time to bust it out.
Send me some pictures of Jacob. We'll post them. Let's get some board tape Jacob out today. There's some lights.
Do you have any hot ones where he's looking back over his shoulder or something like that?
Yeah, do you have any where his toes in?
The problem is that we're not really allowed to take many pictures. Even of Jacob, no, not at all. Well, I will tell you something, that the 95th Annual Academy Awards is probably the most politically correct of any awards I've covered in one plus year. Well, hey, that sounds exciting. You sound just overjoyed at that. Well, let me tell you, I think the Academy has gotten beaten up over the last few years for a number of reasons. Sure. Inclusion being pretty much the primary reason. And maybe I shouldn't say most politically correct, perhaps it was the most inclusive option, I think, today. And it started with the pre-show. When we got there, Jake and I had to get there so early. We got there at 1 o'clock. So that it starts at 5. But you got to get in, get set up, get settled, whatever. And the pre-show, every host on the carpet and in the key areas, every one of them was a woman. So there were no men, because we used to like Ryan Seacrest, and we have, somebody else from like one of the ABC shows, because I had to ABC for network to broadcast it. But it was all women. So they had already started that theme right out of the chute that this is going to be about women. And they set the tone and the pace. And you could tell with some of the speeches last night, and you could tell with even Jimmy Kimmel's monologue. But by the way, I'm indifferent about Kimmel, but last night he was pretty funny. He had to come back from last year with Chris Rock and that whole thing, and he timed it. He joked about the slap with Will Smith and Chris Rock with 7 minutes in on the monologue. Because we had an over-under to him. And we all said under 2 minutes, and he actually got it 7 minutes. So, but Jake and I were positioned backstage last night, and that's me. I quit covering the carpet. It's just a thing for us anymore, because we don't do live from out there. And so really, we like to focus on what happens backstage, because that's the stuff no one hears. That's the stuff no one knows about. And it's always interesting to me because, we can all go back and the Oscars and whoever is in charge of whichever award show, a lot of times now they'll post the speeches or the acceptances on Twitter, YouTube, whatever, so we all get to see that. It's those backstage questions that I think that are probably bring up more. You can go deeper. You, as a journalist asking questions, can go deeper, and the performer usually feels a little bit more free. So before we break, I'll play you this one from Jamie Curtis backstage. She was our first actress of the night. She had won supporting actress for Everything Everywhere All at Once. She was asked the question, you were one of 65 women nominated across all categories. How do you feel about it?
Surreal, and proud. Obviously I would like to see a lot more women be nominated so that there's
gender parity in all the areas and all the branches. And I think we're getting there. We're not anywhere near there. And of course, the inclusivity then that involves the bigger question, which is how do you include everyone when there are binary choices, which is very difficult. And as the mother of a trans daughter, I completely understand that. And yet, to degender the category also, I'm concerned, will diminish the opportunities for more women, which is something I also have been working hard to try to promote. So it's a complicated question, but I think the most important thing is inclusivity and more women, and basically just more women anywhere, anytime, all at once.
So there was an op-ed piece, I believe you even want you to post it, was something along the lines of, you give awards for Best Actor and Best Actress. Why are the categories split by gender? The key in that, I couldn't tell if he said it, but I couldn't tell if he said something about, we don't need the gender differences when we're asking, the best performer. But then he said, if you do that, you may take away opportunities for women.
Well, also, what if you don't identify as an actress or actor?
And I think that's the challenge with you.
They're going to have to take that out.
They're going to, and you're going to see it change.
Yeah.
It will change. After what I observed last round, it will change.
So what would it be
by next year?
So we have top 2 actors, and it could be men and women.
Technically, if you want to go back historically, the Screen Actors Guild, everyone was right. There was no actors. Even females were considered actors. So, even if you look at, in government, they say that actor is kind of a neutral term. It's already gender neutral. I'll bet you go to performer.
But how many top performers could you have in the actors?
Well, look, remember, when they narrowed the scope or narrowed the nominees to Best Picture, for instance, that caused a huge outlandish backlash. And then they expanded it to 10, and it was like, okay, we had to widen it so that everyone else can in. You're going to see performer. I think you're going to see top performer. And then you're going to have to be very careful with what percentage of equity happens behind the scenes. I think you're going to have to, it's going to be a working process. And what happens when Colin Farrell wins and Caitlin Seth doesn't? Does it become official male at that point? And there were still people complaining online last night that they could not understand why so-and-so won and not so-and-so. How could this happen? Gregory will continue here in just a moment. More backstage from the Oscars tomorrow, right? Jennifer Jones is live in the KFI 24-hour news.
Officials with American Airlines are trying to stop a possible pilot strike as the Allied Pilots Association considers the word stoppage the carrier is promising substantial raises for the pilots. To wait for a decision by Green Bay Packers quarterback Aaron Rodgers on what he'll do may be coming to an end. He told reporters over the weekend his decision won't be long. And Drake's hitting the road again for the first time since 2018. The rapper will be joined by 21 Savage. The pair will trek across North America for the It's All a Blur tour. We're going to look at your drive. Will be KFI in the sky? Nope. SoCal weather from KFI is great today. It looks like the clouds are going to be here. There's a slight chance of showers, but 30 chance of showers from our atmospheric river comes tomorrow. This report is brought to you by Santa Monica USCMC. Let's get a look at your drive with KFI in the sky on the 110.
It's an individual right now for you from just south of Manchester, 110 northbound, back in the transit downtown to the 101. Second time the Rio 110 actually looking much better this go round. From the 5 when you're looking at Oregon, back to downtown, not too bad. And we'll still see some delays in South LA. One's in South on a group of 10 heading toward at least, let's say about 80. What's on side of the 10 change from Oxford with Purple for the drive to downtown. Come out to 60 to exit the 110 and the delays for the west end to Mid-City, leaving Crenshaw Boulevard into West LA to the 405. I'm a Collier.
This report is sponsored by Vanguard University in Orange County. Earn your bachelor's, master's, or nursing degree in the classroom or online at Vanguard University. Ranked as the top 10 university in the West by U.S. News and World Report for 12 consecutive years. At Vanguard, your story matters. Visit vanguard.edu to learn more.
Gold is the only currency that tells value since the dawn of money.
Well, actually I did, thanks to the folks at Legacy Precious Metals, the most trusted name is gold investment. Investing in gold protects you from inflation and gives you a hedge against stock market volatility. Yeah, right now the economy, man, chaotic, inflation, recession. That's why it's more important than ever to have a diversified portfolio. That is true. For those starting out or worried about retirement, it's not something to navigate alone. No, it's not. That's why Legacy Precious Metals offers honest, patient advice based on your personal financial situation. Don't leave your retirement to chance. Protect your finances, your family, your future. Call Legacy Precious Metals today at 866-691-2173. That's 866-691-2173. Or download your free investor's guide now at buylegacygold.com. That's buylegacygold.com. Get ready to spring into warmer weather with our Monster RV Spring Special. With your next open order venture by March 31st, includes 10% off of your 90 days and receive 203 miles for travel between now and May 15th. The summer host Spring 22. For more information, visit monsterrv.com or call 800-327-2149. Americans pay about $5 billion a year to control termites and repair the damage. More than floods, earthquakes, hurricanes combined. Call Pacific Coast Termites at 800 Pacific for free home inspection, certain restrictions apply, no fencing, everything. Call 800 Pacific. 800 Pacific. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com. Call 800 Pacific.
Hi everyone, I'm HOA Today, here to tell you your afternoon just got a lot smarter. Have the latest here at HOA 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekday. Really heavy rain comes through. We're covering more stories from more places, more often, with the Southland's most sought-after news team, the most local news in Southern California. HOA 5 News, during a weekday from 3 to 7. Another reason why HOA is always very own.
Live from Tucson, Arizona, where golf is live all season long. The battle for the most prize money in golf history. This golf on XPW. Are you ready for this? Spring break on XPWS and watch live Saturday and Sunday on your XPW network. Saturday and Sunday morning starting at 10 on KPLA5, the CW.
Pray.com's meditative prayer podcast is the best way to bring God's perfect peace into your life. This meditative prayer helps you focus on God, fight anxiety, and better your life.
Close your eyes. Stop and come back. Open yourself to the Holy Spirit.
Listen to meditative prayer on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
What else is going on around the state that would be a bigger emergency than this? God knows there's all kinds of money that they have. Hundreds of billions of dollars that they spend every year. All kinds of bureaucrats. Where is the National Guard? Why isn't this already done? Why does anybody have to ask? John and Ken, when is the governor's Jewish Live run to 4 p.m. on CFI and on demand?
Working for the FBI is that super sexy. Pull that Savannah to the Cosmopolitan.
De Blasio, Donald Trump's former lawyer and fixer Michael Cohen is expected to testify for Manhattan grand jury investigating the hush money payments that were made to Stormy Daniels. But it's confirmed by a couple people familiar with the matter. The post-court testimony is coming at a critical time. The Manhattan DA did invite former President Trump to testify before the grand jury. That is oftentimes, not always, oftentimes a sign that there will be charges coming. So that would be in the customary thing.
Steve Gregory has joined us all about last night's big event in Hollywood at the Oscars.
Yeah, I want to read a couple of these clips. It's a pretty good clip. Michelle Yeoh was part of the last night. It was pretty fascinating. She was history. And she was asked backstage about how she felt, making history, being a female, being a
Embracing diversity and true representation. I think this is something that we have been working so hard towards for a very long time. And tonight, really broke that feeling. I pulled it out and shattered it. And he used it because there are so many who have felt unseen, unheard. It's not just the Asian community. This is for the Asian community, but for anybody who's been identified as a minority. You deserve comfort. You deserve to be seen. You deserve to have the equal opportunity so you can have a seat at the table. That's all you're asking for. Give us that opportunity. Let us do real work. He did a lot of kung fu movies, didn't he? He did. Jackie Chan and Crazy Rich Asians. He was stuck well on that. He was almost like a crazy James Bond girl. He was a badass in that movie.
He just did a badass all along.
Yeah.
But one of the more interesting people last night was Brendan Fraser.
Was he a fat dude or no?
No, and you know what? I've listened to 2 or 3 interviews, long-form interviews with him recently. We complicated back surgery back in the day, and I know he dropped out of acting because he claimed he was sexually abused, sexually assaulted by producing.
Yeah, he's a father, he's an educator. He's a truth seeker. Jackie fell hopelessly, inconveniently in love with his tributary. He fell into sound love, lost it, and then found it again. I think that his perseverance, he put one foot in front of the other, what Charlie did, go through life. Believe me, I can do it.
A little bit into that role.
Well, it was going to come back.
Okay, that sounded very,
Because that's, by the way, I said I listened to some interviews. That's it. It's like it's a very low register, low tone. Doesn't sound like he's just very excited about it.
very emotional though.
He was very nice. He just kept, he was holding that too. This is just been a roller coaster ride for him. Because his trajectory now, after being around the business for a long time, is very similar to the sex shop. He's really fun. Now, this was sort of the happy story of it. And he was asked the question backstage. For those who don't remember, he was in Goonies, a child actor in Goonies. He was also in Indiana Jones. And he's really did all the circuits now. He's been in all the interviews, and it's just, his story is phenomenal. He was asked last night, which I knew, he was credited as Jonathan T. Plum. And he was asked, how do you feel tonight being able to use your birth name?
You know, when I started as a kid, I was, you know, when my birth name was Steve Kwan, and then I remember when it got really tough, my manager told me that maybe, you know, it would be easier if you would have an American sounding name. And I was so desperate for a job that I would do anything. And it's insane that at one point that I would, you know, try a different name, not the name that was given to me, but it can only show you how desperate I was to try to make things different. So when I decided to get back into acting, which was 3 years ago, the very first thing that I wanted to do was to go back to my birth given name, and to see Ariana open that envelope and say, Steve Kwan. That was a really, really special moment for me. And then immediately, I was so emotional, but the first image that I had in my mind was my mom. It's my mom who's the reason why I am in America, who's the reason why I have a better life, I have all these opportunities. Like I said in my acceptance speech, you know, she sacrificed so much. She had a great life where we came from, and she, you know, she gave all that up so that all her children, there's 9 of us, and every single one of them are so grateful for my parents. You know, he was kind of typecast for a long time, and you know, and unfortunately, when I hear him talk, I hear Mr. John. You know, after that role that he played, in the Indiana Jones movie, he talks about how he couldn't get work, that everyone saw him as that character.
Yeah, and speaking like that, and he had a lot of problems with that. But I will tell you a piece of trivia before I let you go. Whatever you let up, Joe Burns drink.
Wow.
We don't.
This is not the Steve Gregory.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm just recording to kill this thing.
What is this one?
Oh, stop that. Stop that right now. Don't even go there. But he's way fun, and Brendan Fraser. We're both in what movie? Nope.
Encino Man.
Really? Right. I didn't know he was in it. Yeah, they were both in Encino Man, and they were both out doing something.
Wow, that's cool.
Tim story is next. Right, Tim made a joke about that last night. Before the awards were announced, and he said, I guess the only one this year was
You're just nice.
Oh, why do you hate men?
I put it up against the clock here. Maybe you can learn to be better with time.
That's always been a problem. If you're going to go to Vegas on the company dime.
Oh, yes. What a great story.
And let the company credit card cover all of your expenses.
Unless
the company is the United States government.
And we'll have that story when we come back to Deborah Marks in the place for the following week.
The latest storms have caused major flooding along California's central coast. Authorities in Monterey County now expanding evacuation orders after the Salinas River began to overflow, flooding towns along its banks. Video shows the rescue by helicopter of a man stranded after floodwaters washed away his car. Hours earlier, a levee breach on the nearby Ohio River forced residents to flee. ABC's Rhiannon Allen says more than 2,000 people in Monterey County have had to leave their homes. Dozens of people had to be rescued. The news is brought to you by 800 No Cap. The search continues off the coast of San Diego for more people who are aboard two smuggling boats that flipped over in the water. A 911 caller said one boat had 16 people in it and the other had 8. At least 8 deaths were confirmed over the weekend.
When we arrived on scene, both vessels were capsized inside the shore. That area is a very hazardous area, even in the daytime.
San Diego lifeguard Chief James Bartland calls it one of the worst maritime smuggling tragedies he can think of in California. A young boy who fell into the Santa Ana riverbed in Santa Ana has been rescued by a bystander who happened to see him floating in the water. The Orange County Fire Authority said the boy's father tried to save him yesterday but could not. The boy was left about a half a mile downriver when the other man jumped in. All 3 were out of the water when rescuers arrived. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once is taking the top prize of the Oscars. The sci-fi film also took away 6 other trophies, including Best Actress, Best Supporting Actress, and Best Supporting Actor. Brendan Fraser won the Oscar for Best Actor in a Leading Role. His film, The Whale, also won for makeup and hairstyling. All Quiet on the Western Front won for Best Music and Production Design. And some people may wish they hadn't found a new place to call home. If you moved in 2022 and you're having movers remorse, it's not just you. 3 out of 4 Americans who moved last year apparently have some regret. A new survey from real estate brokerage firm HomeBay found the biggest regret was the tie between people wishing they had moved to a bigger place and those who missed their old home. Other regrets were that the new home was too expensive, took too long to buy, and was too much of a hassle. Jennifer Jones Lee, KFI News. We are going to go to the 5 next. You ever have water damage in your home? It's everything, everywhere, all at once, right? You open up a claim with your homeowner's insurance company to find out your insurance adjuster is trying to pay you so little, you're not going to be able to repair the damage. This is when you call Abner Dad. Abner Dad is looking out for you. Abner Dad is a public insurance adjuster who's on your side. You can try to negotiate your insurance company yourself, but you can find very quickly it is not that simple. Abner Dad negotiates on your behalf. Make sure you are getting the best possible outcome, not that insurance company. You can see them dealing with insurance companies for many years. This is all they do. They got the experience and the industry know-how you need on your side. It also rated 5 stars on Yelp, Google, and Better Business Bureau. No one messes around with Abner Dad and his team. Give him a call, 818-917-5256, 818-917-5256, or visit AbnerDat.com. That's ABNERDAT, AbnerDat.com, or call him directly, 818-917-5256. Stop by weather from KFI. We have a slight chance of rain today. We're looking at highs in the low to mid-60s for Metro LA, 60s for San Diego and Santa Ana Valley, mid to upper 60s in the Antelope Valley, Inland Orange County, and the Inland Empire.
rain likely tomorrow. Right now, 57 in Still Beach and 59 in Rivera Ranch. It is slow on the 5 in ROTHSCHILD.
Southbound side on the way from Los Feliz Boulevard going to Transit delays is an 8-grade report about the 10 Stamen Greener Freeway. And northbound side of the 5 Temple coming out of the Milwaukee Center Springs. Going as far back as the 605 for getting to Commerce as well as East LA, especially heavy for your buying northbound. From the 10 Stamen Greener Freeway continuing down the Seaport Outwater Village. Southbound side of the 101 through Studio City still going for you right now. From just past, let's say Woodman, as you can see, so the slow 134. For the second on the 101 now, we're still going through from Hollywood to downtown. So if I'm the sales get there faster, I'm the Hollywood team.
Hiring is heating up. The Indeed hiring platform makes it easy to attract, screen, and interview candidates all in one place. Sponsor a post and instantly receive a short list of quality candidates on Indeed. Choose resumes, match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Over the years, I've been proud to answer one line of the broken road. And now I'm going to connect you all to you and my new career. I like to I'll break down why these words matter and reveal personal stories that show them this night, every week on the iHeart Radio, Apple Podcast, or wherever you get your podcast. If you own a small business and got through COVID and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest GetRefunds.com. I'll answer a few questions. Takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP and nonprofits, even if you had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in the Student Loan Payroll Tax Refund Program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a 6-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to GetRefunds.com. Click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to GetRefunds.com, GetRefunds.com. I never chose to or
For no cost gambling addiction counseling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text support to 53342. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
You only have to April 14th to lock in the best rates on solar. Do it today at sunluck.com. AM 640.
And iHeart Radio Station.
Download the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. These stories we're following for you. Like Kendall Jenner and Bad Bunny are still a thing.
That was the one aspect of sports being unplugged all weekend that I was worried about.
In other love news, Tiger Woods claims his ex, Erica Herman, is no victim of sexual abuse, saying in new court documents he's simply a guilty ex-girlfriend. Ooh, he filed those documents this morning in response to the unenforceable under the Federal Speak Out Act, which allows someone to get around an NDA if a dispute involving sexual harassment or assault arises following the initial agreement.
Still not a lot of answers about the 8 people killed when the 2 migrant smuggling boats capsized in shallow water, but it was pretty treacherous surf and heavy fog. One Spanish-speaking woman on one of the Pangasal boats was able to call 911 Saturday night, so that the other boat had overturned in waves at Black Sea over an 8 on hers. They were able to pull 8 bodies from the water, but they said that they couldn't find any more. There's a potential that the rest of them were able to get to the coast safely and then make their way into the United States, but we just don't know.
Sometimes there are some shenanigans that go on in government agencies, as we know. We heard about the Secret Service officers out in Cartagena who failed to kiss their hookers and got into trouble there. Sometimes when
generally you're supposed to just
I don't know if it was a tip. They may have just not paid what the agreed amount sum was of the work that was done.
those agreed.
But sometimes when guys are in powerful positions and they've got toys at their disposal, they don't always make the best decisions. Lead case agents for the FBI. They were going after college basketball corruption. And Scott Carpenter was the head of the unit investigating this. And he or someone had this bright idea that they would take over a massive penthouse at the Cosmopolitan in Vegas. They would bring thousands of dollars with them. They would fill that in-room safe with the cash. They'd stock the bar with alcohol. They'd put in cameras, hidden cameras that would record the visitors to their penthouse.
Not to mention the cabana, where you have to spend $1,500 on food and drink just to get the cabana. There's a minimum.
Yeah, that's what I never really liked about Vegas table service, is to get a good spot in a club, you would have to agree to spend $1,000 on alcohol. I mean, that's why they have the massive bottles. And the mixers and all the things, like you have to agree to spend a certain amount of money, and it's ridiculous. But anyway, that's how Vegas works.
All of this started about a decade ago. A guy in Pittsburgh, a financial advisor, had a couple of movie projects that didn't go anywhere, but he got in trouble. He was hiding money, sort of a Ponzi scheme, in order to finance these movies that didn't go anywhere. So the SEC comes down on him, and in order to get some amount of leniency, comes clean, says he's totally defrauded people, vouches for details about an unrelated scheme that they didn't know about, prosecutors didn't know about, in which he had paid about 2 dozen college athletes to use his financial services firm when they turned professional. That could have rendered them ineligible under the NCAA rules at the time.
So he begins working, cooperating as a cooperating witness, posing as a financial advisor, trying to sign up college athletes as clients. Travels the country to meet with agents, coaches, athletes, their family members, while recording these conversations.
So this whole thing had kind of run out of steam by the time the FBI took over, November 2016. They said that the FBI did that this had some major unrealized potential in the case. According to Raja, he spent 15 months in Baghdad. He was in the army for a while.
He also likes vodka.
Yeah, even his own dad said he started to become reliant on vodka. Whenever I saw him, he either had a drink or I could smell it on his breath. I still did not connect it to bigger mental health issues or the symptoms of PTSD that I learned about later.
So this guy, Carpenter, the one who likes the vodka and did an overseas tour, and those might be related, he takes over this investigation into some sort of corruption involving college basketball players and all the money that they're getting that they shouldn't get.
Yeah, and when you, like I said, have the government credit card, the company credit card at your disposal, you're going to use that thing to its absolute peak.
He got $135,000 with him in July of 2017, along with a supervisor, a junior agent, and an undercover operative. And they were going to run this operation, that they were going to meet with 11 coaches, 10 college assistants, a youth coach, all in town for a youth tournament at the Cosmopolitan, at this hotel room, the penthouse. But unfortunately for Scott, he got a little grabby with all of the loot.
We'll tell you exactly what happened to this guy. We'll continue right after this. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The 11th atmospheric river of the winter season is on its way to Southern California. It should arrive tomorrow afternoon and last through Wednesday night. 2 more people have been arrested in Riverside County in connection with the failed shooting of a man in West Preston near Murrieta. The man was killed late last month. One guy was arrested about a week later during a traffic stop in Moreno Valley. South Korea's conservative government has proposed increase in the work week to 69 hours. The legal cap on weekly work hours is currently 52. We will check the freeway next. Sometimes bad things can happen on those freeways.
And if you get hurt in an accident on those gas stations and the freeways, if you ever hurt in a car, a motorcycle, truck accident, even a dog bite, there's only one person to call. Quick days accidents.
800-500-5200. For the last 15 years, Sweet James has helped tens of thousands of injured accident victims get medical treatment needed. Won almost $1 billion for their clients with 188 million settled just this last year.
You see, being hurt after an accident can have a major impact on your life. And last thing you need is to try to take this on alone. Sweet James has been awarded best attorneys in America, and personal injury is all they do.
Sweet James is sweet to you, unlike that dog. But tough on the insurance companies to hold them accountable. They are driven by their purpose to help you when you need them the most.
Listen, if you're hurt in an accident, call for free consultation 24/7. 800-500-5200. 800-500-5200. Or go to sweetjames.com.
Southland weather from KFI. We have a slight chance of rain today. We're looking highs in the 60s. This report brought to you by Santa Monica Buick GMC. From the Southern California Toyota dealers, traffic center, let's go places. It's slow on the 10 in downtown LA.
First off, I don't have to 60 when you start going for it. That's supposed to be a 110, and then for the west end, you're going to see the light fading LaFoya as you continue to west LA to the 405. Getting report of possible voice activity going down for your drive happening along the 105 or westbound. This is going to be not too far from SoFi, but it looks like there's definitely some voice activity as you make it to limit. It does look like it. Discover credit cards do something pretty awesome. At the end of your first year, they automatically double all the cash that you earn. That's right, everything you earn, double. The cash back from trade credit cards all double. Seriously, those who tend to check it out for yourself at Discover.com for Warner Brothers Discovery. When you start on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the owner account. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumer. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. How to the Dragon, which is one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for a show. Audio is a core part of that. It's the #1 audio company. iHeartMedia is marketing access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Santa Monica Buick GMC. The free no-charge maintenance package with every new vehicle has been held over till Saturday at Santa Monica Buick GMC, home of Denali USA. Santa Monica Buick GMC.com.
Unfiltered chlorinated tap water just doesn't cut it. It's safe, but then again, it's tap water. It's filtered and delicious water straight from every single tap in your house. It filters water from outside the house. As it goes in, and all the water is filtered. Now, Light Source system is maintenance free. There's no filter to change ever. Once it's installed, you forget about it and just enjoy the water. Bottom line, you're bathing, you're cooking, you're washing clothes, you're washing your dishes in what is effectively bottled water. And of course, you're drinking. And boy, what a great cup of coffee it takes. And I've had this system for over 10 years. New customers get a free AquaPure antibacterial filters at $825 worth. This offer ends March 31st. Call 800-803-2696. 800-803-2696. LightSourceWater.com. LightSourceWater.com. Taste and feel the difference.
And now, a few words from your dog.
Please join me and my team of Wake-Up Call Wigglers at Brookside Park in Pasadena, Sunday, April 2nd. For Pasadena Humans Wiggle Waggle Walk, tourist funds to help them care for the hundreds of animals they take in each year. To donate or join our team and walk with us, go to KFIAM640.com/wiggle.
KFIAM640. Stimulating talk.
Great show over the weekend at SoFi with Bill Joel and CBS, where Sue paid homage to Christine McVeigh. What a show that must have been. I feel like that's too much. I feel like I would need to separate those two.
That's the double chocolate cake.
Yeah,
With.
exactly.
Authorities in Texas have been advising Americans not to travel to Mexico during spring break. The Texas Department of Public Safety said that cartel violence represented a significant threat for anyone crossing into Mexico. Of course, which comes after 4 Americans were kidnapped after they crossed the border last week. 2 of them were murdered. 3 American women who went to Mexico to sell clothes and markets have also been missing for more than 2 weeks.
We're talking about this FBI sting in Vegas. They're trying to crack down on college basketball corruption, trying to ensnare coaches and other officials into being basically paid while they're getting bribed. That was all FBI money, right? They're trying to catch these guys for taking cash for providing players different outfits, I guess you could say. And at the head of all of this is this FBI agent, Scott Carpenter. And he's armed with a couple of other agents, as well as this guy who kind of rolled on the entire operation when he got caught fast and loose, supplying movie projects with some bad money. And he kind of talked about how he had paid at one point 2 dozen college athletes to use his financial firm on the term professional, which is illegal. So the FBI hears this and they're like, well, maybe there's something there then. So they come up with this plan to go to Vegas, and there's a youth tournament there that weekend. And what they're going to do is they're going to lure these coaches to their penthouse, and they're going to secretly record them taking bribes.
Yeah, so over a few days, they met with 11 coaches, 10 college assistants, and 1 youth coach that were all in town for that tournament. For example, one of them, a youth coach out of Florida, recalled that a vodka water was served to him when he stopped by the penthouse on the first night, and he said it was pretty amazing because you're in the penthouse at the Cosmopolitan, where the bathroom is about the same size as everybody else's hotel room. I mean, it's an opulent place. He got an envelope stuffed with about $12,000, according to the complaint, and the next day, the coach said he deposited much of the cash in a nearby bank, and since his players had flown to Vegas on one-way tickets, he used some of that to pay their way home, used the remainder to pay down the debt that he had accumulated while he was running the cruise.
Not sexy, right? Kind of use the money for the right reason. He's also a youth coach from Florida, not a big fish. But then we've got that USC assistant coach, Tony Bland, to talk about. And this is where the LA Times has unproduced got invested into this story. They're like, aha, more corruption at USC. So he is just in the penthouse shortly after midnight, late July, licensed into a couch there. He arrived from LA that afternoon. He was tired. Conversation sounded like the others, both over influence over college players, guys that have a shot at the NBA. He said at one point, I've got some guys I can bring in and just say this is what the F you're doing. And there are other guys who have to work a little harder for, but will still have a heavy influence in what they do. So the federal criminal complaint that resulted from this alleged that this USC coach who made more than $300,000 a year there at SC got $13,000 in his envelope. He eventually pleaded guilty to receiving $4,100.
Right, because the other guy was the one who actually picked up the envelope on his camera to show the agent was the one who picked up the envelope. So Tony Bland only got a third of it in terms of, he never got the $13,000. And in fact, the FBI eventually said that Bland received less than that $4,100 because he had to spend it at a bachelor party that night. And we gave it to Bland to spend it at a bachelor party that night.
In the meantime, the FBI team rents a poolside cabana at the Cosmopolitan. They decide to use the cabana for themselves, they do. They learned that the $1,500 they paid for the space was actually a food and beverage minimum.
Well, you might as well. My point, right?
Well, let's enjoy ourselves.
So hammer those chicken fingers and vodka Collins all day at the pool.
It was an alcohol-filled afternoon at the cabana, and after they went back, showered, and changed their clothes, the FBI agents walked next door to the Bellagio. Ended up in a high-limit lounge. Because remember, they're armed with all this cash, right? To snare these coaches. And Scott Carpenter, the lead FBI agent on this case, bought $10,000 in gambling chips with the government cash he had taken from the safe. Started playing blackjack. The 3 other agents watched him gamble from afar, from a bar, took turns visiting him.
He blows through 10 grand, And then he pressures the other undercover agent to give him some extra money. Hey, it's not yours, it's the government's anyway.
Carpenter played for 2 to 3 hours, placed an average bet of $721. By the time he walked away, he had lost $13,500.
That's a bad night. I'm sure there's worse, but it's a bad night, especially because it ain't his money.
They said at the cabana alone, he had a 6-pack of beer and nearly a fist of vodka, and then went gambling.
And then went and continued to drink in the high rollers, which, by the way, I'm assuming, I've never sat at a high roller table, I'm assuming those are legitimate drinks. Like, you order a gin and tonic, it's a gin and tonic. It's not a watered down version.
No, it's not pop-off vodka, right? What does that feel like the next day? What does that feel like? I mean, I had a couple Coors Lights out at the ballpark yesterday, and
he almost didn't wake up.
I didn't make it. No,
after the alcohol wore off, he realized that he was in deep, the FBI calls it coup at that time. And he's pacing back and forth in this incredibly opulent penthouse at the Cosmo. And they're asking, what are you going to do?
Does your hangover feel better if you're in a penthouse?
I think not. I think not. Well, because you're now in charge of this operation. You've just blown all of this money.
Yeah.
You're not getting anything close to what you were expecting in terms of, flipping some of these coaches for this cash. It is not panning out. So one of the agents tells an investigator that Scott Carpenter was brainstorming how to make it right through the haze of his hangover, asked if they could say that the gambling was actually part of the operation, and the agent said no. So the undercover agent alleged that the 4 agents met early that morning. There was a discussion to just take care of it. The supervisor, the junior agent, hotly contest that such a meeting occurred. In fact, Scott Carpenter's attorney wrote that his client vehemently disagreed that he intended in any way to conceal his conduct or evade any sort of responsibility. So, flies back to New York, takes a scheduled day off, and then meets with his supervisor, fesses up about the missing money, tells the undercover agent and the junior agent that he was going to try to pay it back, asks if they could split the cost. The other agents and Scott Carpenter's supervisor was in Vegas, unidentified, but guess what? Scott Carpenter transferred out of the public corruption squad, college basketball investigation, and checked into an inpatient alcohol treatment program the following year.
He eventually, after serving time in the program, did get sentenced for this. Very contrite during his remarks at the hearing 5 years ago. He said, I made a terrible and stupid mistake. Oh, there's no excuse for what I did. There's an explanation. The combination of job stress, alcohol, and lingering issues from my military service. So he was sentenced to 3 months of home confinement, ordered him to repay the government's money. The status of the other 3 FBI agents who went with him to Vegas, unclear.
A couple of them shifted out. One of them had to go take care of an ailing mother in Italy.
Sure, of course he did.
Sounds about right.
All right, when we come back, we will dive into Washington's Swamp Watch. What did Mike Pence say about his former boss, President Trump? Mean comments of the
Mean? Mike Pence mean?
I know.
There you
Put on your seatbelt.
although if Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
We follow the news. You follow us. KSI.
KOST 822.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Local failure on Dr. Mark, live from KFI 24-hour newsroom. A regional bank that operates in Southern California has failed.
With more than $110 billion in assets, Signature Bank collapses the 3rd biggest bank failure in U.S. history. All of the bank's former customers have automatically become members of a newly created bank run by the FDIC. Signature Bank had locations in the L.A. area and at least 1 location in Orange County. The failure of the New York-based bank yesterday follows the recent failure of California-based Silicon Valley Bank, which collapsed because customers fearful of the bank's financial health rushed to withdraw their money. Officials say both banks' customers will be able to access all of their money. In Beverly Hills, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
Americans can have confidence that the banking system is safe.
President Biden says his administration has taken quick action in response to the bank's failure.
All customers who had deposits in these banks can rest assured they'll be protected and they'll have access to their money as of today.
That includes small businesses across the country that bank there and need to make payroll, pay their bills, and stay open for business.
And he says taxpayers will not bear the losses. He says the management of banks taken over by the FDIC will be fired, and investors in the failed banks will not be protected. The S&P 500 has gone virtually unchanged in morning trading, but still tumbled 1.4% at the open. The sharpest drops came from banks, as Silicon Valley Bank collapsed last week and Signature Bank collapsed yesterday.
Here's a First Republic regional bank, still a large bank that sort of got caught up in all of this, down about 60% last check. PacWest, Comerica, Zion, a lot of the smaller regional banks are really getting hit, but also the big guys too.
ABC's Alexis Christopherus says JP Morgan Chase, Bank of America, and Wells Fargo stocks are lower because investors don't want to place any big bets on the banking sector right now. Investigators are asking for help finding a hit-and-run driver who killed a woman in Pico Rivera. LA County Sheriff's Deputy Raquel Utley said 3 women were walking on Rock Road when 2 were hit from behind.
LA County Fire Department paramedics responded and began providing life-saving measures. 1 female was pronounced deceased at the scene, and the other was transported to a local area hospital for serious injuries.
Investigators say the women were leaving the Pico Rivera sports arena and looking for a rideshare last night when they were hit. Deputies say a vehicle description has not been given. People with information are being asked to call police. A new event is springing up in Woodland Hills, and every bunny is invited. The Bunny Cafe is a traveling pop-up where people can eat and drink in the company of guest RealRabbi. The owner of Joygrad, Kevin G, says these bunnies are rescued from the...
We're bored and there's only...
The owner says after the pandemic, many people gave up their fur babies because they were too busy, but new adoption will be coordinated if visitors are interested in rehoming the pet. The cafe will be in town from March 26th to April 29th, and tickets are available at the Bunny Cafe website. Chris Adler, KFI News.
It's been a long time coming.
Former President Trump's personal attorney, Michael Cohen, is set to testify before a Manhattan grand jury investigating hush money payments he arranged and made on Trump's behalf. Cohen arrived at the courthouse this morning for his closed-door testimony.
This is not what he's saying, right? What this is about accountability.
Cohen says if there's an indictment, he will come back as a fact witness down the road. He says his goal is to tell the truth. The Texas Department of Public Safety has issued a warning to people in the state to avoid traveling to Mexico during spring break, and even after that, officials say drug cartel violence and other criminal activity. Rabbi attorneys, the Dow is up 141, S&P 500 up 24, NASDAQ up 137, and the average price of a gallon of regular gas in California is $4.92.
Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Justice for you since 1972.
Southland weather contain a 5, partly cloudy this afternoon with highs in the low to mid-60s for Metro LA, 60s for the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley, mid to upper 60s in the Antelope Valley, Inland Orange County, and the Inland Empire, and rain likely starting tomorrow afternoon. Right now, 58 in Orange, 61 Buena Park, 53 in California, Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Let's go places. We're going to a stall on the 57 in San Dimas. Pulling that 57 northbound right before you get to Covina Boulevard, it's stable the big rig in the middle lanes, and it stops from the V30. In Ontario, 15 northbound right at 4th Street, got a crash in the Senator Ryder area. Looks like it's going to stop and go from Haruka. Cajon Pass, 15 southbound. This is right before you get to Oak Hill Road. We got a crash over on the right shoulder, but it's already a slow ride from Ranchero Road down to Kenwood, and in that backup, 15 southbound right before you get to the 138 Bradley crash. It's in the second lane from your left. In Coachella, 10 westbound before you get to Dillon Road. Got an accident blocking the left lane with the rollover crash. Traffic stacked up about a mile there. In Hawthorne, 105 westbound of French Boulevard. That earlier crash, it looks like that's clearing and lanes are open. And Mid-City, 10 eastbound at La Brea Avenue, got a still big rig in the right lane. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dean Arnett.
Hey, y'all, this is Girl Phil Underwood, and I want to tell you something. My digestive system used to make me feel sluggish, but those days are over. Now I feel great. That's because I increased my fiber intake with the Metamucil 2-week challenge, and I'm still hooked. I just took Metamucil every day for 14 days, and it's really that easy. Metamucil traps and removes the weight that weighs you down, so you feel lighter and more energetic. Now I never want to go back to that heavy feeling. Are you ready for the Metamucil 2-week challenge for a coupon and daily support? Sign up at Metamucil.com today. When I can't sleep, my mind just races. I think about work, the kids,
But I don't think about taking melatonin because I'm afraid I'll feel groggy in the morning.
Equal Pure Heat Gummy has an optimal dose of melatonin for no next day grogginess. You can fall asleep naturally and wake up feeling refreshed. Equal Pure Heat Gummy for better sleep like never before. And try Pure Heat Sleep plus Next Day Energy with melatonin plus extended release B vitamins.
This is Jacob Emron. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
More stimulating talk.
And I have a radio station.
Like you asked like keywords off with words and yeah. Very seriously you said there was a zebra attack in Ohio. Can you tell me that? And your face was super serious. Never seen someone be so serious of an Ohio zebra attack.
I just thought it would be a fun story to
No, it's great.
yell at me.
I'm sorry.
There's a lot going on. We will keep our eyes on what's going on in Northern California. Sort of the Monterey area is the area of the state that's dealing most with too much rain, too much water right now. The Salinas River is causing some problems in Monterey County. There are areas that have flooded. There are areas, the Pajaro area, for example, a couple thousand people had to be evacuated. Flooding and mudslides shut down stretches of highways around Watsonville and Santa Cruz County, including Highway 1, eastbound, westbound, State 152. In Lake Tahoe, they're talking about 52 feet of snow this season. 52 feet of snow. And there is more expected today and tomorrow. In terms of our rain, we're not expecting to see much until probably tomorrow. And even then, it's going to be nowhere near as significant as we saw up in Northern California.
11 o'clock, we get you caught up on all things Washington.
The government doesn't work.
Oh, man. They make it like a reality TV. Corn Pop was a bad dude. Always a pleasure. Watching Hey, Joe. Hey, I all too clearly built on a swamp. In so many ways, still a swamp. That's a bunch of Milwaukee. Like the greatest swamp. Like the yes, there's still a swamp. You know the thing.
So the Gridiron Dinner is a white tie event. It's thrown by journalists in Washington every year. It's lighthearted. It's supposed to be a fun night. Kids, parody songs, performed by members of the Washington Press Corps. Everyone just doesn't take themselves too seriously. It's just a fun night, right? And then they decided to invite Mike Pence. The fun stuff. The fun's fun. And Mike Pence gets up there on Saturday night and goes after former President Trump about January 6th.
But I've also made it clear that President Trump was wrong. I have no right to overturn the election. And his words that day were reckless. They endangered my family and others that
I know that history will hold Donald Trump accountable. Pretty crazy. He hinted about his own potential run for president. He said, quote, "I will wholeheartedly, unreservedly support the Republican nominee for president if it's me." Ha ha ha! Zinger!
Did you see the part about the Bible study?
No.
I once invited President Trump to Bible study, he said. He really liked the passages about the smiting and perishing of thine enemies. As he put it, you know, Mike, there's some really good stuff in here. Dude, you cannot make a joke about Bible study.
Not with those guys.
Good Lord.
That's, he's angry. Mike Pence is angry. Mike Pence, I don't know if this comes out of the protection reaction that he's got, that he does feel like he was legitimately threatened that day on January 6th.
I just don't know why you kept such an erection for it. Like, put it away. Put it away. Put January 6th away, especially if you're a Republican.
Because he believes, I see what you're saying. Like, why do you keep bringing it up?
Yes.
I think
and what a weird face to have such a serious speech. Like, read the room, bro.
Yeah. But then again, you expect Mike Pence to have any sort of room reading ability? He's not the one I would go to.
No, but isn't there someone around him that's like, this is not the time. Maybe come across likable and human tonight, and then we'll get hit hard about Trump next week in Iowa.
Have you seen Mike Pence?
I know.
I don't think there's anybody around him that's doing that.
Listen, I know. I would be that person for him in his life.
When he's called and critical to be transparent about what happened, he continues to fight a subpoena to testify about that day. Think about that. I mean, he is a guy, I mean, your point, he's got some confusing stances on this. He has argued he's protecting the separation of powers as president of the Senate, therefore he shouldn't be or couldn't be subpoenaed. And he criticizes former President Trump's actions that day, but no other major candidate in the field has done that. And maybe that's the difference, is that he's carving, that's the piece that he's carving out, is that he is the one who will be critical of Donald Trump for January 6th. Because outside of Tim Scott, he's the only one who was in the building at the time. So, I mean, there may be that. We'll figure that out. So, the second and third largest bank failures in the history of the United States happened over the weekend while you were sleeping. In this case, the government shut down Signature Bank last night after the Biden administration yesterday decided to guarantee all of their money starting today. The president, on his way to California today, but before he left, made a statement, in fact, before the markets opened, in an attempt to try to ease people's concerns about what's going on.
Thanks to quick action my administration over the past few days, Americans can have confidence that the banking system is safe. Your deposits will be there when you need them. Small businesses across the country that deposit accounts at these banks can breathe easily knowing they'll be able to pay their workers and pay their bills. All customers who had deposits in these banks can rest assured they'll be protected and they'll have access to their money as of today. That includes small businesses across the country that bank their business.
He went through and wanted to describe some of the things that the government's going to do.
No losses will be, and I want this to be an important point, no losses will be borne by the taxpayer. Let me repeat that. No losses will be borne by the taxpayer. Instead, the money will come from the fees the banks pay into the deposit insurance fund. Second, the managers of these banks will be fired. If the bank is taken over by FDIC, the people running the bank should not work there anymore. Third, investors in the banks will not be protected. They knowingly took a risk, and when the risk didn't pay off, investors lose their money. That's how capitalism works. And fourth, the important questions of how these banks got into the circumstance in the first place. We must get the full accounting of what happened and why those responsible can be held accountable. And my administration knows no one is above the law.
You're giving me a serious nap over here.
We have been on Wall Street seeing regional banks really taking in the short, more on what this means, and for everybody else. I mean, if you have your money in a big name bank, you're probably going to be just fine. If you do bank with one of these smaller places, Jason will let us know if this is something we got to keep our eyes on. You want to try to, protect yourself, maybe put some money in different banks, or just take a nap, forget it all.
I think we should limit Biden's clips to 10 seconds.
Okay.
We should have a hard and fast rule.
He said,
Not a joke.
Just to keep everyone from careening into a wall while they're driving listening to the show. You want your Jeopardy question, or we'll wait and do it on the way back? Okay.
Harry and Shannon will continue. Deborah Market live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
President Biden will be in Monterey Park tomorrow to talk about his efforts to reduce gun violence. Monterey Park was the site of that mass shooting in January, in which 11 people in the damn city were killed. The president will be in San Diego later today. The FDA has approved a nasal spray to treat migraine. The drug made by Pfizer is the first and only migraine treatment of its kind to be offered as a spray. And a Gallup poll says people are split on the state of the COVID-19 pandemic. 51% of people surveyed says it's not quite over. 49% said it is. 62% say they believe the situation with the virus in the U.S. is getting better. And only a quarter of those polled say they worry about testing rates. From the Southern California Toyota dealers shopping center, let's go places. Actually, we're going to go We're going to go to a stall on the 105 in Linwood. From the 105 westbound, right after Long Beach Boulevard, this stall is blocking the carpool lane. New City another disabled vehicle. This time of Big Rig can use them right La Brea Avenue, the right one, gets to Lena Boulevard. It's got a stalled Big Rig in the third lane from your left. They're hoping to get that out of your way in about a half an hour. You still can see some stop of the traffic from the averting. KFI in the skies, I'll get you there faster. I'm getting on it.
This report is sponsored by churches. There are so many reasons to get hooked on churches. They keep shrimp dealing. It's simple, partially, downright irresistible. And it starts at $5.99. The only catch is only here for a limited time. Service Sector 6. Welcome to the great state of Flake. 18 Sharp water softeners add sodium to your water without even filtering it. Here is something better. A Life Source salt-free water system. Life Source filters water from every tap and keeps all the healthy minerals without maintenance, salt, or servicing. And right now, new customers can get a free Apicure antibacterial filter with a qualifying purchase, a savings of $825. But the offer ends soon, so call Life Source at 800-803-2696 or go to lifesourcewater.com. Live from the Hayes bedroom, it's another eventful night for us. The curious Ron Steve has been struggling with his feedback. His wife Michelle is trying to leave the range. Michelle throws an elbow. He's leaning for the couch. He could get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspires a sleep apnea treatment that gives you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. There's no mask and no home. Just learn more at InspiredSleep.com.
Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at InspiredSleep.com.
Bank of America has powerful digital solutions for local and global businesses. You can make every move matter. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America, N.A. Copyright 2023. Hi everyone, I'm HOA Samantha Cortese, here to tell you your afternoons just got a lot smarter.
From Washington Press Live.
Got the latest here
Here we're going to be.
Seriously, HOA 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekday. Really heavy rain come through. We're covering more stories from more places more often with the Southland's most sought-after news team, the most local news in Southern California. HOA 5 News. Join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why HOA is LA's very own.
I love it! Sunday on the TWO. After the incredible start to the season in Manitoba, Mexico, Live Golf returns to the U.S. Live from Tucson, Arizona. Live Golf is live all season long. The battle for the most prize money in golf history. It's Live Golf on the TW. Are you ready for this? Free play on the TW app and watch live Saturday and Sunday on your TW network. Saturday and Sunday morning starting at 10 on KTLA 5, the TW.
Pray.com's meditative prayer podcast is the best way to bring God's perfect peace into your life. Each meditative prayer helps you focus on God, fight anxiety, sleep better, and more.
As you close your eyes, ask God to come and have fellowship with you. Open yourself to the Holy Spirit and ask Him to minister to you.
Listen to meditative prayer on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You gotta do something. This is what Governor does. You get federal help. Why does everybody do all that? And this is why, some of us just say, why are you always ragging on government? Yeah, here you go. Well, I'm always going to rag on government because government is filled with a lot of lazy John and Ken. Get lumped. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. As Gary mentioned, coming up after Deborah's News at the bottom of the hour, Jason Middleton will join us. All the important things we need to know about the bank. Was it a bailout? What caused the failures? Should we be worried? We will have all the answers from Jason coming up in this moment. Did you hear about the Oscars flag, guys?
You got a vacation to Italy?
A plot of land in Australia? What? Let's see, a gilded box of dates, chocolate. It's in 3 suitcases, apparently, that wheeled up to people's doors. It's like a gift trunk, not a gift bag.
And it's only like the acting nominees and the directing?
The nominees in the top 5 categories, a total of 26 people, each swag bag is worth $126,000. Yikes is right. And these are the people that sit there and cry about the income inequality in this world, and in this state, and in this city. And they're sitting there opening up their gift box is worth $126,000.
Okay. I have a follow-up on the gridiron dinner.
Okay.
Sense of cutting-edge humor.
Get it.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre is calling on Pence to apologize for jokes he made about Pete Buttigieg.
Really? What did he say?
Pence said...
Got him into that?
No.
Okay.
Pence said Pete Buttigieg took maternity leave, and everyone else got postpartum depression in his absence.
Oh my God, that's terrible.
Yes, it is. It's awful. But Karine Jean-Pierre slammed Mike Pence, saying that they were homophobic, that they were inappropriate. Quote, the former vice president's homophobic joke about Secretary Buttigieg was offensive and inappropriate, all the more so because he treated women suffering from postpartum depression as a punchline. He should apologize to women and LGBTQ people. Pence said in his joke that while Pete Buttigieg was out on leave, thousands of travelers were stranded in airports, the air traffic system was shut down, airplanes nearly collided on our runways. He is the only person in human history to have a child, and everyone else gets postpartum depression.
That's a terrible punchline. Like, that's just stupid. That's not even me being offended on behalf of women who actually have postpartum depression and really struggle with it.
Yeah.
It's just a dumb line. If you're going to be wildly offensive, be funny.
These kids got pretty sick.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they had respiratory viral infections a little more than a year ago. And the twins were in critical condition at one point. So
really?
His husband spent, every waking moment at the hospital. But I'm sure there's plenty of people who do that, but it's not. You give them a couple of years before you start telling jokes about the kids. I mean, it wasn't about the kids.
Yeah.
Michael Cohen, longtime fixer for former President Trump, is at the Manhattan courthouse now. His appearance before a grand jury investigating hush money payments that went to Stormy Daniels. This is on the heels of Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg and the offer they extended to the former president to have him testify before the grand jury. That's not always an indicator that charges would be filed, but it is often. So there is a potential for that to be an issue going forward. The Biden administration has approved a very controversial oil project in Alaska called the Willow Project. And there is some concern because it would represent, according to the administration, an economic lifeline for some of those communities in the region. Environmentalists say this is not at all along the lines of Joe Biden and his stated climate goals. The decision on this project, it's ConocoPhillips, the Willow Project, is a federal oil reserve that's about the size of Indiana. And they said it would produce 180,000 barrels of oil a day, about 1.5% of our total production. It's the largest proposed oil drilling on U.S. public land in the decade. Very unexpected out of this administration.
Do you remember when Elizabeth Warren went on a Boston radio show in late January, and she was talking about Biden running for re-election? And she was asked if Biden could keep Kamala Harris as his running mate. And she
said something like, he could do what he wants.
Yeah, the direct quote was, I really want to defer to what makes Biden comfortable on his team. So everyone ran with that, right? And apparently, as you can imagine, it did not go over well with Kamala Harris and the people in her office. One person describing it as pretty insulting. Apparently, Elizabeth Warren has called twice to apologize, but Kamala Harris won't call her back.
Oh, hi, China. This is the United States.
Yeah, several people close to Elizabeth Warren said the senator was calling to explain her statement as purely a mistake, a fumbling, unintentional attempt to avoid stepping on a campaign announcement from the president. Warren made her case to Kamala Harris's chief of staff, Lorraine Bowles, who returned the senator's call in place of Kamala Harris.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. You know, when I knew our country was headed for some strange times, is when I was walking down this hallway, and ran into a coworker who was in tears because Elizabeth Warren was out, and she was crying in the hallway. I said, "What's wrong, so-and-so? Are you okay, so-and-so?" It's not that you see your coworkers crying.
No.
And she said, "Elizabeth." And I thought, what happened to Elizabeth? At the time, Elizabeth Espinosa worked there. And I was like, what happened to Elizabeth? And she's like, Elizabeth Warren. And I'm like, oh, hey, that's where we're at. We're now crying. We're now we're shedding personal tears over politicians. That is a problem.
Well, what I think is interesting about this is that Kamala Harris, even as vice president, I don't think is getting the respect of the people in her party. And I don't know if it's that Elizabeth Warren's been in the Senate for 12 years, 18 years. She may feel like Kamala Harris was a newcomer and was out of order. Like the Hillary Clinton aspect of maybe yeah, you haven't paid your dues right, it wasn't your turn. Right. And I wonder if Elizabeth Warren feels that.
Well, Elizabeth Warren is a heavyweight. She is a thinker, she is cerebral, she is a serious person. That's not Kamala Harris. Those two would not break bread. They would not be in the same friend circle, so to speak.
Which is why
I think Elizabeth Warren puts more emphasis on
intelligence.
I was going to say that, but I didn't want to be in trouble. Well, I let you say it.
No, I didn't say it. You said it. I was just filling in the words that you were saying.
Right.
I didn't want to do this.
Breakfast of Champions is their category for $200. The answer is this cereal has used the slogan Breakfast of Champions since the 1930s.
So I got it even without even...
Yeah. That was a first.
I should get extra bonus money for that.
That was intelligent. Elizabeth Warren would like you.
Oh, good.
Get it. Get in there.
Get her and Mike Pence in a party.
Oh my God, could you imagine? That would have room of sex.
FBI agents in a penthouse.
My God, I'm getting hot and bothered just thinking about it.
That's your hot dog sweat coming back. Speaking of hot dog sweat, Jason Middleton, when we come back, we talk all about what's going on with these a couple of bank failures that we got to figure out. And is this an indicator of things to come? Gary and Shannon will continue. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
People in the central part of the state are evacuating as another atmospheric river is expected tonight. ABC's Rob Marciano says evacuees from Watsonville are spread across at least 4 shelters throughout the county.
All the streets here are closed. You can actually still hear the river coming through this area. The only way in and out of the neighborhood here is by high water military-grade vehicles or by boats.
He says there's no telling when people will be able to return to their homes. About 15 million people remain under flood watches in California and Nevada. State highways running through isolated, snowed-in communities in the San Bernardino Mountains have reopened. Caltrans asks non-residents to be aware that the communities are still recovering. It's supposed to be respectful, slow down, and not to park on the roadways blocking essential personnel. Caltrans says to bring change as weather conditions can change rapidly and to be prepared for long traffic lines as well. The roads reopen Saturday. People will be able to vote on a new measure that would raise the state's minimum wage to $18. The Living Wage Act of 2022 has been qualified by the Secretary of State to be on next year's ballot after failing to secure its place on the ballot during last year's midterms. Advocates say increasing wages would be a critical measure to help counties in the state catch up to the rising cost of living as inflation drives prices higher. The Oscar for Best Picture has gone to Everything Everywhere All at Once. The film also took away 6 other statues, including for Best Actress, Best Supporting Actress, and Best Supporting Actor. The film had 11 nominations. Brendan Fraser won for Best Actor for his role in The Whale, about a 600-pound man looking to mend his relationship with his daughter. He beat out Austin Butler, who starred in the biopic Elvis.
There was a firm effort to showcase women in this year's Oscars. I see Gregory backstage to do the Academy Awards. Not only were women prominently seen as hosts during the pre-show on the red carpet, but many female Oscar winners were asked to backstage about their views on women in the film industry.
You deserve to be heard. You deserve to be seen. You deserve to have the equal opportunity so we can have a seat at the table. That's all we're asking for. Give us that opportunity. Let us prove we are worth it.
That's Michelle Yeoh, who won Best Actress for her role in Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. At the Dolby Theater in Hollywood, Steve Gregory, KFI News.
Southline weather from KFI. Partly cloudy this afternoon with highs in the low to mid-60s for Metro LA, 60s for the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valleys, mid to upper 60s for the Antelope Valley, Inland Orange County, and the Inland Empire, and rain tomorrow. Right now, it is 59 in Cypress and 58 in Brea. We're going to a crash on the 91 in Anaheim Hills.
Still the 91 westbound right at Lakeview. They're just now putting it over the right shoulder. You got a little bit of slow, and once past it, not a bad ride though. Downtown LA on the 5 north, right at the 110, you got a crash over on the right shoulder there as well. Some good news in San Dimas, 67 northbound, right before the Covina Boulevard. They got that sold out big rig from the lane. And good news in Coachella as well. 10 westbound before Dillon Road. That earlier crash has cleared. The left lane has been reopened. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jay Harmon.
How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need with the equity you've built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, or whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital may have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they are simply the best for what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com. Cadillac of Beverly Hills. The free no-charge maintenance package with every XT4, XT5, and XT6 has been held over till Saturday. At Cadillac of Beverly Hills, there is only one. CadillacBeverlyHills.com.
Hey, yeah, this is your Phil Underwood, and I want to tell you something. My digestive system used to make me feel sluggish, but those days are over. Now I feel great. That's because I increased my fiber intake with the Metamucil 2-week salad, and I'm still hooked. I just took Metamucil every day for 14 days, and it's really that easy. Metamucil tracks and removes the weight that weighs you down, so you feel lighter and more energetic. Now I never want to go back to that heavy feeling. Are you ready for the Metamucil 2-week salad for a coupon and daily support? Sign up at Metamucil.com today.
Hey, Steve Sharp, water softeners add sodium to your water without even filtering it. Here is something better. A Life Source salt-free water system. Life Source filters water from every tap and keeps all the healthy minerals without maintenance, salt, or servicing. And right now, new customers can get a free AquaPure antibacterial filter with a qualifying purchase, a savings of $825. But the offer ends soon, so call Life Source at 800-803-2696 or go to lifesourcewater.com.
Green Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
Live from the Hayes bedroom, it's another eventful night for us. Experience Ron Steve has been struggling with his feedback. Dave White and Michelle is trying to save the rain. Michelle throws an elbow. He's swinging for the couch. He could get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspires a sleep apnea treatment that gives you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. With no mask and no home. John. Learn more at InspiredSleep.com.
Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at InspiredSleep.com. KFI AM 640.
The news, what it means, why it matters.
live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. On a Monday, it's March 13th. There is a zebra story that we are going to get to.
You are very
later in the show.
Adamant that we get to the zebra attack story out of Ohio.
When is the last time someone had to call 911 because of a zebra?
I don't know, but if you call 911 in Ohio, they call you back. Repeatedly.
Yeah, they want to make sure that you are okay and you're not being attacked by a zebra.
Well, let's get right to it, shall we? The big news of the day over the weekend, the startling collapse of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank continues to ripple across the economy, even as the administration has raced to stabilize the banking system. What does it all mean? Well, that's why we turn to Jason Middleton. You can hear him on KFI in the mornings. You can hear him on the weekends as well when he educates us on, well, smart people stuff, Jason, right?
Let's hope so. I'll do my best, I promise. All right, well, educate away. What the hell happened to Silicon Valley Bank? Well, okay, the quick takeaway here is Silicon Valley Bank managers just basically crap the bed. They make really bad bets, and whatever it gets coming to them is justified. They have an uneven ledger. So there's a PR fail here, there's a thinking fail, there's a strategy fail as well. And some of this has to go back to the Fed in a way because there's too much money sloshing around the economy still. As a matter of fact, these are all kind of the long tail of COVID kind of playing out across two administrations. You had low federal interest rates for too long, too much money, free money floating around. The consumer level thing is, yeah, there are not many people who go there to like write checks and take out money. It's not that kind of bank, right? This is a very specific kind of niche regional bank that handles a lot of startups. As a matter of fact, 50% of all startups have an account with Silicon Valley Bank. They basically bought a bunch of securities, which is like what banks do, right? So they bought it at 1%. And now the rates are about 5%, and they're going to continue to go up. And so that money is pretty much worthless. Well, not worthless. It's worth exactly what they paid for. They're not making any dough on it, right? So they can't expand or anything. Then last week, they put out a press release saying, hey, we're going to sell some of these things because we want to get in at the higher interest rate return level, just like you would. But at the same time, that kind of sends a signal up to all the investors who have money in that bank, including venture capital investors, including people like Peter Thiel. And then they saw that, and that basically led to a good old-fashioned bank run, just like 1929. Is this expanding at all, or has the government and the actions that the government has taken, has they put enough of a firewall around this that it's not going to expand? I think it won't expand terribly far. I do think we had another bank fall, a regional bank in New York fell on Sunday yesterday. So just like celebrity deaths, I think we're going to have one more this week probably, and then we're going to have the same discussion in about 6 months. Now, those are regional banks that are kind of neat. That's not necessarily the whole banking industry, so to speak. The thing is, they were trying to, the FDIC and the Fed like to come in on Friday, right, to do this kind of thing, give them the weekend non-business days to get their ducks in a row. They were going to try to sell it to a larger bank, let's say Bank of America or JP Morgan. But the law is one bank can't have more than 10% of all deposits in the economy, and it probably would have caused a further panic. So that's why I think this is going to be contained. Investors in the bank are definitely going to lose money. Managers of the bank are definitely going to lose their jobs, if not worse. But I do think it's contained within somewhat of a realm. But you got to think about it too. How much of this economy, this economy we're in right now, is undergirded by tech? So 80% of all startups.
I'm sorry, Jason, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, you're up.
Oh, okay. These managers made bad bets, and I gotta believe that it's not just contained to this bank. There's gotta be other people that thought that what was going on, and the right environment for making these bad bets.
I can see your points there for sure. There's a difference. You're probably thinking back to like 2000, right? When a lot of this. Okay, great. So a lot of the securities that I mentioned earlier are mortgage-backed, but they're not junk mortgage-backed like those ones in 2008. That's why this money is secured. So they paid $100 for a treasury bill at $100, but they were only getting like 0.4% back. Well, now you can get 5% back. Okay, so let's say you're selling a puppy, they're selling a puppy, they're exactly the same. I'm going to get 5% more love and affection out of the puppy I buy for you than I will for Gary. Well, I'm going to buy the Fed Reserve is boosting interest rates, and I just felt like there was a flash of knowledge that I lost. But if the Fed is raising interest rates, then for part of this at all, or
Part of this, well, absolutely. I don't think it's as big as a lot of the, as long as they're getting, but they should have seen this coming. Yes, absolutely. They let free money run for way too long. But there's two sides to this, right? There's the monetary policy. They let 0% happen for a lot too long. Then you have the policy side of it, which is where the Trump administration and the Biden administration pump billions of dollars into the economy, sloshing around. Basically, everybody felt like these were going to last forever. And that's never the case. And this goes back, I mean, honestly, bank runs go back to the 100-year war. And the fact that we haven't learned from any of this kind of like freaks me out a little bit, but at the same time, the bank managers will tell you this is a black swan event. That's not true, because you could predict this was coming. Now, does it have huge ramifications? Absolutely. Will they hit us? Like anybody who has less than more than $250,000 in the savings or checking account, you're fine. Nothing to see there. Okay, that's all good. But it's the size. If you have more than that, you're probably handling your own risk anyway. But that's why they bought all these securities at really low rates. And then when the Fed starts raising you, well, nobody's going to rebuy those, and you can't sell them. You can't sell at a loss in the market. It's just capitalism. So that's why, to your point, the Fed should have acted a little bit quicker to ease this. But now, I really think this is I don't want to overstate it, but this will definitely add to the thinking that we could have a recession only because it's a tip of the spear when it comes to too much money floating around the economy with nowhere to go because now the interest rates are so high. So, there's this Silicon Valley mantra, move fast and break things. That's kind of what the Fed is doing right now by raising these things. It's moving really fast on interest rate hikes, and it's going to break things. One of the first things to break the Silicon Valley Bank.
What does this mean for tech and startups? Anything?
Sure it does. Indian startups are basically going to go to a coma for 2 to 3 years.
Wow.
I don't think there's not enough capital to roll around. Look, $250,000 sounds like a lot to those of us who just like talking about our household budget, but a basic startup needs about between $2 and $10 million a month for operational capital, working capital. And without that, that's not going to go back into that bank. It's not going to go anywhere else anytime soon. JP Morgan and JP Diamond over there, they have to diversify, and they're really good about doing that. The reason Silicon Valley has so much money was because they said, "Oh, you don't have credit, you don't have a track record because you're a startup, but we understand that. So here's some money." And then they go out and do it. But then when they close their doors into a startup to get their money, well, then you have that bank run thing.
All right.
Jason, thank you. I appreciate it.
Great.
So I think that's so, and it's a great day.
I was just going to say, it sounds like you're doing some calisthenics while you're talking to us.
I just got out of the gym. I'm sorry.
No, it's great. Well, I think it's great because you get those big muscles pumping, and it just keeps you going for the rest of the day. Also, my puppies do give more love.
Whoa. Okay, let's talk about marketing because I'm in the market for something. I'm just saying 5% more on that payback. I'm into it.
All right, enjoy that day.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Steve Middleton there. The latest on all of this. And like President Biden said earlier today, this is not a bailout. This is not the government coming in to prop up Signature Bank or Silicon Valley Bank. They're gone. It's just a matter of making sure that, A, those managers get fired, and like Jason alluded to, potentially criminal charges that could come from that.
I'm glad he broke it down, though, and separated this from what happened in 2007, 2008, because there's an important distinction to be made so that people don't freak out.
All right, coming back. What did you do this week?
Sunshine, Coors Light, baseball.
Gary and Shannon will continue in just a moment. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A Downey police officer has been hurt in a head-on collision between the patrol SUV and a car. The crash happened early this morning at Lakewood Boulevard and Columbia Way. The officer was taken to the hospital. The other driver was also hurt. A hit-and-run driver crashed into a group of women walking in Pico Rivera. 3 women were on Rock Road yesterday approaching Rose Hills Road when they were hit. The driver kept going. One woman died at the scene. Another was taken to the hospital. $10 gift cards they will also have gift cards. We're going to go to the 60 next.
Here's an issue. Water damage in your house. Think about this. If you've got a pipe in the wall that's burst, or even worse, maybe there's a toilet on the second floor, something happens, and water just cascades through the walls onto the floor. It's an absolute mess. And when you need your homeowner's insurance company, right, you're going to find out that the insurance adjuster is trying to pay you so little you probably won't even be able to repair the damage. Well, this is when you call Abner Gap, because Abner Gap is looking out for you. Abner Gap is a public insurance adjuster who is on your side. And you could try to negotiate with the insurance company yourself, but you're going to find pretty quickly it is not that simple. Abner Gap negotiates on your behalf to make sure that you are getting the best possible outcome, not the insurance company. He and his team, they've been dealing with insurance companies for years. This is all they do. They've got the experience, they've got the industry know-how you need on your side. They also rated 5 stars on Yelp, Google, Better Business Bureau. No one messes around with Abner Gap and his team. So give Abner a call, 818-917-5256. 818-917-5256, or visit AbnerGat.com, ABNERGAT, AbnerGat.com, or call them directly, 818-917-5256.
Southland weather continuing a 5, partly cloudy today with highs in the 60s. This report brought to you by Santa Monica Buick GMC. We're going to install on the 60 in Diamond Bar. With 60 westbound right is grand. If you're making over the wrong shoulder, but you're 60 westbound, you're going to keep away from the 71. 57 south, it is going to be 12 from Temple and Anaheim. 91 eastbound from Magnolia to Brookers. You got some south at the 605. That is sort of a stall in the lane. It's already a slow ride coming away from the 60 and in Highland Park on the 110 northbound at the Amerisol. Got a crash blocking the right lane. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jim Harnett.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. At Blindster, we offer over 50 different custom window treatments, including forward blinds and shutters, all at prices less than retail. Plus, we'll send you free samples before you buy. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
Spring Getaway. This month, get 40% off Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. And explore the world with bite-sized lessons in 25 languages, from Spanish and German to French and Korean, and even Portuguese and Turkish. Rosetta Stone prepares you for real-life conversations and will have you talking from your very first lesson. So visit RosettaStone.com today for 40% off and get ready for the trip of a lifetime. Offer ends March 22nd. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned.
In this week's Marketer's Report, Patricio Spagnoletto, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct-to-Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with the DJs that are on air. Then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which is one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for a show, audio is a core part of that. It's the #1 audio company. iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Want to save big on custom forward blinds, shutters, cellular shades, and more? Shop Blindster today and save up to 50% over comparable blinds from brick-and-mortar stores. Get custom blinds at low prices and free shipping at Blindster.com.
You've heard the saying, penny wise, pound foolish, right? It means you do something that saves you a little bit right now, penny, but the intent of Cleveland Smith founder, service champions, plumbing, heating, and AC, and we see this all the time. People putting off cleaning up their furnace because they don't want to take the time to spend the money to get it done. But it only takes about 90 minutes and costs just $88. It's just pennies compared to the huge problems and expenses that can rack up if you don't get your furnace thing done. You'll also save money on the energy bills, and your system will last longer. Don't be penny wise and pound foolish. Call Service Champions for a precision furnace tune-up today. Our number is 833-777-7777, or find us online at ServiceChampions.com.
Americans pay about $5 billion a year to control termites and repair the damage. More than floods, earthquakes, and hurricanes combined. Call Pacific Coast Termites at 800 Pacific for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No thinking ever. Call 800 Pacific. 800 Pacific. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com. Call 800 Pacific. Pacific Coast Termite.
iHeart Podcast Awards. Tune in, it's the best podcast. Take home awards in categories like comedy, crime, pop culture, and more. Watch on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel and Facebook page. And listen on iHeartRadio tomorrow night at 9.
Every day as marvelous as the delicious moments it inspires. Pick it up in your local grocery store today.
Portions of the following program will be recorded. A 24/7 crisis response team in mobile vans. That's gotta be scary. You're now going on a 911 call and you have no weapons on you in case things get sideways. And no cops with you as well. Geez, I wonder why all these LAPD cops are retiring. The King Conway Jr. Show. I can't figure it out. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Government agencies trying to take emergency measures to try to backstop the financial system, they say. The president reassured us this morning that the money that you have in your bank is safe. But they are saying that it is very weirdly reminiscent of the financial meltdown that we saw, the burst of the housing bubble 15 years ago.
Jimmy Garoppolo headed to Raider Nation, got a 3-year, $67.5 million deal, including $34 million guaranteed. Of course, the Raiders broke up with Derek Carr last month, never really got along with Josh McDaniels, who, of course, was the Pats OC, and Garoppolo was there in New England, so they are reunited. I think that's surprising for this administration.
Well, it's big. I mean, the decision is one of the president's most consequential decisions when it comes to climate change. Did draw some condemnation from environmentalists to say that this is not what they expected out of him. They've been allowing oil companies to move forward with a drilling plan by ConocoPhillips would break the Biden campaign promise to stop new oil drilling on public land. ConocoPhillips says that this project could produce up to 180,000 barrels of oil a day, which would be about 1.5%, I believe it is, of our daily use.
Well, that was a fun weekend.
Man, it was a blast.
I had never been to spring training, and so much more than baseball, isn't it? Went to the World Baseball Classic on Saturday night, excuse me. America versus Britain. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of chanting of the USA, a lot of making fun of the Brits. It was a good time had by all.
You sat in the nosebleeds, too.
Yep.
That was pretty far away.
When my husband buys the tickets, we sit at the top.
Okay.
It's just the way it goes. His buddy got our tickets for the next day, yesterday's game, out there at, what's it called, Goodyear Stadium?
Yeah.
It's where the Guardians and where the Reds play, and it's in the middle of nowhere.
Flights of Ohio.
And I had been talking to you about how I thought it was going to be super low-key, and you're like, yeah, they're built up now, like Dodger Stadium's a big deal, Camelback Ranch, like Camelback Ranch, big deal, and I was kind of not looking forward to it, but I didn't know that the game that I was going to was at Ohio Spring Training facility, which was super low-key, crowd of 9,000, beautiful, 80 degrees, breeze, Coors Light, sunshine, and the tickets that my husband's buddy got were about 6 rows back from home plate. A different experience.
I went with my wife on Saturday. We went to the Giants game. They played the Dodgers on Saturday afternoon, and we were right behind the dugout. She got these tickets months ago for my birthday. We were right behind the dugout. It was great. You get to see the players come in and out of this. I mean, you're 10 feet away from them. They're coming in and out of the dugout. And the takeaway from my wife, it looked like he was 17 years old.
Yeah.
And, I mean, just huge, but still baby face kid.
The thing that's funny is they're built like grown-ass men.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they're huge. They're granite. They are athletes. And when you get that close up, you realize how built they are. And then you see their face, and you're like, that's a grown man? Or that's a baby person. It's very odd.
There's also something about spring training where it's
it's loose. I mean,
Yeah.
you will see coaches and managers sitting in folding chairs on the field.
Yeah.
And sometimes there's pitchers, running lines out in the outfield or whatever. In the middle of I think in the middle, by about the 7th or 8th inning of the game, Chris Taylor, Jason Hayward, Miguel Vargas, a couple other guys for the Dodgers had started off during a tipping change, and they're going to walk out to center field where the gate is for them to catch their bus and go back to the facility. And my wife was irate. What are those guys doing? Oh, they're done today. They're what's the deal that you're feeling this, but it's spring training, like Steve said. So you keep this. But there's 9 other guys on the field right now. Those are their teammates, and they're leaving before the game is over.
They're like, yeah, they met today.
They met today, and I will never see them again. It was the pitch clock.
I love the pitch clock. Like it's a legit game changer for me watching baseball. I love the way it moved, the pace of the game. I thought that was going to be a big difference for me in my decision to go to a game or not. Because part of the reason is I don't want to commit to going to a game if it's going to be a 5-hour game. Yeah. I mean, I leave, my husband would never leave, so that's why if it's 5 hours, I'm going to have to sit there for 5 hours. But with the pitch clock,
there were 4 pitch clock violations in that first game on Saturday.
Yeah.
Like it's 2 balls and 2 strikes, so the pitcher wasn't ready or the batter wasn't ready. And
we had one batter not ready, but I mean, it's a great afternoon when there's I think there were 15 hits. I think the Dodgers have 15 hits. There's a constant pace and action and wonderful.
Can I say this?
Say whatever you want to say. Within the law.
Or I think if you're going to ask for autographs under the age of 16.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
People like to sell this crap.
I know, and I say no.
I know. I agree. Watching grown men with 8x10 glossy is a problem.
Put them through their binder.
Right. Exactly. All right. We'll talk trending when we come back to Gary and Shannon.
More stimulating talk without even lifting a finger. Thanks, wrong finger. Just tell your smart device to play KFI AM 640.
KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the NR Radio app.
Another bank failure. I'm Deborah Mark, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A regional bank with several locations in Southern California has failed. Officials say Signature Bank customers have automatically become members of a new bank run by the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. Signature Bank collapsed yesterday comes after Silicon Valley Bank, which is headquartered in Santa Clara, also failed. Officials say customers of both banks will be able to access all of their money. The Federal Reserve has fined Silicon Valley Bank will also get access to all the money, not just the $250,000 insured by the FDIC. ABC's Andrew Zimberg says that bank was closed Friday when depositors started withdrawing their money, creating a run on the bank.
Senator Bernie Sanders blamed Silicon Valley Bank's collapse on successful Republican efforts in recent years to relax regulations on small and medium-sized banks.
British officials worked throughout the weekend to find a buyer for the UK subsidiary of Silicon Valley Bank. They say the UK Treasury and the Bank of England have facilitated the sale of Silicon Valley Bank UK to HSBC. President Biden is trying to reassure people that the banking system is safe despite the failure of 2 banks. In less than a week, he says his administration is taking quick action to protect customers and says they will have access to their money.
Second, the management of these banks will be fired. The bank is taken over by FDIC. The people running the bank should not work there anymore.
He says investors will not be protected and that the bank losses will not be covered by taxpayers. President Biden is traveling to California to meet with the prime ministers of the UK and Australia. They're expected to talk about a 3-way pact to equip Australia with nuclear-powered submarines. The meeting will be at Naval Air Station North Island on Coronado. The O.C. Fair and Event Center is planning a $229 million facelift that will take place in 8 phases over the next 10 years. The first phase involves bringing all of our employees together under one building.
O.C. Fair CEO Michelle Richards says the administration building and other upgrades are needed because most were part of the Santa Ana Army Air Base during World War II. In phase 2,
expanding our free education programs to the community,
then
upgrades to our exhibit buildings, the Pacific Amphitheater where our headline concerts are held,
and finally, a modern agriflex for livestock-related shows. Richard says most of the upgrades will be paid for through existing capital on hand. In Orange County, Corbin Carpenter, FIA.
A large group of migrants in Mexico has been blocked from crossing the bridge leading to El Paso, Texas. U.S. Customs and Border Protection says the migrants were posing a potential threat to make a mass entry.
They were all in right here. They were running with shields and their helmets.
Carlisle Malero was at the border yesterday because we saw a lot of Homeland Security cars going up the bridge. Physical barriers were put up to restrict entry to the hundreds of migrants at the Paso del Norte International Bridge. The Border Patrol says there have been no reports of anyone breaking through. And a new pop-up cafe where people can eat, drink, and play with Rabbi is coming to Woodland Hills. Owner of the traveling event company Kevin G says the bunnies are rescues taken in by people who adopted them during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Now that COVID is getting back to normal, we know we're getting outside a little bit more. They don't have time for the bunnies.
The owner says the cafe will be working with Above and Beyond Animal Rescue in Buena Park to coordinate adoptions. Visitors can hop into the cafe from March 25th through April 29th. Tickets can be bought at the Bunny Cafe website. The KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Jacoby & Myers Injury Attorneys. The Dow is up 131. S&P 500 is up 23. NASDAQ is up 143. And the average price per gallon of regular gas in California is $4.92. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby & Myers now. Justice for you since 1972. Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy. Highs low in the 60s for Metro LA, 60s in the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley, mid to upper 60s in the Antelope Valley, Inland Orange County, and the Inland Empire, and rain likely tomorrow. Right now, 61 in Tustin, it's 55 in Laguna Beach, 57 in Fontana, and 58 in Van Nuys. We're going to install on the 5 in Santa Fe Springs. It's on the 5 southbound, right before you get to the 605. It is blocking the middle lane, so this already backed up from the 710. And in the backup, right at Garfield, another stalled SUV, this time in the middle lane. In Paramount on the 710 north at Road Tram, heads up the ladder in the middle lane. In El Monte, 60 east on the Santa Ynez Boulevard, got a stall in the Senator Viner area. Diamond Bar, 60 west on the Grand, got that crash clearing over to the right shoulder. Mid-City on the 10 east on La Brea Avenue. I still have reported the sold-on vehicle is blocking the right lane. And in Tustin on the 5 north right at Newport Avenue, looks like we have another disabled vehicle. This one in the middle lane, on the 5 north pass, going to be slow coming away from the 261. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm City Harmon. This hour, the Gary and Ken show is brought to you by SolarMax Technology.
Get a 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month. Go to SolarMaxTech.com. Yeah, visit UKFeedit.org or call 833-422-4255. That's the medication to treat COVID-19. Brought by the California Department of Public Health.
Losing air conditioning on a hot summer day can be a bloody old nightmare, and no one wants that, Zach. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with a rejuvenation.
We'll make 6 critical adjustments so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system.
And we'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way.
Rejuvenation, just $429.
Dell Air Conditioning and Plumbing. BelizePTL.com. We'll keep it cool, but it's hard to sell.
License number 1047-781.
I get it. Flip it, cup it, check it twice a day.
I get it. Flip it, cup it, check it in the morning and before dinner.
I get it. Flip it, cup it, check it, and share it with my doctor. Nearly 1 in 2 U.S. adults have high blood pressure. That's why it's important to self-monitor your blood pressure in 4 easy-to-remember steps. It starts with a monitor.
Now that I know my blood pressure numbers, I talk with my doctor. We're getting those numbers down.
Be next to talk to your doctor about your blood pressure numbers. Get down with your blood pressure. Self-monitoring is power. Learn more at manageyourBP.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council, the American Heart Association, and the American Medical Association, in partnership with the Office of Minority Health and Health Resources and Services Administration. Injured in an accident? Visit superwomansuperwoman.com.
More stimulating talk.
And I radio station.
I love opening mail just like haphazardly. Remember when they were sending like rice into newsrooms?
Oh, yeah. And you would always be the first one to go get it.
Oh, that's nice.
The mouse pad?
Yeah, it's a mouse pad. That's my original artwork.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, Howard makes these for me.
Very cool.
Yeah.
We will, at the bottom of the hour, get into Mixtape Monday. Found a new passion over the weekend. We listened to an album that just come out on Friday, but I didn't know was coming out. I've seen this group perform at the Troubadour. I saw them in Nashville a couple of years ago. So I'll tell you about this. And also the story about you said the Christine McGee tribute.
Yes.
From over the weekend in England.
Yes, SoFi, yeah.
SoFi?
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was at the Forum.
No.
Maybe you're right. Okay.
Billy Joel and
You're right. That's the bigger, that makes more sense.
Last time I was at the Forum, it was for Def Leppard, and they're like 82. What else is going on?
94. What's happening?
28 people were killed when two suspected smuggling boats approached a beach in San Diego. One capsized. Crews are searching for an estimated 7 additional people. A woman on one of the Panga-style boats called 911 late Saturday to report that the other boat had overturned off the waves of Black Beach down there.
There's a possibility that people did make it onto dry land and then escaped into the country. We don't know where they are. Too many people and not enough people that were recovered. Well, you get that. The number of people recovered didn't match the number of people that you said were. Frontier Airlines is under fire. It was revealed this week that employees get a $10 bonus when they charge a passenger oversized luggage. A Salt Lake City journalist, Diana Villa, went viral for filming herself and another passenger being told their carry-on bag didn't meet the size requirements for a flight from Reagan National to Denver. One commenter claimed that Frontier Airlines employees get a commission each time they charge an oversized bag. He heard from an unidentified Frontier Airlines flight attendant that it's a $10 bonus when your bag doesn't fit. Now, the oversized means that doesn't fit in the overhead compartment. That's what they mean. If you've traveled and had to pack the 45 pounds or 50 pounds or whatever that maximum is that you're supposed to have per bag, that is a completely different thing. You can be charged anywhere from $50 to $100 if your bag doesn't fit in those little silly boxes.
A man in L.A. received a 12-year federal prison sentence for trying to transport 5 pounds of meth through LAX. 22-year-old guy. There was a DEA wiretap of a drug organization run by one of this guy's relatives. And they received information that a large amount of meth would be transported from California to Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
Makes perfect sense.
Does it? If I was peddling meth, I'd do it here before I went to Iowa.
Investigators tracked a rental truck carrying the drugs from LA, stopped it in Nebraska. 50 pounds of meth that they found.
Sometimes when you're bored, meth sounds like a good idea.
Corn meth?
Iowa. Idaho ham.
There's a lot of work to do in Iowa.
There's a lot of work to do, but for the people who choose to not work.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They're allergic to work. We talked before about this giant seaweed bloom that's headed towards Florida's Gulf Coast. It's a bloom of sargassum, about 5,000 miles wide, twice the width of the United States. Is believed to be the largest in history. It's currently drifting the Atlantic coast of Africa and the Gulf of Mexico. This thick mat of algae that provides a habitat for marine life and can also absorb carbon dioxide, but can also have disastrous consequences as it gets closer to the shore. Coral doesn't get the sunlight. Seaweed will decompose and release hydrogen sulfide that can negatively impact air and water, causing respiratory problems for people in the area.
We talked about the concern with Mexico and the safety of Mexico, especially as we approach spring break time. Well, 3 women have been missing for 2 weeks. They believe they traveled from Mexico to Mexico for a shopping trip. What did I say?
It was from Mexico to Mexico.
Wow.
That sounds like a country song.
I love that song. But yeah, these women in late 40s, early 50s apparently went to go shopping and the husband of one of them contacted the FBI saying, we don't know where the hell they are.
Well, this is weird that the FBI has not, U.S. authorities have not intervened because the women are not American citizens. They're Mexican nationals living in the United States. But they've done searches with dogs, all-terrain vehicles, drones, etc. Search operations are being carried out stately.
We've been talking about high gas bills. There was a family restaurant here in Burbank, Lancer's Family Restaurant, received a gas bill that came out to more than $23,000 in January.
According to the owner, prior to the prices skyrocketing, the gas bill would have been significantly lower. Channel 7 actually interviewed somebody who's been dining at Lancer's restaurant 7 days a week for years. He says with restaurant prices going up, you might have to dine out less.
Well, I think so.
7 days a
I think
week.
now it's time to do some meal prep at home. That's too much.
Meal prep. Big sports news is that Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be headed for the Raiders. Everybody should send Shannon messages about that.
It's so
By the
funny.
way, you'd be the first.
It's so funny how people think that it's like it came out 2 hours ago. Of course I know about it.
Ooh, I just heard. I should tell Shannon. In baseball news, though, the Dodgers spring training is here. You can listen to every play from Arizona in HD on the free iHeartRadio app. Use the keyword AM 570 LA Sports. This afternoon, the Dodgers are taking on the Cleveland Guardians. First pitch at 1:05. Your home of Dodger baseball, AM 570 LA Sports.
Are we finally going to do the story that you've been longing to do all day ever since you heard about this zebra?
Yes.
A zebra attack when we come back.
Gary Sanders will continue.
Prime time.
Zebra.
Mexico, Mexico.
Zebra. Mark, here's an update on
I
news.
like that.
Yeah.
Governor Newsom has proclaimed a state of emergency to support storm response and relief efforts in 6 more counties. He'd already proclaimed a state of emergency in 34 throughout the state, including LA and San Bernardino. More than 130 citations have been issued in a statewide operation to crack down on underage drinking. Officials say in the shoulder tap program, a child under direct police supervision stands outside a liquor store and asks customers to buy them alcohol. If the adult agrees, they're cited. The operation Saturday involved 44 local police and sheriff's deputies across California. An international bridge in Texas linking Mexico to the U.S. is back open after over 1,000 migrants left it. Most of the Venezuelan migrants stormed the bridge yesterday after hearing word that the border may be open for express asylum. We're going to go to the 405 next. Let's talk about an upsetting issue, water damage. If you've dealt with this nightmare, you know it is just that. Maybe it's a broken pipe, a toilet overflows. So you run to your paperwork somewhere in a closet, and you open up a claim with your homeowner's insurance company. You find out that your insurance adjuster is trying to pay you so little you will not be able to repair the damage. Don't worry about it. Don't deal with them. Just call Avnergat. Avnergat looks out for you. Avnergat is a public insurance adjuster who is on your side. You can try to negotiate with an insurance company yourself. It's like beating your head against the wall. Avnergat fights on your behalf, make sure you get the best possible outcome, not the insurance company. He and his team have been dealing with insurance companies for many years. This is all they do. They've got the experience and the industry and the dog in them you need on your side. They're also rated 5 stars on Yelp, Google, and Better Business Bureau. No one messes around with Abner Gat and his team. Give Abner a call, 818-917-5256, 818-917-5256, or visit abnergat.com. That's AVNERGAT, abnergat.com, or call him directly, 818-917-5256. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're going to a crash on the 405 in Westminster. It's on the 405 northbound United Valley View, so they are clearing that over to the right shoulder. And a little bit news in Tucson, that earlier stall on the lane cleared to the shoulder. It's still to be on off the bridge from Jamboree. 80 down, 85 southbound before the 605. Got a disabled big rig in the middle lane. The new stop now from Atlantic Boulevard, and in the back of the Garfield, we got a stall in the middle lane there as well. Pacific Palisades, PCH, it is going to be northbound right at Sunset Boulevard. Got a work zone there, and the right one closed until 3 p.m. It is stopped coming away from Temescal Canyon Road. KFI and Shine helps get you there faster. I'm Dean Harmon.
This recording is sponsored by JSX Airlines.
Enjoy private jet first at airline prices when you fly JSX. So hop on Jet Service, changing the way you fly from Burbank and LAX. Check in 20 minutes before your flight and take time flying between private terminals on 30-seat jets. Leave the crowds, lines, and stress behind. Visit JSX.com and book your flight today. When you want the best deal on the best meal, choose Wendy's 2 for $6. Pick from Dave's Single, spicy chicken sandwich, 10-piece crispy nuts, or a medium strawberry lemonade. Share any two for just $6. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's 2 for $6. In this week's Marketers Report, Patricia Spanioletta, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on building trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influences, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. Of course, your favorite station is on the free iHeart Radio app. Take it with you anywhere and listen anytime. Plus, get thousands of other stations and playlists all free. Download our free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. iHeart Radio. Why can't we have a simple society? A simple society where, let's just say, I make $100,000 and then I've got to pay 20% in tax. Just one percentage number, no deduction. Gone and here. Let everybody live their life. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeart Radio app. Jerry KFI AM 40. Live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. The Biden administration is going to allow thousands of Ukrainians who left Ukraine when Russia invaded a year ago to stay in the United States longer. The administration announced the decision today. It's going to provide relief to a bunch of people who otherwise 1 year authorization to stay in the U.S. is set to expire. Thousands of people came from Ukraine to the United States last year. We used a program called humanitarian parole as a quick way to allow them into the country, but that program is just for a finite amount of time, and you have to be renewed in order to stay a little bit longer. We also saw the banks, 2 large banks, that cater to the tech industry, that collapsed after a bank run. Government agencies are taking emergency measures to backstop the system. As a result of these 2 meltdowns, there's some concern that the Silicon Valley Bank and the other bank that was based in New York, that their collapse is going to set off a chain reaction. At this point, it hasn't happened, but still a lot of tension on Wall Street today.
Well, as soon as Harry heard about this story today, he yelled for Mondo to come into the studio, and he said, Mondo, did you see that zebra attack in Ohio?
Is that how you remember that story?
Get that, he said. You were very demonstrative. You were demanding. And we were smitten with the zebra attack story out of Ohio.
It's worth it. Yesterday, about 5:30 in the city of Circleville, about 20 miles south of Columbus, Ohio, the Pickaway County Sheriff's Office got a 911 call from a guy who had been bit by a zebra.
Oh, I got a back fight. You got attacked by a what? Zebra squad flip. Okay, what attacked you? A zebra. A zebra? Yeah, the horse.
Yeah, it's a horse. I love that this 911 dispatcher is like, did you?
Right.
Really?
Is it a zebra, or are we talking the horse zebra?
Well, as deputies arrived, they saw the guy laying on the ground with his right arm covered with his sleeve. It had been dismembered by a zebra. And I think the million-dollar question is, where did the zebra come from? This was this man's own zebra.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's not like a wild zebra.
It's not a wild zebra. He asked for this trouble when he purchased the zebra.
Did anybody ask for that?
Did he bite your arm?
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay, did he attack? Did it still attack, sir?
It would attack.
Down before it gets me again.
So it's coming back.
Okay, listen. Come on. Give me an helicopter.
Get me a helicopter.
Is your arm still attached, sir?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Are you heavily bleeding?
No, I'm not.
Okay, do you have any kind of cloth or anything you can put around your arm and hold
I
pressure?
can't even get up.
Can't even get up. He said the zebra reportedly continues to charge at deputies and fire crews when they showed up, as well as the other members of the victim's family.
Yeah, apparently the zebra continued to act aggressive, and they had to use their deputy cruisers to block the zebra from the guys, and to use their cars. I still think that this is his own fault.
Why is that?
Because he owns the zebra.
How many times have you heard of a zebra attacking somebody and chewing their arm off?
Well, they said that the zebra was aggressive due to being protective of about 5 or 6 female zebras that were in the field.
Oh, so this is a love triangle. I mean, it's
Zebra!
zebra! It's possible that he was making eyes at one of the lady zebras, and this guy got jealous. Perhaps.
Do you think the owner was going to engage in bestiality?
Deputies, I don't know, deputies were blowing their air horns, yelling at the zebra, trying to steer it away from the guy so they could put him in the ambulance. So like you said, they had to use their cars to get between the zebra and the guy so that he could be put into the ambulance. And then they told deputies not to turn their backs on the zebras. The family that lives with the zebras, don't turn your backs on them since that's when it attacks. And they actually had to give permission to put down the zebra if necessary, and that's when the deputies shot the zebra because of the continued aggressive behavior.
I had to look up Circleville, Ohio, because I was unfamiliar with where that is. It's just south of Columbus. And did you know that Circleville, Ohio is famous for the Circleville Pumpkin Show?
I've heard of the Circleville Pumpkin Show.
It's an annual festival held since 1903. Right there.
In Circleville?
Yeah.
Wow. Zebras are not considered exotic animals under Ohio's law.
There's even a Little Miss Pumpkin Show.
It would require exotic animals to be registered with the State Department of Agriculture. The law was passed in 2012 after an incident 12 years ago in which a Zanesville, Ohio man released a number of exotic animals he owned before dying by suicide. Do you remember that story?
No.
I think that guy released big cats and stuff, and then committed suicide. Like he wanted his animals to be free, and then it took him several days to collect all the animals and get them back into the city.
George Haswell, mayor of Circleville in 1903, was also the superintendent of the waterworks and had an office on West Main Street. He decided it would be a great idea to try to get the country folks and city folks together. So he invited the country folks to bring the best of their produce to town on a designated dates and display them on the streets of Circleville so that the city folks would be able to appreciate their efforts.
The county animal farm was a private zoo in Zanesville. The farm had been repeatedly reported for inadequate and unsafe housing of the animals. The owner, in October of 2011, set free 50 of the 56 exotic animals before committing suicide. Lions, tigers, bears, and wolves were the animals that were let out and then had to be hunted by local law enforcement on fear of public safety. They got 48 of the animals by police. 2 were presumed eaten by other animals.
Every year, Lindsay's Bakery prepares a huge pumpkin pie 6 feet in diameter. It weighs over 400 pounds, and they display it in their bakery right there on West Main Street.
18 Bengal tigers, 6 black bears, 2 grizzly bears, 2 wolves, 1 macaque monkey, 1 baboon, 3 mountain lions, and 17 African lions, 3 leopards, a small grizzly bear, and 2 monkeys were left caged inside the home.
In a recent survey, they found visitors to the Circleville Pumpkin Show come from 34 different states and 13 foreign countries.
Welcome to America. Specifically, welcome to Ohio. I think that's an important message for that in there. So, there's
egg tossing, there's the big wheel race, Miss Pumpkin Show, Little Miss Pumpkin Show, hogs calling.
Yeah. That's when you...
Maybe we should take the show to the Circleville Pumpkin Festival.
Probably not going to happen, but we can ask. We can always put in a request, right? And what are they going to do? Say no? No, you can't go to Pumpkin Holler or wherever it's called.
Circleville. Did you learn nothing?
They learned nothing. Now you're watching live footage of
The bomb song.
That's what you want to go see? Okay, you're an awful person. We'll do Mixtape Monday when we come back to Carrie and Shannon. Trevor, now I understand why you don't eat animals.
See?
Yeah.
I'm glad you understand. Finally.
Trevor Market live at the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The latest storms have caused major flooding along California's central coast. Authorities in Monterey County are now expanding evacuation orders after the Salinas River began to overflow, flooding towns along its banks. Video shows the rescue by helicopter of a man stranded after floodwaters washed away his car. Hours earlier, a levee breach on the nearby Pajaro River forced residents to flee. ABC ran an alley to more than 3,000 people in Monterey County have had to leave their homes. Dozens of people had to be rescued. A firefighter has been hurt while dealing with a fire in Tarzana. Officials say that fire was burning outside a synthetic grass depot this morning, but was not threatening any buildings. The LAFD said while firefighters were taking action, cars drove over a 4-inch supply line, knocking a firefighter to the ground. The firefighter was taken to the hospital for a non-life-threatening injury. The LAFD says this is a reminder to never cross over a fire department cruise line. 7 restaurants in Rancho Santa Margarita have been robbed. The Orange County Sheriff's deputies with security footage captured it. One business shows 2 people using power tools to break into locked safe Saturday. Officials say the pair also stole safes that had not been anchored to the ground. Lulu's Cafe, Luna Grill, and Mountain Mike's Pizza were among the restaurant hits. Police say the robbers targeted several locations, including 3 businesses in one strip mall. President Biden is proposing an historic increase in defense spending. The administration wants Congress to approve $886 billion in funding for the Pentagon and other defense-related programs. Our goal is to deter because competition does not mean conflict. Still, we must have the combat credibility to win if we must fight. Deputy Secretary of Defense Kathleen Hicks says this is the largest defense budget request in nominal terms that the U.S. has ever put forward. It will include pay raises that help the U.S. compete for top military and civilian talent, as well as new funding for universal pre-K at DoD schools worldwide. Southland weather today a 5, partly cloudy, highs low to mid-60s for Metro LA, 60s for the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley, mid to upper 60s in the Antelope Valley, Inland Orange County, and the Inland Empire, and the rain is coming tomorrow. Right now, 62 in La Habra and 56 in Laguna Niguel. We're going back to the 5 in Downey. 5 southbound right before you get to the 605. Got a disabled vehicle in the middle lane, and it is a crawl coming away from Atlantic Boulevard. In Anaheim, 91 East Harbor, rollover accident in the carpool lane. Anaheim Hills, 91 westbound Lakeview. Got a crash clearing over the right shoulder. Also in Anaheim Hills, 241 south, just past the 91. Got a brand new wreck. The right lane is blocked. In Ontario, 60 westbound to Fort Haven. Got a car fire over on the shoulder, and it's talking slowing on that 15 southbound. You're going to be getting the brakes coming away from the 10. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jimmy Harman.
Hey, it's Steam Sharp. Clean and healthy water is essential for living your best life. Life Source is the whole house water system that will change that life. Life Source gives you filtered and delicious water from every tap, filtering out the bad, keeping the good, no maintenance needed. And right now, new customers can get a free Apple-Pure antibacterial filter with qualifying purchase. That's an $825 value. So call Life Source today at 800-803-2696 or go to lifesourcewater.com. Life Source. Taste and feel the difference. The experts at AMCO have been fixing cars for almost 60 years. Over that time, they've gotten more complex than ever. That's why our techs undergo rigorous training and certification, so they can fix anything, including the most complicated repairs that come with some of the latest technology. After 60 years, there's nothing we haven't seen or fixed. It's how we know cars inside and out. AA and CL. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free with Chief Marketer support. Patricia Spaniello, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the owner talent. As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. If you own a small business and you got through COVID and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest getrefunds.com. You answer a few questions, it takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those at the CPP and nonprofits, even if you've had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a 6-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com. Click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com. Losing air conditioning on a hot summer day can be a bloody old nightmare, and no one wants that, Jack. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with a rejuvenation. We'll make 6 critical adjustments so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system. We'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way. Rejuvenation, just $129. Dell Air Conditioning and Plumbing. RealNewsTCL.com. We'll keep it cool, but it's hard to sell. License number 1047-781. This is Jacob Amron. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB. For stimulating products.
And I have radio.
Download the free Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Something very dangerous.
There's hog calling here in California.
If I'm coming up to work from Orange County, that burrito place is right on the way.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Did you just see all the weight I gained? I just gained 9 pounds.
That's the sound?
Yeah, I just gained 9 pounds with that melon.
I thought somebody dropped a piece of wood or something. The Salinas River continues to rise up in Monterey County. We're seeing another atmospheric river roll through. And after this, I think we'll stop saying return atmospheric river. But officials are predicting that the river would crest at Highway 68 today. That means we could see as many as 5,000 people under evacuation orders or warnings. More than 400 people had to shelter at the Santa Cruz County Fairgrounds overnight and at a recreation center and a church there in the Salinas area. Mostly the 2,000 people who had been already evacuated came out of the Pajaro area, according to the sheriff. Flooding, mudslides had shut down several stretches of highways around Watsonville and Santa Cruz County. All of it continuing today with a little bit more rain today, but the majority of it comes in later tonight. Here in Southern California, we're expecting to see some rain probably by tomorrow afternoon, and then it could be heavy at times by tomorrow night.
We like to dive into music news on Mondays and call it Mixtape Monday.
There's another Mixtape Monday. Would you want Monday? With you. It's another Mixtape Monday. Mixtape Monday. There's no reason not to sing along.
I love to sing along.
I know. So does Eric. You?
No, not that Eric.
Oh.
Our friend Eric.
Oh, our friend Eric.
Is there some safe words?
Unless somehow you finagle it and turn it into stage words. No, this is the Oscar Award-winning Best Original Song, Natu from M.M. Kiravani. It came from the movie R.R. Yeah, pretty sure.
I like it.
This was up against a lot. I saw it win Golden Globe. It was up against the Rihanna, which did a great performance last night of Lift Me Up. Kind of a stripped down, but
Lift me up. Mondo was not impressed with the musical performances.
Well, Lady Gaga did hold my hand from obviously Top Gun. I am surprised they didn't come up with anything more creative than just her in a t-shirt and jeans. But then again, it was there's nothing.
It's a stripped down version. And she was stripped down as well. The don't you let go of my hand. You can try every last I won't leave till I understand. Because it's about the music, Gary. It's not about all the outfits and makeup.
He was nominated, was Lady Gaga, obviously, for A Star Is Born. He was playing.
Also, in the video, I think she's wearing like a t-shirt or a tank top and ripped jeans too.
Okay. But I just feel like that.
I know you like the dresses, you like the pageantry, you like the makeup and the hair, but sometimes
that's what I'm there
focus
for.
On the craft.
Makeup and the hair. So this was the winner for a Best Original Song at the Oscars last night. RRR, except the Oscars.
Thank you, Academy. I grew up listening to the Carpenters. And now, here I am with the Oscars. There was only one wish on my mind. So was Rajamouli and my family. RRR has to win, pride of every Indian. And must put me on the top of the world.
I think that's the greatest aspect of the Academy Awards is when someone unexpected wins.
Yeah.
Whether it was Kaylee Kwan last night for
everything, everywhere, all at once, just together.
You know, I
right now.
Listen, because like I've said multiple times, Jamie Lee Curtis's role in that movie was great, but she's been around. She's a fixture when it comes to Hollywood.
It's kind of cool that somebody who was epitomizes Hollywood. I mean, look at her parents, and she's been here for when she wins. It's kind of cool. It's a throwback, almost.
Billy Joel, Stevie Nicks had an incredible performance at SoFi Stadium.
I don't like them together.
Flight on one night had a few surprises in the story. They said each artist made an appearance during the other's set.
I just don't like them together. Like their voices to me do not go together.
I've never. If you're going to have somebody, so iconic artists like that, do something together, it's got to work. And that's, it's not,
no,
it was not the thing. But Stevie Nicks ended the set with Landslide in honor of Christine McVie, which was the tribute. And again, you better be able to handle this song.
That's okay. You say Stevie Nicks does okay handling Landslide? Okay. This is about cocaine.
It is. Oh.
And Stevie's problems with cocaine and
it's not about the Disney kids. It's about
no covered hills.
No.
Yeah.
Covered Hill?
Yeah, listen to it on the way home. We get some nuggets of coke in there.
I had some time on the airplane and listened to, two things. I had listened to an album, but I also watched this series. Don't do this on an airplane, by the way. The first episode of whatever happened to MH370, the Malaysia Airlines.
Probably a bad call.
Because, side note, as we're flying into Burbank, final approach, I'm just headphones in, fascinated with what's going on, and one guy starts explaining that he believes the pilot of MH370 got the co-pilot to go out of the cockpit and then turn and lock the door behind him, so he's in there alone and can control the airplane. And then, it's very dramatic, the music comes up, and then he grabs the yoke and he steers the plane to the left. And immediately when that happens, so they deliver that line in this documentary that I'm watching, my pilot flips the plane to the right.
Oh,
that down
no.
and land. And it was
Probably,
unsettling.
you probably don't know it's Dear Edward on the plane either.
Ew. But people, like, oh, I see this thing.
What do you mean, ew?
I was going to say that people see you cry.
No.
About the plane
It's about the,
going down.
the crash.
Yeah. That's part of it.
Okay.
Spoiler alert.
Spice Girls have a never-seen-before alternative music video for Stop on the 25th anniversary. We'll tell you about it.
Sharing incentive will continue. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The 11th atmospheric river of the winter season is on its way to Southern California. It will arrive tomorrow afternoon and last through Wednesday night. 2 more people have been arrested in Riverside County in connection with the fatal shooting of a man in La Cresta near Murrieta. The man was killed late last month. One guy was arrested about a week later during a traffic stop in Moreno Valley. South Korea's conservative government has proposed increasing the work week to 69 hours. The legal cap on weekly work hours is currently at 52. Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy for the rest of the day, highs in the 60s. This report brought to you by Discover. We're going to a crash on the 91 in Anaheim. Maybe when you found right at Harbor, a rollover accident blocking the carpool and the 2 left lanes, you're basically stopped coming away from the 5. Also, westbound 91, you're going to be on those brakes from the 57. In Anaheim Hills, 241 south, right at the 91, got a wreck block in the right lane. In Ontario, 60 westbound before Haven, got that car fire over on the shoulder, causing some slowing on the 16 southbound. Still trouble in Downey on the 5 southbound, right before you get to the 605. Got a disabled vehicle in the middle lane. You're at a call coming away from Washington Boulevard. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon. This report is sponsored by ExpressPros.com. Stop going it alone for recruiting and staffing. Be the local expert. Hiring is about getting to know people, not algorithms. So let the team at Express Employment Professionals hire for you. Visit ExpressPros.com to find the office near you.
In this week's marketer report, Patricia Sagaleto, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct-to-Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust.
Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which is one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for show, audio is a core part of that.
It's the #1 audio company. iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need with the equity you've built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital may have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they are simply the best at what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com.
Discover credit cards do something pretty awesome. At the end of your first year, they automatically double all the cash back you've earned. That's right, everything you earn doubles. The cash back from trips, restaurants, all double. Seriously, those who terms are checking out for yourself at discover.com/net.
I'm attorney Gary Cavanagh.
founder of 1-800-NO-CUP, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-CUP, because no one looks good in handcuffs unless you're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-CUP.
As many as half of workers battling cancer choose to hide their condition from their employer. It's time for those in charge to take charge. Together, Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center and Publicis Group are urging companies worldwide to take a stand and pledge to help create a more open, supportive, and recovery-forward culture at work. Half of us will get cancer during our lifetime, but we all have a role to play. Sign the pledge today at workingwithcancerpledge.com and follow hashtag #WorkingWithCancer on social media.
It might be controlled, but then it might be getting more. A lot of this is out of our control, and we really want to stop with the testing on it. I gotta worry that the warning temperatures are going to melt the snow too quickly that it's going to flood. You gotta worry that the Colorado River is too low. John and Kim, they got a pipeline, tip the snow melt, and direct it into the Colorado River, and that'll kind of balance everything out, wouldn't it? Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI, and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Got an email from Vincent. Gary and Shannon, I just heard your broadcast about the zebra attack in Circleville, Ohio.
Oh, yeah.
I was born and raised in Circleville, Ohio, but relocated to California back in the 80s. That story was a friendly reminder of why I left Circleville all those years ago.
A zebra.
He says, P.S. The Circleville Pumpkin Show is always held the third Wednesday to Saturday of October. It's billed as the greatest free show on earth. Well, it is a show.
Zebra!
What are the odds of somebody listening to us talk about Circleville, Ohio is from Circleville, Ohio? That sounds me.
Well, I'm sure there are plenty of people who have come from the great Circleville, Ohio.
P.S. Vince has a Hotmail address. When's the last time you saw a Hotmail address? I love Hotmail.
Circleville. Is there a way for us to see, famous people, notable people? Caleb Atwater, known as the father of Ohio's public school system.
Who doesn't know that?
Conchata Farrell.
Who's that?
He played Berta the housekeeper in 2.5 Men. Tony Laubach, Storm Chaser. Ted Lewis, vaudeville performer and band leader. Ralph Haswell Lutz, historian, chair of the board of directors of the Hoover War Library.
Did you know that for nearly 2 decades, an anonymous letter writer terrorized the town of Circleville, Ohio, sent threatening letters that exposed alleged secrets about neighbors and friends?
Wonder if it was Dwight Radcliffe, the longest serving sheriff in U.S. history.
I think I've watched a show about this or listened to a podcast. Sounds familiar.
No, you're thinking of or is it the one that was sending letters to the house?
Yes. Did we do that story for Two Times Tuesday or something?
Well, it's the story that was eventually made into that, was it HBO or Showtime show. Where they kept getting threatening letters, and
right.
The letters were coming from within the house, and then it was somebody who had a fascination with the architecture or something like that.
Oh, what was that?
Remember the name?
Gosh darn it. That's going to bother me.
Old people talking about TV. Oh, boy. While you look around, I'll play some more zebra sound. Zebra! Spice Girls news.
Yeah.
Look up Bobby Cannavale. He was in that show.
Oh, okay.
And then it'll come up.
The Watcher.
Stop. It's the Watcher.
The Watcher. But that's not, I don't think that is, I don't think that's Circleville.
No, I don't think so either. But I do remember that we talked about the letter writing thing. I don't think it was the Circleville thing.
We're really bad.
Spice Girls. This is weird to me. I mean, when you think about this, they have released an alternative, never
of their 25th anniversary of Stop. Why did we play this on the radio?
I know. It was a different time.
Oh.
It just kind of catchy. It's just like something that Mondo would enjoy.
I love this song. Yeah, I love it unironically, and it bothers me more than if you loved it ironically.
Can we hear more?
In the original video, we saw that five girls knock on each other's doors before dancing the iconic dance sequence in the middle of the street.
I just realized it's a takeoff of Stop in the Name of Love. Did you hear that? In that last part?
I guess. Did you ever? It's the whole thing about it. The whole thing. Not very connected. Florence and very sweet. Sorry, no, Mondo. It's not funny. Not giving Spice Girls more kudos than me. Florence and the Machine put their own unique spin on Just a Girl from No Doubt in preparation for the next season of Yellow Jackets. Florence Welch says
This is creepy. That is a creepy show. When does that come out? End of March, right?
Yeah.
And it's no feeling but I don't think I know exactly what
She said she's such a huge fan of Yellow Jackets and this era of music in the 90s. And she said it just had a huge impact, the song did, when she was growing up. And they tried to put in the horror elements to this song to set the tone of the show.
It's a creepy ass show.
She said someone whose first musical love was pop, punk, and Gwen Stefani, that this was a dream job.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I like it when songs are completely reworked like this.
They did a lot of that on. Westworld. Reworked it, played it, put it in player pianos and things like that for Foo Fighters.
I just did a deep dive on the threatening letters.
Who is this about the Diva?
No, this is about Circleville, Ohio, and I think we should do the story coming up in tomorrow for Percent Tuesday.
Yes, Diva!
Starting in the late 1970s, Circleville, Ohio residents opened their mailboxes to find mysterious letters meant to terrorize them. One letter read in part, "You've been watched. Failure to comply and you shall suffer. No one can help. No one can protect you. Obey, obey."
Oh, that just sounds very perfectly true crime too.
I know. I sent it to you.
So then I found an album, or what do we call it when the music drops? We just call it the album drop. Sure. Even if it's not an album.
Okay.
It's a group, it's a duo actually called The Love and Treaty. Married couple, Michael and Tanya Trotter. And I saw them in an encore with Mumford and Sons many years ago. And then I saw them at the Troubadour not too long ago. And they're out with a new album called Lover's Hidden. And it's fantastic.
Really?
I absolutely love it. I know.
I'll check it out.
There's a puppy, the tears are empty cry.
Sounds depressing.
It's not. I mean, some of their songs are heartbreaking, but not depressing.
How is heartbreaking that? You gotta feel it? I don't like to feel.
You want what you're feeling. It's a great album. And both from last night, they can use the spirit if they wanted to.
Wow, you are going freaking.
I want to know the feeling.
Not my way. right in it. It's just not something I would feel throw on. It's depressing. I'm sad and I don't want to feel.
You can put that green white curls again.
Yeah, let's get a little bit of that. Yeah. Do, 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 do. All right, John Ted, come up next.
See you tomorrow. Stay dry, everybody. And listening to the Gary and Shannon show. Gary and Shannon. Hopefully that was a good time. Okay, bye-bye now. If you already know what you want us to say, you're probably in the wrong place.
KSI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the Radio app.
Another one. I'm Deborah Mark, live from KFI 24-hour newsroom. A regional bank that operates in Southern California has failed.
With more than $110 billion in assets, Signature Bank collapses the third biggest bank failure in U.S. history. All of the bank's former customers have automatically become members of a newly created bank run by the FDIC. Signature Bank had locations in the LA area and at least one location in Orange County. The failure of the New York-based bank yesterday follows the recent failure of California-based Silicon Valley Bank, which collapsed because customers fearful of the bank's financial health rushed to withdraw their money. Officials say both banks' customers will be able to access all of their money. In Beverly Hills, like Trolley, KFI News.
America should have confidence that the banking system is safe.
President Biden says his administration is taking quick action in response to the bank's failure.
All customers who had deposits in these banks can rest assured they'll be protected and they'll have access to their money as of today. That includes small businesses across the country that bank there and need to make payroll, pay their bills, and stay open for business.
And he says taxpayers will not bear the losses. He says the management of banks taken over by the FDIC will be fired, and investors in the failed banks will not be protected. The news is brought to you by Sweet Games accident attorney. A woman has been killed by a hit-and-run crash in Pico Rivera.
3 women were walking on the curb of Brooks Road approaching Rose Hills Road trying to find their Uber.
The 3 ladies were coming from an event that had taken place at the Pico Rivera Sports Arena.
LA County Sheriff Captain Jody Zizek says 2 of the women were hit last night.
When the fire department responded, they ultimately pronounced one of the females on scene deceased.
The second woman was taken to a hospital. A description of the vehicle has not been confirmed. Deputies are asking anyone with info to call police. In Pico Rivera, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Lifeguards in Long Beach have rescued a small dog and reunited it with its owner. The Long Beach Fire Department says the rescue started Saturday when lifeguards answered a call about a dog running in the Junipero Beach parking lot. It says by the time lifeguards responded, the dog was swimming out to sea. A lifeguard then put on his wetsuit, grabbed his rescue board, and headed out to save the puppy. Little dog made it out to the swim line, but was reached with the help of the rescue boat and taken safely ashore. My heart is destroyed. The family of an environmental activist who was fatally shot while protesting at a police training center in Atlanta has filed a lawsuit against the city. It says the Georgia Bureau of Investigation told the Atlanta Police Department to not release body camera video from the murder. The GBI says the man shot at a state trooper while the facility known as Top City was being cleared of activists earlier this year. It says officers killed the man in self-defense. I'm asking for answers to my child's homicide. The man's mom says his son died in a meditation position, probably while sitting cross-legged. Lawyers say a private autopsy has revealed the man was shot 14 separate times in various locations. Everything Everywhere All at Once has taken 7 Oscars at the 95th Academy Awards. Michelle Yeoh won Best Actress for her role in the movie, and Jamie Lee Curtis got Best Supporting Actress. Brendan Fraser won Best Actor for his performance in The Whale. The World War I film All Quiet on the Western Front took away 4 Oscars, including Best International Feature Film and Cinematography.
It was a night for comebacks. I'm Steve Gregory backstage at the 95th Annual Academy Award.
Never forget where you came from, because if you forget that, all humility goes out the window.
That's Chief Wei Kwan, who won the Best Supporting Actor Oscar for Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. Kwan was a child actor who starred in The Goonies and in Indiana Jones. then no one would hire him. Here's Brendan Fraser, Best Actor winner for his role in The Whale.
So one foot in front of the other, those are the ways. Believe me. If I can do it, you can too.
After starring in a string of movies in the 80s and 90s, he left acting for personal reasons. At the Dolby Theater in Hollywood, Steve Gregory, KFI News.
The KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Jacoby & Myers Injury Attorneys. The Dow is down 91, S&P 500 down 6, NASDAQ up 50, and the average price of a gallon of regular gas in California is $4.92.
Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby & Myers now. Justice for you since 1972.
Southline weather from KFI, partly cloudy, highs in the low to mid-60s for Metro LA, 60s in the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valleys, mid to upper 60s in the Antelope Valley, Inland Orange County, and the Inland Empire, and we're getting rain tomorrow. Right now, 59 in Seal Beach, 63 in Buena Park, 61 in the Gore Hills, and 62 in Sherman Oaks. We're going back to the 91 in Anaheim. 91 eastbound right at Euclid Street. Looks like they're opening up a few more lanes. So right now, this rollover accident has the carpool and the left lane blocked. It is going to be stepped up, turn away from the 5. Also, Anaheim Hill, 241 southbound. Right after the 91, got an injury accident blocking the right lane. In Montclair, something new here. This is going to be on the 10 westbound before the Central Avenue. Brand new accident in the second lane from your left. Then out below, 210 westbound. Before Carnelian, the Wilson is taken out with a crash. They're going to be on the brakes for Haven Avenue. Then at the hometown, reminder, 15 southbound to the 138 connector. Those are closed. Those are off-ramps. In Downey on the 5 southbound before you get to the 605. Good news, the clear deck stall truck from the middle lane still going to be slowed up from Washington Boulevard in Mid-City on the 10 east at La Brea Avenue. So Big Rig still in the right lane. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jim Harmon.
One of America's most popular news channels is Newsmax. You watch Newsmax for news, recap, and you'll get perspectives you won't hear from other networks. Try Newsmax and discover why the left is trying. Try Newsmax and discover why Newsmax says the left is trying to silence their voice. Newsmax says it's for good reason, because it's becoming one of the most popular channels in America. Tune in every night for Greta Van Susteren, Rob Schmidt, Eric Bolling, Greg Kelly, and much more. And Newsmax says, no surprise, Newsmax is already the 4th highest rated cable news channel and growing fast. You can get Newsmax in most cable systems. Check the channel guide. And if they don't carry Newsmax, switch to one that does. And remember, Newsmax is up for free on streaming. Go to Samsung Plus, Roku, Zumo, Pluto, Viki. And you can download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone and start watching now. Millions are making the switch to Newsmax. Newsmax is real news for real people.
It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together.
Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security number? Nope. Oh no.
You've been stolen. LifeLock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, you'll work the victim. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
Hey, y'all, this is your Phil Underwood, and I want to tell you something. My digestive system used to make me feel sluggish for so days are over. Now I feel great. That's because I increased my fiber intake with the Metamucil 2-week challenge, and I'm still hooked. I just took Metamucil every day for 14 days, and it's really that easy. Metamucil tracks and removes the weight that weighs you down, so you feel lighter and more energetic. Now I never want to go back to that heavy feeling. Are you ready for the Metamucil 2-week challenge for a coupon and daily support? Sign up at Metamucil.com today. Superwoman, 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 Superwoman.com.
More stimulating talk.
And I have radio station.
Welcome! John Ken Show, John Cobell, Ken Sampo, it's KFI, AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio. Yes, welcome everybody. I'm really sluggish though. I mean, did the time change for you in? No, I didn't notice the time change because I was in Arizona over the weekend and they don't change the time. Yeah, but when we came back here, it was an hour different than it had already gotten watered down. No, that's the tricky pole. I don't know how that works, but I didn't notice anything. Well, then I had to get up early and stand in line to take all my money out of the bank. You know, there's another crisis upon us. Oh, and that would take a while. No, I didn't do that one trip. My whole $1,000. Did you hurt your back?
Ah, very good. You keep flipping your papers around there. You did a good job. We'll be talking in depth next hour with Alex Tony, ABC News, about what's going on with these two banks. It started with one, Silicon Valley Bank, SVB. Of course, that was the big news on Friday, and then the news that broke yesterday was that another bank looked like it's going under called Signature. And both of the bank depositors are going to get everything. The federal government made a decision that even though FDIC insurance typically only extends to $250,000 for deposits, they're going to reimburse. And by the way, SVB, most of them were corporations that had their money in that bank, so they were well above and beyond the $250,000. Venture capitalists and a lot of Silicon Valley startups that got their venture capital, and a lot of the big tech companies, and so they had some of them had like tens of millions of dollars right in there. The $250,000 is for the little people. Yeah, that's the intention of it. Most people don't have $250,000 in a savings or checking account. No. Now the investors aren't going to be bailed out. We're just talking about this deposit. If you invested in the bank, well, you're going to find out what happens to it if it gets taken over or whatever. If you own stock in the bank or you bought bonds from the bank, yeah, then you're out. Right. But I mean, the article is ranging depending on what website you're looking at, from panic to a little bump. So they're comparing it to 2008, which was just a little bump. I mean, there were some serious issues. Well, then with the, it depends how you want to play news story. You could say it's the second and third largest bank failure in history. You can't do that. That's right. But the first would have been one of the 2008 banks. Right. Yeah. But Silicon Valley Bank was a tiny fraction of, say, J.P. Morgan Chase, Bank of America. A little tiny. It's 6 feet, but it's 6 feet way back in the way down below the asset there. But it's really important to Silicon Valley. I mean, just about the whole industry in that region did business through Silicon Valley Bank. Now, you know what has also changed about bank runs? Because it used to be, if you ever saw old footage of the 1930s, right, Depression era, bank runs, everybody would be standing in the street. Now there'd be a line. I heard a news report this morning. They were standing outside of Signature National Bank, not Signature, SVB up in the valley. That's what the reporter said. I didn't see any video of that, but there probably was some. But what most people did on Friday when they put Silicon Valley Bank under was they were withdrawing money online. Yeah, it exists in 2000. There's probably an app, right, where you can just go to your banking with the app, right? Where it's like, hey, withdraw and transfer these funds, right? And with social media, once somebody posts, hey, something's going screwy at Silicon Valley Bank, you better pull your funds out, and boom, 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 it's happened. I think it was like something like $500 a second the money was flying out of the bank electronically. Wow. Yeah. No, that's going to happen quickly. Yeah. So then that's why they halted trading in some other bank shares today, because the same thing was kind of happening with the investment, not the deposits, but the same kind of idea. Some people were just, it's happening all too fast, so they put up like a little slow down sign and try to get the trading to slow down. Well, yeah, because the stocks of some of these banks were down 60-70% early. Yeah, they were. Yeah, First Republic took a big dash with its stocks early on. But so, the regional Joe was hauled out there at 6 a.m. our time. He came out to speak this morning, 9 a.m. Was to do the old thing, please, don't run on your bank. We got this. We're going to make sure that these two banks depositors are made whole, and don't, this is what they're trying to do. A lot of what this country runs on when it comes to the economy is consumer confidence. Sometimes there's too much of it, and you get inflation. Sometimes everybody panics together, and we head towards recession, or even worse, like we did back in the bad recession. Oh, this is an after effect of the COVID lockdown. This still is another reverberation, because they locked down the economy, so they have to print a lot of money and send everybody checks and send all that money to businesses. And that, of course, not only they print money, they borrow trillions of dollars. They dump that money into the system, like $6 trillion. So that created inflation. And nobody wanted to admit it. They said, no, there's no inflation. No, that's nothing to see. All inflation is transitory. It's just a few months.
Well, then interest rates quickly, and they raise them quickly. Now, what happens when you're lending money now, right? You're the government and your treasury bills are lending at a higher interest rate. Well, it means for less than 2%, not really worth very much, are they? No, that's the thing, because if you have a treasury bill that's getting less than 2% interest, who are you going to sell that to if you have to liquidate? Nobody wants it. They're going to want it at a big discount. Yeah, which means, for Silicon Valley Bank, the worth of these bonds on the books wasn't anywhere near, was much higher than what it's worth in real life. Yeah, I also read the same thing, that thanks to the free money flow during the pandemic, this bank was really drawing a lot of venture capital money. And that was making up a lot of the deposits too. Those guys were borrowing at practically zero interest. Right. It was really a great time, which is over now. Yeah. So now the discussion is centering on whether or not, this is something more permanent, that we're going to cover everybody's deposits in the future for failing banks. But they're saying no, and of course people say, well, there's still a bailout. Well, it's a bailout for the depositors, not really for Silicon Valley Bank. They're not doing that. The bank is probably taking the auctions off. Yeah, it's for the customers. Yeah, all the executives have been fired. Stockholders get nothing. Did they fire them? Because that's what Biden called for this morning. Yeah. Oh, no, did they fire them? Yeah, I assume the process, but yeah, they're going to be fired. Because they did a lot of stupid things. If you read the details, it gets the, deep in the weeds. You read the details of what they did. They didn't manage the whole thing properly. When the interest rates were going up, to try to combat inflation, they should have started to sell off all the bonds they have, right, much more quickly. And they held on to them. And, there's a lot of, there's a major investor who's very famous in his circles, Peter Thiel, and he told all his clients, get out of that bank. And that's what started the run on Friday. He's got a huge social media following, and if he says something, you can start a stampede to get. Yeah, I mean, who heard of this bank before Friday's news, right? I mean, we're all aware of the major banks. I'm like, I heard FTP, Silicon Valley Bank. I'm like, what is that? And I'm asking people I know who are investors. They said, well, yeah, it's big, but it's not like the one of the biggest banks. It's not Chase or anything. But it's a regional bank just for the tech industry. Right. I never heard of Signature Bank either until this morning. They have some offices here. There's one in Beverly Hills. Now, Signature. No. All right, we got more coming up. Johnny 10, KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app. And Jeff Mark live at 24-hour KFI News.
The 11th atmospheric river of the winter season is on its way to Southern California. We're getting rain tomorrow afternoon. It will last through Wednesday night. People will be able to vote on the new measure that would raise the state's minimum wage to $18 an hour. The Living Wage Act of 2022 is qualified to be on next year's ballot. President Biden will be in Monterey Park tomorrow to talk about his efforts to reduce gun violence. Monterey Park was the site of a mass shooting in January in which 11 people at a dance studio were killed. He is in San Diego today. We're going to a crash on the 210 in Alta Loma. On the 210 westbound before you get to Carnelian Street, that crash is in the middle lane. Just going to be stopped to go from Millicent. Also in Montpelier, 10 westbound before Central Avenue, got a crash in the crossover lane. You're hitting the brakes on 4th Street. Anaheim Hills, 241 southbound right after the 91. That injury accident still blocking the right lane. But good news in Anaheim, 91 eastbound right at Euclid Street. That earlier crash that was blocking the lane, it has gotten over to the right shoulder. All lanes have been reopened. You're going to see some flowing up from the 5. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jay Harmon.
This report is sponsored by California Department of Public Health Office of Problem Gambling. No one chooses to become a gambling addict, but they can choose to get help from a professional counselor. To learn more about no-cost confidential help for problem gambling, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health Office of Problem Gambling. If you've been thinking about selling your home, the real estate market is changing. But before you call an agent, call Seller's Advantage. Seller's Advantage is focused on the seller's needs. They'll make you a competitive cash offer, and they can close in days. No agent, no commission. Getting your home ready to list can be expensive and complicated, and you may not want people coming in and out of your house. Oh, that's true. Seller's Advantage makes the selling process easy, so that the sellers walk away happy. They may even offer a $10,000 advance to help with moving expenses. Get a no-obligation offer at 888-302-AS-IS. 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 SellersAdvantage.com. Seller's Advantage will buy your home, make it easy.
that you don't have to worry. Self-happy, whatever that is. CRE number 019611658. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. If you like many people, you may think custom blinds is a job for expensive professionals. Well, at Blindster, if you have a tape measure and a screwdriver, you can install a custom blind and save big. Plus, we guarantee they'll fit. Blindster.com. Yeah. Visit HoustonFeedit.org or call 833-422-4255. Ask for medication to treat COVID-19. Plus, by the California Department of Public Health. Looking for your next investment opportunity? How about 100% passive ownership in commercial real estate? First National Realty Partners is backed by $1.5 billion in commercial real estate assets from Walmart, Whole Foods, Kroger's, Publix, and more. Grocery store anchored commercial real estate offers day one cash flow from high credit national tenants. Tax advantages with 1031 exchanges, inflation fighting triple net lease, and more. Get information on current and upcoming opportunities today. Call 888-301-9010 or go to fnrtradio.com. Become an investor in owned and managed commercial real estate with national grocery store brand tenants producing quarterly cash flow. Call 888-301-9010 or go to fnrtradio.com. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Tax distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRT's strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit fnrtradio.com. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world, protecting America. Fighting for you. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. I've never seen anything like it. The jury starts deliberating at 4 o'clock. Comes out before 7 o'clock with a guilty verdict. These people didn't go through one iota of evidence. I mean, just nothing. They took a vote. They will handle guilty. Thank you very much. We're done. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Johnny Scott filled out the KFI, KFI, and he's recording live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Yeah. All right, old Joe came out this morning, as I mentioned, and gave a short speech about these bank failures. He's coming to Southern California, and he's going to start in San Diego. I've forgotten about this story. He's meeting with the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom and the Australian Prime Minister. That was that Australia, United Kingdom, United States deal, the nuclear submarine partnership that they call AUKUS. Australia can access nuclear-powered submarines, and that created some controversy. I think it was in China or some other country got really upset over it because they felt like they got stepped in trouble. That would be France. Oh, it's France. France had made a deal that we had to pull out of. Oh, okay. Yeah. So he then comes to Los Angeles tomorrow, where actually he'll be in Monterey Park to talk about reducing gun violence. A story that is now about 2 months old, and I don't think any of this clearly is going to be peppered by reporters with questions about the bank. Really the hottest news story is, I mean, it's scheduled to be trips, and then the news kind of takes over. Like, nobody wants to hear him prattling about gun control. Stop. That never happened. And then, of course, there's the fundraising. It's coming to my house to take a nap later. Is it really? Yeah. You're pretty much right. You're close to where a lot of the activities are. Yeah, we're on the way to the fundraiser, so we got a room in the basement. Oh, that's very nice of you. Taking about 3.5 hour nap, recharge. The other story that came down late last week, we don't know where it's going to end up, but it's not particularly good news. The leader of the Democrats in the U.S. Senate, Chuck Schumer from New York, says that sometime this week or next week, the full Senate will vote on yoga pants. He says. Now, you and I both agree, and this is how it works in politics, he's not going to actually hold a vote unless he's confident that he has enough votes
for Garcetti to be approved as the next ambassador to India.
So this is going to push all the fence sitters to take a stand. And they're going to have to tell Schumer beforehand which way they're going. And if he doesn't have enough, then he'll pull the vote and come up with some cover story that nobody believes.
Right, because you can't keep going out there and calling for votes. So you want to do it when you're confident it's going to work, or otherwise you wait and you continue to lobby people, which is what Garcetti's been doing now for what seems like 2 years.
Well, Schumer's not embarrassed by it. The terrible embarrassment if a president doesn't get his nominee from a Senate run by his own party, right? So they're not going to embarrass. They don't care about Garcetti. He just doesn't embarrass them. It's Biden that's going to embarrass. Right. So if you hear there's absolutely a vote coming on, it means they twisted enough arms to get it going.
But do we know if Feinstein and Fetterman will be actually back in their voting yet, or how's she doing with the singles?
I don't
really got out of the hospital.
Yeah, I don't think either one of them beat it.
So that's 2 Democrats. So
right. So now wait then. Well, that brings it down to 49-49 with Kamala Harris with the tie-breaking vote.
yeah,
They have. He might have a couple of Republicans on his side.
he does.
Right.
A couple of them voted to put his nomination out of committee until the full-fledged Senate floor. 2 Republicans agreed to do that. So it's likely that they would also vote for him faithful nomination.
You can officially declare the Me Too era over if you get approved as a back. Then it's all just BS on a trend.
Yeah, who are these guys? Todd Young of Indiana and Bill Haggerty of Tennessee. As much as you can complain that there's too much partisanship and people just vote along party lines, why were these 2 Republican hacks supporting Garcetti?
I don't know.
I mean, normally the gut instinct is just say, oh, we're going to hold this up. They did this to Trump. They do this all the time. They just sit there and put it on the nomination as long as they can.
Indian ambassadors that sport. It's not anything. Name the last 10 Indian ambassadors.
Oh, no, it's not important. It's only important that we stop him because we want to make him embarrassed.
Right, yeah.
Oh, you mean for these 2 guys who don't know anything about LA or Garcetti, don't care about politics and the idiocy of this man and his yoga fans.
The Democrats have to care because they're the experts about the Me Too nonsense.
Right.
They're the ones who are preaching and stolen. The Republicans don't keep up to that. Unless they're back into a corner.
Yeah. So we're going to get, if he gets approved and all these speeches about, I always was confident and I really just put my head down and focused on getting this nomination through and I'm proud of people that voted for me. I'm ready to do the job.
It's a good litmus test. Then, sexual harassment at work doesn't matter.
Yeah, you're right. Now that crowd will look like phonies.
Right. Because if you don't put Garcetti away over this, then, all right, why should anybody else have to deal with that kind of issue?
So it's the new news. We've got a woman that's about to become the United States Labor Secretary who handed out over $30 billion in fraud money when she was running the Employment Development Department.
Here's a
Nothing matters anymore.
Oh, a promotion for the most incompetent.
Right. Well, they're rewarded now because of what they do for the party. I mean, Americans are more on to this than they used to be. Right. It's all about our side and the party. Garcetti was one of the stupid chairmen of Biden's campaign. This is his reward, 4 years later.
He bundled a lot of money from rich Democrats in Los Angeles. That's what he did. They got to be co-chairman of the campaign, and that's the reward. You give the reward, to your political buddies or to people who raise money for you. And that's how you get to be an ambassador. And then you sit around and drink for
The Times of India put out a story right after this news came out last week that the Republican voted his nomination. And they did here's all you need to know about Eric Garcetti, beginning with, he was born February 1971 in Los Angeles, a member of the Democrat Party and first elected in 2013 as mayor, re-elected in 2017. Then you scroll down, and it really gets ridiculous. Elected the youngest mayor in over 100 years, 42 at the time of his inauguration, the first elected Jewish mayor and the second consecutive Mexican-American mayor. See, I don't know that. When people saw Garcetti, if they picked all that, his name sounds Italian, that's about what he looks like a white guy. That's what begins with that. It definitely doesn't look Mexican.
Oh, God. It doesn't seem anything, really.
The emphasis on ethnicity is just so overwhelming now. It's hard to even
work up anger over it. Yeah, it's just pummeled me. I know. Anything in the article about what a massive failure he was? Oh no, it's all about his endorsement. One odd one here, a vocal opponent of the Yes California secession movement. I don't remember him being is that what counties wanted to get out of the state? Is that what that's about? I guess the guy who wrote it probably lives in New Delhi, and he has no idea what's going on. Yeah, he did a Google search and some of these topics found out. I don't even know what that is. Yeah, the only thing funny at the end they mentioned, Garcetti has faced controversy over his handling of a sex misconduct scandal, of a misconduct, the right software, involving his top advisor, Rick Jacobs, which led to his nomination being held by some senators. That's how they expressed it, being held by senators. City's a disaster. Even the Democrats who are still in office here, you can see how they tiptoe around the disasters are said you left behind. Yeah. And I wonder why is it that nobody wants to come out, somebody is prominent, somebody with a real position, come out and say that he was the worst mayor LA ever had. You listen to like Karen Bass talk about, the challenges we have. Why do you have those challenges? Because you had a moron acting as mayor for the last 9.5 years. That's how he ended up with 40,000 bodies in the street. Yeah, well, Prop 47 wasn't in his control. Of course, that was a big contributor, but he did not. That's the key point. You know when I first learned this, too? Remember back when we were doing all the garbage stories? There was garbage that filled forward doing these great reports on just trash everywhere. And I thought, this looks like an easy one. He's doing nothing. Right. He's acting like he doesn't even know what's happening. And then we had the rats in City Hall. We had the fleas that are playing and stuff. That's right. And all of that was like he just, all the crime, the smash and grab, robberies. No, then that came a couple of years later. Right. Poor girl got stabbed to death at the furniture store. And the only thing, when I think of Garcetti in the case, all I think is him taking the knee during the George Floyd protest. Right, that's all he did. Just cut the legs out from under LAPD. That was his big contribution. How did he look? My God, he was like a toxic disaster. And I know nobody speaks to them. Everybody pretends that whatever massive problems LA has, they just happen. It just occurs. Somehow idiots can happen. Yeah, more coming up. Johnny Ken, KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. Johnny Ken, Deborah Mark live in the 24-hour KFI News.
People in the central part of the state are evacuating as another atmospheric river is expected tonight. ABC's Rob Marciano says evacuees from Watsonville are spread across at least 4 shelters throughout the county.
All the streets are full. You can actually still hear the river coming through this area. The only way in and out of the neighborhood here is by high water military grade vehicles or by boats.
He says there's no telling when people will be able to return to their homes. About 16 million people remain under flood watches in California and Nevada. The news is brought to you by Clichan's accident attorneys. Planning is started on $229 million worth of upgrades at the OT Fair and Event Center. CEO Michelle Richards says Phase 1 will be a $25 million administration building expansion. We're putting in a multi-purpose education building to support the community programs that we do through Centennial Farm and Heroes Hall, our Veterans Museum. Because the 8-day, 10-year facelift will also include a new barn, more restrooms, amphitheater seating, and a modern agriculture complex. Because the OC Fair has cash on hand to pay for most upgrades. A restaurant in Burbank has received a $23,600 gas bill for January. Lancer's Family Restaurant says prior to natural gas prices skyrocketing, the gas bill would have been significantly lower. The owner said yesterday that he has to raise prices once again. This restaurant is losing money because of SoCal Gas and other utility bills. SoCal Gas says the price of natural gas has gone up more than 300% from January of last year. Former Vice President Pence has again criticized former President Trump for his role in the January 6th attack on the Capitol. ABC's Rick Klein says the timing of Pence's speech Saturday has a lot to do with the 2024 election.
That's exactly what he was doing when he said, and I quote, history will hold Donald Trump accountable for January 6th. President Trump was wrong, he said. His reckless words endangered my family and everyone at the Capitol that day. It was a very strong message.
Pence spoke at the annual Gridiron Club dinner in Washington, D.C.
Is your arm still attached, sir? I don't think so.
And a man in Ohio has been attacked by one of the several zebras he owns.
The Pickaway County Sheriff's Office man keeps the zebra in a fenced area on his property. The man suffered serious injuries to his arm in the attack. Pickaway Sheriff Matthew Caffey says the zebra was put down after it became aggressive to the deputies and fire department personnel who responded to the 911 call last night.
That's a question you never want to be asked.
I know.
Is your arm still attached, sir?
I don't think so. That's the way. I don't think so. You don't know if your arm is still attached. We're going to go to the 10 next.
The S&P went down 20% last year, and boy, this year's looking good, huh? A majority of economists are forecasting recession in 2023.
Well, you hear time and time again, it is good advice. It's important to diversify your portfolio, or else you do risk taking massive losses.
And some bankers are listening to this. Gold and precious metals can offer a hedge against inflation and stock market volatility. And Legacy Precious Metals is the company we trust.
Well, with Legacy Precious Metals, you can protect your retirement account by rolling into a gold-backed IRA, or you can have metals shipped directly to your door.
Visit Legacy online and get your free investor's guide at buylegacygold.com.
You can give Legacy Precious Metals a call. Here's that number, 866-691-2173. That's 866-691-2173.
Don't use your retirement chance. Call Legacy Precious Metals. Uh-oh.
You okay over there?
Oh, yeah.
You need the Heimlich removed.
Legacy Precious Metals, and download your free investor's guide at buylegacygold.com.
Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy highs in the low to mid 60s for Metro LA, 60s for the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley, mid to upper 60s in the Antelope Valley, Inland Orange County, and the Inland Empire, and we're getting rain tomorrow. Right now it's 63 in Laguna Woods and 59 in Rancho Santa Margarita. We're going to a crash on the 10 in Montclair. So again, westbound before you get to Central Avenue. That crash in those crossover lanes, those left lanes, they are blocked. And now it's going to be stopped from Vineyard Avenue. In El Saloma, 210 westbound before Cornelius, got a crash blocking the right lane, going to be heavy from Milliken. Merino Valley, 60 westbound of Daly Street. It looks like got a brand new crash in the middle lane. You're going to see some flowing from Utah Street. And on the flip side, 60 eastbound of Paris Boulevard. Looks like you got a lane closed for tree work until 3 today. Has you on and off the break. From Utah to Mason Street and 60 east at Marina Beach Drive. Got a crash clearing to the right shoulder. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jim Harnett.
Do you know what the 3 biggest problems are that people have with most plumbers? Think about it for a minute. You could probably write the list yourself. They don't come when they say they will. They come to more after the job than what they quoted to a client. And they don't fix the problem right the first time. Who has time for that kind of aggravation? At Service Champions, performance is different. We'll be there on time, right when we say we'll be there. We'll give you a firm price in writing before we start. And all of our plumbing services are backed by our Happy Money Promise. It's simple. If you're not happy, you don't pay. For us, it's all about respect. For you, our customers. Call Service Champions right now for all of your plumbing needs. Our number is 833-777-7777 or find us online at servicechampions.com.
Hey, it's Jennifer. Join us this March to make March Matter for Children's Hospital Los Angeles. Every time you stop by or attend an event at a participating partner, they'll donate funds to support Children's Hospital Los Angeles. For more information, visit MakeMarchMatter.org. That's MakeMarchMatter.org.
Losing your air conditioning on a hot summer day can be a bloody old nightmare, and no one wants that. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with a rejuvenation.
We'll make 6 critical adjustments so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system.
We'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way.
Rejuvenation, just $129.
Gale Air Conditioning and Plumbing. ReallyPCL.com. We'll keep it cool, but it's hard to sell. Line number 1047-781.
Termite problems? Search PacificCoastTermite.com or call 800-PACIFIC.
KFI,
AM 640.
an iHeart radio station.
Download the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
John and Ken Show. John Cobell and Ken Shampoo, KFI. AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. We're on for 1 to 4 every day. After 4 o'clock, you can hear the podcast. Same show, podcast form. The iHeart Radio app, John and Ken on demand. Yeah, oh, wait, I'm taking a quiz. Do you know the symptoms of IBS-D, which stands for irritable bowel syndrome with diarrhea? I take the test and see if I have it. Find out about your gut. Yeah, we will talk about the situation with the bank, running into some problems. Silicon Valley Bank, and of course, Signature Bank was the one announced yesterday. We will be talking to Alex Stone, ABC News for KFI, right after the news at 2 o'clock for the latest. Hey, you know, not long after the Chinese had those balloons flying over the U.S., yeah, guess what happened? Space junk hit Texas. Yep, a 4-ton piece of Chinese space junk apparently made free fall to Earth last week and disintegrated eventually over Texas. So I don't think anybody got hit on the ground. So they're again saying that they don't take care of their space rocket. Another cheap Made in China product. That's like the vaccine. Yeah, there you go. So one day, if you're walking along and something weird drops out of the sky and almost kills you, it could be Chinese space junk. Was it their spy equipment? No, they said it was a rocket. Well, there are. So, oh, you're right. The remnants of the Chinese rocket that delivered a trio of military spy satellites. They launched them in June and they disintegrated on March 8th over Texas. How many pictures do they need of us? I mean, what is it they're looking for? They want to be the dominant world power. Period. So are they mapping out our entire country? Didn't Google already do that? I have no question now, and I think that the president just got another term. Yeah, these days, he's pretty much a dictator now. Yeah, and I think that is the plan. It's military, economic domination, everything they're looking for. So, yeah, if you want to be dominant in those areas, you have to find other people to see if they're up to it. You know, give it together for that. Yeah. And then you have to leak a deadly virus and kill millions of people. That's right. They're working on another one, aren't they? Yeah, they send them a deadly drug to kill all the teenagers off. So far, so good. You're probably aware by now that it's going to rain again in Southern California tomorrow. It's raining. The drought is so terrible. It's been so many years. Hardly a drop. This is good for us. And this is all part of La Nina. Remember, that was the official prediction. This is a La Nina winter. Which is going to be drier, but they're declaring La Nina over. No, I'm not serious. We were ever in La Nina? We were in La Nina. It was a wet. How can we be in La Nina? It's a wet La Nina. It's kind of the opposite of what it's supposed to be. And then we're supposed to be a cooler, drier winter. We're now in a neutral state. Yeah, cooler though. What's a cooler winter? Oh, it was cold. Yeah. It was one of the coldest I remember. Why don't we just tune those people out, please? And then El Nino is coming later this year. Oh no, that means we're going to go back in the draft. Yeah, this I think it's going to be the reverse of the prediction. I mean, this really grabbed my eye this morning. 52 feet in counting, Lake Tahoe grapples with a ginormous snowpack. 52 feet! 52 feet. 52 feet of snow is the measure up in Tahoe. So that would be like 500 and some odd inches. 540 inches of snow on top of the people's roofs. Thankfully, they're not Alaskan, but now, I think, from what I understand, just to be really wild about this, if this were all melt quickly, I think the entire state would go into war. Because I know that is. Look at the supply we would have. Right? What? Yeah, they should be digging ditches now to collect all this runoff. To be specific, this is 52 feet of snow at the UC Berkeley Central Sierra Snow Lab. Oh, it's a top-down summit. And it ties the 1981-1982 season for the fourth highest total since the lab was created in 1946. Although you and I like to say 1946, is that really that long ago? It was a history of weather. No, it is not. So, it's like 75 years. They think this season could end up second only to the 1951-52 winter season when 812 acres, 68 feet now snow fell. This shuts down, obviously, all the drought. No, it doesn't. It is. I'm declaring it. And also, this is the answer to anybody who says, well, we really need more rain. You should have here that there is still a drought is because of the groundwater problem, but then we just found out there's a story that the Water Resources Control Board is apparently endorsing a plan to take some of the floodwaters and send them to the agricultural areas to replenish the groundwater. That's right. Get the pipe down. Then whatever you have to do, so the next time we run out of rain for a while, the farmers aren't thinking, oh, goodness, the ground's collapsing, looking for groundwater for their crops or whatever they need there. Shouldn't it naturally get into the ground? Do we actually have to direct it? Well, because they didn't get, I don't think, as much rain as some other parts of the state. So that's, it doesn't fall. They go. And because the groundwater was so completely drenched from there, that they need a lot more. Even if it's rain there, they need a lot more water to replenish the groundwater supply. So with exactly the right amount of weather at all times. Yeah, they keep acting like, oh my God, can you believe this? Oh, it's another emergency, it's another crisis. It's the earth doing whatever the earth does, and nature doesn't know that we need X amount of water to grow our alfalfa plants, right? Or that, it's a little too hot this year and we don't have enough electricity for the air conditioning. The cycle up there just goes on and on. Along with the immediate prediction we had this year, they don't know how anything works. They pretend to, they give themselves degrees, they give themselves titles at their climate research centers, but they have no idea. And they're consistently wrong. It's fascinating how wrong all the experts, we have such a huge expert class in this country, and they don't know crap. And they're always making predictions, and they're always wrong, and then they puff their chest, they get arrogant, and then they get another wrong prediction. So the earth is not designed to meet our needs, 365 days a year. You gotta roll with it. One other note about the farmers is some areas in the state, obviously, as you mentioned, have gotten a lot of snow. So apparently there's so much snow on the ground, the cattle can't find any of the grass to eat, so they're doing emergency hay drops. Helicopters flying overhead and dropping bales of hay for the cattle to eat. Farmers have been crying for this because some of them are out there stranded and starving for some of these ranches of calves, lambs, or cows are kind of dumb. They are kind of dumb, right? If they don't know, they got start scooping the snow out with their hooves. You think if the hay hits them on the head, they'll know to eat it? Or they can drop from the... That would be kind of sad. On the cow.
That's a mean. Cows are not stupid, and I'm sure they would know if the hay falls on the ground.
They walk over and eat it? Yeah. They like to stare at it. Wonder what
if they're hungry, they'll eat it.
If they're used to getting down to the grass on the ground, they're not used to something coming out of the sky and just landing in front of them.
I think they'll figure it out. I have faith in the cows.
Look at the forest. Why do they all? I don't know what that is. That's my farm gets on the head. Go ahead. What do we do, Charlie? Stop kicking me. All right, we got more coming up. Johnny's 10 5 a.m. 640. We're live everywhere. The iHeartRadio. Kevin Mark live in the 24-hour Tampa newsroom.
A Downey police officer has been hurt in a head-on collision between a patrol SUV and a car. The crash happened early this morning at Lakewood Boulevard and Columbia Way. The officer was taken to the hospital. The other driver was also hurt. A hit-and-run driver crashed into a group of women walking in Pico Rivera. The three women were on Brooks Road yesterday, approaching Rose Hill Road when they were hit. The driver kept on going. One woman died at the scene. Another was taken to the hospital with serious injuries. The Red Cross is trying to get more people to donate blood. Those who donate this month will get a $10 gift card. They'll also be entered for a chance to win 3,000 cloudy highs in the 60s. This report
from the lanes, but let's look at some potholes. That's what caused that crash. Merino Valley, 60 west on Gay Street. That wreck cleared to the shoulder. Still going to be slow from Peacock Street. 60 east out of here. Boulevard is road work. One lane closed for tree work, actually, until 3 o'clock today. That's allowing off Avenue. That wreck still in the crossover lane. It's going to be heading from 4th Street. The good news is in El Paloma, 210 westbound before Cornelius. That crash cleared from the lanes there. KFI in the sky, I'll get you there faster. I'm Jim Harmon.
Did you know that many DMV tasks, like renewing your registration or starting your Real ID application, can be done online any time of day? Check them off your to-do list without a trip to the DMV. started today at dmv.ca.gov/online.
It's reported, sponsored by Indeed.com. If cold candidate calls aren't turning into hot hiring leads, then you need Indeed. Because Indeed's powerful hiring platform makes it easy to attract, screen, and interview candidates all from one place. Find your next
News live from the East bedroom. It's another eventful night, Bruce. It sure is, Ron. Leaders been flailing everywhere, struggling with their success. His wife, Michelle, is as tense as a fiddle string, trying to contain her rage. Michelle's rolling Steve over. There he goes, and the mask is off. Oh, my, the glory. Michelle throws her elbow. Now a shove. And she's leaving for the couch. Taking her place as the Hayes' 100-pound lamb. Fast in that dog track, too. With all this struggle, you should get inspired. Absolutely, Bert. Inspire is a sleep apnea treatment that gives you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. It's right, a button. As you sleep, Inspire keeps you breathing normally and sleeping peacefully. There's no mask and no hose. Just sleep. Learn more at InspireSleep.com. That's InspireSleep.com.
Inspire, sleep apnea innovation. Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at InspireSleep.com.
I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Navaj Nasal Care, and I love Navaj. I told you about how your nose is the body's air filter. The Navaj's powered sucker will help flush out allergies, viruses, mucus, and germs. And at Navaj will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navaj? Like Josh, quote, after walking around my whole life being a mouth breather, I was excited to try Navaj. I read the directions carefully, pressed the button, and oh my gosh, what a sensation. So much mucus, so much crud, but oh sweet, merciful air, I can finally breathe you through my nose. Never have I ever taken such an amazing breath in my life. This is a life changer, unquote. Each one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navaj, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navaj is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navaj, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
Get ready to celebrate your favorite podcasts at our iHeart Podcast Awards. Tune in as the best podcasts. Take home awards in categories like comedy, crime, pop culture, and more. Watch radio tomorrow night at 9.
Considering EV for yourself or your business? Consider the benefits of subscription. I'm Scott Peter, CEO of Autonomy, where an EV subscription is like a lease but way more flexible. It's a debt-free way to get month-to-month access to a new EV. You can even pay with your credit card. If you're earning $600,000 a year, say stuff like this.
Could go up by $8 a month. That's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot.
I want to need it.
Oh yeah, so ton of money. Me and my wife are gonna do it. $700,000 a year.
For Tim Conway Jr. Show.
$8, man. That's a lot. Ton of money, dude.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. John Cobell, Ken Campo, KFI, and 40 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, a full rundown over these bank failures coming up at 2:05. Alex Stone, ABC News, with all the latest on that story, and then a couple of stories related to the Silicon Valley effect. The sales that we have to get into.
Oh.
We're big into climate ventures.
They have a whole woke agenda. By the way, in Santa Clara, there's a line of people at the Silicon Valley Bank branch there. Yeah.
But I thought everybody was had a lot of money in there. I mean,
I guess
you have people waiting for them.
these are the people that don't have online accounts. Oh, I see. Or maybe click on the or maybe the online system doesn't work anymore, because I heard after a while people were getting error messages. And it was the kind of error message that means the server is overloaded. So,
Well, the number is 3. That is how many people picked Michael James Kubatosi to die in the Johnny 10 2023. Michael James Kubatosi. Hold on. I'll let you know. Michael James Kubatosi is Robert Blake. That was his first name.
oh,
And you may not have known this. Sonny is born in New Jersey, just like you.
he's a New Jersey guy, definitely.
You may not know this, but his father was actually his uncle. I didn't know that, did you? He learned that his biological father was actually his father's brother, his Uncle Tony, who had an affair with his mother.
Oh.
That's a tough way to start.
So the uncle boxed his mother.
Later learned. I don't know when he found out, but his father is listed on the birth certificate, James Kubatosi, but his actual father was Tony.
His father was his uncle, and his uncle was his father.
Right.
And his mother was taking on both brothers.
Looks like it, yeah. Oh, no wonder he's crazy.
So as you know, he was a child actor, and then he had a lot of trouble with drugs, and then of course he got a lot of critical acclaim because he was in the movie Cold Blood in 1967. People thought was an incredible film. The Truman Capote novel.
He played two killers. And got awards for both.
Yeah. But, then he turned to television, and then his whole acting world dried up, and then he ended up with a wife by the name of Bonnie Lee Bakley, and that's where the Johnny Kent show came in. But back in 2001, she was found shot dead. They had gone to dinner at that Italian restaurant.
Right. Like a Robert Blake oxen speckle on it. I've run into college a few times.
They found the murder weapon in a nearby dumpster. I remember Eric Leonard covered that story, and he said apparently he was at the scene.
Yeah.
And blood was vomiting all over the place.
Jury. That was a whole era of stupid Southern California jury.
Right.
You could shoot somebody on video, live on television, and admit to it at the moment, and you'd find a jury to put you anyway if you were famous. Now that's what Blake had going for him. He was famous. They couldn't get O.J. guilty. They couldn't get Michael Jackson. They couldn't get Robert Blake.
I just read a story about Daisy Rosie. Well, now she's an adult. She wants to get into acting too. Remember, she had a daughter with Bonnie Lee Bakley and Rosie.
It was so
They never did find the real murderer, John.
So he lost a $30 million civil judgment because just like O.J., in a civil case, you have to testify. And when O.J. went to testify in the civil case, we were there at that one, he did terribly, right? And Robert Blake did terribly as well.
It was eventually cut to $15 million, but it was filed for bankruptcy. Now we'll bring out some of the old John and Ken audio. One of my favorites, John, is the mashup with Robert Blake and Larry King. Remember Robert Blake? He was interviewing Robert Blake. And it was one of the most bizarre interviews ever because they both sort of kept repeating themselves. I couldn't even figure out what they were saying. They got one in on it. Clay, who ran the board then, made a song out of it, remember?
Yeah, play that, sir. You know you didn't do it. You know that. Yes. So we weren't there. Who do you think did? Somebody killed him. You really want to go there? Who do you think? Who do you think? How do I know? How do I know? Because you know people that you knew. I don't know people that I don't know. Who do you think? Who do you? How do I know? How do I know? Who do you think? Who do you? How do I know? How do I know? Who do you say? No, no. Who do you? How do I know? No, no. How do I know? Because you know people that you knew. I don't know people that I don't know. You told me you're dyslexic. You're dyslexic, right? I'm severely dyslexic when we first never. Anything say on this? No, I don't know. That's where we're going. How do I know? Everybody else on the talk about their career. How do I know? How do I know? Who do you say? Who do you? How do I know? How do I know?
It's an old trick. When you don't like somebody's text, you just kind of repeat it quickly. What do you mean? What do you think?
I'm the buyer, so. So is that Bonnie Lee at the end there?
I think it might have been. Remember they had recordings of her?
Yeah. Oh, that was it's kind of like a goofy thing, and he got her pregnant.
Well, remember she was sending men naked photos or something?
She had a business, boy. She had a business back before the internet, where
I think that's what Chris Lightning got pretty upset about.
like a mail order business. She wanted.
She was, this is before like the advent of the internet, so smartphones.
I don't want to say she wasn't a looker, but he must have had a lot of DNA. Wow.
The last interview I see is in 2013. He said he wanted to do one more big film before he goes out.
Yeah.
John used to see him occasionally in the deli, right?
Yes, Beverly Glen Deli. It's funny, I heard Conway the other day said he used to see Blake at that deli too. In the same spot up Beverly Glen in Ohio. This little shopping center. And Beverly Glen Deli is one of the last delis in LA. It's really good. But
Well, Dr. Phil in 2012. There's a sympathetic audience.
yeah, anybody who's famous has a sympathetic audience.
Yeah, there's when time passes by, people don't care anymore.
But she was an unsympathetic thing.
Yeah, that was another problem.
Yeah, she was kind of dumpy and trashy. And like there was no emotion for her. Nobody felt bad, felt sorry.
And then, I don't think you ever had anybody on the air that wanted to talk about her or her family and talk about the trial. No, we couldn't.
Yeah. Nobody wanted to say that he didn't deserve it. Everybody acted like, well, they did.
So again, 3 people here. I'm going to run down on the bank situation. I was still doing a lot.
Everyone live, the 24-hour KFI newsroom. Your smart speaker doesn't look very smart. Hey, like KFI AM 640. Oh, it is smart. Everywhere on the radio app.
Moving the homeless comes up with Mark live from KFI 24-hour newsroom. Homeless people living on a 3-mile stretch of the LA River in the San Fernando Valley have been moved into motel rooms.
More than 44 people were moved into motel rooms through Mayor Bowser's Inside Space initiative. Councilman Bob Blumenfield says he thinks the effort was effective because people were offered housing on the spot.
We had a bus waiting, and we're able to say, folks, this is an incredible once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Blumenfield also says the fact the river will soon be illegal to camp on in his district was also motivating. People who moved off the river last week are being lined up with caseworkers to help them stay off the streets. Like trolling. Hey, I knew.
The National Weather Service is another strong storm bringing more heavy rain and mountain snows moving across the state tonight. Officials in Monterey County have expanded evacuation orders after an atmospheric river caused the Salinas River to overflow, flooding towns on its banks.
More than 3,000 in Monterey County have now been evacuated. First responders navigating the streets, searching for people.
Also breached Saturday by flooding from the atmospheric river. First responders and the California National Guard rescued more than 60 people overnight. A bank with offices in Beverly Hills, El Segundo, Newport Beach, and Ontario has been closed by the New York Department of Financial Services to protect depositors. The department has appointed the FDIC to run the day-to-day operations of Signature Bank. They say all depositors will be made whole. President Biden has insisted that the nation's banking system is safe. His comments come after the second and third largest bank failures in U.S. history.
All customers who had deposits in these banks can rest assured they'll be protected and they'll have access to the money as of today.
Biden says the deposits will be there when customers need them. Signature Bank collapsed yesterday after Silicon Valley Bank collapsed last week. Alex Stone will be on with Ron and Ken to talk more about this. A nonprofit in Brea has opened a free clothing store for teenagers in foster care.
When children are placed in temporary homes, they often come with hand-me-downs, and some come with nothing at all. Executive Director with Foster Love, Gianna Delia, says the shop was created to give foster teens the dignity they deserve.
We really curated this way and asked folks they can come with the items that they truly want so they feel confident and self-assured going through a traumatic time that they are going through.
The store will be open in the next few months, and Foster Love says it's now accepting donations of clothes, shoes, and other essentials. Anyone looking to help can visit fosterlove.com. In Brea, Chris Adler, KFI News.
DOC Fair and Event Center is planning a $229 million facelift that will take place in 8 phases over the next 10 years.
The first phase involves bringing all of our employees together under one building.
Ocean Fair CEO Michelle Richards says the administration building and other upgrades are needed because most were part of the Santa Ana Army Air Base during World War II. In phase 2,
expanding our free education programs to the community,
then
upgrades to our exhibit buildings, the Pacific Amphitheater, where
the livestock-related shows. Richards says both counties coordinating Carson KFI News.
If there's no need to go to Mexico, don't go, stay here.
The Texas Department of Public Safety has issued a warning to people in the state to avoid traveling to Mexico during spring break. Officials say drug cartel violence and other criminal activity represent a significant safety threat to anyone who crosses the border. Brownsville police officer Martin Sandoval also says the drinking age in Mexico is 18 and Americans who get drunk there and come back to the U.S. can be arrested.
When you cross the bridge back into the U.S., you are in violation of the law.
The State Department rates spots like Cancun or Cabo a risk level 2 out of 4. That is the same rating given to Germany, the UK, and Italy. We're going to the 105 next.
You ever get hurt in an accident? It could be a car, motorcycle, truck, a dog attack. You call a firm that's been helping injured accident victims for 18 years, and they've been winning. We pay accident attorney.
Yeah, we can settle $188 million this last year alone for their injured clients. And the best part is, you're like this. Every time they settle a case, they donate meals to those in need, having sent almost 80,000 people in the last year.
Most of you can't work anymore or do your normal activities.
If it happens to you, just call King James and stick to cover the prayers. There's nothing to lose. It's the compassion you need, help with medical treatment, and the money and justice you deserve.
If you've been hurt in an accident, you call King James, the word Texas attorneys in America, 800-500-5200, 800-500-5200, KingJames.com.
The KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Jacoby and Myers Injury Attorneys. The Dow closed down 91, S&P 500 down 6, NASDAQ up 50, and the average price for the gallon of regular gas in California is $4.92. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Texas for you since 1972. Southland weather from KFI. Chance of rain tomorrow morning. Rain likely in the afternoon through Wednesday. Upper 50s to the 60s for Metro LA. Mid-50s to low 60s in the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valleys and the Antelope Valley. Highs in the 60s for Inland Orange County and the Inland Empire. Right now, 64 in Tucson is 55 in Laguna Beach, 61 in Fontana, and 67 in Van Nuys. We're going to a crash on the 105 in Norwalk.
The 105 eastbound right at the 605. Spin out and it is blocking the left lane. If you're on that 605 northbound, you're going to be on and off the bridge from the 105 up to the 60. Also in Downey on the 5 south of Paramount heads up to Meadow Debris in the middle lane. In Gardena, 110 south of Rose Plant, a bumper in the middle lane. Moreno Valley, 60 west on a J Street, that crash clear to the right shoulder. So you're going to see some flowing from Hickox Street now the 60 east at Harris Boulevard. You got some tree work going on, and the right lane is blocked. You'll be on off the brakes from Hickox and Mason Street. But good news in Montclair on the 10 west 74 Central Avenue. That earlier crash in the crossover lane has cleared. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jim Harmon. What's for dinner, Burger?
After last week, no thanks.
Avoiding food should appear diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools. It may not be just stomach issues. It could be EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency. EPI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't release enough digestive enzymes to break down food. But EPI can be managed. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by Acme.
I'm attorney Gary Capanosi, founder of 1-800-NO-CUP, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-CUP, because no one looks good in makeup unless you're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-CUP. Regrow your own natural hair with the same simple one-day treatment that I received from Advanced Hair Restoration. Get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts by calling 844-333-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Injured in an accident? Visit superbummer.com.
More stimulating talk.
And I have a radio station.
Sporting live everywhere in the iHeart Radio app. We're on from 1 Sport Live every day on the radio. And then after that, the podcast, Jonathan on Demand, also on the iHeart Radio app.
Well, the news came out Friday about Silicon Valley Bank, and then yesterday another bank going into trouble called Signature Bank. This brings back the scares. People want to go way back to the Depression where it was a run on banks, but even more recently in 2008 with a big mortgage meltdown, so banks ran into problems as well. So this is kind of a new tip in the whole economic picture. Let's bring on Alex Stone, ABC News for KFI, with more on these things. Alex, how did this start?
Well, yeah, so $42 billion is what came out of Silicon Valley Bank on Thursday, and a lot of that was people getting word that things weren't going very well. That Silicon Valley Bank on Tuesday and Wednesday of last week, they said, you know what, we're taking great losses on the bonds that they had, the interest rates, when they went up, the securities that they had went down to almost nothing. They were going to take losses selling those securities, and they had to raise a lot of money quickly. And that was a warning sign to people who said, I got to get down there and take my money out. $42 billion sucked out on Thursday alone. Friday morning, they went insolvent. And it goes that quickly. Signature Bank over the weekend, they're related to the cryptocurrency. They were shut down. Other retail banks are saying, whoa, we're going to be okay. First Republic putting out a note to its customers over the weekend saying, we've got money, plus the government is now going to help out to make sure these banks do all right. But today, you've got all the customers who didn't get their money out before, outside of Silicon Valley Bank,
getting from the FDIC, the Federal Reserve, the Treasury, all of their money out now. In this deal, there was announced last night that it wouldn't be only what was insured, the FDIC insurance, $250,000, it would be all of it, to make sure that Americans are confident in the banking system. Richard Carver set up his fold-up chair outside of Silicon Valley Bank, the branch today. He said he was going to camp out there until he got his money.
So he was actually going through them all. At least this. And now they could give him more than that because he's the only one who wants to get the cash out of here.
Yeah, within 15 minutes, he walked in, he walked out with all of his money, and this is an individual customer. You know, this isn't a big tech company. This is a guy who said he just had an account there, and that's for his. They were lucky he didn't get robbed. Yeah, well, you knew the people walked out hundreds of thousands of dollars. That is true. They did have police. They had police out there. The people are walking out, yeah, with money or in some form of money. They're transferring it, but he got it.
Walking out with what I want to see where they'll collect that share and go.
And for those who have been against any kind of help and don't bail out, it's customers like Richard they're saying, look, these are individual people, small startup. We talked to a woman named Lindsay, founder of a company called Strong Suit. She's in Ohio, and she drives a Honda minivan. She said all of her savings went into this company. They got 15 employees. That's where their money was. Over in Silicon Valley Bank, and come Friday, we heard something was wrong on Thursday, tried to get a transfer to States, I believe, and it didn't go through in time. By Friday, couldn't get any money out, but all of their company's money, all their payroll, everything they've made, poof, it was either locked up or beyond 250 grand, she got maybe gone.
There's not an issue that is going to start and end in the Bay Area. You just, working families across the United States who are going to be impacted.
And guys, I mean, this all comes down to the whole banking system in the U.S. and really anywhere runs on faith, on trust, on belief that when you put your money in, that you're going to be able to get your money out. When you're investing, you know that money may go away. If you put your money into a bank, you think you're going to go to that ATM and it's going to come out. And if Americans don't believe that, the whole system doesn't work.
I remember people my parents' generation, they were always these odd guys who refused to use banks. They didn't trust banks.
Money under the mattress?
Yeah, literally, money under the mattress. Or they had it buried in a metal case in their backyard.
There are still people that want to.
Yeah, well, there'll be another generation of them.
What do we know about more of these things? Often up now we got these two, there's several others in trouble. I mean, I saw the stock market today. I don't understand a fifth from the stock market. They did, but what the government announced last night and details of this morning that now there is going to be government support to go to regional banks that may be showing signs of being in trouble. That seems to have shored up a little bit of that. There was a real concern going into yesterday that these other regional banks that are not, they don't have the regulatory standards that they have to meet of a bigger bank, that they too may be in trouble. And the one that was kind of leading that was First Republic. There have been people today who have still been going there and getting their money out. But First Republic telling its customers they were all right over the weekend. And now with the government backing, it would seem like that they will be all right no matter what. But there was this feeling that this may have been the beginning of a lot of problems for the smaller banks that we have in the U.S., which would only make the bigger banks that much bigger if everybody had to go to the big ones. But what went on today, agree with it or not, may have stopped that flow of people going to their regional banks, taking their money out, and deciding that they were going to go somewhere else. And so today there was some thinking that we were going to wake up this morning and hear that other smaller banks were going belly up today and being taken over by the FDIC. That hasn't gone on. We haven't heard of any today. Well, that's what was yesterday.
I have read that there were other regional banks that might have had the same issues that Silicon Valley did, so that they had a lot of excess cash that they put in these treasury bonds.
Yeah, all of that.
Crypto money, cash profits, venture capital money to invest. And so when you have all this cash, even a bank has to find something to do with it. So they took these long-term treasury bonds and pay less than 2% interest. That means that this is going into.
Yeah, rates go up.
And if the rates go up, if I can get a treasury bond with a 4% interest, why would I buy your bond for less than 2% interest. And it's your time, not worth it. And then you can sell them.
Yeah, and they sold them at huge losses, and then it's all about, PR. Then they hear something isn't right, and we've all seen It's a Wonderful Life. Everybody, then it's a run on the bank, and this person tells that person, and that person, and then everybody goes, and they got their money, and there's social media now. It happened in seconds. Oh yeah, well, it happened on Thursday. The bank went from, they had problems, so they knew it internally on Wednesday. Then they get out because they had to raise capital. Thursday, $42 billion, Friday gone. Yeah. Well, what was the problem with Citizens Bank? I heard there was a crypto. Yeah, it's crypto guys. They had similar things going on. Not a lot of details come out about them. But their shutdown was on Sunday. But I think they were like the 36th biggest bank in the U.S. But it was behind Washington Mutual. Silicon Valley Bank is the second largest FDIC takeover, and Signature the third. So these are pretty big.
They said that Clearfield, the famous tech investor, put out the word that you should get your money out of Silicon Valley Bank. I wondered if somebody else point to Signature.
I assume there was probably somebody out there, yeah. And just for that much, the amount of money that's being pulled out all at once.
One analyst on TV, they were having a back and forth conversation about it. He said, we got to be really careful. Any one of us can start a loan on a bank like strangers.
In the President County SBC a couple of months ago.
Well, he is idiot, but it's a guy like him. It's an idiot like him who works stuff out, who could give out, he gets all excited, he works out a piece of analysis, maybe it's right, maybe it's wrong. It doesn't matter. If one person says they heard it, tells their friend puts it on social media, and it goes from there. Yeah.
All right, Alex, thank you very much. You got it. Okay. Alex, so you doing for KFI. A little bit more that we can talk about concerning the failure of the Silicon Valley Bank. And we'll also talk about, apparently, they may have been a bit distracted by woke policies. We'll investigate that as policies. Apparently, they were very proud about their diversity, but they weren't paying attention to their investors so much. That's right. They didn't have an internal regulator. They did not have a risk manager. Yes.
Right. But they had all kinds of wealth managers, but no risk managers for where they were investing their money.
All right, more coming up, Johnny 10 KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app.
And never more live in the 24-hour KFI newsroom.
State highways running through isolated snow-ridden communities and the San Bernardino Mountains have reopened. Those roads reopened on Saturday. An international bridge in Texas linking Mexico to the U.S. is back open after more than 1,000 migrants left it. Most of the Venezuelan migrants stormed the bridge yesterday after hearing word that the border may be open for express asylum. North Korea's state-run news agency says the country has launched 2 missiles from a submarine in the Sea of Japan. North Korea's military says the missiles traveled more than 900 miles and hit their targets precisely. The launch yesterday happened 3 days after North Korea shot at least 6 short-range missiles into the Yellow Sea. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're going to a crash on the 15 in Ontario.
Let's move southbound right before it gets to the 10, and working the lanes is just headed into the Senator Binder area, but isn't system flowing from 4th Street. Moreno Valley, 16 south between Paris Boulevard and Mason Street, the right lane closed on Chilteria Cross today. In Anaheim, 98 south for Harvard Boulevard. 7 new crash, the right lane is blocked, still going to be 10 slope on the 5. And in Norwalk on the 105 eastbound right at the 605, that crash blocking the left lane of the connector to the 605 south. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jimmy Norman. This report is sponsored by Waterboy Whole House Filtration System. The Waterboy Whole House Filtration System brings fresh, clean water right to your tap. Call 1-800-WATERBOY now. Clean water for drinking, showering, cooking, laundry, and more. Call 1-800-WATERBOY. That's 1-800-WATERBOY.
One of America's most popular news channels is Newsmax. You watch Newsmax for news we have, and you'll get perspective you won't hear from other networks. Try Newsmax and discover why Newsmax says the left is trying to silence their voice. Newsmax says it's for good reason, because it's becoming one of the most popular channels in America. Tune in every night for Greta Van Susteren, Rob Schmidt, Eric Collins, Greg Kelly, and much more. And Newsmax says no surprise, Newsmax is already the 4th highest rated cable news channel and growing fast. You can get Newsmax in most cable systems. Check your channel guide. And if they don't carry Newsmax, look for one that does. And wherever news will get you. And you can download
Here's celebrity memoir, mystery, true crime, sci-fi, and more. Audible is the home of storytelling, audiobooks, podcasts, and originals. Sign up for a free 30-day trial at audible.com.
Hi everyone, I'm KCLA Samantha Cortese, here to tell you your afternoons just got a lot smarter.
Putting live here,
Got the latest hurricane updates.
putting live here, what do?
Seriously, KCLA 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekday. Really heavy rain come through. Covering more stories from more places more often with the Southland's most sought-after news team. The most local news in Southern California. KCLA 5 News. Join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why KCLA is LA's very own.
I love my including travel starts this season in Manitoba, Mexico, and liftoff returns to the U.S. Live from Tucson, Arizona. The golf is loud all season long, so battles for the most prize money in golf history. This golf on the CW. Are you ready for this? Free Friday on the CW app and watch live Saturday and Sunday on your CW network. Saturday and Sunday morning starting at 10 on KCLA 5, the CW. Now, keep in mind, lying in terms of a resume is not a crime. It's not the basis for being tossed out of Congress. You can lie all you want. The problem here is the House Financial Disclosure Court. That is the problem. They'll handle the lying part. Nothing's going to happen. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. So, John Covell and San Sanfo, KFI and 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Taking a closer look at the failure of the Silicon Valley Bank, which probably most people have never heard of until it popped up in the news Friday because it was failing and there was a run on deposits. Let's just forwarded us a really good synopsis of what happened in the Wall Street Journal, a opinion piece by Andy Kessler. The title of it, if you want to look for it, is Who Killed Silicon Valley Bank? Apparently, no one at the firm perceived any risk from the Fed raising interest rates. You are right, John. In January 2020, this bank had $55 billion in customer deposits. By the end of last year, $186 billion. They were taking in all of its IPO money. Again, Silicon Valley. What do you think? SVB banked almost half of all of its IPO proceeds in the last 2 years. And what they turned around and did with a lot of it, they apparently, they bought what they considered high-yielding long-term government bonds, $80 billion into 10-year mortgage-backed securities. Instead of opting for short-term treasuries, the 10-year was 1.5%. The treasuries would have only paid 0.25%, but they're short-term. So you can continue to change with the changing interest rates. Instead, they locked into 3-year 1.5% rates, and the upstart of this column is, didn't idiots know that the Fed was planning to raise interest rates? They talked about that for a long time, and then they started doing it. Why did they put so much into these long-term lock rates? 10 years. This was stupid management, because the federal rates were near zero. It was unprecedented, which means it's not going to stay that way very long. Right, and they looked at this and they said, we can get to 1.5% and for 10 years. So if the rates stay at zero, we'll be looking for the did. No. So as the rates are now between 4 and 5%, anybody who wants to buy a bond is going to buy a bond that's going to give you 4 or 5% interest, not 1.5%, which means your 10-year bonds that you own, your stock's the stuff you can't sell. Now, 10 years from now, you can pass them in with the federal government and you'll get full price. Right? But at 10 years from now, if you need the money now because your venture capitalist accounts want to make withdrawals, well, what are you going to give them? So this being Silicon Valley, apparently in their proxy statement, they were proud to announce that besides 91% of their board being independent and 45% being women, they have one black, one LGBTQ plus person, and 2 veterans. Well, we're all these previous sources. Everybody's discussing their skin color, their ethnicity, their gender, where they put their parts. That's all on the purchase board schedule, right? But locking up tens of billions of dollars in a low-interest treasury bond that you can't sell, that didn't come up at the meeting? I wonder how many meetings they say
congratulating themselves over their diversity. And how much time did they spend on, well, what happens if the interest rates suddenly go up? What are we going to do with all these bonds? Who's going to buy them?
The bank did not even have a chief risk officer for 8 months left. And that's the first one that's supposed to take a look at this and say, wait a minute, this could be trouble.
You know what? And this idiot who ran the bank, he stole millions of dollars worth of stock 2 weeks ago. And a few hours before they went bankrupt, they were giving out thousands of dollars in bonus money to employees. He knew what was coming, so he made sure he got his cash out of the system. The employees got a little bonus because he knew they were all going to be out of work soon. And, he ran off. And I guess they didn't have another diversity meeting. See, the Daily Mail has
a good rundown of this. They invested $5 billion for a healthier planet, held month-long Pride celebrations, but didn't spot the trouble with their investors.
$5 billion for a healthier planet. Yeah, it's all
They promoted safe spaces.
No safe space if you're a depositor, though.
But I bet the great much of the year there was no chief risk operator released.
It's just what the world's become. Take everybody sits and talks all day and looks at each other's color and ethnicity and what kind of gender are you and this and that, and nobody's paying attention to business. Nobody's paying attention to what you need for the whole economy to function properly. This isn't the only place that got infected with the world virus. The world virus not only diverts your attention to a lot of nonsense, it blocks you from conducting your regular work. It's a fascinating virus that all these people fight. Yes, it's real nice. How does that pay off the withdrawal?
I don't give a damn. When I have my money invested, what they're doing with both policies, I just want to make sure you make me money. That's all that matters. And you make sure my money's safe. I don't care about everything else you do when you out.
If diversity was so important, none of this should have happened.
Oh my God, they had Lesbian Visibility Day and Trans Awareness Week.
Yeah, right. But nobody was tracking interest rates. Nobody said what happens if the interest rates go way up. And they were going to go way up because once you saw those inflation reports, which is now, over a year ago, the only thing that the federal government can do to slow down inflation is to raise interest rates. There are no other tools.
We all knew that.
Right. So the first bad month, you've got to say, okay, game is over. We've got to find some buyers now. And maybe by then it's already too late because rates are going to go up and up and up. So your 2% bonds, nobody's going to buy them.
We've also learned that 2 executives of the Silicon Valley Bank and one of the corporate siblings actually used to work for the now shuttered Lehman Brothers, and the scandal started Deutsche Bank. So there you go. So you can see that they came from shaky backgrounds anyway, and their priorities were probably elsewhere.
Boy, they are going through some of the press releases.
This is why they were allegedly all fired, right?
Yeah. Well, if they hired some of these woke executives from the diversity pool, the Daily Mail is restricting some of their press releases. And they've got every space for being part of the carry that campaigns against homophobic, biphobic, and transphobic bullying. I've never heard of biphobic before.
No, that's bisexual people.
Right.
Frightened or uncomfortable?
The whole phobic term just cracks me up. It's not like you're afraid of spiders, okay? I don't think it's exactly fear.
What I used to call it cultural discomfort.
Cultural discomfort. Boy, I call that one, huh?
Yes, you were ahead of your time.
I was at 20 years ago. You said, I saw that was coming.
We have more coming up. Johnny KFI and 640.
19 states are on alert for major storms expected to start this week on both coasts while aboard Air Force One on the way to California. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said federal aid workers are on the ground in California as parts of the state are already experiencing flooding. FEMA has reported to city management conducting teams to California emergency operations. California is prepared for state supplies. More than 18 million people across California are under flood alert. They cover much of the state. The National Weather Service's major wind and water impacts are expected. Biden is in San Diego today and will be in Monterey Park tomorrow. Border agents in El Paso, Texas, had to fight off a large group of migrants who tried to rush the border crossing from Mexico. The migrants trying to cross the Paso del Norte Bridge yesterday were met by traffic barriers and wire agents and riot gear. This man said he had just crossed from Texas when he saw Homeland Security agents rush the area.
Everybody was coming forward, was running up the bridge. You see a lot of police action, a lot of Homeland Security cars going up the bridge. I guess, for what appeared to be to block the path.
Border agents say there were similar attempted crossings yesterday at two other entry points.
It's been a long time coming.
Former President Trump's personal litigation hush money payments that he helped arrange and make on Trump's behalf. Prosecutors are considering charges of falsifying business records.
This is not what he's saying, right? What this is about accountability.
Cohen says if there's an indictment, he will come back as a fact witness down the road since his goal is to tell the truth. And some people may wish they hadn't found a new place to call home.
If you moved in 2022 and you're having movers remorse, it's not just you. 3 out of 4 Americans who moved last year apparently have some regret. A new survey from real estate brokerage firm HomeBay found the biggest regret was a tie between people wishing they had moved to a bigger place and those who missed their old home. Other regrets were that the new home was too expensive, took too long to buy, and was too much of a hassle. Jennifer Jones leads KFI News.
We're going to go to the 60s next.
Want to sell your home? Call Seller's Advantage. Everyone has different reasons for selling. Some people want to downsize and move on. Some have inherited a property they want to get rid of. And then there's people that say, I just want to make a change. Whatever your reason, Seller's Advantage has a custom solution for your needs. They'll make a competitive cash offer that will do any repair fees. They can close for you in days. No complicated closing process, no contract falling through. Seller's Advantage has been making sellers happy for decades, and they have the reviews to prove it. Call them today. Find out more. There's no obligation offer at 888 on sellersadvantage.com.
Seller's Advantage will buy your home, make it easy so that you don't have to worry. Still happy with Seller's Advantage.
Oh, I'm sorry. DRE number 0196168.
Southline weather from KFI. Chance of rain in the mornings and rain likely in the afternoon through Wednesday. Upper 50s to mid 60s for Metro LA. Mid 50s to low 60s in the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley and the Antelope Valley. We're looking at 60s for Inland Orange County and the Inland Empire. Right now it's 63 in San Juan Capistrano and 66 in Seattle. We're going to install on the 60 in Ontario.
It seems sound like a military. It's disabled J Brady from the left lane of that off-ramp, but we've already got delayed from Central Avenue. Calusa Valley, 68 on Highline Street, got a stop Park Street blocking the right lane. In the road meet, kind of west side of the road meet Boulevard, I still have reported some wooden pallets lying in the right lane. In Anaheim, 91 eastbound before Harvard Boulevard, got a crash with the right lane block. It's going to be stop and go coming away from Beach Boulevard. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dean Harnett.
When it comes to your tax refund, think simple. As in, Jackson Lewis guarantees your biggest refund or your money back, plus $100. Get to Jackson Lewis for your biggest refund guaranteed.
Hey, Team Shark, if you're planning on going solar, listen up. The state has changed the way new solar systems get reimbursed for the power they produce. And change is not in your favor. Fortunately, there's a grandfathering period to lock in the current rate, but time is running out. The deadline is April 14th. So how do you do that? You start by calling Sunlux. Even if you're not ready to install the system, it's okay. Sunlux will help you get your solar documents filed. There is no time to wait. Sunlux.com, Sunlux.com. CSLB 100837. Looking to invest in real estate as a way to diversify, hedge against inflation, a consistent quarterly cash distribution with First National Realty Partners, you'll get access to commercial real estate investments that are reserved only for elite private institutions. You'll enjoy all the benefits of fully passive real estate ownership, like tax write-offs, limited liability structures, quarterly tax distributions, and the potential for upside and equity. First National Realty Partners has thousands
strategic investors who collect rent from national brand tenants like Walmart, Target, Whole Foods, Publix, and many more. Call 888-301-9010. That's 888-301-9010. Or go to fnrtradio.com. That's fnrtradio.com. Choose your fully passive commercial real estate investment deal. Securities are only available from verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRT strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit fnrtradio.com. Jacoby Advisors is here to help you get the justice you deserve. We specialize in serious injury cases and have been fighting for our clients since 1972. Trust Jacoby Myers to be your guide, your advocate, and your support system. With our unmatched experience and expertise, you can rest assured that you'll get the compensation you deserve. Plus, our consultation is always free. Call Jacoby Myers today and let us help you navigate the legal process and get the justice you deserve. Jacoby Myers, justice for you since 1972.
Hi, I'm Rabbi. If you're transportation in U.S. territories or Canada, you may be able to help clients uncover the next breakthrough by sharing your recent data and use experience with researchers. Join the movement at standuppforcancer.org/counting.
This is Jacob Amani. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. We're putting the media back in social media. Follow us now everywhere at KFI AM 640. Watch every air on the iHeart Radio app. We're from 1 to 4 every day on the radio. After 4 o'clock, the iHeart Radio app has our podcast. Starting 10 on demand. Same thing. That's right. You can also find it at KFI AM show. So there's no reason to miss anything. No reason, no excuse. I only work in
And give me 3 minutes to get this out because I am the person on the show that likes to put things in perspective. There is no event in the history of coverage. What event am I talking about? Academy Award.
Wow. Well, that really great.
Back in 2002, 40 years. There's your problem. Now, I'm going to add in delayed viewings. What I did was I recorded, I turned it on, 8:15, and just fast forward through all the scolding. So there was one good joke from Jimmy Kimmel. One. You know what joke I'm talking about, John Coco?
No, I thought none of it.
Oh, all right. Because I thought your wife used to make you why.
I was in a car driving from Arizona.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
You drove to Arizona? Wow.
Yeah, go see.
Oh, that's right. You love the fly.
Yeah. Spring training weekend.
Yeah, I'm very excited. How was the pitch clock, though? You were home watching the Oscars, okay? I think I watched the whole thing, though, in about an hour and a half. I didn't wait 4 hours. The pitch clock is great. Oh, good. I thought you'd be a traditionalist in a debt.
No, I objected to all the dead time. No, it's really...
No, well, okay, good. Because some people say about baseball is that there shouldn't be a clock on it. It's meant to be relaxed and enjoyed. Let everyone take their time.
Yeah, that's when players used to play quickly.
Yeah.
But
Now they get out and they grab their penis and they sit everywhere and walk around and clean and
adjust their wristbands and
the people watching this here are like, hey, you like that one, didn't you? He said, everyone get on your phone and vote whether or not Robert Blake should be in the in memoriam section. Yeah, he should not be in the in memoriam. He was not.
Now, he was in, the great movie, Old Blood.
He was. He had most of his TV career, but early on.
Yeah, so I would have voted yes.
He should be in? Was it yes or no? Should he be in the in memoriam? You would have voted no.
No, I think it should have been yes.
You wanted him to be recognized.
I like to separate the work from the man.
Wow. Did you help fumes on the way back from Arizona? I like to separate the work from the man. All right. I mentioned the last hour that Joe Biden is coming to Southern California. There was an announcement over the weekend. It's not getting a lot of media coverage on this, but I got a few stories. the Biden administration has approved a major oil drilling project in Alaska.
Why is it getting a lot of media coverage? Everyone,
It's apparently upsetting the climate activists.
good.
16 million, apparently it says here, it's going to be an $8 million plan. It would produce about 600 million barrels of oil over 30 years, generate 278 million metric tons of carbon emissions, according to the U.S. Department of the Interior. You know what? It's ConocoPhillips who developed these oil tanks.
You know, that is the best news I've heard on the environmental front in years. I really was excited. It makes me like Joe Biden just a tiny little bit. That's what a president should be doing. Looking for sources of oil that we can develop so that we have more energy.
Now, with this proposal, they take a look at next year and say, hey, if we don't do something to make sure gas prices don't become an issue again in 2024, what can we do to get ahead of it? Well, we've been talking about this drilling plan in Alaska for a while. All right, let's take a closer look at that. Yeah, let's approve that.
These guys are doing audience research 24/7. All right, they're holding.
Well, that's all they do.
That's all they do. And they not only do polling questions, but they sit people down and they have discussions. And they see which way the discussion goes, and then they show them like fake commercials. They show commercials they think that the Republicans would use against them, see what the reaction's going to be. They look at the swing voters, how they're going to be influenced. Oh, it's just a complex science now. And it would show the truth. Most people want oil in their lives because they're looking around and they're seeing all the other alternatives of a clean energy. It's not working for one reason or another. I think that's obvious.
Yeah, look, people are always trying to be 40, 50, 60 years ahead, but most of us live in today's world where we have to deal with what's available and what's out there, and that's mostly still gas-powered cars there. And we have to deal with the prices and the inflation as it is today. It's always people that are usually better off. They're sometimes called the coastal elites here in California. They're always thinking, don't worry about it. Spend what you have to spend to save the environment.
Here's a message to everybody in Santa Monica. Because I was in Arizona last night. The last station before the California border, gas was $3.59. When I stopped in California near my house, $5.09.
So now they figured it out, so you didn't have to take any California gas. You couldn't do that.
Well,
you drive a Cosmo, don't you?
Yeah. I emptied my tank. I got to my neighborhood, and that's where I filled up it. But I blew out all Arizona gas over California. They paid under $4 a gallon in Arizona, and then I refilled here for $5.09. So you know what? I'm sick of these people, all right? Because all their nonsense cost me $1.50 times 20. What that's $30. I pay $30 more for my tank of gas. I could fill up on like $60 in Arizona. And I come here and it's like 90. It's like, there's enough of these people. So good for Joe Biden.
The ConocoPhillips is 3 well pads within the National Petroleum Reserve, Alaska. It's a 23 million acre area. It's the largest expanse of public land in the United States. This is why the federal government controls what's going to happen.
23 million acres, we're going to dig up a tiny little corner and get tons and tons and tons of oil.
That is 3 well pads. I mean, here's a picture of the protesters who've been fighting. January 10th, they're outside of the White House. Use the Willow climate bomb. Stop Willow. Act on climate. Stop Willow. They're all holding children.
I'm done with the losers. I'm done with the guys who get paid by some wacky leftist woke tech billionaire, and they got all paid away the stupid signs to me. I'm done with those guys. I don't want to hear about them. I don't want to talk about them. It's like, this is what you do. Be a grown-up. You have to develop more oil, more natural gas to keep America going. All right? Or the Chinese are going to overrun us. You don't think they're looking at us and being silly and weak? Oh, I'm just so worried about the climate. They're not worried about the climate, and they have 4 times as many people as we do.
Oh, we've mentioned this briefly before, but Silicon Valley Bank apparently was working with more than 1,500 technology firms on a climate project before it failed. So, solar, hydrogen, and battery storage project.
They'll all go after it.
They issued some billions of dollars in loans, but now, those loans should be called back.
out of the boxes.
All right, more coming up. Johnny 10 KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. And get the Mark Live in the 24-hour cafe user.
Homeless people living on a 3-mile stretch of the LA River in the San Fernando Valley have been moved into motel rooms. A powerful nor'easter is set to hit the East Coast. Forecast to say the next 18 to 36 hours will bring snow, heavy rain, strong winds, power outages, and coastal flooding. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell has been released from the hospital following treatment for a concussion. The staff says that he will continue recovering at an inch rib fracture over the weekend. He tripped himself at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in Washington, D.C. last week. Southland weather from KFI. We have a chance of rain tomorrow morning and then rain likely in the afternoon. And we're looking at highs in the 50s and 60s. This report brought to you by Dell Technologies. We're going to the 91 in Compton.
On the 91 eastbound before you get to Wilmington Avenue, just got a report of a crash in the lane. You're going to be on those brakes from the 110, also in Anaheim. 91 eastbound before Harbor Boulevard. That earlier crash clear to the shoulder. Still slowing, I think, from Knott Avenue. East LA, 5 northbound before you get to Dittman Avenue. Stalled out Digridge, partially blocking the right lane. Going to be stop and go from the 710. And in Ontario, 16 on Milligan Avenue. That stall and that off-ramp is partially blocked because of it. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jimmy Harmon.
The Dell Technologies semi-annual sale starts now with savings on select business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Plus save on select monitors and accessories and get free shipping on everything. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
This report is sponsored by Catalina Island Company. Get the mainland, touch the ferry, and sail to Catalina Island where adventure awaits you. Whether it's an exhilarating flight on the zipline eco tour, the chance to spot a bison on the bison expedition, or cocktails at the Scanso Beach Club, there's something for everyone. Plan today at visitCatalinaIsland.com.
Hi, this is John. Dan Conway here. This Saddleback Eye Center offer has never been done before. This offer is for KFI friends and family. That's you. You can get this offer only if you're listening to KFI now. Would you like $1,800 off LASIK? Of course you would. Saddleback Eye Center is offering KFI listeners a certificate for up to $1,800 off LASIK with the friends and family certificate. I walked into Dr. Manger's office. My eyesight was 21,000. I left there 7 in 2020. You know, John came into my office one day. He said, "Why do you have 9 pair of glasses on your desk?" I said, "I don't know." He said, "Call Dr. Manger, my doctor." And I did, and I see beautifully. Anyway, call right now and get your friends and family certificate up to $1,800 off LASIK. We can give away only 10 discount certificates to KFI listeners who schedule a free LASIK exam. You can get that $1,800 LASIK friends and family discount certificate. You must call now, 866-559-4444, 866-559-4444, 866-559-4444. Things off.
Green Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
Call Pacific Coast Termites for a free home inspection. Call 800-PACIFIC. Visit PacificCoastTermites.com.
Pacific Coast Termites.
The clean, friendly way. Portions of the following program will be recorded. And now, a few words from your dog.
I'm gonna go inside. Hey, it's Jennifer Jones. Will you join me and my team of Wake Up Call Wigglers at Brookside Park in Pasadena, Sunday, April 2nd for Pasadena Humane's Wiggle Waggle Walk to raise funds to help them care for the hundreds of animals we take in each year. To donate or join our team and walk with us, go to KFIAM640.com/wiggle.
KFIAM640 for stimulating talk. Johnny Ken Show, John Cordell, Ken Post, KFIAM640, right everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Yeah, all right. Coming up after 3 o'clock, we're going to go through another column from a wonderful writer for the El Segundo Times. This is a man who actually wrote a long column that's got a lot of attention, that you, driving around Los Angeles, are racist. Yes, and you are killing people with your car. They're killing people of color. That's correct. It's killing people in lower-income communities of color.
If you are white and you're on a freeway right now, you are killing people of color. That's according to, it's this guy named Sammy Ross.
Sammy Ross.
Where do they get these troops from?
He's kind of new on the radar. I saw a few articles by him, but I didn't see this one.
I mean, this is an instant classic.
They
Alright, so we're getting to this one's the Robert F. Harriet Award for Idiotic Column of the Month.
Well, they're good at drafting and recruiting. They seem to always find a new columnist who can be just as ridiculously stupid as the previous guy.
Yeah, they have a new Tapia. She's a new Rookie of the Year candidate. There's Stanley Wong. I mean, these are leftist woke lunatics. Yeah, fighting racism. You could be sitting in a car, right? If you are stuck in traffic right now on the 110 freeway, you are a racist.
You'll find out exactly why you are. And this goes back to that theory that was spewed by even Pete Buttigieg, the transportation secretary, that freeways, designs of freeways in general are racist.
Yeah, right. Which they laid down those freeways as far back as the 1940s.
Right.
You know, the whole interstate system was done in the 1960s. So here we are in the 2020s, 60 to 80 years later, and they're calling people who are driving on those old, crumbling, dilapidated freeways racist just for existing.
All right, well, we're going to give you an update on the San Bernardino mountain community. What was the thing I heard yesterday? If the heavy rains come tomorrow, and they may not get snow there, they may get rain. They're going to get flooded, right? Because all this snow is going to start to melt.
That is the next scourge.
There are already communities up in NorCal that are getting heavily flooded because of storms. I mean, whatever we get, not anywhere near what they're getting up in Northern California, the Bay Area, Silicon Valley, and of course, Sierra Nevada. They're getting huge amounts of rain and snow, and the storms eventually make it atmospheric lift.
Yeah, I'm done with that phrase, too.
I know,
they're rainstorms.
Yeah, we didn't hear that term even about 3-4 years ago.
No normal person uses atmospheric river. Nobody. Only the weirdos on television, in the media. You know, I get up in the morning, my wife goes, it's raining out. She doesn't say, oh, there's an atmospheric river gliding by.
And then the Weather Channel names them, right?
Yeah, it's almost, it's atmospheric river Abraham today. But get out.
So this story in the Southern California news group begins, the Caltrans post came like a victory announcement. After weeks of closures, state highways running through isolated snow-dune communities of the San Bernardino Mountains was finally reopened 10 p.m. Saturday, March 11th. Workers and snowplows had finally cleared most major routes. Photos of highways showed asphalt clear of ice and snow, showing a site where did some living in those parts of mountain communities to reach. However, people up there were claiming that a lot of the roads that were cleared, and it would be the main highways, 18, 138, 330, were done to get people to the ski resorts. Yeah. And people living in the off-roads are still suffering from the heavy snow that makes it impossible to get anywhere.
Who do you think contributes to the supervisor's campaign?
Exactly. And, you know, it is about the economy. We got to get it. And people were anxious. You can imagine all the people that enjoy skiing. Reading these stories about all the snow that comes up in these mountain communities, just dying to get up there, right?
It is now coming on 3 weeks.
It is.
Any of these LA County supervisors, you know, any is embarrassed that they parted out about a dozen bodies from these homes? And that there are
up for 20. I think I saw a story over the weekend. Okay, and 20 deaths. Yes, of course. Some of them were old people in hospice situations, but still, yeah. And I'm with a few more weeks ago and say it's over.
I mean, that's a tough way to go, freezing to death in your home.
Yeah, it is a tough way to go, right?
But now they just, and you know what I noticed? And I knew there was something suspicious when the county announced that 95% of county roads had been cleared. And then I go back there and I go, there's a qualifier there, county roads. County roads, yeah, little narrow. Those weren't plowed, and the county had no plans to.
Right.
So,
apparently hundreds of local residents took to the Caltrans Facebook post. Well, John, sure you're always checking out the Caltrans Facebook post. Sorry, to criticize the reopening of routes to their towns, which they said were still under siege from the piled up snow. Way to make it clear that you have no idea the reality of what's happening up here, said one. Terrible idea, another said. People are still trapped in their homes. Structures are still collapsing. There's no parking. We're down to one grocery store. We still have way too much snow up here. This is not the time to come play. They're angry that they're trying to definitely get people up there to the ski resorts. And I heard the news. A lot of people are excited.
to make their way through the road. Oh, those people they'll roll right over Grandma's body to get there. If Grandma could be laying in the stove bag with one little brittle hand sticking out. But apparently the reality was that some of the other roads, they're like one way and they're hemmed in by walls of snow. Residents say they're still trapped under a feet of snow. They have to walk to buy food. And they have to walk in the streets as cars don't pass. So, hey, it's like there's not one single employee at Caltrain who gives a crap. All right? Nobody. They have zero interest in your email, your phone call, any of your complaints. None.
Well, I don't understand. Once they clear these main roads, why can't they just start working on the roads to people's homes?
You're telling people to hire a private snowplow guy. Go find your own snowplow. Are those private roads? They're not really county or state maintained? Is that what they offer? Because I don't know that kid. I don't know specifically. What I've heard is they're called private roads, and the county has no responsibility to clear. Oh, so that could be the reason why they're not trying to plow through there. So there's no charitable reaction here from the county. It's, hey, freeze and die. Sorry.
The spokesman for Big Bear said the resort was not putting pressure on officials to reopen the area. He noted there was restaurants and hotels closed. There'd be few places for visitors to even stay once they get here. But the San Bernardino County Sheriff said the resorts have been good partners in the recovery effort.
Look at that jet that came in, huh?
That's the word to put it, good partners.
Yeah, partners.
Well, I would imagine that a number of people that live in these mountain communities work at the ski resorts, so that is part of the training.
Partners is a financial term.
There is
my investment partner.
My investment partner. All right, when we come back, it's really hard to believe, and apparently this column was so showed up in a number of websites around the country. It's by a writer we haven't talked about too much for the El Segundo Times. His name is Sammy Roth. The headline, How White and Affluent Drivers Are Polluting the Air Breathed by LA's People of Color. So did you know that? Did you actually pull your car up into communities of color and just let the exhaust run right inside people's windows? Is that what's happening?
You know, I try to map out my route and only drive in white people communities so I can ruin their air. I'm very sensitive to this. You think I'm kidding? He actually checked the speed on his route if he was going through white people or people of color town. And this is what upset him. He realized that he, as a white person, was polluting a lot of air in people of color neighborhoods.
All right, John at 10 KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app.
And Deborah Mark Live needs 24-hour KFI newsroom. If it doesn't affect you, we're not interested.
KFI.
KOST 82.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Another one on Deborah Mark, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A regional bank that operates in Southern California has failed.
With more than $110 billion in assets, Signature Bank collapses the third biggest bank failure in U.S. history. All of the bank's former customers have automatically become members of a newly created bank run by the FDIC. Signature Bank had locations in the LA area and at least one location in Orange County. The failure of the New York-based bank yesterday follows the recent failure of California-based Silicon Valley Bank, which collapsed because customers fearful of the bank's financial health rushed to withdraw their money. Officials say both banks' customers will be able to access all of their money. In Beverly Hills,
Arizona president of New York, he says this is an example of a bank run when nervous investors take out their money all at once.
This is a classic bank run. You see the wonderful life. It's the same story here. We don't know what has them in this country because, again, deposit insurance is normally preventable, but because it's had so many large business deposits, it was vulnerable to a run.
Businesses people should not worry because if they have money in the bank, it will still be there. Federal regulators stepped in to take over Silicon Valley as well as Signature Bank in New York. A man case has been found dead.
Howard County Sheriff Chief George Valdez says calls came in Friday of a man shooting at people, and when deputies arrived, the man retreated into the home of his girlfriend in Belinda.
We know that suspects are still texting and sending text messages about his ability to put harm on us.
Officials say the man was found dead yesterday afternoon from apparent self-inflicted knife wound. He's correctly identified there.
Homeless people living on a 3-mile stretch of the LA River have been moved into motel rooms.
City Councilman Bob Blumenfield with more than 44 people accepted the housing through Mayor Bass's Inside Safe program.
The people say, look, I am tired of living on the streets. I'm tired of living in this river. There's no doubt. The river is an incredibly dangerous place to live when it is raining hard like it has been.
About 4 to 5 people living on the river in Blumenfield district have yet to accept the housing. He credits last week's success to the fact that it would be illegal to camp on his turf. A nonprofit in Brea is getting ready to open a free clothing store for teens in foster care. The Rise clothing store will give teenagers an opportunity to shop for brand new clothes. Executive Director for Foster Love, Gianna Delia, says this will give the teens a sense of identity. She says the shop will provide essentials that many of the children don't have. They come with nothing, or they come with hand-me-down clothes. And so we really want to create an inclusive space where they can come, feel comfortable, and get free clothing. The nonprofit says the store will have a space for lounging and enjoying coffee. The plans to open its doors in a few months. Donations are being accepted in person or through the website at fosterlove.com. And an Islamic extremist who drove a truck onto a bike path in New York City, killing 8 people, has been sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The jury was split on whether the man should get the death penalty, resulting in his automatic life sentence. The same jury convicted him in January of 28 charges, including murder, in aid of racketeering and supporting a terrorist organization. The attack in 2017 was the deadliest in New York City since 9/11. We're going to PCH next.
What am I doing?
Gold. Did you know?
What?
Hey, did you know?
Not getting though. I'm talking to you. That gold is the only currency that has held its value since the dawn of money.
The dawn of money. Well, I did know that. It's thanks to our friends at Legacy Precious Metals. They are the most trusted native gold investors.
This is a good time to be investing in gold.
No kidding.
It protects you from inflation and gives you a hedge against stock market volatility.
Ah, yes. Right now, the economy is in turmoil. You see what's going on with the markets and the banks. That's why it's more important than ever to diversify your portfolio.
But for those starting out or worried about retirement, it is not something to navigate alone.
No, it's not. That's why Legacy Precious Metals offers honest, patient advice based on your personal financial situation.
Don't leave your retirement to chance. Protect your finances, your family, your future. You call Legacy Precious Metals today. 866-691-2173. 866-691-2173.
Or download your free investor's guide now at buylegacygold.com. That's buylegacygold.com.
The KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Jacoby & Myers Injury Attorneys. The Dow closed down 91. S&P 500 down 6, NASDAQ up 50, and the average price of a gallon of regular gas in California is $4.92.
Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby & Myers now. Justice for you since 1972.
Southland weather from KFI. We have a chance of rain in the morning, rain likely in the afternoon through Wednesday. Upper 50s to mid-50s for Metro LA, mid-50s to low 60s in the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley and the Antelope Valley, high in the 60s in Inland Orange County and the Inland Empire. Right now it is 60 in Dana Point, 65 in Anaheim, the same in Diamond Bar, and 63 in King Valley. It's low on PCH and Pacific Palisades. It's the northbound side. We're going to going in away from the California Incline, taking you ahead to just past Sunset Boulevard. And it looks like Caltrans is wrapping up with some road work that has the right lane off limited. Go time is, or wrap-up time is 3 o'clock, so that should be lifting right about now. If you see something different, pound 250 keyword KFI traffic. We've got Mike O'Brien checking out Corona KFI in the sky.
Yeah, there's several spots just bringing up on the 91. 91 eastbound, right around the 15, in front of the shoulder there. That's headed to going through Anaheim, 91 east on at Harper. There's a wreck there. That's still suffering from the 5. Up ahead, through the canyon, there should be on the brakes there for Weir Canyon over to the Green River. If you are getting out of Connor Canyon, Connor up to the bridge with the 60 through Diamond Bar. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
You're seeing a bit of a slow side. Sepulveda, or Cajon, they have the Sepulveda Pass, North 405 away from Scarfall Center. Looking a lot better once you make your way past Roscoe Boulevard, KFI in the sky. Help get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez. What's for dinner? Burgers?
After last week, no thanks.
Avoiding foods due to fear of diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools?
It may not be just stomach issues. It could be EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency. EPI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't release enough digestive enzymes to break down food. But EPI can be managed. Use the symptom center on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by Abby.
I never chose to become a gambling addict. But what I did choose was to get help from a professional counselor. Meeting out with college and solve my problem, that opened the door. I thought I would be honest there. Until I called 1-800-GAMBLER. It would provide life-changing resources and referrals at zero cost to me.
For no-cost gambling addiction counseling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text SUPPORT to 53342. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. At City, only because it's good and Bobby called it the
More stimulating product.
And I have radio station. Oh, come on.
What was that?
Somebody just asked me if there was a sneeze. At the beginning of the newscast, and I don't know, something happened in my throat. I guess I'm losing my voice, so I had to make a weird noise.
But yeah, there's like a syllable to that. Oh yeah, go up and then you go down. There's two separate sounds. Oh,
I know.
yeah, right.
Exactly.
Are you going to add that to the collection act of the other sounds?
Somebody asked me if there was a sneeze. The listener just sent me a message.
Oh, she noticed?
It was a he. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people noticed. It sounded like a ding dong, but it
Like a mating sound?
You know what? I have no control. You know, sometimes things just...
It does, of course, when you're live. That is going to happen. Aren't you supposed to hit the cough button though to reduce the sound?
I don't have a cough button, but I was going to shut my mic off. It was too late. John was cracking up. I'm watching him, and he distracted me, and it was just funny.
Well, add that to the dumpster. And all the other sounds when collected. I don't even know what to call that sound. That doesn't fit in any called like a gulp. Yeah,
I don't know. I've never made it before.
it's half throat clearing, half gulp.
I have
I don't know any girl that makes more one of a kind sounds like you do. You have a whole
I'm
range.
a talented little flower.
Yeah, I know. What odd stuff. All right, well, we have a new star at the Ultimate Times when it comes to columnists and their wacky musings. This guy, is he a picture there with the wild hair? You know what? He looks like that old comedian Gallagher, doesn't he? That's a good comparison. Gallagher would have made more sense. Although Gallagher's hair was kind of longer and straighter, this guy's hair kind of puffed out. Yeah, it's like I don't know how to describe it. Just the character. What was that comedian? Shriver, Avery and Shriver, and Avery Shriver, yeah. Only one of the guys was like a fat guy with a big ball of head. Yeah, hair on his head. Yeah. Danny Ross is this guy's name. He's the energy reporter for Los Angeles Times. I want him to link in. Oh, he is over the top. He lit 11 different honors and awards he got for his environmental journalism. This one was entitled "How White and Affluent Drivers Are Polluting the Air," raised by LA people of color. So he writes, like many Angelinos, he was a bad start. I spend a lot of time behind the wheel of my car. I drive from my west side apartment to Dodger Stadium near downtown, and further east to hiking upstairs with your mountain. I take the 405 freeway north to the San Fernando Valley to see friends, or occasionally south to the LA Times office, or to the airport, where I grow my carbon footprint even further. He grows his carbon footprint? Now wait a minute. These people are always bragging to us about how we need to step up and use mass transit. Yes, they're driving everywhere. Yeah, why is it? Hey, Sammy, you mean Metro takes the bus? Metro doesn't serve your needs? I don't understand. Rideshare with somebody, carpool. I grow my carbon footprint. So I couldn't help but consider my own simplicity while really exposed to less air pollution. And individuals who drive less tend to be exposed to more pollution. That may sound like a paradox. It's a function of the rich person. This city and its suburbs, it continues my colleagues people furiously.
Yeah.
The core finding is that for every 1% increase in miles driven to and from work by people who live in a particular part of LA County, there's an estimated 0.62% decrease in the lung-damaging fine particulate matter to which those Angelinos are exposed. 0.62? Wait a second. What kind of formula is this? How the hell would they measure this?
For every 1% increase in miles driven, there's an estimated 0.62 decrease in the lung damaging.
Well, you then talk to the lead officer, Jeff Owen, the professor at USC's Saul Price School of Public Policy. He told me it largely comes down to the shameful history, here we go, of LA County's low-income communities of color being torn apart to make way for freeways. A history that's been extensively documented by the Times. Today, many residents of the county's whiter, more affluent neighborhoods who are more able to keep highways out of their lonely backyards commute to work through low-income Black and Latino neighborhoods bisected by the 10, 110, 105 freeways and more.
Yeah, like I said, all these freeways were laid down 50, 60, 70 years ago, 1950. Right. So I'm driving on it today in 2023, and I'm a racist for driving on the freeway.
Yes, because so they bisect communities of color and you're spewing your toxic view.
So what am I supposed to do? He's not taking the homeless
Talked about this
store
here. But you said something to that effect.
They can't even fill a pothole. They're going to reroute the freeway.
We need to
Yeah, go ahead. Go reroute the freeway to Beverly Hills. I don't want to see that one.
Well, we talked about, again, people who don't want a freeway running through their backyards, well, they have the fight to prevent that from happening. I'm sorry, but apparently when all this was going on, there were people in less affluent communities who just weren't as strong lobby.
And maybe it really.
You always mentioned down there was a freeway supposed to run through Beverly Hills.
Yes, there was. And it should have been built. I always thought more freeway should have been built.
But they fought it there because they were white affluent.
Yeah, it created more traffic on the west side. West side has very little freeway access, which is why it's always jammed up every day.
Who like this as a white guy who's lived on LA's west side for most of my life? I've benefited from the region's sordid history as well. Much as I try to do my part, taking the train a couple of times a month, walking to local coffee shops and restaurants instead of driving across the city, there's no question I consider to be inequitable air pollution.
How do these people get through the day with all the guilt they have on their shoulders? He doesn't walk to the coffee shop because he wants coffee. He walks to the coffee shop because he's trying to lessen his carbon footprint in poor neighborhoods. This is what he thinks about.
And what did I say myself? I called myself a perspective. I'm just like to put everything in perspective. Yes. You know how much better the cities built. They're much cleaner than they were. They act like
Look up. Go look up LA downtown pollution. They got photos of it from like the 1950s. You can't see across the street, and I'm not exaggerating. It's like this thick black smog fog, and you can't see anywhere, and all that is gone now. I don't understand. What do you want? You have to live.
he also mentioned that it covers like John Cobell. And he has to put you in the story. So that he benefited from ocean breezes that push pollution into predominantly Black and Latino areas. That's the problem with the Inland Empire. Because everything has something blown and
Well, that's why the real estate is so expensive.
and the reality is the aircraft too.
If you live within a few miles of the ocean, yes, the air is fresher and cleaner and cooler. The hots aren't that hot.
That's why the real estate's expensive.
That's what you're exactly right.
What are you going to do? It's another system that we have.
So if you make money, you get to bring cleaner air. That is true. That's the incentive to make some money in life.
Imagine if people were really in charge. They would use the government to confiscate all the properties and what we could do everything where people live and that we all live in equitable places so that we have the same exposure to pollution. I don't know how we can do that.
By the end, when you start to realize these things, I realize it's not on my shoulders alone to make up for a long history of racist housing policies and freeway construction. You are an insignificant little twerp, okay? It's not on your shoulders. It's not your responsibility. In fact, you don't really do a damn thing in life. But come up with wacky theories on why we should be guilty. Guilty of racism we don't forget.
We got more coming up. 10 KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
And Denver Mark Rogers, 24-hour KFI Newsroom.
More rain is heading our way. It should be here tomorrow afternoon and will stick around through Wednesday. President Biden will be in Monterey Park tomorrow to talk about his efforts to reduce gun violence. And people will be able to vote on a new measure that would raise the state's minimum wage to $18 an hour. The Living Wage Act has been qualified to be on next year's ballot. We're going to the 10, and we will check in with the KFI in the sky next.
But if you're looking to sell your home, call Sellers Advantage. They're going to make you a cash offer. There'll be no need for repairs. They buy it as is.
For Sellers Advantage, there's no interest, they can close in days, and they buy with cash.
So you can offer $10,000 bonus to you to help with moving and other expenses.
Check out their reviews online. Call for a no obligation offer. 888-321-AS-IS. 888-321-AS-IS. 888-321-2747. Visit sellersadvantage.com.
DRE number is 0196-1658.
Southland weather from KFI. Rain tomorrow through Wednesday. This report brought to you by the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority. From Southern California Toyota dealers, traffic center lets go places. The regular crash on the 10 in Baldwin Park. They cleared the crash not only out of lanes, but also off of the freeway. The drive, however, is still a tough one, backing up all the way from Santa Anita Avenue. This is Michael Brian checking out Irvine, KFI in the sky.
That's on the line. You're putting up your discounting. Typically going up through the orange on that route. It looks like the northbound side of 55 and Shire. They cleared an accident through the shoulder there. And heading is going for the 405. But okay, looks pretty good up to the 91 from there. Not so good on the 91 though. 91 eastbound because the brakes just pretty much the weird thing. The truck scales over the Green River. And then once again, Surface Club on and off. It's to Riverside. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky. Help get to there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez. Attention I-10 freeway driver. Freeway and ramp closures are coming up for the I-10 Express Lanes project. Don't get stuck. For dates and detours, visit GoFQCCA.com. That's GoFQCCA.com for more information on the I-10 Express Lanes project. This report is sponsored by Vanguard Forum Loan at Vanguard University, ranked as the top 10 university in the West by U.S. News and World Report for 12 consecutive years. At Vanguard, your story matters. Visit Vanguard.edu to learn more.
Losing air conditioning on a hot summer day can be a bloody all-nightmare, and no one wants that. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with a rejuvenation.
We'll make 6 critical adjustments so you'll stay cool, breathe less energy, and increase the life of your system.
We'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way.
Rejuvenation, just $129.
Well, air conditioning and plumbing. RealNewsRetail.com will keep you cool for the party set. License number 1047-781. On Amtrak, you can give your family and your wallet a spring break. That's because now more kids ages 2 to 12 ride for 50% off. So not only will you get a sweet payday, you'll save money too. Book now at Amtrak.com. Restrictions apply. I'm Martin Cope, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I told you about how your nose is the body's air filter. The Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, yeast, and germs. And the Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Haley, quote, Navage is the best thing I've bought. I love it. My nose feels so clear now and I can breathe. I've been struggling with a stuffy nose for weeks. I bought Navage and it's amazing. For this one, I use Navage every night, could not imagine life without it. I have 5 cats, and before I found Navage, I was a clogged mess. Now I breathe so much better. Unquote. Those are true of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage. The all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-C-E, clean nose, healthy life. One of the biggest mistakes I've ever made in my life. The waiter came up and said, those people are here because of you. I said, oh, we know where to go. Hey, thanks very much. They recognized me and started gushing. That was the most brilliant move of their lives. Like that. I bought them dinner. They'll handle how much can 2 people cost? Oh my God! Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Johnny Ben Show, John Cobell and James KFI. AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Yeah, we are on from 1 to 4. So if you miss this show live, there's about 40 minutes left. You can pick up a podcast. Posted up there after 4 o'clock at KFIAM640.com, or of course the handy iHeartRadio app.
Can I tell you something that's funny, but it's true? I'm looking up at the news channels on the TV, and I see video of people crashing through a barrier, making a charge, and I thought it was a bank run. And so it's the run at the Mexican border this morning.
Oh yeah, we're going to play that audio.
I know, but I thought it was a bank run. People that are trying to get in the bank to get their money.
There's certain people crossing the bridge, people trying to get themselves back in that. We'll play that audio at the end of the hour. It's pretty crazy. But we're also going to talk about the border when it comes to fentanyl. A couple of stories popped up, including the president of Mexico basically giving us the finger. Fentanyl is real problem.
Go die.
And don't you even think about any military intervention in this country.
Right.
What did I say last week? It's big for their economy, the drug trade.
Yeah, I know.
They would have even more people in poverty, you know, if it wasn't for the drug trade.
We got to get those drones that we use on the terrorists in the Mideast. You know, the ones that would hover over the guy.
Are you talking about smudging people?
Smudging people, right? They fire a missile and leave behind nothing but a black smudge in the desert.
That's what we did with terrorists. You want to connect to the cartel people?
Yes, they're terrorists.
Right. Becoming a real huge problem in this country. Biden's spokesman didn't admit that.
The cartel guys have killed way more people than the terrorists did.
I will get to all that coming up after the news. We'll play that audio of people, a bunch of migrants crossing the border in Texas. There is going to be pretty soon, within the next 2 weeks, thousands of people on strike at the LA Unified School District. Apparently this is mostly about the non-teaching workers, but the teachers will probably walk out in sympathy. Local 99 of the Service Employees International Union has 30,000 cafeteria workers, bus drivers, custodians, and special ed assistants.
Oh my God.
There's an impasse. I'm pausing here because I want to be dramatic. There's an impasse in a month-long negotiation for a 30% raise for the lowest earners. Oh, have you ever heard a number like that for a college stay? They're being offered 30%.
The janitors want 30%?
Yes. The cafeteria workers, I don't know how many years it's for. It's probably over a certain number of years.
You mean the people who push all that toxic slot with the kids every day? And they call it food?
They're eating more vegetable items.
Like I said,
They're healthy.
They got a lot of nerve. Boy, this union is like some weird cult religion, isn't it? And the teachers, I realize teachers do beyond things. I mean, just the worst group of human beings. The teachers in LAUSD. I mean, God, you haven't even an ounce of shame after what you did last year.
We've always seen that story on the cafeteria is trying like the healthier lunches and kids eating sausages. We should send up the mark over there to all the avocados and
I'd be happy to.
or I think the kids there like looking in the trash, they're taking out all the
Well, I wouldn't go into the trash.
well, you just walk up to the kids and not gonna stand.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Even you couldn't take that food.
What?
It's awful.
Avocado and lentils?
It's not just me. She loves avocados and lentils.
Exactly. In fact, that's what I'm going to have for dinner tonight. I'm going to make a salad with avocado and lentils.
Well, I thought of you over the weekend because that's the lunch that you said and wasn't that avocado toast.
Yeah.
So that's a Deborah Mark staple.
Oh, my favorite.
Somebody ought to name an avocado toast dish after you.
I know. That would be awesome. Well, you guys,
But
somebody
you do realize the downside of that? They think that's a reason. They sometimes pick on people who eat avocado toast just being one of those people.
I know.
That's no real worries in life. They're leaders. Trust me, she's a leader.
You know what? I just don't care anymore what people think. I've gotten to that point. You know what? I like avocados. So there.
Right. You'd be proud of it.
Yes, I would toast it so I get lots of likes.
She just told me a few minutes ago they said she was up last night because the time.
Well, I would. It messed me up.
I posted John. I started the show by saying, "Are we all worn out from the time?"
Yeah, and I also thought about it, and it was the strangest thing, and then I heard coyotes in the middle of the night. It's just a bunch of stuff.
I mean, what is it? That's why you made that noise in the news.
Exactly. I'm very tired. I think my voice is tight. Because I was thinking, okay, it's not really instant. Right?
So it's not really 9:30, it's 8:30. I was thinking about all
And this
that.
went on all night? Well, now it's not really 2 o'clock.
Right, so yes.
Right now, and I know John's doing the same thing, I'm looking at the bright side.
Sundown is after 7. Oh, I love that. I
love that.
know, I am happy to deal with the one night that I got stood up sleep, because I'm going to be driving home tonight, and I'll have, 3 more hours of time.
You could sit in traffic in daylight.
Well, I like driving during the day better.
Now, United Teachers of Los Angeles is also pushing a 20% wage increase. This is for 2 years. 2 years, 20%? Yeah, so that's the other battle that's going on. So now they want to criticize the cafeteria workers in their battle. It's outside of, by the way, there's a school district losing enrollment. They're having anybody who can get out is getting out. Outside of, I don't have the money, what's the argument for going to an LAUSD school? As compared to any other choice, charter school, private school, parochial school, home school, what would be the argument to go to LAUSD? After the incredible learning loss that occurred because they shut the schools down. LA Unified shut the schools down for the longest time. How can anybody ask for more money? How can a civilized country have a school system this bad? And then they're constantly preaching about equity and diversity and all that. 80% of the kids are minority kids, and look how they're treated by the union. All these woke hucksters. They are nothing but hucksters. Look what they do to the kids. The average pay for the bus drivers, custodians, and food service workers is $31,825. That's low, and if you live in Los Angeles, that's enough to pay the rent. Well, what are you going to do if you're cleaning toilets and serving slop? Of course it pays lunch. What's been the problem with the LA County and LA City workforce for years? It's low-paid service workers. And that's the reason why it's up to you. It's always wired and bothered. It's up to you to gain the skills or education to make more money. It's not up to me to pay you more to serve slop to a kid who's not going to eat it anyway. And by the way, they serve slop, and then the teachers don't want to show up for work. I supposed to be more money for this privilege? Honestly, the whole system ought to be shut down. All of it ought to be shut down. And we ought to give vouchers to all the parents, give them X number of dollars and say, here, you decide what school your kid goes to. And let's have competition. Let all the schools earn their students. And everything will change overnight. The president of Mexico basically said, not our problem, it's your problem, U.S. And we'll play that audio of people rushing the border. 1,000 people tried to cross the border. Was that a fact? I made a mistake in the hearing of the audience. Johnny said, KFIM 640 live everywhere, the iHeartRadio app. And Deborah Mark live in the 24-hour KFI News.
People in the central part of the state are evacuating as more rain is expected tonight. ABC's Rob Marciano says evacuees from Watsonville are spread across at least 4 shelters throughout the county.
All the streets airplanes and actually still hear the river coming through this area. The only way in and out of the neighborhood here is by high water military-grade vehicles or by boat.
He says there's no telling when people will be able to return to their homes. About 15 million people have been arrested for stealing a backpack that had GPS-enabled headphones inside, leading deputies to his location. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department's video shows the guy breaking into a car yesterday, stealing the backpack. Deputies were able to use the GPS tracking to pinpoint the man's location at a business parking lot on Mountain Avenue where he was taken into custody. Hey, you should sit next to your kids on a flight. The Department of Transportation says you shouldn't have to. The Department of Transportation has asked Congress to ban the practice of making parents pay to shipment holes to get rid of junk fees. And after officials conducted a review last year of airline seating policies, ABC's M. Wynn said in a letter, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg asked House Speaker McCarthy to bar airlines from charging so-called family seating if adjacent seats are available during booking. A new event is springing up in Woodland Hills, and every bunny is invited. The Bunny Cafe is a prominent pop-up where people can eat and drink in the company of guest RealRabbi. The owner of Joy Grab, Kevin Hughes, says these bunnies are rescued from a shelter in Buena Park.
During COVID, people adopted bunnies. When they were bored,
and with their lonely.
After the pandemic, many people gave up their fur babies because they were too busy, but new adoptions will be coordinated if visitors are interested in rehoming the pet. The cafe will be in town from March 26th to April 29th, and tickets are available at the Bunny Cafe website. Chris Adler, KFI News. And all right, and Taylor Swift is kicking off her tour Friday at State Farm Stadium in Arizona to honor the occasion. The mayor of Glendale has named the town Swift City. The ceremonial name change will be in effect March 18th. The tour will visit 19 other cities after Swift's first performance on Friday. We're going to the 210 next.
One of America's most popular news channels is Newsmax. Many people watch Newsmax for news and perspective you're not going to hear from other networks. Try Newsmax and discover why the left is trying to silence their voice. For good reason, it's becoming one of the most popular channels in America. Tuning in every night for great events, Sustin, Rob Stick, Eric Bowling, Greg Kelly, and much more. No surprise, Newsmax is already the fourth highest rated cable news channel and a growing thing. You can get Newsmax on most cable systems. Check your channel guide. Now, if they don't carry Newsmax, just switch to one that does. And remember, Newsmax is also free on streaming. Just go to Samsung Plus, Roku, Zumo, Pluto, Vizio, Apple, and more to tune in. You can even download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone and start watching now. Millions of you switch to Newsmax. We watch Newsmax because Newsmax is real news for real people.
Southline weather, KFI. Chance of rain in the morning and rain in the afternoon through Wednesday. Upper 50s to mid 60s for Metro LA, mid 50s to low 60s in San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley and the Antelope Valley. Highs in the 60s for Inland Orange County and the Inland Empire. Right now it's 66 in Villa Park and 65 in Westminster. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places to slow on the 210 in Pasadena. That's looking at moving away from just about 34th Street to Florida. And traffic is a mess all the way to Azusa. You've got Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Yes, there's over East LA and a couple of tough drives here. 50 eastbound, that's right at the beginning of the freeway, right off that 510 flag. That's going to be wrapped most of the way out through Montebello to about Rose Beach Boulevard. You're going to get a little gap there, back on from 7th Avenue and High Theater Heights. Now it'll be full most of the way to that kind of stuff. Then eastbound from the 710 on and off into West Covina. Going to loosen up and then some more flowing Kellogg's going to change into Pomona. Like O'Brien, KFI the side.
Remove a slide section on down, and that's from the drive down away from California Incline. KFI in the sector. Help get you to the faster. I'm Michael Martinez.
This is Lilo Smith here, founder of Service Casting Plumbing, Heating, and Nature. If you're thinking about replacing your heating and cooling system, I have a serious question for you. Do you really even know what you need? There are so many companies out there offering different systems at all kinds of prices. How can you really know if what you're being sold is what you really need? But the price is right. We believe in educated customers at the best kind of customers. So give us a call, and we'll help you understand all the options that make sense for your home. If you already have a quote from another company, call us for a second opinion, just to make sure you're getting what you need and at the right price. Quotes and second opinions are always free. So call Service Champions at 833-777.
Not an old or an unused car taking up space? Turn it into a valuable tax deduction with a simple donation to Cars for Kids. With over 100 towers ready to pick up your car in any condition, Cars for Kids makes donating your vehicle a breeze. No wonder they have a 4.9 rating on Trustpilot. Let Cars for Kids do the work for you. Just fill out a quick form at carsforkids.org, and someone will reach out to arrange for your pickup sometimes as soon as the next day. Say goodbye to the hassle of selling, and hello to quick, convenient pickup with a maximum tax deduction. Donate your car today by calling 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or carsforkids.org. Termite problems? Search PacificCoastTermites.com or call 800-PACIFIC. For official rules and more information about context on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. KFI AM 640. Go about KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. Well, let's talk about the border and the fentanyl for a few minutes here in the Don and Tim. So, the Mexican president, we call them like customs. I went to AMLO, so.
Or one of those multi-level marketing scams.
Oh, that's true. His name is Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador. Yeah, a lot of people in Mexico go by 3 or 4 names. Well, he basically was responding to calls about taking stronger measures against the cartels and the fentanyl drugs getting into the United States. They like to actually to produce these news releases where they see sites, huge amounts of fentanyl at the border, but they're not telling you a lot more about the That's the problem. We learned this when it came to migrants years ago when they were saying, well, you know, we detained 100,000 migrants, yeah, but we only get one out of every 3 caught.
We got an administration, and it's not the first administration, that doesn't care. What they'll do is announce their scattered victory when they get a big haul of fentanyl, or they fuck a ring of drug cartel guys, or they pull over some car, and they'll have headlines. And these investigators look for the headlines, make them look good to their bosses, they can get a promotion, they bring good publicity to the news. But they don't actually care very much. If the administration cared, we'd have drones sending missiles right through the heart of every single one of these cartel members. That's what we would do. We declare a real war and win the war by killing them.
So the speech he made last week, or the statement he made last week, and again, if you don't know, basically what happens is that chemicals are imported from China into Mexico, and then fentanyl is produced at labs in that country, and then the fentanyl is moved into the United States. It's been blamed for 70,000 opioid deaths per year.
70,000. Look how many God, wouldn't spend $1 trillion on the Iraq and Afghanistan war. Yeah, I was like, over that on saying we're coming to the country. No.
So when you hear this, he went on to say, well, here we do not produce fentanyl, and we do not have consumption of fentanyl. Why doesn't the United States take care of their problems with social decay? He went on to talk about single-parent families, parents who took grown children out of their houses, and people who put elderly relatives in underage homes and visit them just once a year. That's a real shock to the American culture. Pretty funny. In Mexico, the elderly just tend to live with their families.
Oh, right. And children aren't kicked out of the house.
No.
And, everybody lives together. And tight quarters, but they're together.
Except he doesn't explain how so many of the kids end up working for the drug cartel. And slicing off their rival's head. So apparently the U.S. ambassador to Mexico said that we've been talking to Mexico about doing more to stop the scourge of fentanyl to protect both countries. And there was this talk by a couple of Congress people that maybe the U.S. needs to take its own military action in Mexico to stop the cartels, and that's what got AMLO worked up.
Well, you're not going to do that. I heard Lindsey Graham, he went on, I think Fox the other day, I heard this, and he was like, let's get the military in there and, let's start killing people. That was his message.
Was invade Mexico?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean, send out the drones and
send out. Yeah, exactly. Use the drones or do some targeted attacks.
And the cartel is marching along there in the Mexican.
If they're killing what?
And they got their big wheel or a big wagon of fentanyl.
Yeah, right. Yeah, blow it up. I mean, either 70,000 dead people a year is either a good thing or a bad thing, right?
Right.
If it's a bad thing, then you have to take action against the country sending it here. That would be Mexico. So do it. If you don't do it, then you don't care. I'm thinking the message to American families is like, the Biden administration doesn't care. Most of the administrations never cared. Clearly, the Mexican administration, AMLO basically was a spokesman for the drug cartel, right? So, of course, he's going to say we don't have a problem. Of course he did. If he doesn't say that, he's going to get the drugs.
And then there's could be 2 reasons for that. Either it's corruptly paying off, or it's a big part of their economy, and they don't want to lose this job source.
Right. So
the cartels employ a lot of people. It's not a good thing, but they can
say, hey, it's all you guys. You guys are the customers, the consumers. So it goes back to our administration. Why shouldn't we be going in there and killing people? I don't care if it's an invasion. So what? That's what our military's for, to stop a threat. That's the threat. outside of what other doctors prescribe.
There's a time for the story that if you go to Mexico and you buy drugs at Mexican pharmacies, there's a really good chance there's going to be fentanyl in it. And apparently some American tourists are overdosing and dying. I'm not talking about here, I'm talking about, because a lot, well, what did we just learn last week? And a woman and her family went to Mexico to have a tummy tuck for people at medical procedures in Mexico. A lot of people go there too because the drugs are a lot cheaper. Mm-hmm. So some of them are just going to Mexican pharmacies, and they're ending up with pills full of fentanyl.
And the feds were first alerted in the spring of 2019 by a California medical examiner. They found that a 29-year-old Brennan Harrell had died of a fentanyl overdose after he and a friend bought pills at a drugstore in Cabo San Lucas. Cabo, Kevin, don't get any prescriptions in Cabo.
You go to Cabo?
Yeah.
Oh, that's where she got COVID.
That's where she got COVID.
It's a good thing you go to the pharmacy and try to get a medication for it. She might have had this fentanyl.
Some pharmacies, including several in Cabo, are not only passing off fentanyl pills as legitimate oxycodone, but also selling meth tablets as Adderall.
Oh, Adderall.
Yeah, that's a good one. So, and so the feds knew about it here in this country, and they did nothing about it. And they didn't even alert the public. And then you have these fentanyl pills showing up now in prescriptions in America. I think in Pennsylvania, the Philadelphia area, several people have died, and they were taken
from legitimate pharmacies. You're talking about buying them off the social media sellers.
Why it would scare me if they're coming down? Legitimate pharmacy. I think it's I don't want to check the story, but I think it came from legitimate pharmacies that somehow got into the supply.
No, see, that's what I'm afraid of. Nothing like buying pharmacy, but that's going to create a bigger problem.
I think that yeah. I mean, it's really bad, and we're just standing around. Now, why are we standing around? I wonder why that is.
We should not stand around. John wants to send in drones and then smudge it.
Yeah. I think that, that's the share of the terrorist problem to a large extent.
We got more coming up, Johnny 10 KFI AM 640, live everywhere, the iHeartRadio app.
And Jeff Mark live in the 24-hour Tampa newsroom.
We're getting another storm. It's heading to Southern California. The rain will be here tomorrow through Wednesday. President Biden will be in Monterey Park tomorrow. He will be paying tribute to the 11 people shot to death in Monterey Park. Vice President Harris and her husband will be traveling to Africa later this month. They'll visit Ghana, Tanzania, and Gambia from March 25th, from March 25th to April 2nd. The White House says it's a follow-up to last year's U.S.-Africa Leaders Summit. Here at the leaders of nations. It's slow on the 101 in Calabasas. It's southbound side where freight is coming in away from Parker, Calabasas, looking better just before Topanga Canyon. We've got some more flowing ahead out of Encino from just about half full in stretches to the 170, 134 split, and ahead in Hollywood. From Sunset Boulevard into downtown Los Angeles, it's Michael O'Brien, KFI in the Sky.
Let's drive on the west side. So the 210, or I should say the 10 eastbound, that goes up right out of downtown Santa Monica there, and about a little before 20th. From there, through Big City to downtown Los Angeles, that's a real challenge there. Now up ahead on Fifth Luther, just on and off going to City Terrace out through West Covina. Now, probably just coming up on the 210, I'm heading out towards Glendora. 210 eastbound and Sunflower. Looks like a brand new one coming up in lanes, and that is quickly backing up and starting to catch the normal point goes way back to the downtown Pasadena. Michael O'Brien, KFI in the Sky.
KFI in the Sky. Hope to get to that faster. I'm Eva Martinez.
Victor Super Bowl champion Alfred Williams. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Japanese sports outlet Sanjay Sports reports trouble former Dodgers pitcher Trevor Bauer is signing with Yokohama of the Nippon Professional Baseball League. Preliminary contract extension talks between the Chargers and Austin Eckler have stalled. The Astros posted permission to speak with teams regarding a trade. San Francisco bids goodbye to Jimmy Garoppolo, the former 49ers quarterback, agrees to a 3-year deal worth $67 million with the Raiders. I'm Frank Aaron.
Stunning design, unmatched intelligence, and a compact ready for anything built. Sometimes exceptional is the rule. The Mercedes-Benz CLA, member of the unrivaled SUV family. Learn more at MVUSA.com.
This report is sponsored by Slimester.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. If you're like many people, you may think custom blinds is a job for expensive professionals. Well, at Blindster, if you have a tape measure and a screwdriver, you can install our custom blinds and save big. Plus, we guarantee they'll fit. Blindster.com. Hi, this is John, and Conway here. This Saddleback Eye Center offer has never been done before. This offer is for KFI friends and family. That's you. You can get this offer only if you're listening to KFI now. Would you like $1,800 off LASIK? Of course you would. Saddleback Eye Center is offering KFI listeners a certificate for up to $1,800 off LASIK with the friends and family certificate. I walked into Dr. Nanger's office, my eyesight was 21,000. I left there better than 2020. You know, John came into my office one day. He said, "Why do you have 9 pair of glasses on your desk?" I said, "I don't know." He said, "Call Dr. Nanger, my doctor." And I did, and I see beautifully. Anyway, call right now and get your friends and family certificate up to $1,800 off LASIK. We can give away only 10 discount certificates to KFI listeners who schedule a friends and family discount certificate. You must call now, 866-559-4444, 866-559-4444, 866-559-4444. Big off.
Win Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com. Have you heard there's a new way here to deal with joint pain that doesn't require drugs or surgery or downtime?
Kinetics has arrived with real, lasting, all-natural relief using the latest advances in regenerative medicine.
They've got clinics in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo with more on the way.
Kinetics is the nation's leader in these amazing treatments. They take highly concentrated in your achy joints. The goal is to restore and repair damaged joint tissue the natural way.
Patients are raving about this all over the country. Pro athletes have been doing this for years, but now it's available to anyone.
Imagine being pain-free by this summer. Living life the way you used to. Walking, running, playing sports.
If you've got pain from arthritis or injury, don't think steroids and surgery are your only option.
Call and learn more about these remarkable treatments using regenerative medicine.
QC Kinetics now in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo. Call for a free consultation. 213-997-PAIN. 213-997-PAIN. Seriously, my ears is just the best of them.
We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for transmission repair. Made up of over 800 pieces, the transmission is the most complex part of your car. So bring it to the transmission experts at AMCO. AMCO, always the right fix. AA, MCO. Special financing available. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details. I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Navaj Nasal Care, and I love Navaj. I've told you about how your nose is divided care filter. The Navaj powered structure will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs. And that Navaj will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navaj? Like Tara, quote, "My doctor wanted me to do saline rinses for my allergies, but I've never been able to successfully use a neti pot. Navaj uses suction power, so it's foolproof. There are nights when I'll have particularly bothersome allergies. I'll bust it out, and the results are immediate. It's such relief. It's become a lifesaver." Unquote. He's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navaj, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navaj is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navaj, N-A-V-O-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
Get ready to celebrate your favorite podcast in our iHeart Podcast Awards. Tune in as the best podcast. Take home awards in categories like comedy, crime, pop culture, and more. Watch on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel and Facebook page. And listen on iHeartRadio tomorrow night at 9.
Considering an EV for yourself or your business? Consider the benefits of subscriptions. I'm Scott Beaver, CEO of Autonomy, where an EV subscription is like a lease but way more flexible. It's a debt-free way to get month-to-month access to a new EV. You can even pay with your credit card. Learn more at autonomy.com.
Alex Michelson, we don't have to always show our masculine side. You agree with that?
You often show your feminine side. I think of you as a secretly sensitive guy, and I think Delia would agree. It's really good at the cancer athlete.
Well, glad we've not learned anything from each other in the last 10 years we've known one another. Your show, live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
And 640 live everywhere, the iHeartRadio app. Yeah, repeating our story. 3 people at Robert Blake in the Gold Pool. Congratulations. I'm trying. That's a good thing. Yeah, I mean, we covered murderers on the show for years, and OJ's still walking around with the boy, I'm waiting for that. Now, I have to be big one. I don't know how many people pick OJ in the Gold Pool every year. Even if they pick the first 10 years after the trial, he's like, now, exactly. I think he's 75 years old. I mean, I'm pretty proud of that. I think he was born in like 1946 or something like that. All right, let's move to the audio that John mistook for a rush at the bank. Instead, it was, looks like Venezuela was trying to get into the U.S. They were rushing the Paso del Norte bridge in El Paso, Texas, that links Mexico to the U.S. And, you know, there are several theories about how to make your way into the U.S. Make your way where there's no border patrol agents, and maybe you're the only one, and kind of get into the unguarded, open. Another idea is just be a clown, make a rush. Here's what it sounded like. Apparently there was a sign on the bridge, which is saying to the RJ, which is happy travels. There was some joker who posted online the false story that if you just showed up at the border, they were going to let you in. Oh, that's what Trump. Yeah, that's what I heard on oh, like a special sale? Yeah. Special offer? Sell it today at the appointed time, and you get into the U.S. easily. No questions asked. That's where it originated. Was there a picture of like, they brought in reinforcements, and the Mexican military typically seen the incident on their side of the bridge. So I can't tell whether or not the people were able to make it into the scramble or what happened. Border patrol agents on the U.S. side of the border that stopped the run. This comes in like a constant standpoint. This is dangerous, right? Because it says people in the back are telling people in the front, keep pushing forward. Yeah, I know. Then eventually someone loses their ability to breathe, and there were little kids in there. People brought their kids to get stopped in this. Well, you got to get into the U.S. It's important to make your move. Like you said, it's a special offer. You know, it's seen how quickly social media things chaos. It's like somebody posts something about a bank, right? Somebody posts something about, hey, the border's open today. There you go. There should be more of it. There should be a lot more of it. Everything will go away. People connect with social media. Conway's here. Hey now. You know, you guys were on the air, so you missed this, but I got to witness this. That Deborah Mark's nail polish is vegan. That was the conversation in the hall. That was yeah, I can see that. And that's important. Isn't that wild? Like, why are you out there in the hall? I don't know. I'm trying. Nothing good happens out there. It's good to have a reading. Yeah, in the bullpen, you got to do the on-deck circle. Take a couple swings before you. There's like a chance for you in that little office, but you heard you don't go in there. Wait. What? We're supposedly share an office with you. You've got a flat there, right? So there's a little shelf for him. Oh, yeah, little cabinet. Your name is on it. Your name's on it. Where? I forgot. I've never seen this place. I'll take you on a trip. We haven't had an office since we moved down the hall here. Yeah. It's a shared office. I think Campbell's in there too. Oh, I don't know where it is. No, it's almost done. It's hard to snack you. You weren't invited? I was not invited. All right, we have San Diego-based crypto bank Silvergate announces a shutdown because of Trump. And then California's 11th atmospheric river coming this way. Yeah. Wow. And Disney's famous Dole Whip. You know that thing? Everybody goes and gets the Dole Whip. It's coming to grocery stores. It's some sort of dessert treat. Yes, exactly. Like ice cream. Pineapple something? Yes, that's right. Yeah. And listen to this. A record 60 million Americans are now living with multi-generational households. Grandma, grandpa, mom and dad, kids, grandkids, all run. Wow. That's kind of cool. I'd like to do that. Would you know you would? Would you like to have all your brothers? No. I don't know. I like living with my grandparents. I enjoy that. You know. Everybody who's close to their grandparents, I think they're different than other people. Yeah, is that right? Yeah, I really feel that way.
Look, I know that some people never have an opportunity to meet their grandparents. I get that. I'm not including that. If your grandparents were alive, you spent time with them, and they were available, and you made it a point to spend time with them, I think you're a different person. I'm most like grandparents are not able. That's right. Yeah. They kind of lose it as they get older. Right. Yeah. Well, grandparents is their second shot. Right. You know, and they don't want to screw. They don't want to screw it up again. But whatever however you treat their grandkids is also a message to the kids. You treat the grandkids better, and then your kids get kids that they didn't get treated like that. Yeah. So it's very complicated. But we'll spend it all on tonight. All right. So for now, I'm only going to buy vegan nail polish. Yeah. Did I mention vegan nail polish? Vegan nail polish is important. It's called Pure. Oh, got the name. Yeah. Look, we were out there for a long time. It's a good listener. You're a listener. I almost caught myself. Yeah, I know the feeling. Big dog. Finally, yeah. Big dog. First, you got to KFI. Live the 24-hour KFI news. Your smart device was made for more than just drum judge and weather reports. Tell your smart device to play KFI AM 640.
KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Proposal public assistance. I'm Michael Crozier, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Investigators are asking help finding a hit-and-run driver who killed a woman in Pico Rivera. LA County Sheriff Deputy Raquel Uprace says 3 women were walking on Rook Road when 2 were hit from behind.
LA County Fire Department paramedics responded and began providing life-saving measures. 1 female was pronounced deceased this morning, and the other was transported to a local area hospital for serious injuries.
Investigators say the women were leaving Pico Rivera Sports Arena and looking for a ride share last night when they were hit. Deputies say a vehicle description has not been given, so anyone with information can have to call the police. The young boy who fell into the Santa Ana riverbed in Santa Ana has been rescued by a bystander who happened to see him floating in the water. Orange County Fire Authority says the boy's father tried to save him yesterday, but could not. The boy was swept about a half a mile down the river when the other man jumped in. All 3 were out of the water when rescuers got there. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once has taken 7 Oscars at the 95th Academy Awards. Michelle Yeoh won Best Actress for her role in the movie. Jamie Lee Curtis, Best Actress for the actress. Brendan Fraser won Best Actor for his performance in The Whale, World War I film, All Quiet on the Western Front. Away 4 Oscars, including Best International Feature Film and Cinematography. 2 of last night's Oscar winners have been away from acting for a long time. I'm Steve Gregory. Brendan Fraser quit acting for personal reasons. Now, he's an Oscar-winning actor in the time of COVID.
You know it would be tomorrow, so going to make a film, the big gravity, just reinforced how important it is to perform as if the first and last time ever will.
Ki-Wei Kwan was a child actor who starred in the Goonies and Indiana Jones, but Kwan was typecast and eventually couldn't get a job. That's when he was known as Jonathan T. Kwan, a name recommended by his agent. Ariana opened that envelope and said Ki-Wei Kwan. That was a really, really special moment for me. And then immediately, I was so emotional for the first image that I had in my mind with my mom. Both actors had appeared together in the movie Encino Man in 1992. Steve Gregory, KFI News. People will be able to vote on a new measure that would raise the state's minimum wage to $18. The Living Wage Act of 2022 has been qualified by the Secretary of State for 2024's ballot. Failing to secure its place on the ballot during last year's midterms, advocates say increasing wages would be a critical measure to help counties and the state catch up to the rising cost of living as inflation drives prices higher. A man in Texas has filed a lawsuit against 3 women claiming they illegally helped his ex-wife with her abortion. Marcus Silver says the women helped his then-wife obtain pills to terminate her pregnancy last year.
The lawsuit also will target the manufacturer of the medication. Silver is demanding $1 million. Abortion rights groups call it an intimidation tactic.
Christian Ryan says in Texas, a woman who gets an abortion cannot be held liable. Silver's ex-wife is not named in the lawsuit filed last week to file abortion in February. President Biden is expected to announce new steps to protect more than 16 million acres of land and water in Alaska from future oil and gas leasing. Land with bar drilling in nearly 3 million acres of the Beaufort Sea, closing it off to oil exploration, and limit drilling in more than 13 million acres of land in Alaska, known as the National Petroleum Reserve. Mark Rennelar says Biden is also expected to approve a new drilling project on the northern slope of Alaska. And the season finale of the HBO series The Last of Us Autumn has reached a season high with 8.2 million viewers despite premiering the same night as the Oscars. The series broke its own viewership record. The series based on a video game about a fungal weather in KFI cloudy, comfy, cool tonight. The lows above 50 degrees. Chance of rain starts around midday tomorrow and cooler than today. Highs around 58 beaches, around 60 Metro LA, Orange County, mid-60s inland and high in the valley, close to 60 in the high desert. That rain should last, the chance for 24 hours or so. It should be gone by midday Wednesday. Then after that, some clouds and a little warmer for the weekend. Right now in Anaheim, 65, Newport Beach, 60, Toledo, 64, Long Beach, 65 degrees. The KFI financial report is sponsored by Jacoby Myers into the trees. The Dow is down 91. NASDAQ was up 50. S&P was down 6. The average price of regular gas in California, $4.92 per gallon.
Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Justice for you since 1972.
There's crash and Costa Mesa.
This one's on the 405, making your way southbound, coming right up on Bristol. Good news, it's cleared it out of lane. Looks like there was a car fire as a result. Hopefully that's extinguished by now. Let's keep away from Brooklyn. Let's head out Glendora with Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Some good news here, Angel. This is East Sonic Sunflower. They find the surgeon's accident there. That's just adding this morning. Starts way back in downtown Pasadena. They're going to get a little gap, a little tap on the brakes around the 57. But then once again, Cucamonga, starting in about Mountain on and off to day 3. Now, if you're heading up to the whole pass, looks like a little problem here, 15 northbound before the Sierra. So you have a little range there, and that's backing up to the Fish Dam. Back up ahead, you got more going into the pass. That's going to be for 10 work most of the way to the 138 and the South 15. Very heavy up of the high desert there, pretty much from Ranchero over to the 138 as well. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
In the drive is tough if you roll into Santa Clarita, 14 northbound, leaving the 5, looking a lot better just before San Canyon. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
This hour of KFI is brought to you by Sunluck Solar. Go solar today at sunluck.com. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together. Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security number? Nope, not. Oh no. You said solar. BlackRock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, you'll work protector. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. In this week's Marketers Report, the two-tier spend 11, Global Chief Marketing Officer Direct-to-Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on building trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the owner talent. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audience's conversations, trusted influencers, and more.
Water damage, fire damage, HaveYourDad.com.
More stimulating thoughts.
And I have a real station.
This morning it is the Conway Show. Big stories working on California's 11th atmospheric river on its way. Tonight, tomorrow, all day, downpours in Southern California. Disney's Dole Whip is coming to grocery stores next month. That's a cool deal. That's really cool. And then San Diego-based, crypto-based Silvergate announces the shutdown. People are very worried about their money. Really worried. That's why we have Joel Larsgaard to come in. He hosts a show on the weekend. It's called How to Money. And he's with us. So, Joel, how are you, bub? I'm good, Tim. Thanks for having me. Hey, thanks for coming on. You know, I was just a round of applause, by the way. Well, those are actually, that's a recording of people who were applauding for Johnny's death. It goes way back to one of their all the love. Thank you. They have to forget. Anyway, I was listening to you over the weekend, and you were talking about this guy, is it Giannis, who's played in Milwaukee Bucks. That's right. And he has 40 different accounts with a maximum amount of money in it. And you said at that point, well, you know, I don't know if I believe in that because at that point you should have money invested. And I said out loud in my car, that guy's an idiot with his money. And then I thought, wait, I'm on my way to the racetrack. How smart am I? Yeah, well, Giannis is doing something right? Because there are a lot of people left exposed with recent bank collapse of SVB, and so there were some people with uninsured assets, and a lot of these were small businesses, right? So it's different than being an individual and not thinking about how much exposure you have, how much uninsured money you have in just a regular savings account. But Giannis, if he wants that much liquid right way of diversifying across a bunch of different accounts and making sure that he's got that FDIC insurance no matter what. But aren't there a lot of ways to do that? Like you could have eight of you, your kids, your wife, your kid, and 2 kids. You could really spread that around just within family, isn't that correct? That's true. That's true. There are different ways to spread around. You can even do business with one of the brokerage firms like Fidelity. In their cash management accounts, they offer basically like $1 million worth of coverage. Oh, wow. So yeah, there are other ways to do this as opposed to having literally opening up 45 different accounts with every single one with a different institution. Right. So what do you say to people who drove over to their small little mom and pop bank or credit union this morning and took money out to put in Wells Fargo or Bank of America or Chase? I mean, I don't think that's helpful. I don't think it's necessarily. It depends on how much money you got, right, and kind of what you think the risks are to your money. But the credit unions are insured by something called NCUA, and banks are make sure your bank is insured by FDIC. But nobody has ever in an FDIC insured account lost money. And the FDIC has been around since 1933. Wow. So I think there's certainly a lot of fear right now in the air, but I think that the Fed did a lot to kind of stop some of the fear. They're doing the right thing in a lot of ways, and people are going to disagree on kind of all the finer details and finer points of how they reacted. But I don't think that regular, everyday Americans should be nervous right now. You might not be happy or 100% thrilled with how this played out, but you also don't need to necessarily worry about your own funds. Like I said, as long as it's insured by FDIC or NCUA. Okay, all right. And I heard that some of the bigger banks, they want you to be back before you can get your money. Is that true? Yeah, that's a good question. And by the way, you mentioned big banks, and I'm not a fan of the big banks. So I don't necessarily want you taking money from a credit union or Wells Fargo over the last decade. It's not like they inspire a lot of confidence in how they treat their customers. And so I think people might say, oh, that's a brand name. I recognize it. Maybe I should move there and it's safer. But that's not the case either. And I think the banking system is safe and secure. Like I said, nobody's lost money in 90 years of the FDIC being around. So it's not just you need to go to one of the main brands, get an inferior interest rate, get easy debt in the process. There's no point in moving your money to one of the banks that has a brick and mortar location on every corner. Right. And what about the FDIC insurance? Is that insurance paid by the individual bank, or is that something the government offers these banks as sort of backstop? No, it's the bank paying for this insurance. So it's one of those things where I think some people have called this a bailout, or they have said, yeah, like they have assumed that this is going to be on the back of the taxpayer. And really, no, this is no sense of the word. And there is they've got additional safeguards to Fed, and they're using different things like something called a bank term funding program. And that is basically to offer loans to some of these banks that you might have, like SVB, might have too much money tied up in low interest rate securities. But basically, there should be no worry for any individual American, I don't think, with the banking system. I see. And I also heard you talking about, again, I'm on my way to the racetrack trying to get money tipped, so kind of an odd afternoon. But I heard you talking about, you got to be careful when you invest in or put money in an online bank and make sure they're on the up and up. And you gave out a couple of good examples of one. I think one of them was Capital One. So Capital One is a bank that I really like, right? And I think it's a great choice for a lot of people. There's some of my favorite folks name them out. Capital One's great. Discover is great. And these are name brand banks too. American Express has a decent banking arm. There's like a bank called CIT. And these are all great online banks. Online, and I'm going to use air quotes here, banks that are not above board. And I specifically mentioned one called Compound Bank. And there are other banks like this where and I believe Compound Bank has actually changed their URL. They've changed the way they describe themselves based on some of the blowback they've gotten because it's not a bank at all. And so people have to be worried. What you're doing when you put money in Compound Bank is you're investing in real estate bonds. And so they were making it look like everything you could tell is bank with a C. Wow. It sounds like some Swiss bank. Yeah, it's not fancy what you're banking, but really what you're doing is you're taking risk. And it's okay to take risk. There's great to invest. But you want to make sure that when you're banking, you're banking. And when you're investing, you're investing. And a lot of people are getting that confused with some of these newfangled online banks. I just want people to be careful. You go to FDIC.gov, you can actually look up a bank and see whether or not it's enrolled in the FDIC insurance program. So double check if you're concerned. Go to the actual source and make sure we have about 30 seconds here. What's the highest interest rate you could expect if you put in, I don't know, $4,000 or $5,000 and you let them hold it for 3 or 4 years? Okay, so well, I would say 5% right now is a really good number to get on 12 to 18 month CD. 5% is huge compared to the last 5 years, 10 years. Yeah, the Capital One Count One Ally, I think they're like 4.75. That's like a no penalty fee. Those are both really great options for kind of that medium term savings right now. And where do you put your show notes online to people who check them out? They're always at kfiam240.com/how-to-money. How-to-money. Okay, I really enjoyed the show on the weekends. It's a nice calming voice when everything's all crazy like this. Really appreciate it, Joe. Thanks for coming on. Thanks, Tim. Thanks for having me. All right, you got Joe Lawrence every Sunday from noon to 2 p.m. because money is getting crazy now. These banks are closing. Another one over the weekend, Signature Bank closed down. So you got to make sure you listen every Sunday from noon to 2 p.m. Free advice from experts. It's called How to Money with Joel Lawrence, noon to 2 p.m. right here on KFI. All right, we're live on KFI AM640. More now with Trojan. He's still a little pissed off over the weekend. We'll back and tell you why. With KFI 24 Newsroom, the levee break of the Hollow River between Monterey and Santa Cruz counties has quadrupled in size since it first broke Friday to more than 400 feet now. More than 8,500 people were forced to evacuate the area. President Biden said U.S. banks are safe despite the Fed taking over 2 banks that cater to the tech industry. This was that customers have access to all their money. And a 5,000-mile-wide algae bloom is floating toward the Gulf Coast of Florida. There's 6 blankets floating between the Gulf and West Africa in Chile. Well, if your home is older or need a repair and you're thinking about selling it, contact Sunday today, SUNDAE. They're back, baby. Sunday's real estate marketplace is a unique way to sell your home as it's fast and at the best possible price. Sunday connect homeowners, that's you, with thousands of local buyers who bid on your home, ensuring you get the highest possible price. On average, homeowners receive 22 cash offers within days. Sunday's local real estate experts have helped over 900 families in the greater LA area, that includes Orange County and Inland Empire as well, move quickly and get the best possible price for their home. The team has over 30 years of local real estate experience. And you can close in as quick as 10 days. All right, there's the information. Now let's tackle the website, sunday.com/offers, SUNDAE.com/offers, or phone them, 825-OFFER, 825-OFFER. Sunday's licensed real estate broker for Work American Police, Sunday.com/coach. Breakdown in studios today.
This one is on the 101, heading northbound, coming up on that 170. That's where the left lane is blocked due to a stall, and it's loading the drive up out of Hollywood, getting away from just about Melrose. And we've got Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Federal news just goes to me that 405 southbound or South Bristol. Looks like they finally cleared up that accident. Actually recovering quite nicely on that southbound 405. The north-south side is going to load up just about Bristol. Typical going through the construction zone up into Garden Grove and the hookup for the 22 there, and you pretty much the Steel Beach Boulevard before it moves to Dutch. 55 northbound on the breakdown for the 405, much of the way to the 90 in the Brea area, and leaving Brea. 57 southbound on the breakdown from York Olympic Boulevard down to a property that just cleared its boy. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Chino Hills on the 71 southbound. He's on a close line from Pine Avenue to the 91. KFI in the sky. Hope gets you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
The football is on the Staples Credit from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Staples Store.
Selling is garnering interest from MLB teams. Troubled former Dodgers pitcher Trevor Bauer is signing with Yokohama of the Nippon Professional Baseball League. The Dodgers are retaining Easton Stick as Justin Herbert's back up. They're allowing tight end Donald Juan and D-lineman Brady Fajoso to central free agent market. The Cowboys have been in touch with linebacker Bobby Wagner, who's expected to be released by the Rams in free agency begins on Wednesday. I'm Frank Aaron. Staples Print and Marketing Services help small business print big. Now get $15 off signs, banners, and posters when you spend $75 or more. Offer import the team. Visit Staples.com/print for details. This is your time to try Staples, where prints are perfect, guaranteed.
This report is sponsored by Waterboy Whole House Filtration Systems. The Waterboy Whole House Filtration System brings fresh, clean water right to your tap. Call 1-800-WATERBOY now.
Clean water for drinking, showering, cooking, laundry, and more. Call 1-800-WATERBOY. That's 1-800-WATERBOY.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blinds.com, and I sell custom blinds designed for do-it-yourselfers. Unlike stock blinds offered at big box retailers, Blinds blinds are custom made for your windows and shipping is free. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blinds.com.
Spring travel season is almost your itinerary. The Rosetta Stone app will transform the way you travel. Learn useful words and phrases that will not only help you get around more easily, but also have more meaningful experiences with the new people and places you'll discover. Through March 22nd, get 40% off a lifetime subscription to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages. Purchase today at RosettaStone.com. Losing air conditioning on a hot summer day can be a bloody old nightmare, and no one wants that. That help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with a rejuvenation.
We'll make 6 critical adjustments so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system.
We'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way. Get up air conditioning and plumbing. RealEaseTCL.com will keep you cool for the party set. License number 1047-781.
Live from the Hayes bedroom, it's another eventful night for experienced Ron Feed has been struggling with his feedback. His wife, Michelle, was trying to use the raise for still throws an elbow. He's waiting for the couch. Need to get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspires the sleep apnea treatment to give you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. With no mask and no home. John. Learn more at InspireSleep.com.
Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at InspireSleep.com.
All the radio stations you love, every playlist, master moves, and podcasts that everyone's talking about, if it's on the iHeartRadio app, it's free. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Banning critical race theory. I mean, that's just crazy stuff.
First of all, I don't know any school that, in fact, teaches critical race theory.
It's a red herring.
Well, you can't teach critical race theory that somehow white has to be seen through racist eyes.
They'll handle that thought. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM at 640. Conway Show. What? I know how to pronounce his last name. I just use his first name. John, right? Antetokounmpo, right? Is that right?
Yeah.
So you think I knew it? The guy was the Milwaukee Bucks? 6'8". All right, we got big stories working on. We have rain coming in. Sounds like a broken record, huh? The 60 million Americans are now living in multi-generational households. A lot of people under that roof. And Signature Bank collapsed over the weekend. Third largest bank failure in U.S. history. Remember when WAMU busted up? I think it was like 2008, Washington Mutual. That was supposed to be like the new hit bank. So you walk in, it wasn't like just a typical teller. It was a house. You sit there and you wait for your teller to come over to you. And it was the whole thing. It was Washington Mutual trying to be WAMU. Like, yeah, right. That was like their way of being like the cooler bank. And the one I went to in Tarzana, you would have to walk in the door, then the door behind you would close, then the door in front of you would open, so they can catch criminals inside those two doors. It was like the ending of Get Smart leaving that store. They should have played that music when you left. Bum, 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 bum. All right. And then what came on after that? After Get Smart, I think it was Flying Nun. Was it Flying Nun? I've never seen this for that. You never saw Flying Nun? I always thought like Get Smart, because I always thought like when it was going to be played in the afternoon when I get home. Yeah, cool days. That's right. Yeah, and so it usually be followed with like Billy Violin or I Dream of Jeannie or I Dream of Jeannie was great. Yeah. I'm going to watch your mutual.
I love how when he tries to turn around and walk back before the door closes and punches him in the face.
He's trapped.
And he turns around and he's like holding his nose.
Kids are listening now like, was this before Disney Plus? Yeah, I think it was a couple years before Disney Plus.
Would you believe?
All right, so Crozier, you missed Friday's big program because you went to Billy Joel and Shirley MacLaine. Close enough. Stevie Nicks. And, man, Delphi has it out for you, buddy. You know, I got parking at the Hollywood casino. It's about a 5-minute walk. 10 minutes away. Yeah, all right, yeah, sure. That's about right. And down the parked on the fourth floor just for that specific purpose. And I think the concert ended about 11:20. What did that cost you part of it? $30? $82. Oh, wait. $82 parking off-site. Oh, my God. And to the car, so about 11:30 we got to the car. And that's a safe walk. It's all in compass. It's all in that same zone. It's right outside of the SoFi parking lot. Yeah. We'll turn outside the corner and there's a couple other people there. Perfect as far as space innovation. The problem is that when you get to your car, I couldn't even back out of my space. Oh, no. Because all the traffic that was in the parking structure could not move. Oh, my God. Could leave the parking structure because the exit for the actual stadium, the parking, is right there. Oh, no. So you had to wait for all those people to leave before you. I got out of my car. Once I realized we're not going anywhere anytime soon, I could see the traffic right outside the parking structure. I can't remember which name it's right. Oh, man. And I could see into the SoFi parking lot, the stadium parking lot. And by the time our car moved in our entire structure, the SoFi stadium parking lot was completely empty. Oh, my God. An hour later. Wow. How pissed were you? Once you kind of get to that point, the biggest question was, who's your bastard? And we went into Hollywood Casino when we got there, so we used the restroom and walked to SoFi. But SoFi, that was another thing in and of itself. Where we were, where the casino parking lot was, and where that's closest to that south end. That pointed end of SoFi. That open end where you can go in and you got to know about all that area inside. They wouldn't let you in there. Why? Because of where my seats was. Oh, my God. Our seats were in the upper level. And despite the fact that the seats were on that side of the stadium, you couldn't go in the stadium. Oh, that's horrible. So we had to walk all the way around the outside perimeter where it was all that wet, muddy sand. And it was oh, man. And we heard the concert as we're walking around the outside perimeter of the stadium, walk up to that top level there. The rain is in that ground on that level inside the stadium, that upper level. If it's raining, it is literally slipping like crazy all through that stadium on the upper part. Wow. So you still haven't taken care of that, huh? Yeah, we still haven't taken care of it. And then, so we ended up having to walk all the way back to the other end of the stadium again inside because that's where it's. Wow. They should have played the theme song to Titanic because you're in spirit. It was. We got to our seats at, I think it was close to 8 o'clock, an hour after the concert started. Wait a minute, you got to Hollywood Park Casino at 7. A little bit after, but not much. Yeah, right around 7, 10 after 7. Yeah, and you got in your seat at 8. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, because they had you literally walking all the way around the outside in the rain, rather than just laying you inside and letting you go to your seat. I heard Susie he made a point of saying, that she's 74, and I got it, that is, but neither of these people should be performing the stage. They shouldn't. They should be in smaller instruments, where their energy isn't so expounded to entertain 80,000 people. She's got the famous twirl that she does, that everybody knows, oh my God, she's twirling, and it's just so flowy. She tried to do that a few times, like during bridges of songs, and she kind of lifted her arms out to the side like she was about to twirl. And she slowly just turned. And everybody loses their mind for this. And I'm screaming, oh my God! And she was barely turning. I can't believe you laid $82 out for parking. I found a key over there. There's a parking lot right across from Sizzler. It's $30. 50-50 if your car will be there when you get out. But at least you have to deal with traffic. The traffic around there is absolutely a nightmare. And it's like a neighborhood. Yeah. The worst idea Especially for those people who live there. Yeah, it's just got to be traumatic for those people. Yeah, it's 200 nights a year that they have to worry about that. We left our house at 4 in Claremont into this heat. And wow, did you hear us give you a shout out on the radio? No. All right, we gave you a couple of shout outs.
Santa Barbara pictures just days ago.
Yeah, isn't that wild? Yeah. North of Santa Barbara, she's almost in Big Sur. Man, that's horrible. All right, Crows, that's your second experience with Delphi and second nightmare. I love Billy Joel. I'm good with Stevie on it. Any issues with her. He came out during her set and saying, "Stop dragging my heart around." And we were still outside walking around the perimeter so we could hear it. I didn't even know it was Billy Joel until just now. I read that it's him. And it wasn't great what I heard. But when he came out during his set and saying, "And so it goes," it is painful. No, it's hard to see people when they get old like this. Yeah, you're right. It should be in small arenas and lip sync. I don't think it was necessarily the age aspect of it. He was trying to sing along with him. He was trying to find the harmony in a song, and it just was bad. No good. All right, we're we're live on Cape. We're not Thursday. Cape 25 minutes. The OC Saturday, that's playing $229 million state first that will take place in 8 phases over the next 10 years.
The first phase involves bringing all of our employees together under one building.
OC Fair CEO Michelle Richards says the Army Air Base during World War II. In phase 2,
expanding our free education programs to the community, upgrades to our exhibit buildings, the Pacific Amphitheater where our headline concerts are held,
and finally a modern agriplex for livestock-related shows. Richard says most of the upgrades will be paid for through existing capital units in Orange County, Corbin, Carson, KFIU. 7 restaurants in Rancho Santa Margarita have been robbed. The Orange County Sheriff's Department says security footage captured at one business shows 2 people using power tools to break into locked space on Saturday. Officials say the pair also stole space that had not been anchored to the ground. Rudy's Cafe, Rudy's Grill, and Mountain Mike's are among the restaurants. Sergeant Mike Woodruff says the robbers targeted several locations, including 3 businesses and 1 strip mall. Banks with offices in Beverly Hills, El Segundo, Newport Beach, and Ontario has been closed by the New York Department of Financial Services to protect depositors. The department's appointed the FDRC to run day-to-day operations of Signature Bank. You've been hearing Tim talk about that. To say all depositors will be made whole. Greece's Prime Minister says a massive earthquake in Turkey and a deadly rail disaster in northern Greece have helped de-escalate tensions between the 2 countries. Last month, the 7.8 magnitude quake in southern Turkey killed about 50,000 people. It was followed 3 weeks later by a head-on rail crash in Greece that killed 57 people. The Prime Minister says the country is experiencing more positive attitudes and behavior as it gets sympathy for those hurt. And the Rolling Stones members, Mick Jagger and Keith Richards, dealing with it now, have been hit with a copyright lawsuit that claims their 2020 single "Live the Ghost Town," heard here, probably never heard it, I haven't. They took material from other songs. Songwriter Angel Twang says Jagger and Richards misappropriated many of the recognizable and super-protected elements from 2 of his songs released in 2006 and 2007. The songs have less than 1,000 hits on Spotify, and said last week the duo must have heard his music because he gave his demo CD to one of Jagger's family members. Hot and cool temps tonight, overnight lows above 50. Chance of rain for about 24 hours roughly, starting from tomorrow about midday. Some clouds and then a tad warmer after that, getting to the weekend. Right now in Mississippi, Hope 58, Huntington Beach 59 degrees, is crashing County Mesa.
Symptoms involving a motorcyclist on the 10 eastbound past Cherry Valley Boulevard. White lane is blocked. 2 lanes are loading up away from Ukaipa Boulevard. We've got Michael O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Yeah, we're back in Brea. Looks like the 57 southbound. Looks like the forward and right on Imperial Highway. Northbound, not too bad on this trip through OC. The northbound 57 does go, though, into the Brea Pass. Pretty much from Connor up to the Birds with the 60. The key eastbound, Roderick Lake down from East LA Interchange through Monticello to the 205. Little break and then back on. Pretty choppy stuff through Rolling Heights to the Birds with the 57. Did any of the whole pass? 15 northbound, off of south of Kenwood up to the 138. Southbound 15, tight stretch of Spring Ranchero through the 138 as well. Michael O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Pacific Palisades along Pacific Coast Highway northbound just past Sunset. The right lane remains off limits to clean up after a landslide, and delays are jamming up all the way Almost from the sky. Almost coming out of that record tunnel. So use that. Hey, up on in the sky. I'll get you there faster. I'm Eva Martinez.
I realize the complexities of the human body and its ability to heal itself.
That's orthopedic surgeon Dr. John Herzog talking about regenerative medicine at QC Connect.
It's a very well thought out process, and they use it in all the professional teams around the world.
Regenerative medicine uses healing agents from your own body, like your blood or bone marrow, highly concentrated and delivered right to the achy joint.
Putting it in the spot where it can't normally get to, you can facilitate healing.
At QC Kinetics, they are the nation's leader in this exciting field of medicine. Lasting pain relief with no drugs, no downtime, and no surgery.
People are very happy to have an opportunity to get better without going through the entirety of a medical procedure.
The old ways of dealing with joint pain are no longer the only way. Learn more about regenerative options that can help you get your life back. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics 213-997-8. That's 213-997-8. 213-997-8.
It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together.
Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security number?
Nope.
Oh no.
You said stolen. LifeLock by Ordinary should easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, you'll work protected. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
Losing your air conditioning on a hot summer day can be a sweaty old nightmare, and no one wants that. Help your air conditioner last longer with your breakdowns with a rejuvenation.
Right. It's critical adjustment, so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system.
We'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way.
Rejuvenation, just $429.
Gale Air Conditioning and Plumbing. ReleasePTL.com. We'll keep it cool, but it's already set. License number 1047-781.
Attention Southern California. Semper Solaris is ready to install your solar now and complete your paperwork in time for NEM 2. They have teams working around the clock 7 days a week and have processed over 35,000 applications and counting. More than any solar company in California. No one works harder than Semper does with its free-to-call and honor. Go solar American style. Declare your independence with Semper Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor who gets the job done right. Imagine no money out of pocket, no payments until 2024. Call 877-211-5591. Worried about blackouts? Tesla and N-Phase batteries are in stock. Plus, Semper offers new furnace and AC systems with a lifetime warranty and new roofs with a 50-year warranty. Don't wait. Get your solar system installed by Semper Solaris before net metering changes and rates go up even more. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit SemperSolaris.com.
Download the free IR radio app for all your music radio podcasts. AMI, AM 640. The news, what it means, why it matters. We got a bunch of stories working on the ratings coming in. That sucks.
Banks some banks are closing. That's even worse. Signature Bank over the weekend, and also San Diego State Silvergate joined the bank up north, Silicon Valley Bank, SVB.
And then about 50 million of you people are living in multi-generational homes. Dad, mom, grandma, grandpa, uncle, aunt. Woo! They got a lot of people. All right, so first, you're at the concert, you're kicking ass, you pay $82 for parking. You pay cash for credit card. No, the paid for it the night before, get it online, and go through the app thing. That was the cheapest in the area. All the rest of them were, higher than that.
That's wild.
Yeah. We had that, when we sat down, it's cool. Look, both of them are great artists, they, icons, yada yada. They should not be in stadiums. They shouldn't. The sound is horrible in stadiums overall in general anyway. So far it's okay, it's sound-wise. But Phoenix was really muddy here in this thing. Both of them should be in small venues, in the residencies in like Vegas or something like that, and not trying to do an 80,000 person stadium. Right? And people pay $1,000 to see them in person in a small venue. Yeah,
absolutely, they'll make the money. And also in stadiums, you get the people that aren't really fans as much of the artist or the music. They're just kind of like, you have a higher chance of getting people that, yeah. There's two guys that came in and sat behind us halfway through TV set, and you could tell they didn't really all care that much about TV, and most of Billy, because they talked the entire time, having nothing to do with the concert. No, really, and loudly. Oh no, work and their buddies during every song. Oh, that's horrible. During TV's last song for her encore, she did Landslide for everybody. Everybody knew she did that. And this time, of course, they played a bunch of video clips of her and Christina Lee, who just passed away a couple months ago. This is like one of the first time performances, it was in front of her bandmates, and they would not go. So she singing the song, and everybody kind of, woo, these guys behind the curtain, give it back to us. And I turned around at one point and go, really? And the chickens beside them, they didn't even notice that I was sitting around looking at them. And I wasn't trying to, start anything, but I was hoping that at least a glance, they can go and do anything yet. He said something, hey guys, see that? And kind of, I could tell it was funny for me because I could hear him go, oh, that's that guy. I'm like, oh my God, really? And like in that moment, he finished up the song Landslide, big moment for the whole crowd, everybody understands the meaning of it, and he loses it. She starts crying. Yeah, it was just one of those moments. Sure. And she said, I miss her every day. She's been gone. And she starts talking. You guys are still going. I'm like, dude, what the hell? Oh, that's horrible. Yeah, and they just don't come to the concert. They were hard. That's why I was like, why are you here? Yeah. And during Billy Joel's set, they were talking through most of the songs. Every song. And some of them, he played some lesser, not hits, we'll say, with the bar, and he played some great songs. But then, if it was a song that they recognized, they stopped all their songs. Oh, that's horrible. Yeah, like Allentown. Like Allentown. Allentown is nobody's favorite Billy Joel song. And it's like, I understand why he plays it. It's an easy song to sing. Yeah, but it's depressing about a town dying. Yeah. And he always plays like great visual for it, in the background, so it's an easy song for him to do. Like, these guys down there, they're like, yeah, this is my jam, this is the end. They're like, yeah, and then you do some of the other, stuff that real Billy Joel fans love, Italian restaurants, things like that, and things, certain stuff. And then they go to Piano Man. And nobody who's really a fan of Billy Joel says, yeah, it's fine, whatever. But Piano Man started, man, they got into it. They lost their mind. Yeah! Here's the man! Get over there! Yeah, it sounds like the guy is the kid drunk first at a fraternity. That's pretty much, that's why I was like kind of laying off of them, because I figured they'll tail out. And by the time the encore came around, they were quiet. Yeah, they were close. Yeah, they were knocked out at that point. Yeah, that's classic, man. I had something similar. I went to the King game over the weekend, and I was being told how to operate in a stadium. Yeah, because I was in row 116. I don't know, maybe probably about 15 rows back, and the team scores. So I stand up, and the guy behind me goes, "Hey, I can't see when you stand." And I said, "Buddy, look, everybody's standing when they score. That's just how a King game operates. Sorry, but it's going to happen every time. Every time they score, I stand. Just so you also stand." I couldn't believe it. It's constant etiquette, man. Nobody's telling you to be quiet. Right. If you're gonna be really tough during songs, it better be about the concert. Yeah, exactly. Or just stop talking. You can stop talking. You can be respectful of other people around you. It's flabbergasting. But that's what happens when you get a stadium full of people as opposed to a smaller, more intimate thing where people are definitely going to do their music more. Yeah, like Dick Clark had a theory that, if you give away tickets, the crowd sits on their hands. Yeah. But if they buy them, they're really into it. They're all into it. Yeah. So if the more you pay for a concert, the more you're into it. And look, these tickets were actually free. There are people in cities they're giving away, buying, selling cheap crap, or if they have to. Claremont Connect or something like that. And she said somebody was like, yeah, I got these tickets. My husband and I can't make it for whatever reason. We'd like to give them away. And everybody kind of put up their little why they should get them, and Gary got them. Wow, that's great. Was it true story or deal? No, totally true story. Really? Yeah. I mean, it kind of was easy for Jen to talk about Billy Joel. As far as I'm concerned, like, that was essentially my dad. They played the same, it sounded like, cool. Yeah, my dad, Billy Joel is basically the talented version of my dad. You know, I wish I had known that they were giving those tickets away. I would have undercover with a sob story. Taking the night off and spent a little 2 years set. All right, a 3.1 earthquake just hit Big Bear. They I don't know how much more bad news they can absorb up there, but 3.1 earthquake struck Big Bear at 3:14 about an hour and a half ago. So if you felt it, that indeed was an earthquake, 9 kilometers deep, and thus far, no reports of injury or structural damage in Big Bear. We're live on KFI AM 640. 1 hour closure. KFI 24-hour news. President Biden's beginning a 3-day trip to California and Nevada, and he started in San Diego today, where he says Australia is buying nuclear-powered subs from the U.S. to modernize its fleet. 20 million people from New York to Boston are under a winter weather alert. Heavy rain, strong winds, power outages, and local flooding are expected to hit over the next 36 hours. And everything, everywhere, all at once. One thing at the Oscars last night, taking home 7 trophies, including Best Picture, Actress, Supporting Actor and Actress, Director, Original Screenplay, and Holly cool tonight. Stay for rain midday tomorrow, and midday Wednesday, and some clouds and a bit of warmth after that. Into the weekend. Not too much. This report brought by Blindsir.com. Jesus Flo and Carson.
It's the 91 eastbound where delays are filling in at Avalon. Long bridge ahead, finally a little bit of relief once you make your way past Lakewood Boulevard. But more fun out through the Cerritos area. Pocket delays beyond in Anaheim from the 57 as you continue ahead towards Green River. We've got Mike O'Brien, Hollywood, KFI in the sky.
That's right, to the 101 Angel, 101 southbound, Kansas, just leaving Hollywood Boulevard, nice up there. It will be bumper to bumper to downtown from there. Now, the North 101, next stretch through downtown, is the Silver Lake. East up a bit, and you'll be back on the bridge from Melrose, most of the way up through the valley up to about the Cedar Boulevard. There's a good little gap around the 134, 170 foot, but not enough to break home about there. The 210 eastbound, yeah, but pretty much from Pasadena out to Texas. Gap there, and then back on to Cucamonga, pretty much from Melbourne over to 15. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky. Help get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindsir.com, and I sell custom blinds designed for do-it-yourselfers. Unlike stock blinds offered at big box retailers, Blindsir blinds are custom made for your windows and shipping is free. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindsir.com. This report is sponsored by the California DMV. Did you know that many DMV tasks, like renewing your registration or starting your Real ID application, can be done online any time of day? Check them off your to-do list without a trip to the DMV. Get started today at dmv.ca.gov/online. And Broadway here. This Satellite Eye Center offer has never been done before. This offer is for KFI friends and family. That's you. You can get this offer only if you're listening to KFI now. Would you like $1,800 off LASIK? Of course you would. Saddleback Eye Center is offering KFI listeners a certificate for up to $1,800 off LASIK with the friends and family certificate. I walked into Dr. Manger's office. My eyesight was 21,000. I left there 7 in 2020. You know, John came to my office one day. He says, "Why do you have 9 pair of glasses on your desk?" I said, "I don't know." He said, "Call Dr. Manger, my doctor." And I did. Now I see beautifully. Anyway, call right now and get your friends and family certificate up to $1,800 off LASIK. We can give away only 10 discount certificates to KFI listeners who schedule a free LASIK exam. You can get that $1,800 LASIK friends and family discount certificate. You must call now, 866-559-4444, 866-559-4444, 866-559-4444. Hey, guys, what would you do if the secret cabal of the most powerful folks in the United States told you, "Hey, let's start a coup"? Back in the 1930s, and Rabbi all that stupid to the U.S. Exactly. I'm Ben Bold. I'm Al. And I'm Smedley Butler. Join us for this sordid tale of ambition, treason, and what happens when evil tycoons have too much time on their hands. Listen to Let's Start a Coup on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you find your favorite show. Attention Southern California. Temper Solaris is ready to install your solar now.
time for any and two. They had teams working around the clock 7 days a week and have processed over 35,000 applications and counting, more than any solar company in California. No one worked harder than Semper does with this free decor and honor. Go solar American style. Declare your independence with Semper Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor who gets the job done right. Imagine no money out of pocket, no payments until 2024. Call 877-211-5591. Worried about blackouts? Tesla and Enphase batteries are in stock. Plus, Semper offers new furnace AC systems with a lifetime warranty and new roofs with a 50-year warranty. Don't wait. Get your solar system installed by Semper Solaris before net metering changes and rates go up even more. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit SemperSolaris.com. Giant heat transmission fluid.
Seriously? Yours is just the brick.
We all know if you go to the wrong place for car repair. I can't believe it. That engine light is on. So don't risk it. Take your car to the experts at AMCO. AA MCO. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details. I'm Martin Coach, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I told you about how your nose is the body's air filter. The Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs. And the Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like John, quote, after walking around my house, what a sensation. So much mucus, so much crud, but oh sweet, merciful air, I can finally breathe you through my nose. Never have I ever taken such an amazing breath in my life. This is a life changer, unquote. Each one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage. The all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
Opinion, half of workers battling cancer seek to hide their condition from their employer. It's time for those in charge to be in charge. Together, Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center and Publicis Group are urging companies worldwide to take a stand and pledge to help create a more open, supportive, and recovery-forward culture at work. Half of us will get cancer during our lifetime, but we all have a right to pledge. Sign the pledge today at workingwithcancerpledge.com and follow hashtag WorkingWithCancer on social media.
The Supreme Court can only do so much. This is a job for Congress to do, but we see how dysfunctional Congress has been in the last decade.
And self-serving.
Billions wait for the hundreds of millions of dollars to be thrown through the lobbyists, and they were to come out with some watered-down version of what was supposed to be good legislation. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. There's an earthquake that happened in Big Bear at around 3:15, about an hour and 40 minutes or so ago. 3.1 earthquake. So, snow, earthquake. Now we got rain coming in. That's another big story. Rain coming in. Atmospheric river, another one. And then we got some positive news here that Disney's famous Dole Whip is coming to grocery stores next month. So you can go enjoy one of those over the weekend. Lancers is a great restaurant in Burbank. Beautiful restaurant. But they might go out of business because of the gas bill. So I'm sitting here taking a look at the gas bill. This restaurant, and it is staggering. $23,618.88. Oh my God. How big is this? 23,000? $23,000. It's staggering. $23,618.88. Oh, and with a rubber now there. No. The owner of this business tells you requires natural gas prices skyrocketing. His gas bill would have been less than half. Is he hurting? You bet he is. Yes. Just like everybody else. That's right. We have to raise prices again, which is
now is 70s and 80s. So they, all year round, they got to keep it around 88 degrees in there. Because old people get really cold really quick.
Oh yeah, that was another thing. It's so fun. Both of them, Stevie and Billy, made comments about how freezing it is.
Oh really? Yeah, they're old.
It's open on both ends, man.
And raining.
And raining. He was complaining about it messing up with his dry nose.
Oh no!
And then he at one point he puts a scarf around his neck and he just out in the audience and starts rubbing his arm and goes, "It's effing cold in here."
Oh no!
Oh no! That's horrible.
Yeah, it is freezing. And the wind comes through them. It gets like chilly in there.
Oh no!
Oh yeah!
Oh no! Got it right there. Like really hurt. And we have to
Stuart Wisefield says he bought land losing money because of ballooning SoCal gas and other utility bills. He has a method for SoCal gas. Yeah, I'll tell you where Lance is. It's on Victory. Where is it? Between, it's on Victory. It's just a little bit south of Costco there. Like north of Magnolia and south of Costco. Is that Burbank? Yeah, Burbank. So it's on Victory between Burbank and Magnolia. Older restaurants with great food, man. Know your profits. You share some of the profits amongst your people. Maybe a little less profit and give up a little break. SoCal Gas reports the national and regional market wholesale price of natural gas rose 2.5 times. Overnight? Over December.
But you know, this guy who owns Lance's, his natural gas bill. So he's got to pay his employees, water, any lawyers that are involved, any customers that are, whatever. He's got to pay everything. His mortgage. And then get hit with a $23,000 gas bill, $23,618.88, and it's up more than 300% from January of last year. SoCal Gas says the increases in the wholesale price passed on to consumers. If Stewart doesn't get released sooner than later, he can't say for sure what the future holds for his employees and his business.
It's hard. Yeah, it's hard. Food here is great. The atmosphere is great. There's a minimal price increase here. And that's what's going to bring me back.
Yeah, I like that. Lance's great food. That's the first place my wife and I went when you could go back into restaurants with Lance's.
Really?
It was just nice to sit inside. It looked like it was just like a old-fashioned sort of cafe.
Yeah.
Exactly. Near that Hobby Lobby. And so that Hobby Lobby or Aldi or Home Goods, all in that area. And it's just it's a cool thing. Lance's a friend of friends. Is that right? Wow. Yeah, but the time tells a little older. I know it's the dark help. Like the young help.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So you're like
a baby.
You're like chicken fried steak or the crap on a single? I wonder what I had. I think, we split a French dip sandwich. That's classic. That is old school French dip. Made iron French dip.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, nice. How do you want to do that? It's easy. One day he's sticking me out for a little bit. That's roast beef, man. I had a roast beef sandwich at a steak here from Whipple Stop.
Oh, man, is that good?
Oh, that is the best. The best sandwich in the world. Oh, yes. No, Brad. Yes. Oh, yes. All right, we're live on KFI AM Sports.
Your vaccine for stupidity.
Here's to there. I'm Michael Crozier, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Homeless people living on a 3-mile strip of the LA River in the San Fernando Valley have been moved into motel rooms. 44 people were moved into motel rooms through Mayor Bass's Inside States initiative. Councilman Bob Blumenfield says he thinks the effort was effective because people were offered housing on the spot.
We had a bus waiting. We were able to say, so this is an incredible work opportunity.
Blumenfield also says the fact the river will soon be illegal to camp on in his district was also motivating people who moved off the river last week. They're being lined up with state workers to help them stay off the streets. Boy, trolling. Hey, if I knew. This report brought by WBC Kitchen and Bath Center. A firefighter's been hurt while battling the fire in Tarzan. Officials say it was burning outside a synthetic grass depot this morning, but was not threatening any buildings. The other fire department says while firefighters were taking action, a car drove over a 4-inch supply line, knocking a firefighter to the ground.
Firefighters took her to the hospital for non-life-threatening injuries. The fire department says it's a reminder to never cross a fire department hose line. People in the central part of the state are evacuating as another atmospheric river is expected this evening. ABC's Rob Marciano says evacuees from Watsonville are spread across the beach. 4 shelters throughout the county. All the streets are closed. You can actually still hear the river running through this area. The only way in and out of the neighborhood here is by high water military grade vehicles or by boat. Marciano says there's no telling when people will be able to go back to their homes. About 15 million people remain under flood watches in California.
When children are placed in temporary homes, they often evaluate that the thoughts are created with your foster kids, the dignity they deserve. It's really scary that the taxpayers can come get the items that they truly want so they feel confident in self-storage and going during the amount of time that they are going through. The store will be open in the next few months, and Foster Love says it's now accepting donations of clothes, food, and other essentials. Anyone looking to help can visit fosterlove.com. In Brea, Chris Adler, KFI News.
President Biden is insisting the nation's banking system is safe. Comments come after the second and third largest bank failures in U.S. history. All customers who had deposits in these banks rest assured they'll be protected and they'll have access to their money as of today. Biden says the deposits will be there when customers need them. Signature Bank collapsed yesterday after Silicon Valley Bank collapsed last week. Republican Senate Leader Mitch McConnell has been released from the hospital following treatment for a concussion. Staff says he'll continue recovering at an inpatient rehab facility. McConnell's doctors also found a minor wrist fracture over the weekend. The trip from Fellows in Waldorf Astoria Hotel in D.C. last Wednesday. The White House is proposing a historic increase in defense spending. The administration wants Congress to approve $886 billion in funding for the Pentagon and other defense-related programs.
Our goal is to deter, because competition does not mean conflict. Still, we must have the combat credibility to win if we must fight.
Deputy Secretary of Defense Kathleen Hicks says this is the largest defense budget request in nominal terms that the U.S. has ever put forward. She says it will include pay raises that will help the U.S. compete the top military in town, as well as new funding for universal pre-K at university schools worldwide. Russia says Moscow is ready to accept an extension to a grain export deal that helps bring down global food prices amid its war in Ukraine. A delegation from Russia told UN officials that it will only allow the exchange for 60 days. The United Nations and Turkey brokered a deal between two warring countries in July. Allows Ukraine to ship food and fertilizer from its Black Sea ports. That agreement was renewed in November and expired Saturday. Another 120-day extension was being discussed.
Is your arm still attached, sir? I don't think so.
Well, a man in Ohio has been attacked by one of the several zebras he owns. The Pickaway County Sheriff's Office ran Houston zebras in a fenced area on his property. And suffered serious injuries to his arm in the attack. Pickaway deputies from the fire department personnel. Tonight, the lows above 50 degrees. Chance of rain starts around midday tomorrow and a little cooler than today. Highs around 50 at Beatrice, 60 Metro LA, Orange County, 50 Maryland and behind the valley, close to 60 in the Antelope Valley. Rain should be gone by midday Wednesday. After that, with the clouds and a degree or two when we get to the weekend. Right now in Fountain Valley, 53, Lake Forest, 56, Marina Del Rey, 59, Manhattan Beach, 58 degrees. The KFI Financial Report sponsored by Jacoby Myers, usually attorneys. The Dow finished down 91 and NASDAQ was up 50. S&P was down 6. The average price of regular gas in California, $4.92 a gallon.
That's like your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby Myers now. Justice for you since 1972.
Things are slow in Burbank.
This is the 5 southbound. Watch for a backup that starts at Alameda. You're on the bridge ahead and stretches all the way to the 605. We're heading out to Pasadena. It's Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
It's a tough drive for the 210. 210 eastbound, you have to get the Faro Central Fair out to about 50. It does loosen up a bit. Back on the bridge, we'll fix around the 57. And then one more time for fun. From the 6 Melbourne over to the 15. You're heading up to the high desert. It's the northbound. You end up now from Kenwood to the 138. Southbound even worse. It's loading up at the top of the hill bridge. It's leaving Ranchero to the 138 as well. And it looks like if you're heading through Santa Ana Canyon, 91 eastbound is Temple right now. So we're trying to touch the hill, go for the Green River. Mike O'Brien, KFI at the sky.
In Irvine, the 405 northbound, slowing down at the 133 freeway. It does open up once you make your way to Steel Beach Boulevard in Steel Beach. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
KFI full supporter deal surveyor here with our renowned homemaker, Tommy Termite. Tommy, what's good on the menu?
Well, I would have the root is really poor. And for dessert, I think I'll have the wood.
Really? Tommy Truman? Who wrote this? But termites will happen to your house and infest you with the bill. So I suggest calling Pacific Coast Termites today. Call them at 800 Pacific. What doesn't happen, I've said it before. Anything termite treatment, 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800 Pacific. That's 800 Pacific. Or visit PacificCoastTermites.com. PacificCoastTermites.com. 800 Pacific.
Spring Getaway. This month has 40% off Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. Explore the world with bite-sized lessons in 25 languages, from Spanish and German to French and Korean, and even Portuguese and Turkish. Rosetta Stone prepares you for real-life conversations and will have you talking from your very first lesson. So visit RosettaStone.com today for 40% off and get ready for the trip of a lifetime. Offline March 22nd. Rosetta Stone. How language is learned.
Hey, it's Jennifer. Join us this March to make March Matter for Children's Hospital Los Angeles. Every time you stop down or attend an event at a participating partner, they'll donate funds to support Children's Hospital Los Angeles. For more information, visit MakeMarchMatter.org. That's MakeMarchMatter.org.
This is Jacob Emron. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB. For stimulating cars.
And I have radio station.
Rain coming in the big story. Big earthquake 3.1 and around 3:15. And the Oscars were this weekend. And Steve Gregory was out at the Oscars and he joined us. Steve Gregory, how you doing, man? You look all fresh and ready to roll. It was a long night. All right, well, don't complain. What is that? Oh, the Oscars program. Oh, thanks. It's the official program. It's the program from the Oscars. Yeah, now, wow, you keep this. It could be worth something. So I have one from every year. Wow. I think from every year that I've gone. I'm sure I've lost them along the way. So last night, it was a big night for, everything everywhere all at once. Right. 7 Oscars. That was the 11 nominations. Great. Pretty good. But Jamie Lee Curtis finally got one. That's cool. Yeah, he was, what's the biggest file for Sharon and I were talking about it. There's a certain sort of confidence that she has. Like, I don't mean it. Like me. Yeah, like you. That's swagger, thank you. I'm glad she finally get it. She's had to do really crappy roles and sell that, that diarrhea activia. And, for many, many years. And she finally got a role she could sink her teeth in and she gets an Oscar. So I thought that was pretty cool. Well, there's no worse Oscar than Brenda Vaccaro. Oh, yeah, okay. I get it. You got to do what you got to do. Yeah, you got to pay the bill. Yeah, exactly. But then, I'm wearing male Depends right now. There's going to be a sponsor later next month. And so I'm trying out a pair today, and I feel uncomfortable. I don't feel comfortable wearing it. You're not going to do I don't know. It's time for a week. And I've had them on all day, and I think I've been there all week? No. I wear new pair today. But so far, I've already gone twice. And, I don't feel comfortable. It's not drawing enough moisture away from my skin. I hate them. All right, so back to you. And you had a good time? Did you get properly? Any big news from backstage at the Oscars? Well, I will tell you, this was probably the most, the first phrase I used was politically correct. But then I amended it by saying probably the most inclusive Oscars I've ever been to. Okay. All right, that's cool. They added an NFL sign language interpreter to every aspect of the Oscars like that. They kept on stage. I never saw one on stage. There was one on stage. And it was off to the side. They had a separate feed for them, and then they had them backstage in the media room where we were at, and then they had all the carpet. Oh, okay, all right. That's cool. And it was all about women last night. Everything. It was very, very women-centric last night. Okay. And you have a problem with that? Because, no, I don't. I'm myself to the observation. And so, any surprises last night? The Fableman is the one, and the outside was good. No.
There was some stuff last time. There was definitely stuff. I was very, very disappointed that John Williams did not win.
He's up for 53 Academy Awards.
Yeah, and what I wanted more than anything is for him to come backstage, like the costume, and ask some questions.
Like what?
Stuff I've been wanting to ask him for a long, long, long time. You know, it's because I think my favorite composer.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean,
I didn't know you had a favorite composer.
well,
It seems like a rough guy to have a favorite composer.
well, I think you remember that I was a musical composer, right?
I do not. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
You seem rough around the edges of a favorite composer.
Well, no, this place takes you up on the edge. You know, I've seen him for really excited. I don't care.
That's right.
You know, it's what it's about. It really is. I couldn't skip a So, I have a favorite composer.
You should do a show with Petros because this station has broken both of you.
You know, if my things of life, I don't give a rat's ass.
Very hard knowledge yet.
Well, you know, it's bad enough. I have a master with you now. I feel a good moment of the night. I mean, here's the weird thing. So he and Brendan Fraser, one for completely different categories, for completely different movies, at different times of their lives and careers. But do you know that they both acted in the same movie back in the 90s?
Oh yeah, like Man.
So it was really kind of cool to see all of this come full circle for the two of them. And then the 2.1, moment all night last night, when he was reunited with Steven Spielberg, when he was reunited with Harrison Ford on stage.
Sure,
Those are incredible moments. And then his attorney is different. I think different tone. Yeah, yep. There's an entertainment attorney who played. Remember what character he played in Goonies?
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Chunk.
Oh, Chunk.
Yeah. Chunk in Goonies, he gets out of the acting business altogether, becomes one of the better entertainment attorneys in Hollywood. And now, Stephen Kwan said that was sort of, they had been friends, good friends this whole time. And actually, he took to the Oscars last night. As sort of a thank you for all of his support and help over the years. I thought that was really cool. So there were a lot of really good moments, I guess, but it was very inclusive. You can tell the Oscars organization is really making a concerted effort to amend, if you will, amend some of the wrongs from the past.
Okay,
good for them. In terms of,
they missed in the memoriam Paul Sorvino.
Yeah.
They missed a lot. And Robert Holt.
You know, well, if you hear Kimmel,
Yeah,
we're saying, vote now.
right.
Text now if you want to see Robert play Kimmel in memoriam.
That's great.
And I gotta admit, Kimmel was good.
Yeah, people were good. No politics. He's for doing jokes.
He was from the Academy.
Yeah.
One of the blacks.
You shouldn't have to.
You know, it's the Academy told him not to.
Oh, really?
They told him not to. And he did it anyway.
Wow.
He was told not to.
Okay. Why did they tell him not to? I mean,
Their view of it, I love it. It's time to move forward.
I'm ready to move forward. All right, buddy, you're giant. So thanks for coming in. And I'm going to write down your favorite composer. If ever run by him, I'll get his autograph for you.
John Williams comes in there.
Oh, wow. All right, that's that. We're live on KFI. Now more Thursday. Yeah, that's Carly, what's going on?
I mean, Penn families in Baltimore, New York City Registry are allowed back home after a 50-hour standoff that began Friday with more than 100 shots fired from a house. The suspect apparently killed himself. Environmentalists are criticizing President Biden's approval of a major oil drilling project on the north slope of Alaska. And officials in Ohio say a zebra had to be put down after attacking its owner. The local sheriff says the zebra was put down when it became aggressive with first responders trying to help the owner at his home. Cloudy and cool tonight, chance of rain midday tomorrow until about midday Wednesday. Then after that, some clouds and a little bit of warmth for the weekend. This report brought to you by churches. Things are slow and Griffith Park.
It's from 134, making your way along that eastbound side, away from 4th Line, taking you ahead past the 5 into Glendale, finally opening up once you make your way to Glendale Avenue. So check out Anaheim Hills. You've got
Check this out. Michael Ryan, KFI in the sky.
What's already here? Alright, nice bloody down, Santa Ana Candy Run. It's more like a walk right now. You're looking up there just about weird cherry truck tail. First, head over to the county line and loosen up the close to Green River, and then back on to Corona and to Riverside. The problem here is the Overton. 57 southbound at West Jackson. That's the problem in the right lane. It's a rain, I'm so sorry. The bumper back to about Imperial Highway, and the North 57 on the way there from Imperial Highway up to the bridge of the station. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
There's a, looks like a crash along the 101 northbound at Universal. This is in the Columbia Pass. And it's really pretty big, backing up all the way from Melrose out of Hollywood. KFI in the sky. I hope to get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
Yeah, so many reasons to get to start churches in Europe. It's difficult to start to be battle right in this. Hey, you start at 599. The only game is going to get 1 minute. I'll pay you 6 welcome to the great state of play. This report is sponsored by blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at blindster.com, and I sell custom blinds designed for do-it-yourself. Unlike stock blinds offered at big box retailers, Blindster blinds are custom made for your windows and shipping is free. Don't hire an expensive pro, do it yourself and save big at blindster.com.
Losing air conditioning on a hot summer day can be a 20-hour nightmare. No one wants that. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with a rejuvenation.
We'll make just critical adjustments so you'll feel cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system.
We'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way.
Rejuvenation, just $129.
Well, air conditioning and plumbing. You'll use ROTHSCHILD.com. We'll keep it cool, but it's hard to sell. Number 1047, 781. A Disney marketing report. Christina Failure letter. Disney marketing is direct-to-consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which is one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for a show, audio was a core part of that. It's the #1 audio company. iHeartMedia is marketing access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. The experts at Amco have been fixing cars for almost 60 years. Over that time, they've gotten more complex than ever. That's why our techs undergo rigorous training and certification. So they can fix anything, including the most complicated repairs that come with some of the latest technology. After 60 years, there's nothing we haven't seen or fixed. It's how we make cars inside and out. Chevrolet? Yeah. Check engine light on? We'll take it for free.
Pray.com's meditative prayer podcast is the best way to bring God's perfect peace into your life. This meditative prayer helps you focus on God, fight anxiety, think better, and more.
Close your
Listen to meditative prayer on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
If people are expecting the same level of disaster that they might hear on Handle on the Law, you're actually pretty good. Yeah, incorporating Handle on the Law is funny, because I will talk about statutes. Really? I go, no, I just made that up.
They'll handle.
You want legal advice? Go to a real lawyer. This is a radio lawyer.
Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
We have rain coming in again tonight, tomorrow. Rain all day. Tomorrow, Wednesday, rain, AM showers. But heavy rain tomorrow. 8 to 2.5 inches. A lot. Up in the mountains or in the valleys, 2 to 4 inches. In the valley, and then 2 to 4 inches of rain just tomorrow. 2 to 4 inches. Rain on Wednesday, and then right back on Sunday and Monday of next week.
So, man, if you own a car wash, this has not been your year, man. All right, beaches, 1 to 2 inches of rain tomorrow, and 80% chance of rain on Wednesday. The surf, 3 to 5 feet. Mountains, you live in the mountains. A lot of people look at KFI mountains, especially when you're fucking doesn't snow. Heavy rain, 3 to 6 inches in the mountains tomorrow. 3 to 6 inches of rain in the mountains. That's significant. So keep it on KFI. You know, it could, you could get some information here that prove valuable to you survivors on these stores. So keep your radio on KFI. We'll, keep you up to date on all these stories. A lot of things going on here on KFI. So, keep it here. All right, we do have some other news to get into as well. This is something light, but everybody loves in and out. Whenever you see talk about in and out, we always get people emailing us or DMs or IM or text or Twitter.
Mostly on
IM or DM? DM or IM? What's that?
DM.
Is it an instant message? And direct message? Where's the IM? Instant message. Yes, or BBM. Primary messenger. Yeah, or BBW. Oh.
Huh?
Yes, sir. Smart.
Wow.
Smart. Let's get it together. All right. But it sounds beautiful. Yeah, it is. All right, in and out. In and out is in.
This isn't widespread, but some people will be able to order an In-N-Out double-double but make it mini. The chain is rolling out new menu items featuring scaled-down versions of its famous burgers, including mini double-doubles, mini burgers, and yes, mini fries. However, you can only get your hands on the tiny burgers through In-N-Out's Esther Snyder cookout truck, which created in honor of the owner's grandmother and her love for helping kids.
There you go. All right, so In-N-Out in the news. Again, every time we talk about In-N-Out, people stop what they're doing, they drive over to In-N-Out. Animal protein, baby. Yeah, like Will Fry, according to Angel. Yeah, Angel got it out, man.
See, Timmy has it down there. Well, what it changed my life when I started doing that.
Okay, yeah. You know what? I don't really do it much anymore because I like to just stay in the car and listen to radio and just hear them. But when you go to In-N-Out, you get out of the car, you walk into In-N-Out, and you tell them you want fries and a drink. And those will be hot fries and a drink immediately. You don't have to wait more than 10 seconds. They just give you a bag of fries, a lot of salt, good hot salt on them. And they got that really fine salt that they have. They must have a fine salt mine that nobody else has found because it is fine. The problem is that if you order the fries like Angel suggests, like well, and you do that, I guess, because you'll get more. I think it could be kind of the same philosophy where it's like if you order it a little bit differently, they have to make a special one for you, so they usually make more than what they normally would. They usually get more fries. Oh, I thought the guy in the convertible behind me would be like, well,
That's not necessarily true. Carlos had smaller orders of white wells, and they didn't get the extra.
That's about using it. But then after you get the fries for your drink, you get back in your car and you get the conga line, and by the time you get to the window, you'll have finished your fries, have your drink, and get a big hot, fat, juicy burger. Happens to work. Everything. All right, pothole damage could cost you a ton of money. I hit a pothole last night on the 5 freeway. Tell have you seen 7 potholes on the 5 freeway? Man, oh man, you got to be aware of where you're going. There was one that I hit the other day coming off the racetrack where I hit it and water spouted out of it. Like there's a piece of cement that's floating on water. It's crazy. Oh man, the potholes on the 5 freeway are some of them are 5, 6, 7 inches deep. Wow. Storm after storm, creating pothole after pothole. How many pothole repairs have been coming in? Well, last week alone, just from the pothole on Cooktown, we had about 14 vehicles floating. Title Pros Auto Repair Manager Henry King says typically his shop gets roughly 8 vehicles a month coming in with pothole damage. Okay, listen, I remember that number. It'll be important later on. He gets 8 vehicles a month coming in with pothole damage. He says his shop saw a lot of vehicles damaged from potholes during a series of storms at the beginning of the year. Now he's got 42. So in January he had about 32 cars. We are seeing pop, by the way. In January he had about 40 cars. 42 is too specific to be about. You can't say the guy robbed the bank at about 5:38 in the afternoon. You can say he robbed the bank at about 5:30. So you can't be specific and also say about. So in January you had about 42 cars. No, you had 42. You had about 40. We are seeing potholes all over Southern California. And unfortunately, many drivers are hitting those potholes, which then causes very costly auto repair damage. According to Los Angeles City 311 request date of the number of pothole repair requests in LA, so far this year, during the week of February 27th, which is the week after one of the biggest storms in California history. Yeah, but nobody calls in to report potholes anymore. They just assume the city's not going to do anything about it. If you look at it. Some motorists suffering auto damage are paying dearly. Potholes can not only impact your tire rim, they can also damage your suspension. And, on average, the cost of a pothole repair, it varies between $250 to more than $1,000. Wow. Those are major concerns. Caltrans scrambling to get enough manpower out to fix potholes. The major thing is what happens. Stock up on pothole minutes and also crews are stationed in various spots around the county with an operation force to respond to it. Yeah, good luck. And that's not on their to-do list, cities like that. All right, very good. We have to take a break here, but don't forget we got rain coming in. Rain all day tomorrow. Big ass storm too, like just drenching. Like the sky opens 2 to 4 inches in the valley. That's a lot of rain. We can't handle this much more. Come on, we get it. Rain, we got it. Give the guy who owns the car wash a break. He's been closed for 6 weekends this year. The guy who owns his car wash is through the rain since he had to miss good on. Oh, man. They're live on KFI. We're not closed to KFI 24 hours. Marino barricaded himself inside a home for 2 days, and La Fuente has been found dead. Ellis County Sheriff Chief George Valdez says Colston and Friday of a man shooting at people where deputies arrived and was treated into the home of his girlfriend in Belinda. We know that something kind of high car like Commander Tom Hughes a minute ago said she after SWAT arrived, and as of early yesterday morning, the man was still active. I could tell you at 2 o'clock in the morning, he was still talking and sending text messages about his ability to put harm on us. Officials say the man was found dead yesterday afternoon from a parent self-inflicted knife wound. However, it's KFI news. A regional bank with several locations in the Southland has failed. Officials say Signature Bank's customers will automatically become members of a new bank run by the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, FDIC. Signature Bank's collapse yesterday comes after Silicon Valley Bank, which was headquartered in Santa Clara, also failed. Officials say customers of both banks will be able to access all of their money. Lifeguards in Long Beach have rescued a small dog and reunited it with its owner. The Long Beach Fire Department says rescue began Saturday, and lifeguards answered a call about a dog running in the Junipero Beach parking lot. It says that by the time lifeguards responded, the dog was swimming out of the sea. Lifeguard then put on his wetsuit, grabbed his rescue board, and headed out to the dog. They jumped in. The little dog made it to the swim line, but was with the help of a rescue boat and took him safely ashore. A large group of migrants in Mexico has been blocked from crossing a bridge leading to El Paso, Texas. The U.S. Customs and Border Protection says the migrants were posing a potential threat to making mass entry. They're all in right here. They were running with shields and their helmets. Mr. Malero was at the border yesterday. He says he saw a lot of Homeland Security guards going at the bridge. Physical barriers will put up to restrict entry to the hundreds of migrants at the Paso del Norte International Bridge. Border Patrol says there have been no reports of anyone breaking through. The vinyl album that helped those signals for the first time since 1987, the Recording Industry Association of America released its 2022 report last week, marking the 16th consecutive year of growth in vinyl, the broadest demographic we've ever seen since records have returned. Owner of Electric Fetus in Minneapolis, awesome name, says people of all ages are buying vinyl. The Recording Industry Association of America says 41 million albums were sold last year compared to 33 million. Clouds and cool temps out there tonight. Overnight lows above 6. Chance of rain for about 24 hours, starting about midday tomorrow. That there'll be some clouds out there, and a degree or two warmer each day gets to the weekend. 58 in Costa Mesa, 59 in Oklahoma. Somebody broke down in Corona.
It's a stall on the 71 southbound before the 91 freeway. A shuttle bus blocking the second lane from the last delays are backing up all the way almost from SoCal Canyon Parkway. We've got Michael Bryan in Fullerton, KFI News Side.
Back here on the 57 southbound approaching the 91. That's what's happening. That's the problem with the rain here the way. So it is possible for now back down to the Brea Pass, turning in about Imperial Highway. North outside the fence, that moves that using material. And it'll be heavy up to the birds with the 60 inch diamond bar. Also looks like there's South Cisco 5. A lot of heavy stuff down. It's coming out of Whittier. Looks like pretty much Protect Road down to the 5. And the North Cisco 5 to the 105 up to the 10. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
We're looking at some slow traffic also out of Studio City. This is the 101 southbound. Going to backing up off Hoosier coming out from the 405 to the 170, 134 split ahead in Hollywood from Santa Monica Boulevard into downtown LA. KFI in the sky. Help get you there faster. I'm Nicole Martinez.
Hey, it's New Shark. If you're planning on going solar, listen up. The state has changed the way new solar systems get reimbursed for the power they produce. And the change is now in your favor. Fortunately, there's a grandfathering period to lock in the current rates, but time is running out. The deadline is April 14th. So how do you do that? You start by calling Sunlux. Even if you're not ready to install the system, it's okay. Sunlux will help you get your solar documents filed. There is no time to wait. Go to sunlux.com, sunlux.com. TRILLIONAIRE 100. I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Navaj Nasal Care, and I love Navaj. I told you about how your nose is the body's air filter. The Navaj's powered pressure will help flush out allergies, viruses, yeast, and germs, and the Navaj will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navaj? Like parents, quote, my doctor wanted me to do saline rinses for my allergies, but I've never been able to successfully use a Medipop. Navaj uses suction power, so it's foolproof. They're nice when I'll have particularly bothersome allergies. I'll bust it out, and the results are immediate. It's such a relief. It's become a lifesaver. Unquote. He's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navaj. The all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navaj is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navaj, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life. Looking for your next investment opportunity? How about 100% passive ownership in commercial real estate? First National Realty Partners is backed by $1.5 billion in commercial real estate assets from Walmart, Whole Foods, Kroger, Publix, and more. Grocery store-anchored commercial real estate offers day one cash flow from high-credit national tenants. Tax advantages with 1031 exchanges, inflation-fighting triple net lease, and more. Get information on current and upcoming opportunities today. Call 888-301-9010 or go to fnrtradio.com. Become an investor in owned and managed commercial real estate with national grocery store brand tenants producing quarterly cash flow. Call 888-301-9010 or go to fnrtradio.com. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Tax distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRC's strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit FNRCradio.com. What I would tell people is that you don't have to be the same anymore. Meet Dr. Justin Garzo, Medical Director at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using advanced regenerative medicine to give people lasting relief from chronic joint pain. What's exciting is that I get to see patients with our treatment actually get better. Have you discovered regenerative medicine? It's an all-natural way to use the power of your own body to restore and repair damaged tissue. We're using things that are already in your body, and we're simply concentrating them and putting it in an area of your body that you're having a pain so that your body can start the regenerative process, the healing process. For pain in the knees, hips, back, shoulders, don't assume the old treatments are the only treatment. Avoid drugs and surgery and get lasting relief. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation. Call 213-997-8. That's 213-997-8. 213-997-8. Go solar, local and veteran-owned Super Solar. Visit supersolar.com. AMR AM 640. The news, what it is, why it matters. It is Friday, and it's nice to see the stereotypes are not going away. The Irish stereotype. I don't remember what joke it was last night with Kimmel, but he said, there's like a half a dozen people nominated from Ireland, so the chances of a fight breaking up on stage is just on a tenfold, right? And that's a stereotype, but Irish people don't mind it. They'll be the first guy to make that joke. Hell, the number one football team, the number one Irish football team in America is called the Fighting Irish. You know, plug in any other stereotype. Not on the air, just in your mind. Plug in a stereotype for any other group and see how long that will last. Right? Like, Steph, his favorite stereotype is to go out. Oh, come on, buddy. Don't get it. You get it. Sense of humor. Okay, then let's just get somebody here to call for it. What the hell? All right, we do have another atmospheric river coming into town. It's not welcome, by the way. This is a rogue river. A river that's unwelcome. It's coming towards you. Or, if you're right about that, traffic problems continue here on Highway 39. To go up that way into the San Gabriel Mountains, the back way all the way up in the right where it's shut down. Big problems, and we don't know when it will reopen. Let's get to it to the video. Check it. BC has a roadblock now. The 39 is shut down where the road turns into San Gabriel Canyon Road. It's stuck on this side of the San Gabriel River Bridge. And a few miles up from that, up near the Morris Reservoir, if you're familiar with this area, we're not. Nobody knows where the Morris River Reservoir. Morris Reservoir is. Near the Morris Reservoir, if you're familiar. Nobody knows. Familiar with this area, that's where part of the hill just let loose. People drive by the Morris Reservoir every day to work and school or grocery store or taking kids to the doctor, and they drive home right past the Morris Reservoir. They don't know they're passing the Morris Reservoir. Nobody knows where it is. Nobody.
But you know why nobody knows? Look, I had to look it up. And it's that big body of water up, what is that, Azusa Canyon?
Oh, yeah, the Louisiana Azusa. Yeah. Oh, that's wild. And nobody knows. Familiar with this area? That is where part of the hill just let loose. Tons and tons coming down. Look at this, man. Dirt, mud, big boulders, just blocking the entire roadway, almost all of the roadway here. And if you're familiar also with it, it's a nice ride, a picturesque ride. You can set up through the mountains on the canyon, right through the canyon. Left-hand side, you're going north, you've got the San Gabriel River, parallel the river. Right-hand side, though, northbound, you're right up against that hillside, the canyon, and that's why it's very treacherous. Caltrans putting out, when you look at some of this heavy equipment, that they even brought it outside. Nobody knows what that is. Let's move on. Buffalo Wild Wings. Again, food. People love food, man. Food is Chicago, man. It's doing Buffalo Wild Wings over at Boneless Wings, saying they're really just chicken nuggets. Imam Galini says, you just learned boneless wings aren't actually wings. He filed a class action lawsuit in Illinois' Northern District Friday alleging deceptive advertising. Yeah, so keep in mind. Galini's lawyers argue that most boneless wings are made of cheaper meat, which is cost less than traditional wings. He's seeking an unspecified amount of damages. Well, look, you ordered boneless wings. They're boneless wings. They're boneless chicken. Because you didn't want to get close to the bone. You got bone phobia. My wife does. Yeah, she can't get close to the bone. She just needs the chicken legs, the turkey legs, or chicken wings. But I don't have bone phobia at all. I love bone.
You're with them?
No, she doesn't like it. Doesn't like to get that close to the bone. But I like it. Yeah, I love it. I love it. Yeah, I love the chicken wings. Yeah, you like them? You don't like the boneless? No, boneless are pretty good. You know, there's definitely more flavor with the bone. Yeah, it's not the old. It's not what they were created. Because people, because idiots couldn't handle the bone. The bone keeps it warm. The bone keeps it flavorful. It does. Yeah, the stuff in the bone actually gives it chicken. That's right. That's right. You're looking at chicken too. The bone. You know what? The bone. I got a tip for people, and I just discovered it this weekend. So, to get tickets for a Laker game, spring game, baseball, football, whatever, if you guys go through like TT, TickPick, Vivid Seats, StubHub, and then once you get the ticket, God only knows where they go. Like they go to another app, they go to your email, then you got to click that, then they go to ASX or SAX or SEX or one of those apps. But they go to another app, and then you've got to download that app and hope and pray that once you get to Staples or Crypto, that they have your ticket and you can present it. AXS. And then you got to open the app, the guy takes a screenshot of the app, and it's literally, it's like robbing Fortnite to get into the King's Play. That's my only problem with the I have no problem with the team. It's just getting into the effing stadium that drives you crazy. So, here's the tip. Here's the big tip on how to get great seats for very little money. What you do is you wait until about game time, and you find $40 seats way up in the 300 section. Way up in the on the nosebleed. You find $40 seats. Then you look on your app, and you can tell from StubHub and Quick or TickPick and all these seats. You have all these apps right on your phone, and you can see the seats that are not being sold in the first 4 or 5 rows of Crypto. You're like, oh, there's 4 together in row 115, aisle 4, I'll go sit there. Because they haven't sold. They're right on your phone. And you can slide down there, and the ushers don't check anymore before you get to the seat because it's too complicated. Well, you do there all day going, oh wait, I gotta open this, let me open that. No, they were here. There was ASX, but I think AXS, or I think they went back to TRUMAN, get out of here. So, there's a tip on how to get great seats for very little money. Try the nosebleed and then download all the tickets you didn't sell, and they're right in front of you. So until they fix that and make it easier to get in, I hope they go back to physical tickets. I love going to the event and having tickets in my pocket. I really enjoy that. Now you got to hope and pray that your cell phone can find the tickets that you bought. How many of us right around this age that have a paper ticket still have some of those paper tickets in concerts they wouldn't be checking? Oh, for sure. I'm glad you mentioned that, David, because I saw tickets the other day that were for the Miracle on Manchester, a game I went to in 1982, and those tickets are being sold for $100 each. The stuff, $100 each. And that was bought just to have them. Yeah, right. But if those days are gone, you can't sell the subs anymore. It's over. So I hope they go back to paper tickets. I don't think they will. I'm sort of old school that way. Hell, I hope they go back to Tower Records where the guy stood to a computer banging on it with a dirty map. He bangs out. What's that sound like? Yeah, for 20 minutes. He's like, and then he finally goes, I got 2 here on the aisle. Too much. Let me get you 2 more. And again, 20 minutes on the keyboard. They also have a laminated sheet. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's all dirty. Or the good seats are. Yeah, where the crappy seats are, it's clean. Or where the good seats are, it's always dirty. But you know why he's tapping? He's actually writing code. Because the code didn't exist. So he has to put in : // C1 and find the empty seat. Old school. I like old school tickets, man. Hey, maybe that's an idea for an app. Old school tickets, where you can still get the paper ticket and enjoy yourself on your drive down. Now you drive down to see a game, you're like, man, I hope I get in, because I can't find these effing tickets anywhere on my cell phone. Anywhere. And I know it's long because I printed the receipt, but I can't find them. All right, it's just me. I'm too young for this. All right, we're live on K5. We're now Trojan K5 24 News. The record break of the Pajaro River between Monterey and Santa Cruz counties has quadrupled in size since it first broke on Friday. It's now more than 400 feet. More than 8,500 people were forced to evacuate the area. President Biden says U.S. banks are safe despite the Fed taking over 2 banks that cater to the tech industry. Just as the customers do have access to all their money. The 5,000-mile-wide algae bloom is floating toward the Gulf of Florida. Gulf Coast of Florida, I should say, 6 blankets. It's floating between the Gulf and West Africa. It can choke corals and kill coastal ecosystems. Yeah, 5,000 miles wide. More than Well, section 110 freeway next. Well, if you're injured in an accident, you must call 3 days. Getting hurt in an accident can happen to anybody. So if you're ever ever heard of an accident? Motorcycle, truck, I don't know, maybe the dog fight. There's only one firm to call today. 800-500-5200. For the last 15 years, Big James has helped tens of thousands of injured victims, and he's recovered over $1 billion with $188 million just settled last year alone. So if you're in an accident, it's a major impact on a person's life. It your car, it can your hands, your head, and your fingers. So you gotta go through James, get that money. And that's how you pay for insurance. Don't call your insurance directly. They will hammer you. They know they can, and they will. I'm a victim of that. So if you ever heard of an accident, call them up right away. Free consultation. They're awarded best attorneys in America. Huge. 800-500-5200. 800-500-5200. Website, PayJames.com. Cloudy, cool tonight. Chance of rain. Midday tomorrow and midday Wednesday. After that, clouds, a little bit of work into the weekend. It's report by El Monte RV. There's crash South LA.
Listen, by the 110 freeway, it's making your way along the northbound side. Let me just double check that. It is on the northbound side coming up on Century Boulevard. Two right lanes are blocked, partially so. There are big delays away from Rosecrans. And we're also checking out a problem. This one is in Irvine. It's a crash on the 5 heading northbound to Cascade Parkway. It's blocking the right lane, the right truck bypass lane, that is. And it's keeping the drive flow moving all the way from Lake Forest Drive. If you see any problems, pound 250, keyword KFI traffic. KFI in the sky. Let's get you there faster. Come on, T-Net.
We're ready to spring into warmer weather with our Monster RV Spring Special. For your next open road adventure by March 31st, receive 10% off of your United rate and receive 200 free miles for travel between now and May 15th. The promo code SPRING22. For more information, visit MonsterRV.com or call 800-237-2149. This report is sponsored by Audible. Find everything you love listening to on Audible. Here's Celebrity Memoir, Mystery, True Crime, Sci-Fi, and more. Audible is the home of storytelling, audiobooks, podcasts, and originals. Sign up for a free 30-day trial at audible.com. And this week's marketer support. Christina Spanier, Global Chief Marketing Officer, direct-to-consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the owner and talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are there, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which is one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for a show, audio is a core part of that. It's the #1 audio company. iHeartMedia is marketing access tool. Every audience, live conversation, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your access pod. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. Get ready to celebrate your favorite podcast in our iHeart Podcast Awards. Tune in to the best podcast. Take home awards in categories like comedy, crime, pop culture, and more. Watch on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel and Facebook page. And listen on iHeartRadio tomorrow night at 9.
Are you looking for some non-dairy deliciousness? Discover the rich, creamy taste of Planet Oat Oat Milk. It's delicious in coffee, smoothies, cereal, or by the glass. Planet Oat Oat Milk tastes every bit as marvelous as the delicious moments it inspires. Pick it up in your local grocery store today. Spring Getaway. This month, get 40% off Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. And explore the world with bite-sized lessons in 25 languages, from Spanish and German to French and Korean, and even Portuguese and Turkish. Rosetta Stone prepares you for real-life conversations and will have you talking from your very first lesson. So visit RosettaStone.com today for 40% off and get ready for the trip of a lifetime. Offer ends March 22nd. Rosetta Stone. How learn it is learned.
Portions of the following program will be recorded. And now, a few words from your dog. Jennifer Jones, will you join me and my team of Wake Up Pro Wigglers at Brookside Park in Pasadena, Sunday, April 2nd. For Pasadena means Wiggle Waggle Walk to our fun south and here's the hundreds of animals we take in each year. To donate or join our team and walk with us, go to KFIAM640.com/wiggle.
Has planned an assassination attempt.
KFIAM 640 sounds like the rain coming in all day tomorrow into Wednesday. Lots of it in the valley, 2 to 4 inches in the valley. And then we have, that's big story, banks. And it's crazy out there. Silicon Valley Bank failed, and then we have Signature Bank failed. And then San Diego-based crypto Silvergate announces a shutdown. A lot of stories coming out, a lot of stories. And then 60 million Americans are now living with multi-generational households. 60 million Americans. 1 in 5. 1 in 5. That is wild, wild thing. All right, honestly, yesterday, the flyovers I thought was pretty cool. We heard the airplanes, I think School Talking did around, 5 o'clock or so. 2 F-16s or F-18s or Hornets, I don't know what they were, I don't know the Air Force. But they flew right over Hollywood Boulevard. And because it was so foggy, they were very low, so people could see them. And I swear to you, I heard them. I heard them. I know I did.
And the U.S. Navy fighter jets honored the presence of Top Gun Maverick at the Oscars with a historic performance over Hollywood. At the start of the show, 2 Navy F-18 Super Hornets flew down Hollywood Boulevard at an elevation of just 1,000 feet below. The jets came from Naval Air Station Lemoore near Fresno. Inside, the 2 jets were...
Wait. They came from where?
The jets came from Naval Air Station Lemoore near Fresno.
Okay, I know where that is. That's just there's an Indian casino there that's pretty Conti, I believe. But why do we have to get Fresno jets? There's no jet closer? If we're ever attacked by foreigners, we gotta call Fresno? Do you have any, Orange County jets or, Van Nuys? Nothing, huh? We gotta call Fresno.
Inside the 2 jets were 2 instructors, a squadron commander, and a graduate from the Strike Fighter Tactics Instructor Program known as Top Gun.
Wow! 2 Top Gun instructors. Man, they rolled out the 18 for that. Yeah, but you want the 18. You don't want one of those, flying out of the sky into somebody's backyard or parking. So our own Aaron Venmo, who is our news editor, he voted on all 23 categories. Venmo, how many end up winning?
I got 17 right.
Wow! 7 out of 23? Oh, my God!
Good now, I did it.
That's which ones did you miss?
I was happily okay to get supporting actors wrong. I thought it was going to go to Angela Bassett, and it went to Jamie Curtis, and then I got a couple of the smaller awards, where it's weird, could have gone either way. Like one of the shorts I didn't get right.
You voted on Marcelo the Shell or whatever.
No, I didn't. No, I voted on Pinocchio, but I wanted to get it right. That's big match.
All right, you got a 74%.
Yeah.
That's good. That's great. Did you win out of all your friends?
I did pretty well. Actually, I got a text from my brother, and that's what made me nervous because he told me one of his friends put money on it and won $75.
Wow. You got to get paid for that. You got to get some of that.
Well, I don't want to take it because if I take it, that means that I assume responsibility. But that means I lose money if it doesn't go that way, right?
You got to learn to take it when you win and hide when you lose. That's right. That's pretty good. You got all the top ones right. You got the best actor, best director.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got the big ones, the big 7. I got right. I needed those. Otherwise, it was not going to look good. So I did pretty well.
That's pretty cool. So you watched it differently than I did.
I don't know. How do you want it?
Sort of from another room,
No, I'm in the room, I'm watching, you go to the bathroom during the commercials, and you're right back there when I come back.
All right. I don't know Adam's got to deal with that.
Well, you say what you do. You had a great time.
All right, this goes Aaron Venmo. All right, let's go to the biggest moments last night in the Oscars. Find out what happened.
Hollywood's biggest night did not disappoint. From the fashion to the musical performances. The host Jimmy Kimmel crashed landing onto the stage. But the biggest winner of the night, the quirky sci-fi film Everything Everywhere All at Once, which took home 7 Oscars, including Best Picture and Best Director.
Wow, okay, what a night for them, huh?
The inspirational Michelle Yeoh becoming the first Asian to win Best Actress in a leading role
For all the little boys and girls
who look like me watching tonight. There's a beacon of hope and possibility.
Okay, so TV Klein and Jamie are sweeping the best supporting actor category.
I played a year in a refugee camp, and somehow I ended up here on Hollywood's biggest stage. This is the American dream.
Yes! Oh man, I tell you that people in the audience hate to hear that. Nice.
This is the American dream. Oh, hey, easy, buddy. Not on top. This is the American dream.
I know it looks like I'm standing up here by myself, but I am not. I am hundreds of people. Three, not one, and I scored! My mother and my father were both nominated.
Jamie Lee Curtis. Her dad was Tony Curtis, and her mom was it Janet Lee? That's the mom? Jamie Lee Curtis's mom is Janet Lee, I believe. Is that right? Okay.
My mother and my father were both nominated for Oscars in different categories. That's
kind of cool if you watched all those years, banged around for movies that she knew would never ever get nominated. And she finally got a role that she could sink her teeth in, she gets an Oscar.
An emotional Brendan Fraser taking the best actor Oscar for his role in The Whale.
I started in the business 30 years ago, and things have happened to me. I just want to say thank you for this acknowledgement.
Also making history is song Nothing Knocker from the movie RRR. It's becoming the first Canadian film song to win an Oscar.
That's cool. I like that song. It's a great song, great dance. I have no idea what they're saying, but it's cool.
If you watch Super Bowl halftime show Rihanna, she was nominated for her first Oscar for the hit Lift Me Up from the Black Panther Wakanda Forever soundtrack. John Travolta also got emotional as he gave tribute to his friend that this year's co-star Olivia Newton-John while honoring those who died in the past year.
All your men also clear about this. Paul Savino was left off, and Hayes was left off, and Rob Blake. These three of them.
Paul Savino was left off?
Yes! You believe that?
And Blake was
Yeah, it was Rob Blake. All three.
Did Blake count in this year?
Yeah, I think
It's kind of before you die, before the show, and then you is that one? Yeah, sometimes they miss big things.
I don't understand how that happens. You're at one job. I know. Don't they have a running list throughout the year? Oh, that's the list, so we got to make sure.
Yeah.
Years ago, hey, you died last year.
I guess nobody does. But they missed a really big actor who did a lot of Disney movies in the 70s and a lot of independent movies in the 70s as well.
Who's that?
He's on the Burnett show.
The Mark Burnett show, Survivor?
No, the Carol Burnett show.
Oh!
I can't think of his name, but I'll look it up for in the commercial. All right, realize I've forgotten who you're saying. Yeah, like they weren't like mentioned in the in memorial at the.
Oh, I know what it is.
The comedy team. Harvey Korman and Tim Thompson.
Corman, they forgot?
They forgot Korman. And
Conway.
they forgot both. But I get it. He wouldn't. Yeah. All right, we're live on Facebook. You can find us on your smart speaker or on your dumb speaker if you plug it into something plug. I'm not plugging it into your
Smart speaker. Say, play KFI AM 640.
Los Angeles on time.
Wow, everywhere. On the radio.
And they need a little assistance. I'm Michael Burgess, live from the KFI 24-hour news. A woman's been hit and killed by a hit-and-run crash in Pico Rivera. 3 women were walking on the curb of Brook Road approaching Rosefield Road trying to find their Uber.
The 3 ladies were coming from an event that had taken place at the Pico Rivera Sports Arena.
Other County Sheriff Captain Jody Cusack says
responded, they ultimately pronounced one of the females on scene deceased.
The second woman was taken to a hospital. A description of the vehicle has not been confirmed. Deputies are asking anyone with info to call police. Chico Rivera, 4 big cars into it.
The LA County Metro announced its Go Pass program has added 10 million additional rides this year. The Go Pass program started in 2021 and offers unlimited free transit rides to K through 12 and community college students. Go Passes are available to students at 16 community colleges in 90 K through 12 districts, charter networks, and private schools. The LA School District says in the last 15 months, more than 100,000 students used public transit to get to school, an internship, and extracurricular opportunities. A new pop-up cafe where people can eat, drink, and play with rabbits is coming to Woodland Hills. Owner of the traveling event company Kevin Dean says the bunnies are rescued. They can invite people who adopted them during the pandemic.
Well, that COVID is getting back to normal. We know we're getting outside a little bit more. They don't have time for the bunnies.
The owner says the cafe will be working with Above and Beyond Animal Rescue in Buena Park to coordinate adoptions. Visitors can hop into the cafe and see food. And from March 25th or April 29th, tickets can be bought at the Bunny Cafe website.
Hey, just what's your kids on a flight? The Department of Transportation says you shouldn't have to.
Yeah, the Department of Transportation asked Congress to ban the practice of making parents pay to sit next to their children on flights.
The move followed President Biden's call to get rid of junk fees after officials conducted a review last year of airline seating policies.
ABC Dan Wynn says in a letter, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg asked House Speaker Kevin McCarthy to bar airlines from charging the so-called family seating if the dates seats are available during booking.
My heart is filled.
The family of an environmental activist who say was shot while protesting at a police training center in Atlanta filed a lawsuit against the city. It says the Georgia Bureau of Investigation told the Atlanta Police Department not to release body camera video from the murder. CGI says the man shot at a state trooper while the pursuing airman and shot Kitty was being
Too much time, homicide.
Man's mom says her son died in a meditation position, probably while sitting cross-legged. Lawyers say a private autopsy has revealed the man was shot 14 separate times in various locations. And Pfizer is spending about $43 billion to reach deeper into new cancer treatments that target tumor cells while sparing surrounding healthy tissue. Pharmaceutical giant says it'll pay $229 in cash for each share of GMT. Pfizer's Albert Bourla says the company then plans to let the biotech drug developer continue innovating, except with more resources than it would have alone. Says they're acquiring the goods it brings to those in English. We'll take a look at the 67 freeway next. Well, the last couple of things, of course, one thing is the value of things that we can control and addressing hair loss that don't accept it. To advance hair can reverse years and even decades of hair loss in a simple one-day treatment. Your natural hair begins to grow back the very next day. It's all backed by the Advanced Hair Guarantee. Source for bald spots, receding hairlines, thinning hair, women, young, older, works for you. Probably works for you as well. The top-rated physician at Advanced Hair have improved tens of thousands of people's lives. People just like you if you desire to go anyway. So schedule your free consultation by phoning them up. 844-333-HAIR. You get $250 off and $250 free haircut. Do what I did. Value things you can control. We're totally growing your own natural hair today with Advanced Hair. 844-333-HAIR. And the before and after photos are right there on the website. Might make your decision easier. So check them out at advancedhair.com. Check out the website, advancedhair.com. Southland, weather from 45 cloudy and comfy cool tonight. Lows about 50 degrees. Temperatures start about midday tomorrow and it'll be a little cooler than today. Highs around 50 at the beaches, 60 Metro LA Orange County, mid 60s in the Valley, close to 50 in the high desert. Rain should be gone midday Wednesday. After that, it'll be kind of partly cloudy, a little bit warmer, 6 degrees here as we get to the weekend. Right now in Irvine, 69, Fullerton 62, Burbank 65, Torrance 58 degrees. KFI Financial Report, sponsored by Jacoby & Myers.
Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby & Myers now. Just for you since 1972.
Somebody broke down in Fullerton.
This is on the 57th southbound at Network. That's where a big red crane is blocking the right lane. Huge place here, backing up out of Freya, getting away from Lambert. The northbound side of the 57 is heading out of Anaheim, away from Capella, and traffic to the 931. Also take a look at Tustin. A crash on the 5 northbound past Tustin Ranch Road is out of range. But all of the actions in the center divider, so watch out for some slow traffic away from Culver Drive. Also,
In South LA, stall on the 105 east to the 110 north, but I'm going to transition. Blocking lanes and traffic is always messed up to that stretch anyway. The way cars moving up away from the 405. Hey, up on the sky, helps get you there faster. I'm Nicole Martinez.
This hour of the Conway Show is being brought to you by Puritan Water. Your complete whole house water filtration system for $0 down and $49 a month. Go to PuritanWater.com.
Hey, it's Jesse Kelly. Are you paying attention to China, Russia, and Ukraine? Any reminders of the Cold War days? If you've been on the fence about buying gold and silver, now is the time to make the call. Securing your IRA or 401k with real gold and silver is a portfolio protection plan, and Oxford Gold is rated as easy as 1, 2, 3. Call Oxford Gold right now and ask about bonus opportunities you may be eligible for. 833-404-GOLD. That's 833-404-GOLD.
What's for dinner? Burgers?
After last week, what's that?
Avoiding food due to fear of diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose-ordered stool. It may not be blood stomach issues. It could be UTI or empathy, because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't produce enough digestive enzymes to break down food. But UTI can be managed. Use the symptom center on identifyuti.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyuti.com.